Chapter 201 Meeting of Valley Nobles. Johannes's conference hall was not too big, with 20 or 30 people inside, making it not too crowded but very lively. Those who were not wearing armor sat on the chairs. Those who were wearing armor were reluctant to damage the boss's sandalwood red chair, so they stood aside casually. After George approached the door, he saw that all his boys were there, and a smile appeared on his face. He walked inside and stretched out his hand to push Gaster back to the main seat, signaling everyone to continue the meeting. Then he walked to the table by the wall and poured himself a glass of wine. After seeing Aji approaching, he brushed his hair vigorously. To be honest, I really miss not seeing him these days. He has always treated Aji as his little brother. At this time, in George's eyes, the Light of Dawn wrote some notes about Aggie for him. Blade of Dawn, Aji. In these 4 months, from the necropolis to the present, under the blessing of the Dawn, Aji followed Juing and experienced legendary stories. Juing discovered Aji's amazing talent, and Aji also discovered the true meaning of Assassin's Creed and became a real man. At the moment when Aji was determined to return to the shelter, the differences in beliefs, values, caused the two to finally part ways in pain in the South Country. Juing gave him the Soul Gem, Heart of Black Pearl, raw material, as a souvenir of the two of them, and continued to walk alone. And the grown-up wolf cub finally returned to the wolf pack. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Evaluation, A+R. When the Blade of Dawn wears the Soul Gem, Black Pearl Star, Legendary Magic Gem, the overall combat power increases by 3 small levels, from B+ to A+, up to S+. This Black Pearl Star was finally borrowed by Anthony for unknown reasons, and he used another Soul Gem, Black Pearl Tears, a perfect magic gem, upgraded by 1 small energy level, and said goodbye to Aji. I stole the Astral Brooch from Juing before, increased 1 small energy level, and made him an accessory/talisman. Astral Tears, obtained the ability, Star Boundary Walk, improved 3 small energy levels. Combat Strength, from B+ to A+. Flawless Perfect Legend. This kid not only received the care of Dawn of Light, but was also led by Juing to fight several copies. What a stroke of luck. George remembered that before Aggie left, Dawnlight's rating for him was still D+. Now that I have the treasure, I am already as powerful as Alexander, A+. The other Red Robe Knights, after the Demon War, were mostly D to D+. After experiencing the Necropolis War, they learned 3 more Holy Seals, Holy Fire, Justice, Dark Resistance, and realized level LV2. It has been supplemented by several physical potions, and now they are only C to B. The most powerful one is Jack. As for himself, he realized the Heavenly Arms and Heavenly Guard through plugins, and he also realized the 3 Holy Seals at level 3 through prayer. Without the Book of Dawn, he was only B+. Heavenly Arms is equivalent to the Great Stigmata, has the power of S's blow. Then it seems that in the Light of Dawn's assessment, the Templar Assassins are more powerful than the Templar Knights. But unfortunately, the number will be somewhat rare, and it seems that you cannot become a Templar Assassin without unique talents. Afterwards, George asked Aji about the wolf plague in Jinmimang town. After a brief talk, Aji told George that because the treatment was relatively timely and many potions were withheld by Bill's tavern owner, the wolfsbane plague did not turn into a catastrophe. But there were still many victims, and Mr. Aldous and a part of the knights were dealing with them there. You can ask Anthony for details. The two of them correspond frequently. Gaster and the others did have something to be busy with. After sitting down again, they continued the discussion. Although the main seat of the meeting was Gast, the actual presiding officer was Governor Clover. Among the 2 people, Clover is the practical one and can arrange the work clearly, and he actually understands every detail of this huge project involving tens of thousands of people. Gaster is very familiar with the situation in the entire valley. He is good at politics and mediation, and has extremely close relationships with the nobles. Not only can he understand them clearly, but he also knows what they have in their pockets, and what they know. You know who to go to, and how to get them to spit it out, and often do it happily. Among the other people, Viscount Garvey currently not only manages the entire Rat territory and the Mercenary Union, but also manages logistics resource scheduling with Viscount Color. It can be regarded as solving Clover's worries and providing support to Gaster, a guy who knows nothing about facts. Viscount Color is also responsible for the logistics and finance. And Maddox George gave him a knight. That is, a knight has become his follower. Viscount Barber and Jack, Baron, are responsible for the management of mercenaries and security affairs outside the territory. Ms. Hahn, Baron, is responsible for the security of the shelter and various other chores. In addition to these people, There were also many other lords of the territories present. They were both men and women. They may not be capable, but they were all powerful nobles. They had many people in their lordships, and their families were very rich. Of course, these people are extremely obedient on the surface. He seems to be very familiar with both Martin and Gaster. Many of the people present had the same name. When Viscount Clover called people, he would not mention their surnames, but would distinguish them by region or family crest. For example, they are called Viscount Garvey of the Riverside and Baron Jack the Hand of the Giant. It can be heard that everyone at the shelter is standing with Crobber. Even though some of Crobber's actions made Jack and others a little disgusted, they still fully cooperated with him under George's previous instructions. So the governor got it right. During the meeting, the governor praised the people of the shelter many times. In his opinion, the work efficiency of these people even exceeded that of the slaves in his hands. The tasks assigned to the people of the shelter were not only always completed ahead of schedule, but also often exceeded the quota of 2 or 3 levels. This surprised him extremely. He had made higher demands many times, and wanted to try the people of the shelter the limit, but with such a contrast, the pressure on each noble is extremely high. The governor was very tight on various tasks. The nobles often said they needed 10 days to complete things, but he only gave them 3 days. Moreover, Crobber's timing of what he did during these 3 days was very accurate, making it almost impossible for the nobles to argue. In addition, all the Templar knights here were eyeing him, and they could not let them cheat, so they could only grit their teeth and agree under Gaster's adjustment. As for how to shorten the time, it is natural to spend a lot of money and then implement an iron fist policy. Judging from the progress, it seemed that all the tasks that Crobber had previously announced were completed on time by all the nobles. But in his heart, the governor was gritting his teeth. There are also some tasks that require the support of nobles who are not present. Crobber will tell Gaster directly about this matter. Gaster would try to get the guys to spit the stuff out of their mouths. Martin would take someone to receive it, and if he couldn't receive it, Volpe would go. In addition, each town mayor is managed by Garvey and Color. They will use their rights and resources to provide protection for the workers who actively participate in the work. Bubble and Jack provide protection. Governor Clopper is all about punishment and bad faith. Occasionally, some work needs to be carried out by people under the rule of Garvey and others. But these people on the second line of the shelter are of extremely high quality. Although they are not as good as the people of the shelter, they are united and endure hardships. Not only is it completed on time, but it also occasionally exceeds the quota by 1 or 2 levels. George drank wine and listened for a while, secretly nodding at the work efficiency and attitude of his subordinates. He could tell that the preliminary work had basically been completed. All materials and people in the entire valley had been clearly arranged and were being delivered in batches according to the plan and construction period estimate. This surprised him a little. You must know that this is a resource allocation for 120,000 people, and the frontline construction workers alone will reach more than 70,000. Everyone's food, drink, transportation, logistics, and even the work of the remaining people in each territory, spring planting, etc. have been arranged. Therefore, if a sword is hung above the heads of these nobles, so that they can understand the reason and use their smart little heads full of interests for business, they will still be very capable. It's a pity that it took more than a month to make them understand the reason. Otherwise we would have had a lot more time. It's April now, and there are only 6 or 7 months left at most before winter. At that time, after the blood moon came, no one knew what the situation was in the east, even now. George didn't know what the situation was in the east. So time is really like a rope, strangled around everyone's neck. According to the information that Collar had heard from various nobles in Yongfeng City, the princes wanted to build a solid defense line in the east with Bishui City as the center. The Holy See in the south also hopes that the Black Tide can stop in Bishui City. But few people have a clear understanding of what is in the Black Tide. All the nobles in Winsong City maintain an optimistic attitude towards it, because they have never even seen the blasphemer, thinking that they are just zombies and scavengers. And Bishop Big White did give the Duke great confidence. The blood moon has indeed come once before, but humans have not yet had a deep understanding of it. What it brought for the first time was just a heavy fog. Some people said that it symbolized the collapse of the old world. But those who held this view were expelled from the school city and kicked out of the castle by various nobles. The reason why George and others have different views from those outside the valley is entirely because of the situation in the valley. The devil has quietly buried seeds here. Let them get a glimpse of the true power hidden by the devil. The bomb that was originally planned by the devil to blow up the Winsong City has been destroyed by them. and there will be no more black tides regenerating from the valley. Therefore, the pressure that the Duke and others will face from now on should be greatly reduced. And the fact that the Duke can lead the army eastward so decisively must be the solemn promise given by Vic White. If the Holy See can send 1 or 2 Templar knights, or even a certain knight with the title of Templar, maybe this line of defense can really be stabilized. Still can't be too optimistic. The big city wall must take shape this year. The black tide was only a small point when it first spread, but it continued to grow stronger. The fall of the royal capital of Rodunk was beyond everyone's expectation. And Biswi City was probably the result of these 2 surprises. And who knows that there are hidden sources of disaster in other places. He only hopes that Winsong City has been cleaned up by Vic White. Chapter 202. A glass of wine releases military power. In George's thinking, the discussion at the meeting was coming to an end, and there were some things that were difficult to deal with, giving everyone a headache. And George had already gone through these things many times when he came back today. But the most important one is the issue of defense. The Legion and the Bienha mercenaries have all returned, and Alexander has been handed over to Jack and Bobber. But dividing it up and down is still not enough. As Bobber said, based on the research of scholars, and what the previous ogre captive said, we believe that as the environment in the far north worsens, a large number of ogres and giants are still migrating south. In addition, the northwest part of the valley is not particularly quiet, and there are things in the swamp that will come out after spring, Garvey said. Currently, the number of mercenary groups in the Mercenary Union is still increasing, but the number is still not enough. In addition, with the flow of population, I found that bandits have appeared on many road sections. Having said this, Garvey looked at the several nobles present, and had something to say. He believed that many nobles were not peaceful under their rule, and even suspected that some of these bandits were private soldiers of the nobles. But it was impossible to determine who did it. This matter is also a headache for us, a noble said. Originally, during the closed-door policy, the wilderness was quiet, but now since the territories have been opened, we can no longer capture the population as before. Some untouchables even then, given the opportunity to work and move eastward, he fled to another place and became a bandit, of course. It cannot be ruled out that some mercenaries did evil things secretly. Many nobles began to talk about those greedy mercenaries, and those hateful bandits and untouchables. How can those mercenaries compare with the mercenaries of Bienha? Baron Brenda. Amid the noise, another powerful baron took over. But Lord Bobber's mercenaries can't quench his thirst, in order to prevent those untouchables from escaping. And for the safety of the team, I have dispatched all my soldiers and knights. But the manpower is still not enough. I wonder what Governor Cropper thinks of my last proposal. Last time, various nobles proposed something, hoping that some young men in iron or resources could be retained and incorporated into the ranks of private soldiers, so as to increase the military strength of each territory and stabilize the defense affairs of each region. But this proposal has never been passed, because everyone knows what Xiao Jiujiu has in the hearts of the nobles. It was testing their bottom line. If Gast and others raised their knives, it would definitely affect the construction schedule. But if some benefits are given, these powerful nobles may have more and more say in the future. When the time comes, things like this will happen again and again. But bandits actually exist, although it cannot be ruled out that nobles are contributing to them. In fact, no one else has the right to intervene in the security of each noble's own territory. Letting the soldiers of the sanctuary intervene in the name of mercenaries, paying the mercenaries back, is already a major concession. If you take a bigger step, you might get caught in the egg and cause a bigger rebound. This matter is actually easy to handle. Cropper suddenly smiled and said, I propose that you all lend me part of your troops to form a noble corps and be stationed in the town of Jinmiming. I will make reasonable arrangements for your transportation, teams, and time to ensure the safety of all teams. After saying this, the faces of the lords turned dark. No words were spoken for a long time. But Baron Brenda laughed and said, Sir, your proposal is very good. But in this case, our territory will be even more empty. I am now afraid of those robbers or monsters rushing into our territory in my dreams. It doesn't matter if supplies and people are robbed. The key is to worry about delaying Governor Cropper's mission. Cropper's face turned green after hearing this, and the meeting temporarily fell silent. Earl Gass smiled and said that he would put the matter aside for now and meant to end the meeting. Then he stood up and introduced the nobles to George. The nobles whose names were called by him all stood up one by one and respectfully saluted the bishop. Privately, many nobles suspected that George was the real leader, and Gaster's attitude today seemed to confirm this. Everyone present has different thoughts. Some people want to see what kind of attitude this real great lord has towards the nobles. And some want to climb this big tree. But no matter what, George could already see that these nobles had gradually formed a coalition, which was both controlled by Gast and against him. This gave the Earl a great headache. George kept a modest smile and chatted a few words with the nobles. He seemed to be trying to appease everyone, which relaxed the atmosphere in the entire hall. After that, the entire meeting was over. Collar stood up and left in a hurry, but was stopped by George. Others saw Collar return to his seat, and everyone else looked at each other, intending to hear what the big lord in everyone's mouth wanted to say. "Oh, sir, are you talking about spring planting?" Collar was stunned for a moment before replying. "Currently, the old people, women and children are left in the Rat Collar to cultivate the land. This year's output may not be high. I announced before there are some tasks to catch horses. But because there were too few mercenaries in Gushi, there were only sporadic horses. However, this Count Bobber has lent me 200 mercenaries, and I plan to arrange for them to do this full-time. Some policies regarding land have not been promulgated yet, because George believes that the most important thing now is to draw people to the exit of the valley to build a city wall. If the land policy is promulgated, then not only the nobles will be unwilling to move the place, but also the residents will not be willing to move. Now that the shelter has a lot of food, everyone is willing to work for a bite to eat. And the population migration caused by the big city wall, the weakening of the nobility, etc., the establishment of the town hall, etc. will also be done. Reintegration of land and various resources. When large-scale land reclamation is needed in the future, a series of appropriate policies will be promulgated for farmers, or people who can contract land on the premise of ensuring the ideological purity of the Legion and the Dawn Knights. 200 people. Okay. Don't worry. These people don't move yet. He turned around and asked about the strength of Garvey, Bobber, and Mizon. The registered population of Bienha has reached 10,000. This Count Garvey said. A small part of them are refugees from the west, and part of them are people I have received from various places. I gave 5,000 young people to Governor Crobler has arrived at the shelter. There are more than 1,000 young men left, all on the road. All of them are recruits destined by Bobber and Mizhan. They will be trained in Johannes later. George nodded and looked at Bobber. Don't ask for these 1,000 young men. Give them all to Mizhan. Lend all the Legion guards and Bienham mercenaries in your hands to Volpe Garvey. You can mobilize some other mercenary groups to raise 5,000 for Volpe. Where is that boy Volpe? I'm praying in the Cathedral of the Dawn. Sir, Mizon said. After finishing speaking, the fat man coughed and looked at the nobles around him. At this time, the atmosphere in the entire hall was already a bit wrong, and many people's faces began to turn pale. George nodded and looked at Gaster. Can you borrow people from the nobles, noble knights and private soldiers? Let Mizhan gather 3,000 people. Gaster looked at George with a smile, and glanced meaningfully at the powerful barons present. Sir, there will definitely be nobles who will lend me people. Although they don't have many knights and private soldiers in their hands, they can't get enough. Enough for 1,000 is not a problem. Many people have mentioned to me that they hope to join the Templar Order and become a reserve Templar Knight. George gave him an approving look and said, I saw those knights when I came over. They are indeed excellent. He was referring to those guys who were drinking and causing trouble. They were telling lies with open eyes. But after hearing these conversations, the faces of the powerful barons turned paler. A baron coughed and asked in a low voice, My Lord Bishop, may I ask, what do you want these people to do? George looked at him and said with a smile, Of course they are guarding the shelter, Mishan. You 3,000 people have been well trained for me, but they have less equipment. I told Crobber that iron equipment should be equipped first for them. Now all the adults, most of the family's wealth is in the shelter. And there are so many people here. Don't let robbers and bandits come to attack the shelter. At this point, everyone present was stunned, and some quick-thinking nobles felt a chill spreading from their tailbones to the top of their heads. Everyone. George suddenly raised his voice. As a regional bishop, my first duty is to guard the tranquility of the valley, whether something like the Black Tide can defeat the coalition of princes and the Holy See. When will it come? Or even whether it will come? It's hard to tell in this remote area of the valley right now. We in the valley shouldn't mess around with a pot of porridge before the Black Tide comes. Since we have internal conflicts, it's causing everyone a headache. The source of this trouble must be dealt with as soon as possible. But don't let it turn into something. The source of disaster. What is internal conflict? What is the source of disaster? Is there any good thing about Volpe coming over? The nobles all felt cold and trembling all over their bodies. So don't worry about the territorial security and bandits you mentioned. Volp will lead the Templar Knights and 5,000 mercenaries to solve the trouble for everyone. Having said this, he looked at the nobles and said, Don't worry. That kid has been a bandit before. He will definitely help you carry it to the end. The people he captures will be fed to my ogre slaves. The faces of the barons turned pale. There was a guy who had just followed the trend and fell down from his chair. This is to kill them all. There is no bottom line. This lunatic doesn't care at all about the things he uses to blackmail others. And if this guy is really determined, it won't even take a few months to deal with him. But does he really have such determination? Are you really afraid that the situation in the East will suddenly change? The sweat on the heads of the nobles couldn't help but fall down. Look! Look! These bandits are making you adults worry a lot. George pointed at the noble, turned to Michonne and said, Go and ask someone to tidy up the guest rooms in the castle for me, so that you adults can stay a few more days. Now you can see that there are no bandits. After being fooled, many nobles felt their eyes darken, and they suddenly understood one thing: it wouldn't take more than a few months. It's today. Why are the nobles of the valley united together with one mind? It's all hacking fake. The attitude he has expressed for so long is a hacking lie. Now everyone has thrown themselves into the trap and sent their heads to his hands. And they negotiated ridiculous terms, already served in one pot. Brenda looked at Michonne, who was about to go out, and felt like 5 thunderbolts struck him. He suddenly stood up and said with a trembling voice, My lord! My lord! I also have private soldiers and knights that I can lend to you. My lord! After hearing these words, the nobles were completely dumbfounded. Seeing this bad guy who was the first to stir up trouble and the first to surrender, they all quickly stood up, vying to show that they had someone to borrow. Lend it to me? George raised his eyebrows and looked at Brenda. Aren't you worried about bandits? Sir, with the Knights Templar and the Bienham mercenaries here, I believe this won't be a problem. George looked at him and nodded. I borrow money from people, but I never like to pay them back. Right? Brenda felt her vision go dark. He gritted his teeth and said, It is their honor to join the Knights Templar. As the head of the family, I am honored. He. George's hearty laughter resounded throughout the hall. Feeling extremely comfortable, he looked at the nobles and said happily, Tonight, I will treat you all to a dinner. All lords, under the Duke, it has been a hard journey to become a lord. So you can rest here for a few days. These words made many nobles look pale. They knew that before they were completely eliminated, they would probably be under house arrest in this castle. Chapter 203, The Special Captive of Freedom. For this matter, the meeting continued again. After all the nobles expressed their opinions and mobilized most of his knights and part of his private soldiers, Martin accepted the letter with the seal stamped by the nobles. These knights and private soldiers are different from those young men. If Michonne can't deal with it, Martin will have to come. Now Martin is not only very familiar with various nobles and noble knights, but also understands more and more things politically after getting involved with Gaster. In his opinion, these noble knights are actually easy to deal with. In the past, when they followed the Lord, apart from the education they received from childhood, the most important thing was their status as nobles and the knightly fiefdom they might have in the future. Although there are very few knights who can get fiefs, they are role models who stand there and set a goal for others. And even though 99% of the knight fiefdoms in Rodent are not hereditary, if the knights died fighting for the Lord would take good care of their families and even train their sons to become knights. Among those die-hard retainers, if their sons become knights and perform well, they are very likely to obtain fiefs. But now most of the knights who own fiefdoms have become small lords. Those who hang out with the head of the family, even if they have a fiefdom, are the kind that have no race, or even people. Everyone gathered in small camps, and the so-called food guards had long existed in name only. And the head of the family who can protect them and maintain their interests has long been like a clay Buddha crossing the river in this doomsday. The knights crowd around them just so that they can live better and live easier in each of the shelters. It's just down. If you have a lot of thoughts, you may expect that your efforts will get you something in the future. But no matter how high their expectations are, they still need a platform. This is something Martin really feels. Therefore, he felt that after the boss drank and released his military power, the job of receiving the armed forces was not as close to death as Ms. Han imagined. On the contrary, it is a greater opportunity for myself to look forward to the future. One step is one step further than Jack and Ms. Han. The total number of these knights is 300. And if you include the private soldiers, it will reach 3,000. Compared with the Bienham mercenaries, their military quality is better, and their equipment is more complete. But their thinking is poor. There are also many people who help the emperor to do harm, and more efforts should be spent on training them. And they can't manage like that, because it makes them worse and even mercenary. Therefore, many bad habits must be corrected now. However, George was very relieved to leave this matter to Martin. And he also had the intention of establishing this team into a second legion, led by Martin. In addition, George also sent some priests. These priests will have military ranks, live and fight with the sergeants, and lead by example, gradually changing the minds of the noble knights and private soldiers. They understand what is really important in this doomsday, and they also understand that someone must stand up, and that person is themselves. They will become the second legion. The shortage of personnel has been solved in this way. As for defense and the bandit nobles, the bandits will not be able to fool around for a few days, so the defense will naturally be better. However, George still left some armed forces for the nobles. He still needed these black gloves to fight evil and do the angry things that day. However, after the number of knights in the hands of the nobles decreased, these private soldiers were equivalent to some domestic slaves. At most, they can help them look after the castle, manage the people, and prevent them from being killed by the people when they implement their iron-fisted policy. It is impossible to cause any trouble, because most of the young people have flowed into the shelter from their hands since last month. This combination of punches caused the noses and faces of the nobles to swell, and at this moment, they realized that this big lord might have wanted to centralize power for a long time. After the matter was settled, George drew some pie for them. Garvey and others here were like role models. After that, they called some legion soldiers who had returned to the school grounds for training and sent the nobles back to their guest rooms to rest. Of course, I won't really let them stay for too long. I just let them feel it and think about it carefully. Don't get hot-headed and cause trouble when they get back. After seeing off the guys here, George and others held a small meeting to discuss the reorganization of the Wolfslayer Legion. The new Wolfslaying Legion will absorb 1,000 people from the Bienha mercenary group, and another 500 people from Mizhan, and will eventually reach 2,000 people, actually about 2,003. But some people were singled out to Volpe. Although these mercenaries have done a lot of work during this period, their combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. But they are all used to a little bit of the mercenaries' problem: greed for profit. They need to be rehabilitated at the shelter campus and have Mizhan and the priests provide them with psychological counseling. When their mentality changes back to the state that professional soldiers should have, George will take them to find Spider Law for sponsorship. As for Agron and other ogres, George planned to take only a few. They are a bit big and may not be able to be used in the mines. And the shelter now needs labor like ogres. The new school ground has not yet been expanded, so this matter can only be postponed. But the strength of the legionnaires should be enough, judging from their achievements and strength. The number of legionnaires, with the qualifications of sergeant major or white robe knight, has reached 20%. And some old sergeants are even old enough to wear red robes. Therefore, if you pick from the legion, the number of red robe knights can reach 100, throwing away the judgment knights managed by Volpe. While the original number of old white robe knights is not more but less, which is also 100. Because some people have already put on black robes, Knights of Judgment. At present, there are 80 knights in the ruling, leading 300 soldiers. As the soldiers' abilities increase, they will gradually wear black robes. Interestingly, most of these Judgment Knights are ascetics. George is somewhat interested in whether their current mentality has changed, because some knights told themselves in previous letters that they felt deeply ashamed of what they had done. Hope the boss can find someone else to take their place. On the contrary, some knights or sergeants working in the Bienha mercenary group have misunderstood the blood descendants more and more deeply. This problem stems from some cases they have taken over. After witnessing those crimes, I felt a deep hatred for the blood descendants. After the discussion, it was already afternoon, and the managers returned to their jobs. George took Aggie and Lorna to Anthony's laboratory. As they passed by the restaurant, they grabbed some snacks. "What's the name of that spider leader?" George wiped his mouth and asked Lorna. He remembered that Lorna mentioned to him that Anthony had looked up some information about the mine in some documents in the Black Pearl Library. Lorna stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth, thought about it, and said, "Siljak, the Great Demon Lord. The name sounds like a female." George raised his eyebrows and smiled mischievously. But when I thought of the disgusting appearance of the spider, I couldn't help but feel a chill again. "Yes, I have breasts." Lorna touched her lips and remembered the dream she had had. "Nonsense." George remembered Anthony's latest detailed assessment of various monsters, put his arm around Aggie's shoulders, and quickened his pace. Nowadays, Aji is enough to become his personal bodyguard. This kid himself is very thoughtful. And now, he has mastered the true biography of an assassin even if he encounters the last time he ambushed Tanya at Black Pearl Manor. He won't have to be almost assassinated by her. Although Alexander is strong, he is suitable for those who are strong and strong. To deal with the Scarlet Enchantress, who knows magic and has a ghostly figure, she has to be the nemesis of magic and assassins like the Blade of Dawn. The laboratory in front of me still has the same door, and 3 people can open it: walking, violence, cheating. However, this time Lorna already had the secret message given by Anthony, and she also politely followed the procedure and lit up the starlight representing the visitors, so as not to disturb the experimental work of the scholars inside. The door was opened by an apprentice. After politely greeting Anthony's chief disciple and the Lord, he gave way. There are a lot more things in this laboratory than before. There are more than 30 busy scholars and apprentices inside. More or less. It already seemed a bit crowded. In fact, the current number of scholars and apprentices in the sanctuary has reached 50. After a bachelor and 3 scholars from the Black Pearl Manor joined, Anthony selected a group of apprentices from the Blood Descendants. And there were also some who escaped during the winter. A scholar and several apprentices. In addition, scholars and apprentices from various noble territories have since joined here. So the number of scholars in the sanctuary has now reached 18. 19 including Rona. However, a few days ago, Aldous and 2 other scholars went to the small town of Golden Maimong with a dozen apprentices. And they have not returned yet. While walking through the experimental benches, George discovered that in addition to the scholars, there were actually several Scarlet Hunt women in the laboratory who were acting as experimental assistants, handling scavengers and other things for the scholars. What's interesting is that the Scarlet Hunt women are very afraid of those good-tempered vampire apprentices. George remembered that the blood apprentices were all maids, because they were very interested in knowledge and had a higher status among the servants of the manor. They often traveled to the library, and their knowledge was quite good. Compared to the real apprentices in the library, they were not professionals. So they were very lucky to be chosen by Anthony. George could tell that these maids were very active and serious. And they also had great respect for various scholars. He was called Teacher. Teacher. Unlike other scholars and apprentices who were all called Boss Anthony. Several sweet-looking girls only noticed someone coming when they saw George and others passing by their experimental table. After he raised his head and recognized George's face, the face that was originally either serious or cautious immediately turned pale. There was a complex look of fear and hatred in their eyes as they stared at George. But after George's eyes glanced over inadvertently, they all started to tremble in panic. George glared at them so hard that they almost dropped the test tubes in their hands to the ground. Then he smiled secretly, ignored the girls, and looked at Anthony in a good mood. When George saw the 3 Blood Knights beside Anthony, they listened respectfully to what the wizard was saying. These 3 Blood Knights looked at Anthony with a sense of reverence. The leading woman, with a very charming face, not only respected Anthony as much as she did her mentor, but was also teaching several female vampire apprentices around her, giving them some magic knowledge. It seems that all the characters in this laboratory get along extremely harmoniously, with Anthony at the center. When the vampires looked at Anthony, they seemed to see a hope to relieve their pain. They didn't know what Anthony had talked about to them during these days. But in this happy atmosphere, when George saw the woman, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch violently. That woman. He and Alexander's group worked hard to capture her, and he almost died because of it. And she was sealed in this laboratory. How did Anthony let this Anne out? The leading female knight seemed to have eyes behind her back. After George glanced at her, she suddenly turned around. After she recognized George, she was stunned for a moment, then narrowed her eyes slightly, and held her hands on the 2 daggers on her waist. Aji raised his eyebrows, and his face suddenly became interested. Chapter 204 Tanya. The most qualified successor. When Anthony turned around, he saw Aji and George squinting at his female bodyguard in Anthony's eyes, while Lorna looked pale beside her. Immediately afterwards, this guy pinned the magic wand on his waist as if to show off, then came up in a few steps and hugged George. "You are finally back. I have been very anxious these days," Anthony said, taking out his scepter from Aji's arms, and walked back to his desk in a few steps. He flipped through the documents on the table. "Where did it come from? Tanya, where did you put it? Come and help me find it." After the words fell, the female knight released her hand from the dagger. At this moment, the murderous aura released towards the 3 people suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Her shoulders slumped and she spread her hands. as if she had just made a joke. With a look of laziness and boredom on her face, she walked to the table to help Anthony look for things. Boss, this girl seems to have a lot of objections to you. Aji quietly approached George and said, but I don't feel any murderous intent from her. George was slightly startled by these words. At the same time, lines of notes were revealed in front of George's eyes. Tanya's information at this moment seemed to be clearer than before. Scarlet Enchantress, Tanya. Unlike Delina and other people who were granted infection and curse and became blood descendants, Tanya was the only one who received Elizabeth's first embrace. After Tanya became a vampire and awakened the witch bloodline, she gave up heavy armor and long swords and switched to light armor and double short swords. After that, the vampire's physical advantages were fully utilized by her, and her ghostly figure was like a ghost in the dark night. She has both magic and martial arts. She once led the Black Pearl Knights to the mountains to fight the giants, and the ogres were once extremely frightened. After feeling the queen's death, the blood all over her body burned. Like her, all of Elizabeth's direct blood relatives were greatly reduced in strength and pain. The Blood Knights who had no intention of fighting finally collapsed in the mountains. But this was not because of cowardice and avoidance, but because of the flame of revenge rising in Tanya's heart, which made her unable to waste time on those giants. After a dispute with Clark's cowards, they eventually part ways. Tanya led a group of knights to sneak into the manor quietly, but what they didn't expect was a well-planned ambush. She still feels very unhappy about her defeat. She thinks that if it weren't for the influence of her burning blood, then even if she couldn't use magic, then that hateful bunny would have had his head turned upside down before seeing her figure. It has already landed. There will be no chance to use the protection of heaven. I will not laugh at myself in that circle of light while using the chains and the holy object to capture myself. Comprehensive combat effectiveness rating in its heyday. Great Demon Lord demonized. Current comprehensive combat effectiveness rating A-R. Note, she has been reborn and is adapting to her body. After being captured, his strength was extremely low because he was trying to quit blood, having successfully overcome his desire. There is a huge difference in strength between her now and her before the corrupted blood burned. Monologue. For the future and freedom of my people, and for the Queen's last wish, I swear an oath to blood. Then, the handwriting of Dawn Light moved and told George something personally. Now the Light of Dawn can tell you more. Tanya, who was born in the kingdom of Elda, is different from all other noble ladies. Her dream has not been to marry a prince, but to become a true knight, because her powerful father wants to marry the 14-year-old Tanya to the dying prince. The stubborn Tanya ran away from home and traveled through the fog to her cousin's manor, and thereafter became Elizabeth's grand knight. No matter what her identity was, she was Elizabeth's true heir. But it's a pity that in this woman's mind, there is only wine and SQ, regardless of gender. And according to you, she is still a scumbag. But anyway, these are just some minor glitches. And it is undeniable that Tanya's strong will makes Dawn of Light extremely amazed. She is the first and currently the only blood descendant who has successfully given up her desire for blood. Elizabeth has great confidence in Tanya. She believes that Tanya will be able to maintain her original intention and lead the vampires to break the curse and move towards the future. She also believed that she could help the priest and kill that person. After Elizabeth's death, the part of Elizabeth's blood in Tanya and others was burned away by Elizabeth. But part of the pure and kind blood in the queen's body still flows in Tanya's veins, although this part of the blood is incomplete, which greatly affects the strength of the Blood Knights. It also unlocks the demonic shackles on their bodies, allowing them to escape from the devil's hands. And Elizabeth's pure blood can no longer provide them with power, but it affects their minds. Now, during the time that Tanya and Anthony were together, they talked about many things. Under Anthony's guidance, Tanya's heart knot has slowly been untied, and she has inherited Elizabeth's last wish, but she has a hard time letting go of you. However, the Grand Maester firmly believes that Tanya will be of great help to the shelter, and she is very eager for this person to lead the vampires. A new ally. To join the sanctuary. Her attitude will affect all the vampires hidden inside and outside the sanctuary. Tanya did not fully express her position on this matter, but the blood used in the latest Blood Chaser Pocket Watch 3 comes from this Miss Tanya. It turns out that when the real successor was caught before here, the Light of Dawn just said that this person was a little special, and he wanted to stay. Damn it. Otherwise, I would have killed this damn bitch long ago. George still has lingering fears about the meat sale, and holds a grudge. He really didn't want to keep this kind of magical assassin by his side. But the hint that Dawn's Light had given in the note couldn't be any more straightforward. Thinking of this, George's eyes darkened slightly. He felt that it was possible that Tanya might be the only one among the blood descendants who knew all Elizabeth's thoughts. And Elizabeth can trust her unconditionally. Which shows that Tanya is also a person who has the same ideals as her, and is willing to sacrifice herself to protect the future of the valley. This can be seen from her attitude towards Anthony. But the relationship between him and her Liangzi is not small, this hatred of killing his sister. No matter what the reason is. Whether it is her sister's wish or not. I'm afraid it will be difficult to resolve in a short time. While George was thinking, Secretary Tanya had already found Anthony's list on the table. After Anthony saw the list, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Tanya. Without your help these days, I really don't know how many things I would have lost. Show it to George quickly. Hearing this, Tanya threw the list on the table, then leaned there with her arms folded and looked away. There was an unconcealable disgust on his face, as if he didn't even want to look at the person in front of him. Compared to George, Tanya seems to be extremely interested in Lorna. This was not the first time that his eyes secretly looked at this girl. During this secret observation, Lorna felt her heart tingling and goosebumps all over her body. I don't know if it's her hallucination, but Lorna always feels that if there is no one around, this woman with a piercing gaze, a bit scary, will definitely rush over and hug her. She couldn't help but tugged on George's sleeves. At this moment, Anthony suddenly patted his forehead. The crisp sound interrupted George and Tanya's thoughts. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced you yet. It seems like you already know each other. At this moment, George's face couldn't help but turn pale. He looked at Anthony and wondered if he had released this murderer as an assistant because he confused the prisoners. George and Tanya couldn't help but look at each other, and then looked away with disgust. Among the entire room, Anthony was the only one who didn't notice anything was wrong between the two of them. Anthony said, although Miss Tanya has proved that vampires can get rid of their blood addiction, I don't think everyone can do this. However, the potion has a clue, although it cannot make it they completely get rid of their status as blood descendants. But for ordinary people suffering from the poison, not only will the infectivity of the blood poison be eliminated normally, only the first embrace can transform the vampire. But just one bite of the blood poison. This will greatly reduce their desire for blood. And they can even absorb a small amount of energy from other foods. According to theory, as long as they are not injured, they only need to drink 1 liter of blood a month, which is enough to meet all their blood needs. These words aroused George's interest. What about sunshine? Anthony? If blood descendants can only live in darkness. You know, people always like to associate darkness with devils. I hope these sick people and be able to have a normal life in the future. It is impossible for humans and blood descendants to live as intimately as the same kind. But racial hatred must not form. In this doomsday, the power between humans and demons is ebbing and flowing if possible. Even the demons, as long as they can obey. George will also give it a priesthood. To this end, he also specially formulated a blood elf plan. This plan was previously discussed by George with Anthony, Grandma Hathaway and others. In this plan, both humans and vampires will think that they are just some special good elves. In this kind of brainwashing, no matter the blood descendant, he did something wrong, then even her kind would not let her go. Those who eat people are all vampires possessed by demons. In this view, humans, blood elves, ogres, and even any creature will become a vampire as long as they are bewitched or possessed by demons. And it was precisely because of the fear of the blood elves that the demon specifically chose the blood elves to possess. This corresponded exactly to the story of the Black Pearl Manor advertised in the tavern outside. The blood elves will become an invisible shackles on the bloodborne, just like the Templar Knights, who have been brainwashed and indoctrinated with various ideas since childhood. They will strictly follow the strict doctrines and standards of the blood elves. Ask for your own. The reason why George considered the bloodborne was just for the stability of the territory and to have an extra help in dealing with the demons. But the words in his mouth, in the eyes of others, seemed like the sincere consideration and acceptance of the blood descendants. These words made the blood descendants present, who had been quietly pricking their ears, slightly moved. George, we cannot develop the sunshine potion before the antidote is produced, Anthony said seriously. Many vampires cannot control themselves before they detoxify. If they are allowed to do whatever they want in the sun, it's absolutely not possible to walk. After George heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Of course, he knows this. The order of research and development is determined by himself. But this Anthony's emotional intelligence is too low. Saying these words in public is simply telling the blood descendants around you that you are all potential criminals. Sure enough, after Tanya and others heard this, their eyes couldn't help but dim. However, I developed an anti-scratch cream. Strictly speaking, I have to thank Baron Edward for providing the original formula. I have made improvements. I think people like Miss Tanya should use these things before the Sunshine Potion is produced. They can become temporary substitutes for some people. Anthony touched his chin and continued. However, there is an important material that has been consumed in the experiment. Some tasks have been posted, but there has been very little response. So you have to go and do it yourself. You want me to run away? Where to go? George was stunned and grabbed the list on the table. Checked it out, Anthony explained. The one I circled here needs you to bring some back for me later. Others have been taken care of. I plan to collect various herbs and plant them in the shelter. After all, there is sunshine here, so I only plant them. Food is really a waste. Some of it can be used by the vampires. The rest is our future inventory. George looked at the list and found that the most circled places were concentrated in 3 locations. One is the Black Pearl Lake, but although there are many, they are somewhat scattered. One is the Great Swamp in the mountains to the north. One is the mining area in the northern mountains. Anthony marked it as the Demon Spider's Nest. And this Demon Spider's Nest is right next to the Great Swamp. Well, in fact, I think the most potions should be in the northern mining area. At this point, Anthony looked at Tanya. Miss Tanya has been there. Well, what did you say before? Those demon spiders from the netherworld made a magic medicine garden there. Tanya opened her mouth slightly and said, with a lazy magnetism in her voice. It was the first time that George heard her speak, and the voice seemed completely opposite to the fiery temper he remembered. He couldn't help but think of those gentle looing elder sisters. But the girl in front of him should be several years younger than him. Yes, the potion garden. Unbelievable. Anthony rubbed his hands excitedly and said, George, currently we have basically collected 3 levels of ghost potions, common, rare, and treasure. It's complete, I think, except for the netherworld hell. There will be no more complete potion garden than ours on the mainland. And these magic spiders come from the netherworld hell. Speaking of this, Anthony's eyes could not hide his excitement. According to Miss Tanya's description, I think those magic spiders should know how to use the magic hub energy of Angela Crystal to create magic field environment. Therefore, the potion garden there must be very rich in potion types. There may be some of various elemental types. If this thing is done, our potion types will not be lower than those in the Forbidden Sanctuary. Some more. George nodded and knew the next task. Okay, Anthony. I will find a way to make that mining area your new potion garden. Chapter 205 Temporary Allies? Ahem. George. In fact, it's okay if you just steal some. You don't have to take such a big risk. Anthony said, a little duplicity. George glanced at Anthony and knew what he was thinking. Then, he set his sights on Tanya. This woman's attention seemed to be focused on Lorna. He approached Anthony and asked in a low voice. Anthony, are you planning to let this stinky bitch take me there? Of course you need Miss Tanya. George. Otherwise you will get lost in the underground maze. Anthony felt a little strange and said, and my students also need a bodyguard. Ahem. Don't you think there is one more person? Are the bodyguards good? George couldn't help rolling his eyes. He felt like this guy was an idiot. Let a vampire who wants to kill you follow you. This is simply crazy. Anthony, do you think my visit this time is not exciting enough? George asked in a low voice. He really wanted to slap this idiot wizard awake. How could it be? Miss Tanya will never cause you trouble. Don't worry. George, she is not only careful and reliable, but also makes people feel safe. Miss Tanya is very powerful. Anthony shook his head. Stand up. His eyes looked at Tanya, full of admiration. A sense of security? George's eyes widened when he heard this. And he said in his heart, the sense of security I feel now comes entirely from Aji. After Anthony finished chatting with George, he already looked at Lorna minding his own business. Although he suddenly discovered that Tanya had gotten together with Lorna at some point, and was gently holding Lorna's little hand, asking questions like a gentle big sister. But in this gentleness, Lorna's whole body seemed to be tense, very stiff. After seeing Anthony's gaze, Tanya did not let go of Lorna's little hand. Instead, with a smile on her face, like a female gentleman, she nodded slightly to Anthony. Anthony saw that his student was getting along with Tanya in harmony, and he couldn't help but happily patted George and asked him to look over there. He smiled and said, Look, George. At this moment, there was a flash of lightning intertwined between the eyes of George and Tanya. Iron Man Anthony didn't notice anything was wrong between the two of them. He walked over to Lorna and looked up and down at his student with his hands behind his back. His serious face was filled with tenderness in his eyes. At this moment, Anthony, who is in his mid-30s, and Lorna, who is 16 or 17, are like a kind father and a daughter who is about to go out. My good boy, there is too much work in the laboratory, and it can't be done here without me. I can't be with you on this trip. But in the midst of exploration and adventure, how can we lack a scholar that Big George? A fool only knows how to use a hammer, let alone the complex situation in the lair. Even for those weird and high-level treasure potions, let alone catch and search for them. It's good that he can recognize them. And you should also learn to be independent. What he said at the beginning was okay, but what he said later became more and more harsh. He couldn't help but curled his lips fiercely. Then, Anthony looked at Tanya and said solemnly, Miss Tanya, you are a true knight. I don't need your protection. The person you really should protect is here. I can trust you. Is it right? Tanya recalled what Anthony had talked about with herself. Immortals can only be killed by immortals. She was not a forbidden wizard, and she couldn't tell whether this girl had such an ability. But she trusted Anthony, a man who couldn't lie. Tanya couldn't help but look at Lorna again. At this moment, looking at this cute little girl, Tanya's mouth went slightly dry and her heart couldn't help but beat. Please leave Miss Rhoda to me. I will protect her safety with my life. Tanya suddenly straightened her lazy waist and patted her chest like a knight. A heroic military temperament suddenly appeared on her body. At this moment, Lorna looked at the somewhat handsome female knight in front of her. She didn't know why, but her face felt a little hot, and her head felt a little dizzy, just like when George protected her on that square. The feeling behind you. Suddenly she felt that this somewhat weird big sister didn't seem to be so annoying if she didn't always touch her legs secretly, just as his mother said he was going to take her. George was extremely unhappy with Anthony's attitude of making decisions without him. He coughed several times with an ugly face, but at this time, his presence seemed to be completely ignored. After seeing Tanya take the oath, Anthony nodded solemnly to Miss Tanya. During this period of getting along, they seemed to have established a great deal of trust. Then, Anthony took out a wand from his sleeve and pinned it on Lorna's waist. Lorna, this will be your coming-of-age ceremony. I don't know if it's today, but you already have. I'm qualified to travel alone. Lorna nodded obediently and picked up the wand. When George and Aggie looked at the wand, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. The black gem embraced by the vines at the top of the wand was the heart of Black Pearl. In fact, the one on Anthony's wand is larger than this one, but it is a curse stone. It is more suitable as a container and a controller of souls. Therefore, it has become a tool used by Anthony's laboratory to refine potions, replacing some magic equipment and increasing the success rate and efficiency of potion preparation. Many ghost-like materials were also stored in this gem by Anthony. In addition, the souls of the Scarlet Huntresses and various monsters are currently enslaved and controlled by Anthony using this gem. Although after sealing, the monsters will become stupid, but it does not affect the wizard's research and experiments. So George knew that the Black Pearl Star was the basis for cultivating monsters in the future Shelter Laboratory. It can store power and act as a medium for elements compared to the Black Pearl Star. It is easier to control and more suitable for you. Anthony said this and looked at George. If you want to deal with that Suryak, you will definitely use it with it. Coupled with Miss Tanya's blood magic, the demon will be greatly restricted when casting magic. George was silent for a moment and said, Anthony, thank you for convincing Miss Tanya to protect Lorna, but I am still considering your suggestion. In fact, if it weren't for the light of dawn and Aji's previous statement that there was no murderous intention in this woman would have been locked up again. Let alone the sudden decision to take her away. The so-called consideration was just a way of saying something. It's not meant to be a rip-off on the spot. These words could not help but make everyone present feel a little embarrassed. At this time, no matter how slow Anthony was, he finally understood. He suddenly discovered something. He had spent many days with Tanya. But Tanya's recognition of the shelter, her recognition, and her recognition of everyone did not prove that there was no relationship between her and the person who killed Elizabeth. Question. George, I'm sorry that I didn't take your ideas into consideration, but I have talked a lot with Miss Tanya these days. Many plans of the Blood Elves. In fact, she has provided us with a lot of opinions. Anthony explained anxiously. He stood up, but he didn't seem to be very good at words. Our goals and interests are actually the same. You and Miss Tanya are both sincere and kind people, and we also have noble moral character and high ideals. I think we should stand together back to back and become partners in this apocalypse. Anthony said. Miss Elizabeth redeemed herself. This is the only way for vampires to escape. Even if there is no George, there will be another person, and her biggest wish is for vampires to stand side by side with humans and fight against the doomsday. If we fall into the cycle of hatred, How can she rest in peace even though she has a spirit in heaven? I would like you to help you once to eliminate the last hidden danger in this valley. Tanya, who had been holding her arms and leaning against the wall without saying a word, suddenly spoke. After the blood poison is eliminated, I will follow them and get out of here. At this point, under George's surprised gaze, Tanya took off her gloves and actually extended her hand to him. He could see that in this woman's heart, there was an emotion that could not be let go. But why is it not the case myself? Thank you. George didn't know why he said this. At this moment when the two hands were held together, he suddenly had a feeling that the hearts of the two people were so unified. He looked at Tanya's eyes that were as complicated as his own, and opened his mouth. But when he reached his mouth, he turned into this sentence. Tanya, I think maybe I should believe you. I mean, you won't stab me in the butt with a knife from behind. Right. Thanks for reminding. Dot. Chapter 206 Teresa and Light Wings. Whenever Teresa secretly walked into this hall, she would imagine that she was walking in the sunshine. It is built deep underground in the Cathedral of the Dawn. But no matter day or night, on the walls and domes painted with mythological stories, the sun that breaks through the clouds will shed its gentle sunshine, shining on the statues of warriors, on the body. Teresa loves every mythical story here, heroes defeating giants, fighting demons to the death, knights swimming against the tide of corpses, purifying rotten graveyards, destroying bone demons, defeating liches. But what she loved most was the blood demon battle. The one I disliked the most is naturally slaying the wolf. It was so sad for Teresa. It is said that the statue of that woman is called what is her name? It seems that he is the ancestor of the blood elves. A statue of her was still erected in this area. The moment she was erected, the sunlight scattered on her body, which made all residents and knights recognize this statue. I heard Dan say that he should call her grandma because Teresa is also a blood elf. But Teresa had a grandmother, and she was too young. But Teresa did not deny that whenever she saw this statue, she would feel a very close and familiar feeling from the bottom of her heart, which reminded her of Dan's words from time to time. The sunlight gradually changed its color, and a female angel wearing armor and carrying 12 broken wings of light walked out from the clouds in the mural. It seemed that he was slightly surprised that there was someone in the hall, and he was slightly stunned when he walked down the steps. Teresa was frightened when she saw such a scene. The hairs on her body stood up, and she hid behind the statue of Grandma and was at a loss. Don't be nervous, little bat. I'm just coming out for some air. You won't tell that idiot George. Right. The angel's voice was very nice. As she walked down the steps, her light wings gradually retracted and changed. He looked like an ordinary knight. It looks like those temple masters outside. Teresa believed that this was the first time she saw this woman, but her half-smiling eyes seemed to tell her that she had seen her every time she stole. Teresa looked at her armor with some anxiety. It was white, not black. This reassured her a little, because it at least meant that she was not here to punish herself. But she still asked cautiously, Who are you? Me? My name is Sodi. A hint of cunning suddenly appeared in the corner of the woman's eyes. My name is Soraya. Don't worry. Teresa won't tell anyone, because I came here secretly. At this point, Teresa lifted up her linen skirt and quickly ran under the vent. Get up soon. It's time. I have to leave quickly. Having said this, she closed her eyes and recalled the black cat she saw last night. Then, the surrounding scenery became larger. Her body became smaller. She licked her paws and jumped up. In fact, it is much simpler and more convenient to transform into another creature. But Teresa didn't want to transform into a bat in front of the woman because the workers said bats were evil. Although Anne Hathaway doesn't think so. Before leaving, Teresa stood in front of the vent and turned around to look at the woman who was slightly nodding to her. Teresa recalled Angel's usual elegant look in her mind and used her cat body to make a gesture. Then she felt that this look seemed a bit too funny, and she wanted to imitate that annoying noble lady. Teresa felt a little ashamed. She couldn't help but blush with embarrassment and walked away quickly. Interesting little priest. The woman withdrew her gaze and walked to the closed stone door with her hands behind her back, and the blocked stone door actually opened by itself. At the same time, a note suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Dawn Light would like to remind you that there are currently no female Templars in the sanctuary, so your dress may be a bit inappropriate. Damn it! This is sexism! Then what should I wear to the night market? Let the servants of heaven find me some clothes. Visiting the night market? The Light of Dawn feels a little regretful. It's too late. You idiot Dawn Light! Don't ever try to trick me back again. Ha 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 ha. Dawn's Light doesn't agree with the word idiot, because Dawn's Light feels that the strength of their 7 archangels is inversely proportional to their brains. Obviously, this girl is only smarter than her brother. When Teresa walked into the dormitory pretending to be nonchalant with a water basin, she found that only one person got up except herself, which made her breath a huge sigh of relief. The girl who was sent over just a few days ago nodded cautiously to Teresa. Teresa looked at her eyes that shone slightly in the darkness and gave her an unnatural smile in return. To be honest, Teresa was not disgusted with Laura, a girl from the slums, because he is also a civilian. She even felt that as the only 2 civilians among the 8 people in the dormitory, they should be close to each other. But these people who came from Jinmei town seemed to have a vague body odor on their bodies. Teresa always reminded Teresa of some bloodthirsty and crazy animals. This makes all the vampires feel a sense of rejection deep in their hearts. What did Anne Hathaway call them? Descendants of the bright moon. Indeed, he is a descendant of the bright moon, not a werewolf. Just like blood elves, although they are often mistaken for vampires, they are not at all just a cause of illness. However, those delicate ladies like to call these people from Jinmei town bastards and untouchables. Teresa is not a bloodline believer. She thinks such words are too unpleasant. But she can indeed smell that Laura's blood seems to flow more cheerfully and warmly than that of blood elves. The hair is also a little thicker. But Teresa is very envious of Laura because she is more human. Teresa no longer paid attention to Laura. She hurriedly picked up the Dawn scripture and started reading it. Sodi is definitely not Soraya. This name should make an impression on yourself. Moreover, Mother Hathaway once told herself that the most powerful heavenly weapon only has 6 wings of light. The Lord of Dawn is this kind of angel. He is called Angel, and he is also the chief archangel. He holds the power of the divine seal for the 7 gods and can canonize priests and knights. The holy book was constantly turning in the darkness, but Teresa could clearly see every word on it. Gradually, she read the records about this name Soraya, because its pronunciation is similar to the god of justice, the creator of Judgment Angel and Judgment Angel. It is the favorite of these 2 angels. Common name used. Teresa started flipping the pages again. She remembered that she must have seen the pronunciation of Salati before. Unknowingly, Teresa flipped to this place. The god of the sun, the god of glory. War and justice was once the god of the sun during the age of causes. In the age of chaos, the sun and the moon collided, and the gods therefore and fell. Later, the broken sun split into 2 and turned into twin brothers and sisters. The relatively complete moon was divided into the 3 current moons. And after the collision between the sun and the moon, the stars scattered in the sky are generosity and compassion. The name of Sorati is not mentioned here, but Teresa looked up the names of 3 holy cities. One is the Holy Court, one is the City of the Moon, and the other is the City of the Sun. The Holy Court is in the north, and the City of the Moon and the City of the Sun are at both ends of the twilight line, the equator. On this dusk line, there is a large river that runs through both ends of the east and west continents. The city of Sodadal is the starting point of this great river, the City of the Sun. In Sun City, in addition to the Holy Church, there is also a temple named Sodaraya. Sun City is the former site of the Holy Court, and this temple is where the Pope once stayed. A few centuries ago, the 7 gods issued the last oracle, and the Holy Court began to move north to its current location. Teresa looked at the illustration of Sun City on the picture, and it looked similar to the split sun, like a brother holding his sister in his arms. She couldn't help but feel that her idol was slightly dizzy, and felt that she must have heard wrong. By this time, the roommates had all gotten up, and the sound of the door opening interrupted Teresa's thoughts. The girls who got up were already drowsy, and went out to the bathroom. There was a small spring there with extremely cool water. Teresa loved it, but some girls liked to use warm ones. After a while, almost all the girls had gone out to wash up, except Miss Angel, who was still talking in her sleep on the bed, calling the maid to wipe her face. After hearing her voice, Laura hesitantly took Angel's towel, soaked it, carefully climbed onto the upper bunk, and wiped her face. After Teresa saw it, it was too late to stop her. The cold towel made Angel tremble, and he stood up straight. His head hit the stiff stone roof, and he screamed with a headache. When several girls who returned to the room together saw the scene, they couldn't help but ridicule. "Hey, Laura is really sensible today. But don't you know that you should tidy up my bed first? That's stupid. What if my maid wiped my face with a cold towel? And I will definitely let her sweep the fireplace for a month. Now her wet towel is useful. Quickly apply it to the small bump on Angel's head. Sister Angel, Are you okay? I just had some little bastard warm up my cold washcloth on my body. Angel rubbed his head and took the towel handed over by the last speaker. He wiped his own forehead. The girl who was so flattering to Angel saw that annoying Laura still on the ladder of the bed looking flustered and wanting to apologize. So he pushed her down hard. Laura fluttered and fell to the ground. When the back of her head hit the ground, she was so painful that her eyes were filled with stars. However, the ladies were sarcastic and asked her to make her bed quickly. Laura did everything as she was told. But the malice in these girls' hearts goes much deeper than Laura imagined. After she cleaned up, they actually said that the stench from her body had soiled their bed and asked her to sleep outside tomorrow. The word sleeping outside filled Laura with a sense of dread. You are going too far. Laura, you don't have to listen to any of them. Teresa finally couldn't bear it anymore. She looked at the girls and said, You shouldn't order her around like a servant. After listening to this, several noble ladies looked at Teresa, who was a commoner. The noble ladies were very angry at her disrespect. If a commoner talked to her like this at home, she would be hung up and whipped. It's impossible. But I don't know why. This young lady who looks weak and common always makes the ladies feel fear in their hearts, as if she has seen their master. This level, in George's private classification, is called Marquis. And there are currently only 7 on record, that is. There are only 7 of them still alive. Only Angel had never felt this kind of fear towards Teresa. Shut your mouth. Teresa! Angel bared his fangs. You are a pariah like her. Teresa raised her eyes when she heard this. Seeing that the daily quarrel every morning was about to begin, the girls were all looking around, not knowing who to help. Just then, there was a loud popping sound. The door to the room was suddenly kicked open violently. Everyone looked out and saw a black-robed knight standing at the door. In the room, everything fell silent for an instant, leaving only the terrified gasps of the girls. The knight's cold face lowered the temperature of the entire room. Seeing him holding the ruler in his hand, he was slapping it in the palm of his hand while glancing at their faces and exposed skin with his eyes. It was noisy. The noisy ladies trembled and covered their pajamas with their clothes. Is it finally my turn to be in this room? Teresa and Angel looked at each other and closed their eyes in fear. Chapter 207 Blood Elf. If you keep chirping, I will pull your tongue off and use it to strangle your neck. After saying that, he glanced at the regulations on the wall, and then at the one that was all in order. He stood on the bed, patted the ruler on his hand, and left here with some disappointment. This was the room that Mother Hathaway paid the most attention to. Without an excuse, he did not dare to disturb the people here. The room became quiet again, and the girls pricked up their ears with pale faces. Not long after, there was a roar from next door, seemingly ordering the girls, who had made mistakes, to take off their pants. Then, there were bursts of rulers and cries. And not long after, the door next door was closed, and there was no sound of anyone moving in the corridor. The girl in the next room was crying more and more desperately. A younger lady in Teresa's room finally broke down and covered her face and cried bitterly. She covered her mouth with her hands, not daring to make any sound, and tears of despair flowed down uncontrollably. Angel walked over and hugged her to comfort her. Angel, he is not threatening us. I know he will really do this, the girl said. Don't be afraid. As long as we don't violate the regulations, he can't do anything to us. Angel said this, pursed his lips, and added in his heart, I hope. Teresa whispered to everyone. It won't take too long. Let's all bear with it a little longer. Mother Hathaway said that after a while, the manager here will be replaced. At least it will be a woman. After changing their clothes, the girls walked into the corridor and followed the flow of people to a hall in the underground palace. Some monks had already arrived in the hall in advance. After seeing them smiling at themselves, Teresa and others felt their whole bodies relax. A girl had already crawled into Mother Hathaway's arms and cried. Mother Hathaway patted her back like a mother and comforted the collapsed child. I don't know what the girl said before, but the faces of the people around her were very pale, and Grandma's face was also livid. Why didn't you tell me for so long? Each girl lowered her head and remained silent, as frightened as a lamb. If anyone tells you to strip and check again, don't choose silence again. No monk will allow this to happen. Sister Hathaway said, I will deal with this matter. Asylum, this kind of scum will never be allowed to exist. After grand discipline, Bishop Hathaway lost her temper. She called the other 2 priests. After learning about this, the 2 nuns walked out of the hall with dark faces. Then Mother Hathaway comforted everyone. She vowed in her heart that she would be severely punished. This kind of scum should be hanged after the parade. Gradually, Almost all the people have arrived. There are 600 to 700 blood descendants and 300 shelter residents in the entire hall. These residents are all monks who work voluntarily here. One person is responsible for taking care of 2 blood descendants. Generally, the staff will be fixed, but they will occasionally change shifts with other residents. And the man named Dan was one of these monks. Under the auspices of Mother Hathaway, the vampires and the monks prayed together. Many vampires once believed in the 7 gods and knew the teachings and many prayers. But the prayers here were very different from those they knew. There is nothing to praise the gods. What is grateful is the generosity of neighbors and the dedication of heroes. It praises hard-working people and their belief in justice. Some aristocratic blood descendants who have studied the history of theology said that these prayers have a retro flavor, because at the very beginning, the belief in the 7 gods was so pure. Some people think that this is a kind of innovation and subversion, and even feel panic about it, because the prayers describe what the gods represent, not the gods themselves. But because of this, many blood nobles felt at ease, because they always thought that they had been abandoned by the 7 gods, and the only ones who could accept them might be these unique monks. During the initial period of time, the blood descendants had different thoughts in their minds when praying. But now there are gradually more and more people who are reverent and pious, because every time at this time, they would see a faint light in their hearts. This kind of light was a sudden burst of sunlight in the darkness, which made them very frightened, because this ray of sunlight made them feel a stinging and burning sensation, burning pain. But when the darkness in their hearts is gradually replaced by light, in that stinging pain, their cold blood will feel an unprecedented warmth. Let the restless and longing souls deep in their hearts gradually be soothed, and the desire for blood in their hearts will gradually calm down. What Teresa could feel was beyond this stage. She followed the method Dan once told her to try to accept this ray of sunshine, from the initial stinging and burning, to the later warmth and tranquility. And now, she can already feel a strange power filling her body from this ray of sunlight. It was as if my whole body and mind had broken free from the darkness, discarded the gray rotting embers, and been reborn in the sunshine, possessing a new self. One day, she made a bold attempt and took a big step forward in the vent, exposing her body to the sun. And at that moment, she suddenly found that she had gained the right to bathe in the sun. She cried with joy and flew around in the sunshine. Even if the sunshine was a little dazzling, she was extremely eager for that kind of warm feeling. She believed she could get out of the basement at dawn and dusk, because Dawn has accepted herself. But she never dared to go out, because in the stories outside, they were evil blood descendants. After the prayers, it is time for meals. The food in the cafeteria has been getting better and better recently. Thinking of those dark red wines, Teresa almost drooled. In the past, everyone only drank sour wine. But it is said that after Mother Hathaway's repeated after applying, the matter finally won the consent of the Great Lord. And that person finally made a compromise under the order of the Great Lord. Thinking of this, Teresa couldn't help but feel very lucky, grateful for what Mother Hathaway and the many monks had done for them. And she also treasures every grain of food and wine according to Sister Hathaway. Many old residents have not yet drunk these things. There was indeed a reason why the Great Lord had not agreed to this matter before. Nowadays, the improvement of life has been earth-shaking. In the first few days, they went through a very terrible period. At that time, it was still freezing and snowy outside, and everyone lived in a temporary refugee camp outside the town, isolated from human beings. Not only is it cold and bitter, but we also have to worry about the sunlight coming from that simple house. Maybe the word residential is not appropriate, because their feet are tightly tied with chains. Whenever night falls and the whistle blows, the knights will walk into the house and pull them into the snow to practice. Those who learn to obey orders and prohibitions will gradually be assigned to better rooms. And no matter who it is, after the training is over, they have to go to the church to dig soil and work. The unlucky ones will also be assigned to the cemetery to dispose of dead zombie bodies, or to catch mice. At that time, the Great Lord seemed to have a lot of prejudice against blood elves. He believed in the words of that man, and believed that such a thing as blood elves did not exist at all. It was not until later, with the constant self-proofs of the big guys and the constant efforts of Hathaway, that the Great Lord finally began to gradually believe that the blood elves existed. They were the chosen ones with extraordinary abilities. People with talents and strength and magic are born from ordinary people with 1,000th of the discipline. Like the Knights of Dawn, they protect their families, their friends, and all friendly and innocent people. After that, Teresa's life finally began to change. At that time, Teresa and the others were already used to those jobs, no matter what dirty work it was. The old residents were rushing to do it. And unlike the blood elves, they won't be infected by the plague. As Dan said, there is no distinction between high and low work. Only labor and diligence are the most glorious things. And if you don't do it, and I don't do it, who will do it? The more capable people are, the more responsibilities they should bear, just like those Knights of the Dawn. The blood elves are not as powerful as the Dawn Knights, but they are much more powerful than the old people. Naturally, they should take on what they can. Although everyone still doesn't like doing dirty work. No one is as resentful as before after all. Even ordinary people are not resentful when doing these jobs. And they never even complain. And their work finally paid off, just like the refugees. They first lived in shacks. But during this work, they already had a new house to live in. Being able to live in this Cathedral of the Dawn is something that many people can only hope to achieve. And just as Mother Hathaway said, they do the hardest and most tiring work. So naturally they should have the best rooms. When the toxins in their bodies are removed, they no longer need to be quarantined. Now, on everyone's bed, there are even many things sent by the residents' puppets, dolls and toys. Family members often visit these sick people. The utensils in Lady Sue's room are almost the same as those at home. Studying in class every day is the happiest thing for them. And the daily physical education is the thing that makes them cry the most. I heard that they have recently added a physical education class, excrement picking. And when I was voting to decide, with the encouragement of Mother Hathaway, I also cast a vote. I heard that many people have already taken this class, and don't know when it will be their turn. Teresa already regretted it a little. However, after the dung-picking vote was passed, as the Blood Elves continued to participate in these tasks, the skills vote was finally passed unanimously in the vote of the citizens. Perhaps, we are not far away from getting rid of our slave status. After that, Teresa will have the opportunity to become a knight, or a priest, even wizards. Indeed, he is a powerful blood elf. And he should be like Knight Commander Jack and Sister Hathaway, protecting the weak. Although it is honorable to take on part of the work of disposing of monster corpses for the people of the territory, how can it be compared with the honor of taking up arms? If I become a priest, does that mean I can go to the night market casually? Is it possible to wear divine pattern armor like the beautiful elf that walked out of the painting? Teresa clasped her hands together, with immense hope rising in her heart. Chapter 208. The Turd-Picking Noble Lady. The food in the cafeteria is good. In theory, vampires can actually eat all food except garlic. But they can't absorb energy. And because many people have not eaten solid food for many years, their stomachs have not been functioning properly for a long time. So they often vomit at first. But gradually, everyone got used to it, and could finally eat like a normal person, although it has no taste. It makes people happy when eating it. It is said that after detoxification, their sense of taste will also return. You can even get some energy from certain things. As a civilian, I have never tasted such good-looking food before. In fact, everyone ate swill at first because the man, Wolpe, said that vampires cannot eat any food. The adjudication team once used this reason to clean up and arrest the blood descendants of various nobles. The Big Lord believes that slaves naturally eat these things. But according to Hathaway, this is a problem caused by the disease. And blood elves and vampires should not be lumped together in black and white terms. Just because it tastes like chewing wax does not mean you can eat shit. Finally, under the appeal of Sister Hathaway, the Great Lord made a decision and let the residents vote. And when the residents discovered that the things they threw away were actually fed to these poor slaves, the residents couldn't help but think of the time when they were slaves. In the midst of that overwhelming vote, the food finally improved. During that time, Dan once said to himself, in the past, monks might feel a little ashamed when they had leftover food. But now they feel like they are committing a sin. Since then, in just one day, there have been no more leftovers in the shelter. In fact, there are now slowly starting to come back. But the residents purchased some pigs from Gushi. So those things were secretly carried out by the monks to feed the pigs. Teresa didn't know why the residents were so kind to them. At the beginning, the residents were a little indifferent to them. And some even became hostile because they misunderstood their identities. And the residents' ideas have always affected the Great Lord. Only a small number of monks, headed by Hathaway, were willing to care for them from beginning to end. But now, there are more and more people who are good to them. She had asked Dan about this. Dana said this. Many of us were once slaves, even sinners, bandits, robbers, and wanted criminals. The asylum can accept us and change us. We believe that it can also change you. Others say this is a sanctuary. Anyone who can enter here is recognized by the light of dawn. The light of dawn represents the will of the people. And the people it recognizes are the people recognized by the people, and should be protected. They seem to like to refer to the seven as the light of the dawn. And Teresa discovered that the residents of the shelter also firmly believed that the light of dawn/seven gods were condensed and born from human will. Teresa never understood the difference. While thinking, Teresa's plate was filled up unconsciously. She woke up with a start and quickly secretly put some back. You know, you must eat all the food put on the plate. Otherwise you will be looked down upon by everyone. She found an empty seat, occupied another seat with a wooden cup filled with wine, and then searched the monks with her eyes, her heart beating faster and full of anticipation. Not long after, the annoying Miss Angel from the same group came first. As usual, Miss Nasty sat in her seat and ignored herself. Usually I don't bother to talk to her, but today it is different. Angel, can you be nice to Laura? You should know that there is no difference in our status here, Teresa said while stirring the oatmeal with a spoon. Shut up, Teresa! That pariah smells bad and is more annoying to me than you. Also, stop being pretentious here. If you like her, why don't you sleep in her upper bunk? I do it every day. I can smell her stink. Angel whispered to Teresa with a pained look on his face. It smells like my dogs who wet the bed. Angel, you're going too far, Teresa said, glaring at Angel. Angel wanted to retort, but couldn't help but glance around. Then she glared at Teresa fiercely. Dad will be here soon. I warn you not to talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will tell him that you wet the bed the night before yesterday. Let him laugh at you. A 16-year-old big girl. Teresa was shocked by Angel's shamelessness, but she believed that this shameless girl could definitely do such a thing. After glaring back at Angel fiercely, Teresa stopped talking and started eating in small bites. Angel complained softly. Using black pearl red wine to pair with porridge and mashed potatoes is simply something that the most vulgar nobles can think of. Otherwise, what should I do with it? A tall, thin, and very clean-looking male monk wearing washed gray linen clothes sat here. He looked at the two girls with his sun-like eyes, and the smile on his lips was as warm as spring. Teresa can't help but secretly fantasize about the taste of spring. The only thing that's a little annoying is that he always likes to cover one side of his face with his long hair, which looks weird, but still can't hide his charm. She blushed and took an egg Dan handed her. After Dan finished pulling out the egg, he handed another one to Angel. This caused Angel to look extremely at Teresa, who wanted to get the egg. However, she has always been the most courageous. She doesn't want to be unable to speak when meeting certain special people. It's just that her words never go through her brain. Sure enough, she answered Dan's question. Today's red wine is from Purple Flower Manor. A wine of this taste should at least be paired with something like Priswan charcoal grilled steak or baked snails with vanilla sauce. Oh, Angel. Dan nodded and said with his eyes widened. You made me greedy. I also want to eat such good food. Teresa knew that Dan was telling lies. Just look at what he ate every day, which was always water and brown bread. Moreover, his life is also extremely regular. This kind of self-discipline once made the spoiled Miss Angel doubt her life. Except for grasshoppers, he would never touch any other meat. Angel continued. There are actually a lot of good things. Steak and snails may be a bit too far for our remote country. The beef and snails nearby are very average. But the Black Lake sweet shrimp, Mantua cream mushroom soup and black pearl stew baked silver cod is actually not bad. These things are actually easy to make in the valley, and one dish only costs less than a piece of silver cod. Of course, as the son of a shoemaker, you may not understand what these things are, and you will think that these things are very luxurious. Angel waved his hands while boasting. His arrogant and ignorant look made Teresa curl her lips fiercely. Teresa couldn't help but said, Angel, you really should go to the castle to be a cook. Thank you, Teresa. Then I must be the chef. Angel raised her head and said, and I will definitely bring you with me. You can help me clean the kitchen fireplace. Cleaning the hearth is generally one of the most menial and laborious tasks in a castle. I am a cobbler, not the son of a cobbler. Angel. Dan nodded, tore the brown bread into a bowl of water, and corrected him. Shoemaker? Then your father must also be a shoemaker. So I must be right to say that you are the son of a shoemaker. Angel pretended to be very smart. Teresa couldn't stand listening anymore. She felt that this spoiled young lady had still not corrected her bad habits. And sometimes she even talked nonsense, unable to recognize her current sensitive identity, and said very annoying things, even those that did not know whether to live or die. But Dan never seems to get angry, and he never seems to be offended by what others say. He shook his index finger and said, No, 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 Angel. My father is not a shoemaker. According to the Lord, I am called a first-generation entrepreneur. Entrepreneur. Have you heard of it? This is a very honorable title. Maybe I will open a shoe store in the future. Oh, come on. Dan then continued to make more shoes? Angel covered his head and started talking nonsense again. Oh my 7 gods. Do you know how despicable these jobs are? Dan, you are a monk. If monks in this world want to make money, why can't they do something? At least they should do something like running a winery or spices. Right? Blacksmith or baker. Baker is a very respected profession, can also do it. People will look down upon you if you do this kind of work. Teresa stepped on Angel hard under the table to signal her to stop talking nonsense. However, the guy actually stepped back, and stepped twice. Dan didn't seem to care about these words. Instead, he shook his head after hearing these words, pretending that he wanted to educate the 2 girls again. This is not a humble job. If there were no shoemakers, wouldn't everyone have to walk barefoot? I think the job I chose is very good. It allows everyone to have shoes. And everyone should have their own. It's the right thing to do. Even if you are very rich, you should do this because it reflects your self-worth. After tearing off a piece of toast, Dan continued, even a priest should not hang around in the church all day long with clothes to eat and food to eat. In addition to voluntary labor, he should also find other things to do. Angel, the belief in the light of dawn tells us that we should be diligent and diligent. Those monks you have met, I am afraid they have long forgotten the belief in the 7 gods are not serious monks. Teresa couldn't help it any longer, and said, Angel, I saw you were so happy when you were turning over straw yesterday. I didn't see you doing anything menial. Angel blushed after hearing this, and while tapping his empty wooden cup with a spoon, he said, my father sent me here to experience civilian life. You can work with me. You should feel honored. After speaking, she gritted her teeth and glared at Teresa. Teresa covered her head. She suddenly realized that Angel was still dreaming that his father could take her back. I feel honored. Angel. Dan nodded and said seriously, including Teresa, I am also honored to work with you. I feel very honored for every additional worker in the shelter, because we are all working for the future. But, Miss Angel, you should change your clothes today. At this point, Dan stopped talking. Angel looked at the brand new lace palace dress she was wearing, and said with ridicule in her eyes, maybe I should get my hat too. I heard that my father spent a long time for those black swan feathers. You can't let it gather dust somewhere. What kind of work are we doing today? Dan ate the last piece of black bread crumbs, drank the water in the bowl, and wiped his mouth. Pick shit. Looking at the balls of linen wadding that Dan took out from his arms to stuff his nose, Angel fainted from the chair. Chapter 209, The Tipping Point. Before she even reached the upper floor, Teresa, who was carrying the load, heard the sound of whips and angry curses coming from above. She knew that man was angry today. The things his subordinates did in the dormitory were finally reported. Indeed, today is a day of infamy for the Knights of Judgment. What happened from the mouths of the blood descendants was no longer a day or two. When Volpe first heard it, he was simply in disbelief. And when he uprooted 7 or 8 people, his anger could not be increased. He almost killed these people on the spot. But he really couldn't do it. Tell me, did you ever feel afraid when you rushed into the body of the bone demon? A whip exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the Knight Commander of Judgment roared angrily. No! The person who was whipped did not let out a cry of pain, and the words in his mouth were clearly audible. Did you ever feel timid when you were escorting the caravan and facing the tide of corpses alone? No! When you were guarding the eastward moving team and were ordered to die to resist the following ogres. Did you ever hesitate? No! When he walked into the hall, Dan paused for a moment. The 2 girls grabbed the corners of his clothes and looked at the crowd standing on the high platform in the light of dawn with pale faces. Regarding the cruel trick played by Volpe, Mother Hathaway felt extremely complicated. The surrounding knights and soldiers also had different expressions. Some people were unhappy, while others looked at the criminals with angry expressions. Some people closed their eyes, not wanting to look at the naked knights kneeling on the ground, their backs whipped beyond recognition. These people were once heroes who faced death without hesitation. In order to protect mankind, they are willing to sacrifice everything they have. But monsters are not on their list. But those poor boys and girls, are they really monsters? They are all living people. People who have been bitten. Everyone gets bitten one day. Shouldn't judging good or bad not be based on behavior, but based on status? However, When a knight who once shed blood and tears for everyone made such a mistake, should he be hanged after the parade? Anne Hathaway's heart is extremely complicated. The Lord did not express his opinion on how to deal with this matter, but left the decision-making power to her. According to my initial thoughts, this scum must be expelled from the shelter. But now I have begun to hesitate. Fallen hero. Still a hero? But the moment they raised their weapons and stood up, weren't they heroes? She somewhat understood why George, that treacherous boy, had left the decision-making power on this matter to herself. After all, the palms and backs of your hands are all flesh. Indeed, Mother Hathaway knew that Walt deliberately mentioned these things in front of her and beat him to death. Also deliberately doing it to show her. It's not even clear what this guy is thinking. But what he said was all true. While thinking about it, Hathaway had already made a new decision after the punishment. He would remove the title of Dawn Knight and be exiled to the labor camp where Clover was building the big city wall. If one day they can realize their mistakes and repent, you can give them a chance. If not, this is elimination. The fallen Knight of Dawn no longer deserves to be called Knight of Dawn. After Dan and others watched for a while, Ian came towards him with a few knights. He gently advised Dan to leave. Dan nodded to his good friend and left with the vampires. The town of Dawn is still lively at night. The transportation team and the torches formed a long queue and continued to the east. There were bonfires burning among the shacks around the shelter. Although there were fewer fires than yesterday, the noisy sounds there could still be transmitted here. But the busiest thing is the main street of Liming Town. It was just after dusk and the night market had just started. And today is the Festival of Lights. Anyone who has received today's wages will come here to hang out. Looking at the bustling neighborhood in the distance and the crowds of boys and girls, Teresa and others were very envious. But when I thought about my work today, my face immediately turned sad again. Angel lifted the burden on his shoulders, tightened the linen wadding in his nose, and said to Teresa beside him, "Teresa, if one day the blood poison in my body is cured, can I also join in the fun?" Having said this, Angel thought for a moment. "I can take you with me. I need a maid to help me carry my things." The first sentence sounded like a personal statement. But after hearing the next sentence, all the pleasant expression on Teresa's face disappeared. She said sarcastically, "I don't have that honor to serve as an eldest lady like you." "Maid." Angel thought seriously for a while and said, "What you said seems to make sense. Dot." The feces were actually fermented in a dedicated area of the church, in an area in the southeast of the town. A location has been divided. Many people have begun to work here. They collected the feces that had been exposed in the past few days, as well as large pieces that could not be distinguished. But there seemed to be bones inside. Crush the coke and sift it through a sieve to leave fine foam. Then pour it into a mound and stir it up with a shovel. The stuff in the mound had a strange smell, and the priests all knew what was mixed in it. In addition to the main material of golden garbage, there are also some river pond silt, special rotten plant stems and leaves, plant ash, etc. mixed in. The relevant proportions have been studied by scholars, which can remove corruption and decay, toxins coming out. After pouring the excrement into the fixed location in this area, the two girls looked at the workers who were sifting the excrement and stood there for a long time, understanding why their friends, who came first, were crying. After seeing Dan bring over a sieve, Angel fluttered and knelt on the ground. She grabbed the corner of Dan's clothes and burst into tears. "Dan! Please! Please, Dan, don't let me do that! I can do anything you want me to do! You can go to the castle and let my father do it! Doesn't he want to apologize? Tell him that this is my test for him!" Teresa also had a livid face. To be honest, she had done any job in the past to make a living. Picking manure is also one of the jobs that can earn money to support the family. But she had never sifted stool, and she didn't understand why such a process was necessary. In fact, this is true even for many farmers. They have never done this work with such meticulousness before. "Dan!" There was a slight tremor in Teresa's words, and the stench nearby kept getting into her mouth even if it blocked her nose. "Didn't I say there won't be any spring planting this year? It's just that we don't have spring planting here. After the manure is prepared, it will be sent to the other side of the river and the rat territory." Speaking of this, Dan pointed to the densely packed shacks in the distance. "Otherwise, the manure will be all wasted. And there are indeed some experimental fields that need to be planted. Anthony plans to cultivate some new potatoes and sweet potatoes. There are also several small potion gardens if you learn well. I can apply to Anthony, let you enter his potion garden. This way you don't have to move stones to the big city wall on the east side, as you know. People started working there 2 weeks ago." Dan thought in his mind, Even if I want you two to go to the Great Wall, Gaster and Anthony won't do it. Cats. This is not for you. After saying this, an imperceptible smile appeared on Dan's face, and he threw the sieve in his hand to the opposite side. With this gentle flick, the sieve flew directly out for dozens of meters. And it's very accurate. The waving knight opposite reached out and took it. After saying that, under the hopeful gazes of the two girls, Dan pointed to a manure pile not far away. I opened the back door specially for you two. The three of us will dig up the manure pile and finish it. You can leave work early. The two girls looked at the big pile of dung that was much higher than the two of them combined, with their lips pursed and tears streaming down their faces, and they rolled up their sleeves. There are many large dung piles like this, and usually there are at least a dozen people working on them. However, there are usually only two groups of people working on the dung piles where people from the shelter lead the blood descendants. Dan's group was even more exaggerated. There were only 3 of them in the entire dunghill. But the two girls didn't say anything because of the number of people, because they knew that Dan was very powerful. I don't seem to be young either. Angel waved his shovel and cried. Manure was flying on top of her head. She kept crying about how the big devil abused her and didn't take care of her father. Teresa, on the other hand, was working hard without making a sound. Finally, she seemed tired of hearing it. Teresa pointed to a group of people not far away and said, "Look, they are doing this too. The fattest guy is the guard chief of our shelter." Dan looked up and saw that Teresa was referring to Miss Hahn. Near him, there was a group of noble knights and noble private soldiers. Oh, it was the fat man who brought the new soldiers to work. Dan said, "Those noble private soldiers and knights have just been transferred to the shelter for training. According to the rules, the new soldiers must work during non-mission periods, and the commander must lead the way. Most blood descendants already know that they actually do the same job as everyone else. This makes these slaves feel very lucky. But many noble men and women like Angel still find it difficult to accept such a job for a while. But as Teresa said, even Templar knights and noble knights do such work. So as time goes by, the bad tempers, and bad habits of the descendants of the nobles are about to be eliminated. Similarly, most of the noble knights who came here to dig up manure were punished by Martin for various reasons. What's interesting is that when the noble knights and private soldiers on the opposite side saw that there were noble children and even noble ladies doing this kind of work nearby, they gradually stopped complaining in their hearts. The noble knights also began to gradually think about what the priest said. No matter what we are doing, we are working hard for the future. What was once a menial job in the eyes of many people has gradually changed. Under the dominance of the atmosphere of the shelter, it continues to change those who integrate into it, and continue to influence more people. But some things cannot be changed. The tipping point was a questioner. It was a Gushi lord who rushed to the great city wall with the last group of Gushi laborers. After confirming that Viscount Clover would only leave for the valley entrance tomorrow, the Baron breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude to a shelter citizen. I have been to the shelter many times, and everyone here is very helpful. Conversation. Thank you for your guidance. We have to travel all night if Governor Crawford doesn't see me at the mouth of the valley tomorrow. That evil governor will definitely pull out my skin. As the Baron said, it seems that every asylum citizen, no matter what they do, you will have a strong self-confidence when facing anyone. And this confidence comes from their powerful homeland. During a short break, Teresa discussed this issue with Dan. Dan believed that people need to respect themselves first before others will respect you. But Angel, who suddenly became silent after the noble left, suddenly spoke, different from the previous cheerfulness. Her words at this time were full of deep depression. Actually, Baron Damon is a nouveau riche. He is an upstart who only appeared more than 10 years ago. And he does not have what you would call education. He doesn't know how to respect others. He doesn't even know how to read and respect himself. So others will respect you. It's so naive. Dan, if it weren't for the fact that this is a shelter, Baron Damon knew that he was asking about the people of the shelter. If this is not a shelter, he will come up and give you a whip first, and then tell you to get away because you are a civilian who smells of feces. Chapter 210 Original Sin from Heaven. Fight against this day. You're right, Angel. Maybe you're right. Dan nodded and had to admit the matter. He said, but you are also a citizen of the shelter. And it is also sheltering you. Dan felt that the shelter did not exist in the first place. It is precisely because of many selfless people that it is what it is today. And the people who have allowed it to have the status it has today have also received the rewards brought by the shelter. The civilian himself is not a civilian. He was just a slave in the beginning. Even the most humble slave. I've really heard enough. Dan. Angel's eyes dimmed. I am a blood descendant. Dan. This identity can never be changed. Blood elf? This is a complete lie. My father once thought that I was just sick. At this point, Angel suddenly laughed. Dan. You know. Like you. He accepted me without reservation at first. But in the end, he put a rope around my neck and hung it on me. On the bridge. The vampire was hung for 3 whole days with his original sin. A person abandoned by the 7 gods. Any small mistake will make us be labeled as devils. Sanctuary? Maybe it will accept us now. But there will always be one day. It will drive us out even those knights of judgment have made mistakes. Right? Dan? We are sinners. People abandoned by the 7 gods. Our identity can never be changed. Our sins will definitely make us abandoned one day. Dan pursed his lips. He knew the story of Angel's past. At that time, the blood epidemic had just begun, and many people did not know what a blood descendant was. They hung them from the bridge and threw them into the river just as they did with witches and prisoners on death row. However, the irony is that real witches and devils cannot be killed in this way. After discovering that there was something wrong with his daughter, Viscount Gast had been hiding his daughter's identity from the Black Pearls. But after his daughter bit the first person, he began to have great fear for his daughter, coupled with the fact that Tanya brought people to check the blood poisoning situation. Under the pressure of the two, Gaster hanged his daughter. Gast thought his daughter would die, but Tanya and others thought that those who were hanged were just ordinary death row prisoners. On the night when he hanged his daughter, Gaster was in agony, but it was too late to regret it. He wanted to run to the river that night and bring his daughter's body back. But Tanya and the others didn't leave until the 3rd day, and Gaster also rushed onto the bridge with great regret on the 3rd day. He expected a miracle to happen. A miracle really happened before his eyes. His daughter's body was not only not soaked to death, but also not dead. On this day, Gaster finally knew that his daughter was no ordinary monster, but a real demon. But no matter who her daughter is, she loves her daughter deeply. From then on, he will do his best to satisfy any request of his daughter. And Gaster also became the first person to have a tolerant attitude towards blood descendants. This made Elizabeth take a fancy to him, and slowly let Gaster learn all the secrets. However, Angel didn't think so. She fears every day that she will be abandoned by her father again, because she has original sin. After a brief distraction, Dan came back to his senses. He shook his head and said, "There are no sinners in this world. Angel, I know what a blood elf is. I'm afraid no one in this sanctuary knows it better than me. Blood elf he. Angel couldn't help laughing. His whole body was shaking with laughter. Tears were streaming down his face, and his laughter made Teresa feel a chill all over her body. Angel trembled so much that he shouted, "There are no blood elves in this world at all. That is a story made up by my father and your lord. It is specially made to fool idiots like you. Look at me, Dan. Look at me," Angel said. "We are not elves. We are demons who want to drink blood. This is the original sin that we cannot change in our lives." Dan, tell me that when the residents of the sanctuary are bitten to death one day, and those people who voted for us to live with them, when they see their neighbors playing with their children, what will the blood elves do? Won't it become a noun that represents fear? What story is my father going to make up to deceive people? Can working and enduring suffering change the curse? Can we restore our elves? In this world, the long-pressed anger in Angel's heart burst out at this moment. There is nothing funnier or more stupid than this in this world. It's about. Only a fool is willing to lie to himself with such ridiculous claims. Amid Angel's questions, the shovel in Teresa's hand slipped out of her hands at some unknown moment. Teresa looked pale, and all the strength in her body seemed to have been drained. Indeed, I have been lying to myself. I just made up a dream for myself. Yes, work cannot change everything. This is all just their own fantasy. No matter how hard they try, there is no point. They have been abandoned by the 7 gods. They carry original sin. So what if they can bask in the sun? Those vampires that can walk during the day are the more terrifying things. Maybe I can restrain myself, and even those around me. But people may not believe it one day. A recognized blood elf bit a person to death in hunger. What will happen? All blood elves will become devils in people's hearts. This kind of innate prejudice. They carry original sin. Blood is their original sin. And they can't change this in their lifetime. This kind of prejudice is like a big mountain. As long as one person in the group makes a mistake, the mountain will collapse. Shelter is not their destination. The end is. Dan was silent. For a moment, he, who was the first to participate in this plan and was extremely determined about it, even felt that what Angel said made sense. But in the end, his wavering heart slowly became firm again. He raised his eyes, and his voice was extremely hoarse. Someone once told me that some people are destined to take different paths. And I once thought that I was that kind of person. A person who was born guilty. Dan slowly opened his mouth, his voice extremely hoarse. The voice almost made the two girls unable to help themselves. Because I am a mind slave. Our family has been serfs for generations. When we got to my great-grandfather's area, we became mining slaves. From then on, it has become impossible for us to change from mining slaves to serfs. The residents of the shelter told me that as long as you work hard, you can change your destiny. The veteran told me that as long as you endure hardship, you can overcome it and atone for your sins. But I never understand why I ever. Even my ancestors have always been patient and working hard. But why has it never changed? No one has ever given me any generosity. My father told me that as lowly people, even if we escape from the mine, there is no place for me in this vast world. Dan slowly stretched out his hand and pushed his hair aside. There is a mark that takes up half of the face. This is the most despicable kind of slander. It's the kind of person who can't escape his identity throughout his life. Because its brand will follow this slave throughout his life and be left to future generations. They were all the property of the Lord. Even if one of them changed their identity one day and became a pardon-free citizen, in the eyes of everyone, he will still carry this original sin. As long as he leaves the village or even within the village, there will be a person with bad intentions who will tie him up and sell him. So even if he was pardoned by a certain lord, he would still be treated as a slave. This is the mark of the old world. Just like the identity of the blood descendant. It is something that cannot be changed. It is not only imprinted on people's bodies, but also imprinted on their hearts. It's even more imprinted on everyone's hearts. Because I was born a lowly person, and I have been destined to be like this for generations. No matter how much I am a slave, no one will be generous to me, and my life will never change. Perhaps, I was born guilty, and was abandoned by the 7 gods. If people help themselves, God will help you. It's a complete lie. It was like a heavy hammer hitting the chests of the 2 girls. Their fates are so similar. They all have an identity that cannot be changed in their lifetime. And the person who tells them that they cannot change is the world. I live numbly, only looking forward to the end. Because I know that the sunshine in the shelter and the new beautiful life are just a bubble. I continue to work and live a numb life without any illusions or hopes for the future. Because the end will eventually come. Facing those cheerful and enthusiastic neighbors. I once thought that their happiness was only because they didn't understand. They didn't understand that the sunshine lasts for a while. But the doom is eternal. Until I saw the miracle rising from our hands. Indeed, all my efforts have been meaningless. But that's not because I'm a sinner. It's because of the environment. This world has such a land of hope. Here, people help themselves and God helps you. There, your efforts can be harvested. Here, you can change your origin. Change everything. You said no one will accept you? You are wrong. Angel. After saying this, Dan raised his hand and pointed. And only then did Angel and Teresa realize that they were surrounded by vampires and monks. Besides you, there are at least 300 people and 300 volunteers around you who are willing to live with you. We know what blood elves are and what blood elves are because I have participated in the experiments of scholars. We are formulating this plan. People, this plan is called Blood Elf. It is the true meaning of the word Blood Elf. It represents our incomparable belief that all races in the world can finally unite to fight against this doomsday. We are all willing to be your guides. Guide you from the darkness to the true light. We feel extremely honored to be appointed to be your guide. Because you and we are constantly striving for the new century together. Indeed, there is a countdown hanging in the sky. But it is precisely because of this that we will stand together. Indeed, the doomsday is right in front of us. Just as the countdown in the sky spins to the last moment. Dan picked up his shovel and turned over a shovel of manure. But everything we have done is related to fight today. Dan shouted out what the Lord told him. Man can conquer heaven. Shelter is my mission in life. It has given me new life. A new identity. Ideals and beliefs. In the same way, it can also give all of this to you through the creation and efforts of your hands. You? A mind slave can become a trainee priest, and a blood descendant can naturally become a blood elf. Dan looked at everyone. He stretched out his hand, and with him as the center, a sacred halo shone. Great disciplined priest. Suddenly, with a further understanding of this faith and a more determined thought, he had gone from being a trainee priest to a real great disciplinary priest. The sacred halo released by a priest like this can instantly destroy the Scarlet Hunter when it touches it. The girls who have begun to practice their craft in the church naturally know this. But when the halo enveloped them, the two of them felt a sting and burning in the panic at first. But then in the pain, a soft force warmed the blood all over their bodies, as if reborn from the ashes, full of strength. This moment, in the eyes of those blood descendants, was like a miracle. The 7 gods have abandoned you. But it doesn't matter, because the light of dawn will accept you. Dan looked at the crowd who had gathered nearby unknowingly. We will too. We will all be like this. Because, here people's ideals and beliefs are to create such a new century. In these words, many people raised their heads silently and prayed devoutly to the ideals and beliefs in their hearts. Many blood descendants cried bitterly. Indeed, in this world, there are many people like scum black robe knights. But there are also many people like Dan. And as long as there is a person like Dan, they will have endless courage in their hearts. Angel choked and wiped his tears. Dan, what exactly is the light of dawn? The priest pointed to his heart and said, It is a light in people's hearts. The 2 girls looked at Dan, and in his smile, they felt the light, love, in their hearts. It is like the dawn that pierces the darkness. And it is like the rising sun. Under the power of Dan's super-powerful thighs, the 2 leg hairs hanging on his body quickly ended their work early. It was late at night, but the town was still brightly lit. Many shelter residents and workers have just finished their work at this time, and they all like to go to the tavern to drink one last drink to help them sleep. Wine from all over the place has been gathered in the shelter. The mercenaries often go to various wineries to explore. Bringing them, the wine returned is sold to the shelter. So there is indeed no shortage of wine here. There are also many small stalls selling grilled mushrooms and potatoes in the night market. The stalls often also have sour wine made from wine lees mixed with rotten grapes. Let the workers linger, looking at the lights in the town and the lanterns that were not extinguished. The 2 girls looked at Dan with tears in their eyes, like poor kittens, which made Dan's heart melt. Come on! I'll take you around secretly and buy some clothes to wear. When they came out, they were looking forward to Dan taking them for a sneak peek today. When they got their wish, they immediately cheered. The night vision was still bustling with people. The 2 girls had changed into new clothes in a shed, holding a bunch of toys, lanterns, and food in their hands. They were very happy. Dan suddenly asked about their dreams. Angel chattered a lot, and after seeing a priest wearing a white robe in front of a stall, he asked Dan, Can I also become a priest? Of course. Dan nodded. He followed Angel's gaze and found a familiar figure. He couldn't help but quickly cover his face and lift up his hood. Then I want to be a priest. At this point, Angel's face suddenly turned red and his voice became very low. And the shoemaker. Teresa stared at Angel with disbelief on her face. After seeing Dan's eyes falling on her, she puffed up her chest and said directly, Then I want to be the shoemaker's wife. Angel was stunned, holding the small string in his hand, and stared at Teresa fiercely. The dreams you 2 have are really weird. Dan was stunned and scratched his hair. But as long as you think about it, you will definitely be able to do it. Come on! Boss, that guy's flirting skills are worse than yours. Aji looked away from the 3 figures in the crowd. Having said this, he secretly glanced at Tanya and Lorna, who were guessing lantern riddles not far away. George put down the latest pocket watch in his hand. The hands on it were spinning wildly, scratched his head with a headache, and said absently, 2 ignorant girls. I'm leaving tomorrow. I hope everything goes well. Aji leaned on Alexander's waist, looked at his boss, and asked very curiously, Boss, what would you say if I were you? Of course, I want to say something that can show my social experience and maturity, so as to win the admiration of 2 ignorant girls. Aji was stunned for a long time, and finally gave a thumbs up. Boss, I take back what I just said. You are truly a god. Watching the boss look proud after hearing this, Aggie understands why Tanya has learned to roll her eyes now. It wasn't until he saw the two girls next to Dan in church one day that George realized why his pocket watch kept spinning wildly in the shelter. Chapter 211: The Demon Spider's Lair and the Lost Paradise. Among the Green Mountains, water vapor is filled with mist, and the nearby swamps and the hot springs on the top of the mountain make it slightly hot and humid. Winter has just passed, and summer seems to have arrived here. However, this large sinkhole is still covered with a thick layer of white gauze, like snow that has not melted for thousands of years. Covering the sinkhole, here is the collapsed mine. Looking down from the white gauze, you can see countless living little creatures, densely packed in the interlayers of the white gauze, sucking greedily those sticky things. Flying insects on spider web. In the deepest part of Baisha, there is a huge cave in the center of the sinkhole. It is like the throat of a giant beast, opening up to the sky, big enough to fit a church. There are several large rock-like spiders near the cave lazily carrying gravel, constantly expanding and digging the inside of the cave. A female knight stepped on the stone on the edge of the sinkhole. She was wearing blood-red armor with divine patterns, a windbreaker-style shirt with roses on it, and a red cloak with a sky-blue background and many vines on it. A gust of wind blew by, and the female knight's fiery red hair and fiery red cloak fluttered in the wind. The wind blew her scent into this huge sinkhole. The little spiders in the pit, who smelled this smell, crawled around in the white gauze-like spider webs in horror. In an instant, they were densely packed. The terrifying amount makes people's scalps explode. The female knight stroked the giant wolf beside her twice, with a gentle look in her eyes. Then she slowly stretched out her hand, and her face suddenly became ferocious. Immediately afterwards, the blood of all the spiders in the sinkhole began to boil. Black-green blood kept flying out of their pores on their bodies, condensing into pieces of blood mist, and flying towards her. The spiders' bodies gradually shriveled up into mummies in pain. When the blood mist passed through the spider webs dissolved instantly. In the blink of an eye, a road appeared between the spider webs and the sinkhole, and densely packed bodies of small spiders appeared on the ground. After the blood mist wandered around in the spider web, it flew into the palm of the female knight and formed a sticky blood ball. Afterwards, the blood globule gradually integrated into the body of the female knight. But the blood did not leave any traces on the iron glove. The blood made the woman's dry lips turn red. She opened her red lips lightly, and couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. It seems like she hasn't eaten for a long time. As the cobwebs in the sinkhole dissolved and a passage opened, two giant demon spiders hiding at the entrance of the cave saw the woman. The bodies of these two giant demon spiders were 3 to 4 meters high, and they looked ferocious and scary. However, after seeing this woman, they ran away in fear and ran back to the cave desperately. At this time, many knights behind the female knight had appeared around the sinkhole. In addition to the red-robed and white-robed knights, there are also a large number of Black Pearl Knights, Blood Knights, as well as those terrifyingly tall ogres. The total number of people is close to 4,000, including more than 800 Black Pearl Knights. Some were prisoners of George and the others before, and some were summoned by Tanya later. Tanya, who was originally the second in command among the vampires, seemed to have great appeal among the vampires. After hearing that she had formed an alliance with Sanctuary, these vampires all expressed their submission. "After we break into the first hall, Siljak will send someone out," Tanya said calmly to George beside her. "Let's not show up and mix in the crowd. Let Karoli and the magic spider negotiation compare to me. Most demon spiders are more familiar with him." Kaori was one of the two Blood Knights, who stood next to Tanya in the laboratory. According to the levels, George classified these blood descendants in private. These two knights should both be called Blood Dukes. It's Tanya's adjutant. He is also the Grand Knight Commander of Black Pearl. George nodded after listening. According to their previous discussion, Siljak should be sleeping deep in the spider nest. So even if Tanya comes in person, the probability of Siljak appearing will be very low. Therefore, their plan today is to gather a large force in front and attract a large number of demon spiders, whether it is negotiation or fighting. When most of the demon spiders gathered in the front, he, Tanya, and others would enter the center of the spider nest from a secret passage to meet the big demon lord. Soon, the messengers beside George had blown the horns and waved the flags. The knights swarmed into the sinkhole, and the sound of fighting soon sounded in the sinkhole. Because these demon spiders are also very large, the ogres are not restrained when they move here. These Snowfrost ogres are a head taller than the devil spiders, and their fighting power is terrifying. After putting on the thick armor, that huge body can knock the demon spider away with almost a single impact. And the big maces in their hands can often smash the armor on the demon spider's body in one stroke. exposing the flesh and blood inside. The situation encountered by the Dawn Knights is similar. Although their strength is much smaller than that of the ogres, their bodies are more flexible, and they have sacred weapons and various holy seals. Therefore, the damage that can be done to the demon spider is not much different from that of the ogre. Ogres and Dawn Knights form the front structure of the team. In battle situations, they and the demon spiders were often able to fight against each other. However, these giant demon spiders not only have armor as tough as steel, but they can still maintain their combat effectiveness even after being bruised by ogres. So at the beginning, although the demon spider was at a disadvantage, the team's advancement was extremely slow. But after the Blood Knight joined the battle, the situation began to change. In front of the Blood Knight, as long as there are horrific wounds on the demon spiders, the blood all over their bodies will flow out crazily under the urging of the Blood Knight. As a result, those demon spiders that were not afraid of being injured would soon lose their combat effectiveness after being injured. And these Blood Knights cannot be killed under the terrifying claws of the demon spider, even if their bodies are pierced. So when the Blood Knight joined the front team structure, the battle became one-sided. This kind of thing has never happened before, because the Blood Knight cannot cause such great damage to the demon spider like the ogre and Dawn Knight. They could only rely on their immortality to gain the upper hand in the battle with the demon spiders. But this time, the cooperation between the Bloodborne and the Dawn Knight worked wonders. The battle situation was as Tanya said before. When the demon spiders saw those blood magic, they seemed to have no will to fight. After the knights entered the first hall, the demon spiders quickly stopped resisting. They bowed their heads to express their surrender, and the howls of humans stopping their attacks also sounded. The mine hall was already filled with the mummies of spiders, and the burning embers of the holy fire. The demon spiders stopped resisting, but big demon spiders gradually appeared in each passage. Although they bowed their heads to the ground, they used their bodies to block the passage into the depths of the lair, as if they did not intend to let this large human army go deeper. Not long after, a Spider Queen also came out of the passage and started negotiating with the Black Pearl Grand Knight Captain Karori. Compared to Tanya, the spider seemed to be more familiar with the Knight Commander. Its body is more than 4 meters tall, 2 times larger than an ordinary demon spider. But what is very different from other spiders is that its upper body is not a spider's head, but a straight-up human upper body, which looks like a graceful woman. But she has 4 arms that look like blades, and the human head has a twisted human face. The entire chin is the same as the mouthparts of the demon spider, and there are 6 long and narrow compound eyes on the face. The body of the demon spider below her body has scales that look like crystals. It is supported by 6 chelicerae. Its abdomen is very large, and there are 6 or 7 huge spheres inlaid on the abdomen. These green spheres look like the huge emerald gems inlaid on both sides of the spider's abdomen looked very beautiful in that flash. According to what Tanya said before, the magic spider with this kind of thing on its abdomen knows very scary black magic. In previous battles, they had killed most of the vampires. The Knight Commander spoke to it very rudely. First, in Elizabeth's tone, he loudly reprimanded the spiders for their actions in the necropolis, and gave them a warning and an ultimatum, asking Siljak to immediately come forward to explain. The Spider Queen looks ugly, but every move she makes has a very elegant feel. She humbly agreed and said not to make a big move. But Queen Siljak was not here today, so she would convey the matter to her, and go to the Black Pearl Manor to visit her in person on another day. After a while, the spiders made way for a passage. In the hall that this passage led to, they were specially prepared by the spiders for the black pearls was stored. Carol took some people to check and take inventory. George and others, who were mixed in the crowd, went outside to get the cart with another group of knights. Alexander never entered the mine. He was gnawing apples on a carriage outside. After seeing George coming, he smiled. George. Tanya and others chatted beside the carriage. George, you are really good at lying. What you told Carolee is very useful. The spiders seem to believe it. At this point, Tanya gritted her teeth. But that little bitch, you're very cunning. And you must be determined to be a coward this time. During the conversation between Carolee and the Spider Queen, he accidentally or unintentionally revealed that the blood descendants, the Holy See, and the ogres had reached an agreement. The fact was right in front of them, which also made the spiders very afraid. However, it still failed to explode Siljak. I'm not very good at lying. Tanya, I just taught Carolee to tell the truth. George coughed awkwardly and said. Tanya ignored George. She huffed, leaned on the carriage, took out sunscreen and a small mirror from her arms lazily, and started to touch up her makeup. Call me when you set off. George nodded and started reading the Book of Dawn. On a certain page, there is a note like, "Light of Dawn. You have discovered that there is a real big devil in this valley. Seal it, and the Light of Dawn will help you copy a blueprint in Heaven Lost Paradise." Paradise Lost, the place where demons are imprisoned. The ancient gods can make an agreement with the devil. And so can the Light of Dawn. He believes in your eloquence. Paradise Lost existed in the kingdom of heaven a long time ago. Those angels who made mistakes will be exiled here according to your words. They will be reformed through labor. Although the Light of Dawn does not agree with and accepts these sinful angels. If you build a lost paradise in the sanctuary to specifically transform those demons, the Light of Dawn will still agree. However, the Light used the power of the Light of Dawn to suppress the demons in the lost paradise, which was too costly. So he advises you to use demons to balance demons, what you call discipline. And in this demon spider's lair, there is a good candidate. After imprisoning it, you only need to take care of it from now on. It will take care of those demons that are weaker than it. Remember, the devil is a double-edged sword. Never rely on or trust them. As for these people who have done many evil things and never have the possibility of repentance, if you do not believe their words, the Light of Dawn will not blame you anyway. He will not help you realize it. George touched his chin and said, "Is the secret passage you mentioned accurate?" That secret passage is actually not a secret passage, but a passage connecting the nearby mining town and the underground mine. However, during an earthquake, the mining town was destroyed. It has been in use for many years. I wonder if it has been blocked by the demon spiders. It may not need to be blocked at all. "Who knows? My sister and I have only come here twice, and we came here openly," Tanya said while looking in the small mirror. "I'm sure this matter is very simple. We just go and take a look. If that doesn't work, just hit him head on." After hearing this, the corners of George's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. During the time he spent together, he discovered that this woman was simply a reckless woman with big breasts and no brains. A head-on breakthrough is impossible. As far as George knew, Tanya and the others had never breached the demon spider's nest head-on. Although the vampires finally made the spider surrender, it was mainly because the leaders of the vampires defeated Siljak. At that time, Siljak was very arrogant and led his spiders in the name of negotiation. The rear group made an ambush. As a result, Siljak fled, although Elizabeth and the others defeated the Spider Queen group of the demon spiders. Elizabeth failed to lead the troops into the core of the spider nest after defeating Siljak and the others. But among the spiders in the sky, he had to withdraw from the spider nest. Later, the blood descendants never went deep into this demon spider's nest. Not only were these demon spiders powerful, but this nest was also like a huge maze. After hearing this, George had given up the plan of choosing a frontal breakthrough. If the secret passage cannot be passed, then the best option is probably to go home temporarily and make long-term plans. At this time in the Book of Dawn, several passages inside the cave were crowded with spiders, and there was a blue dot marked Aji on the map that was going deeper. After exploring it, it was discovered that the entire army of spiders seemed to be gathered here. The situation is as Tanya said before. Every time they come to harvest, the spiders will be ready. In this way, when the frontal battlefield begins, they will be able to sneak in from the rear more smoothly, judging from the current battle situation. Although the number of demon spiders is huge, if the knights defend in this cave, the demon spiders will not be able to carry out a siege. In fact, the real terror of the demon spiders is the swarm of swarms. Once the sea of tiny demon spiders gather together, they can devour everything that passes by under the magic of the Spider Queen and the brain spiders. Moreover, this kind of insect swarm often spreads over time and gathers more and more. Basically, if the war lasts for more than a day, the little devil spiders will increase exponentially on the corpses on the battlefield. But this move is restrained by blood magic, although there are not many blood magicians in the team. Blue Wither can make up for it. According to estimates, it will not be a problem to sustain it for a day. In fact, it only takes a few hours. Therefore, the key point is whether we can deal with Siljak on our own side. "You brat! Can we leave?" Tanya had already put on makeup, stood there and waited for a few seconds, then became impatient. "Stinky brat?" George was slightly stunned. He looked at Tanya, who was glaring at him, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. "I'm not that familiar with you." "Right." At this time, Aji had already walked out of the cave. After Tanya saw that everyone was here, she grabbed George and started walking towards the town. "Why do you always think so much? Just go and take a look and you'll find out." Hey, my book. Data, You can skip it if you don't like it. The current number of residents in the shelter is more than 4,000. And the power of hope is 10627/12398. Plus 358 hope recovery/week. After the Battle of the Manor, George created another spark of hope, which consumed 10,000 hopes. In the past 2 months, a part of it has been restored. The new residents have provided some hope. And the celebration of the Lantern Festival has restored a lot of the power of hope. Originally, the hope stored in the shelter was basically full. But George made a new set of number 3 level divine pattern armor and a large shield for Alexander, which consumed more than 1,000 hope power. In addition, there are about a few thousand of the power of hope that George plans to reserve for Alexander to learn the Holy Seal. But he was still a little hesitant about what to choose, because those Holy Seals were all at the level of the Heavenly Arms, and they all cost 1,000 hopes. In addition, the weekly recovery of power of hope should actually be plus 458, because after the appearance of Hall of Valor, Servant of Heaven is no longer consumed. The cost of the night watches have 20 night watch costs 40, but now it consumes 140, which is an extra 100 consumption. I don't know who ate these 100. Dawn of Light also didn't give an explanation. In addition to these powers, there are many powers in the Book of Dawn. They all come from residents outside the sanctuary, mainly the nearly 100,000 workers on the walls near the sanctuary, as well as the small towns with small churches in the Rat territory. Although these people have not lived in a shelter, they are already parishioners under the CEO's rule. Therefore, their spiritual power can be gathered from various chapels into the Cathedral of the Dawn through prayer, worship, etc. And gathering in the sanctuary is equivalent to gathering in the Book of Dawn. In addition, when the Book of Dawn is brought into a church outside certain forces, the Book of Dawn can also absorb the power there. However, according to the explanation of the Light of Dawn, because the person who contributed this power has not yet understood what Dawn is, and what he believes in is actually the 7 gods. This power is the power of faith of the 7 gods. Nowadays, the power of faith has become very chaotic under the shadow of the ancient gods. So this power can only be used for things like sealing demons and creating torches of hope. And because the 7 gods are no longer there, these powers are unstable. So they can only be stored for up to 7 days. At present, the power of faith stored in the Book of Dawn has reached nearly 35,000. And together with the power of hope in the sanctuary, the total is 45,000. After lighting the fire, sunlight is enough to spread to the mouth of the valley. When the fog is dispelled, everyone within the sunshine will be able to give birth to a little bit of power from their hearts. A total of more than 150,000 forces can be gathered. Celiac is a pure demon who can be sealed into the lost paradise. According to the estimates given by Dawn of Light, the great demon lord has more than 120,000 powers. But this Celiac is only a young body, only 11 years old. And if the demons surrender from the bottom of their hearts, the power required to contain them will be greatly reduced. Demon spiders are alien demons and obey the command of pheromones. Once the leader is included, the war will basically cease. Chapter 212 5-person team. According to Celiac, the location of the tunnel is in the mining town below the mountain. After the group passed through the woods in front of them, the town on the ground was not far away. Lorna seemed to be extremely interested in Celiac. She kept asking the big sister next to her about the demon. And Tanya also seemed to be very interested in this topic. With a mysterious look on her face, she started to learn more about Lorna. George eavesdropped for a while, and found that Tanya did indeed seem to have had a fight with Celiac. But there was a lot of bragging in her words. Moreover, this guy has been drawing attention to such privacy issues, intentionally or unintentionally. Lorna, do you know how the devil spider lays eggs? No. I mean the process. Do you know why you lie on her body? As the topic deepened, Rona blushed. But she couldn't help her curiosity. Tanya is very good at driving. Lorna was a little confused. But George was dumbfounded. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more exaggerated, George couldn't stand listening anymore. He coughed, attracted Tanya's attention, and asked about some real things. That guy can't beat me. I mean, don't look at me like that brat before. In the blood moon. She is no match for me at all, Tanya said with a red face. According to Anthony's research, the Great Blood Descendants actually have another form, and the blood moon will be their peak period. But the blood descendants in that state are extremely crazy. There are still many vampires who cannot return to human form due to the influence of the first blood moon and have become things like Jeffrey. George couldn't help but recall the appearance of Teresa. He knew that if Tanya transformed, she might look like that, but much stronger. In that state, Tanya and the others will hear the voice of a person. His name is Aloysius. In the Blood Moon, he can inspire the curse in the blood body and call them become the loyal slave and puppet of Aloysius for the true devil. Only some determined people retain themselves during the first blood moon. In the first blood moon, the real enemy of the blood descendants was actually themselves. But in the second blood moon, no one will be spared. However, as the demon blood in Tanya and the others burned out, the curse was basically resolved. Even if there were some unsteady vampires who transformed at that time, they could no longer be controlled by Aloysius. George didn't plan to talk more about this topic. He said, "I mean her current level of strength. Tanya, I remember you said before that she is very weak." Antony created a hierarchy of powers for various demons. Corruption level. Monsters at this level include both living and undead. But there are also things between life and death, such as scavengers and blood giants. Monsters at this level are highly contagious. Profanity level. Most of the monsters seen at this level are undead with demonic attributes. Blasphemers and doers of suffering belong to this level. While they can infect corruption, they can also infect fatal curses, and can kill ordinary humans instantly. Human beings must have a darkness resistance of 15 or above in order not to be directly killed by the curse. And if the will is weak, or if the will collapses during the battle, the curse that has been transmitted to the body will burst out directly. Experiments have shown that when the darkness resistance reaches above 30, there is a high probability that one will be immune to such curses. Demon Seed. The strength of the Demon Seed is not much stronger than the profanity level, but the Demon Seed has a slight chance of becoming a demon. Crazy blood descendants like the Scarlet Huntress are typical demon species. They cannot be sealed in demonic form by the Book of Dawn. But after they become mad, they will become demons. Their strength may not increase, and there is currently no way to reverse this state. Demon level. Demon level can be refined into 4 levels of power: demon, demon leader, elite demon, great demon, and demon lord. Above the demon level, there is the fallen angel level. There is currently no information to refer to for this level, but Anthony suspects that Elizabeth, who went crazy during the blood moon, should belong to this level. The highest combat power at this level should be similar to that of the Demon King. Fallen angels are equivalent to demigods. When we fought with Celiac, it was between the blood moons. At that time, Celiac was just a very small larval body. She was attached to the body of a powerful underground creature at that time. That underground creature has no brain, but its body is extremely powerful, and its strength should be higher than that of the great demon lord. Tanya began to describe slowly. After Celiac's host body was destroyed, she could no longer carry out possession, and her body also received great damage. Little Celiac lives in this spider nest. Almost at any time, she would be eaten by her strong offspring. In order to maintain her position in the spider nest, and to prevent us from attacking the spider nest again, she gave birth to the 6-winged demon spider and lived in its body. George nodded. He knew that the 6-winged demon spider was the big thing with 3 heads in the cemetery. Although this heir who is completely loyal to her does not know magic, his physical strength is very impressive, especially its acid, which is almost exclusively targeted at vampires. In recent years, Celiac has grown up and no longer lives in the body of the 6-winged demon spider, but their souls are still connected. So I speculate that after the 6-winged demon spider dies in the world, after being subordinate to the lich in the cemetery, Celiac has fallen into a period of weakness. Now, she will definitely not be at the level of a great demon lord. Being able to maintain the level of strength of a demon lord is already the limit. But even so, there are 5 of us. Tanya's eyes wandered over several people for a long time, and finally looked at Alexander. Said, "If you don't turn on the fire, I'm afraid he is the only one among the 5 of us who can withstand a few blows from the demon lord. But if you want to let him fight with Celiac hand to hand, I really don't recommend it. As for our deputy T." At this point, Tanya looked at George with some contempt. In her eyes, this guy, in front of her in that state, was simply a casual person. Crushed bug. But this guy claimed to be Deputy T and explained to himself the meaning of this word. This guy also said that his mission is to protect the 2 girls. "I feel it makes no difference whether I have you or not. I will protect little Rona." Seeing Tanya's gaze, George coughed unnaturally and said, "You don't understand at all. Tanya, my Deputy T is actually a summoning type NEC, you'll understand." George plans to seal a demon spider army in the spider nest. This army is his NEC skeleton soldier. The task of his Deputy T is to protect the 2 violent DPS in the team, Rona and Tanya. He took a look at the strength notes of several people in the Book of Dawn. Alexander A+. Aji, with the Astral Heart, A+. Tanya, A. Rona, with the Black Pearl Heart, A. George, B+. According to Anthony's power division, to defeat the Demon Lord, you must have an S-class hero to lead the team. Otherwise you will need to use people. If it is a group of 5 people, he recommends that the overall strength of the team should reach 5S. However, among the fires, the power of demons will be greatly weakened, and the resistance of humans will be greatly strengthened. In George's eyes, Alexander is an S or S+ hero because he prepared something for Alexander. He felt that getting this copy was enough. Don't worry, Tanya. I will withstand those elite monsters in the core lair. As for Siljak, George looked at Alexander and said, he is much more powerful than you think. But today have not eat. Tanya looked at Alexander with some doubts. This guy is wearing new adamantine armor. The shoulder armor, knees, elbows, and wrists are covered with metal barbs. The thickest part of his chest has reached 3 centimeters. The weight has reached 300 kilograms. And the large blue-gray square shield with barbs, like a door panel behind him, also weighs 200 kilograms. It does look very scary. She felt that although the blood energy, strength in the eyes of blood descendants of this big man was mediocre, his potential was somewhat extraordinary. And the strength is indeed terrifying. This guy actually fell over the ogre lord named Agrin during the wrestling. If this big man's steps could be more steady and his body more coordinated, he would indeed have a chance to stand opposite Siljak. But Tanya feels that this kind of thing should have nothing to do with eating or not. George's footsteps suddenly stopped, and Tanya followed his gaze and looked down the hillside. The mist between the mountains and green fields was peeled away in their field of vision, and a small town covered with cobwebs appeared in front of them. In front of my eyes. George opened the Book of Dawn and found no big spider wandering around the town. I couldn't help but feel relieved. The town is close to a swamp. In spring and summer, it is the time when the corrupting mosquitoes wake up. George looked at the swarm of blood-sucking insects flying above his head, which were as big as a fist. The hair on his head stood up in disgust. Under the threat of these flying insects, several people lit the holy fire around them again and again. However, the flying insects kept flying over like moths to the fire, disturbing several people, even Tanya. After drinking blood several times, her face flushed as if she was drunk, and she staggered. Later, she simply leaned on Rona's body with a charming look on her face and stopped casting any spells. Seeing their appearance, Lorna chanted a spell. This spell had no effect on killing the enemy, but it caused everyone to be enveloped in a chill. After that, the bloodworm seldom flew back. It seems that these bugs rely on temperature and smell to find prey. After entering the town, the situation completely improved. The blood-sucking insects kept flying to the spider webs, and were quickly eaten away by the watching little spiders. In order to prevent those little spiders from harassing you, and to prevent being stuck on your body by spider webs, everyone smeared the 2 prepared potions on their bodies and weapons. The spiders seemed to hate this smell very much. After the weapons were smeared with the potion, those spider webs that were tougher than steel wire could be cut easily. Alexander Data. Shield, a crude replica of the bulwark of Azzinoth. Author, Anthony, shape suggestions provided by George. Slightly reduce some performance. Material, fine gold. Storm pattern steel. Enchanting, Heart of the Brave mithril. 6 types of gemstones: sapphire, ruby, emerald, black heartstone, sunstone, blood chalcedony, fusion crystal. Shield effect, basic defense 37, weapons lower than this value cannot break defense. Plus 15% damage reduction. Plus 18 additional damage offset, physical. Plus 8 all resistance. This shield is difficult to be corroded, melted, and frozen. Hard to conduct electricity. Hard to be corroded by darkness. Plus 30 health. Plus 5 health regeneration / every 6 seconds. Divine pattern combination effect. Barrier number 3 plus 15% of all resistances, while increasing the armor's elemental resistance. Minus 30% knockback effect. Plus 25 chance of stunning the target. Plus 6 bonus damage offset all. Minimum usage requirements. Constitution greater than 10. Requirements for perfect use. Constitution greater than 20. Perfect use effect. The strong life force provided by the Heart of the Brave will make the user infinitely powerful and difficult to be exhausted in battle. Plus 5 physical recovery. Minus 10% physical. Ice, poison, and darkness stiff. Explanation: when this shield is pressed against the ground, even giants cannot shake it. Armor, NO.T6. Author, Anthony, shape suggestions provided by George. Slightly reduced some performance. Material, fine gold. Storm pattern steel. Enchanting, heart of the brave, mithril. 6 types of gemstones, sapphire, ruby, emerald, black heartstone, sunstone, blood chalcedony, fusion crystal. Armor effect, basic defense 25, weapons lower than this value cannot break defense. Plus 12% damage reduction. Plus 7 additional damage offset. Plus 8 all resistance. This armor is difficult to corrode, melt, freeze, and conduct electricity. Hard to be corroded by darkness. Plus 40 health. Plus 7 health regeneration / every 6 seconds. Divine pattern combination effect. Wrath of the Red Sun number 3 plus 3 brightness. Plus 15% all resistance. Plus 25% charge effect. Plus 20% holy fire effect. Minus 20% control effect. When the holy fire burns, the purification effect will be doubled. Minimum usage requirement. Physical constitution is greater than 12. Requirements for perfect use. Constitution greater than 25. Perfect use effect. The vigorous life force provided by the hero's heart will make the user's power endless. Plus 5 physical recovery. Minus 10% physical. Ice. Poison. Stiffness brought about by darkness. Today's Alexander's recovery ability has reached a terrifying number. He recovers 2 lives per second in a non-bloodthirsty state. When he goes on a bloodthirsty rampage, he is simply a perpetual motion machine that ignores demon-level monsters. The resistance of the entire system has reached 81 under the Dawn Blessing and Water of Hope. George's armor, George's full-body armor, is not forged in a shelter. So there is no detailed data. But according to Anthony's tests, the basic performance is much higher than the armor forged by the shelter for Alexander. Anthony suspected that this set of armor came from the Kingdom of Stars. And he believed that the layer of leather on the armor was probably dragon skin. At present, the enchantments of this set of George Mage are consistent with the equipment of Divine Pattern and Alexander. Chapter 213 Strategic Defense Corps. When passing by the town square, everyone saw a strange altar, which was filled with various small wooden sculptures, all stained with dried blood. In the center of the altar is a spider god. The upper body of the spider god is like a pure girl, and the devil's horns on the top of her head are intertwined to resemble a crown. She has arms and hands, but the arms are like blades and covered with horrible barbs. There are 6 spider claws under the spider body, supporting her entire body. The belly of the wooden sculpture is inlaid with gems such as emeralds. Other parts of the body are also inlaid with colored gemstones. This wood carving is lifelike, and exactly the same as the thing in Lorna's dream. But the gems inlaid on the body are very inferior. I don't know if some believers did it deliberately, or if the wood carving was originally made by the residents using things they smuggled out. Its origin has always been a mystery, and I have always been interested in the Black Pearl Star. Tanya stroked her flushed forehead, lifted her hair slightly and said, previously, the owner lured the spiders to the necropolis, and arranged it in advance informed the wizard. We hope that the 2 parties can have a good fight, and whether the cemetery is breached or not, we are happy to see it happen. As we expected, Siljack did not go, but she sent her the son was sent over. The moment it was dispatched, we knew the outcome, because it was completely restrained by the bone demon. But what we didn't guess was that the necropolis was eventually purified. So, you have more or less done something. A good thing. George heard the resentment and sadness in this woman's heart towards him. So he fell silent and did not speak. Tanya didn't seem to want to continue talking on this topic. She turned around and walked towards the collapsed ruins of the town. As she walked, she said to Lorna, knowing that George could hear her, this mine, the town, was actually built for this mineral vein. The mineral vein mainly produces metals, and is also accompanied by complex, poor quality crystals, gems, etc. It is said that there is a hot spring at the bottom of the mineral vein. The ore is usually first refined in the town and then abandoned. The slag will be discarded, and the smelted iron ingots and rare ores that cannot be smelted will be transported to the manor. If our shelter is stable in the future, we can restart this town. Following her words, several people arrived at the ruins of the largest house in the town. Tanya kicked the collapsed stone roof and said, maybe there are many furnaces and other equipment down here. I remember the owner mentioned that her grandfather spent a lot of money to purchase these equipment. George looked at Tanya's feet and found that the big house and many surrounding buildings seemed to be connected together. But at this time, they had completely collapsed, as if a deep pit suddenly appeared under the ground. Bury it completely. Along with this big house, there is very little wood in the surrounding ruins. It seems that the main body is built of stone. The use of this material may be due to temperature requirements and fire prevention. But at this time, it is a bit difficult to clear a passage here. Having said this, Tanya turned around and looked at everyone. That tunnel is in the basement under the big house. But the specific location depends on the luck of you gentlemen. As soon as she finished speaking, Tanya pulled Lorna to sit on a stone. Then she tilted her chin, put on a more interested look, looked at George and Alexander, and made it clear that she planned to watch the show. Looking at the chaotic ruins at his feet, George's eyebrows twitched twice. He could see that there seemed to be a large stone at the bottom. I'm afraid Agron plus 2 or 3 ogres, or a hole it took Gron to move it. And it was full of rocks. Alexander took his hammer and probably could break the big stone. But he had to clean up the area and find the passage below. I'm afraid they'll be exhausted to death. George was in a daze here. Alexander had already taken off his armor without saying a word. Aji also took off his gloves, spat twice, and started to stir among the gravel. Tanya didn't expect this little guy to be so strong. So she raised her eyebrows, feeling like she was looking down on him. After that, she turned her attention to George. The guy in front of her was pretending to be flipping through a book, obviously intending to be lazy. Let Tanya show a look of disdain. The book in George's hand suddenly stopped flipping. After nodding, he looked at Alexander solemnly. Alexander, kneel down. I will give you the power to come quickly and make you infinitely stronger. Alexander patted the back of his head and was stunned. Only then did she seem to understand, and she knelt down on one knee in front of him with an excited expression. After seeing such a scene, Tanya rolled her eyes and looked at Lorna beside her. Your lord is so shameless just to be lazy. Does he usually fool this big fool like this? Lorna looked at the Book of Dawn in George's hand, and the word 180,000 suddenly appeared in her mind, and she understood what George wanted to do. But she nodded anyway. Tanya was indeed right. Since the Battle of the Necropolis, the power of prayers that the sanctuary has accumulated has reached a very terrifying figure. Among them, the Blood Descendants, who saved the 7 Rose Knights in the manor and became mad, provided more than 30,000 prayers. After lighting the fire, many dead souls in the valley who died in the wilderness also left their prayers. May I return to heaven. A small part of the power of prayer has been used by George himself, making the holy seals and hymns he learned reach the level of a true great priest, LV4, and also stabilizing his rating to B+. The remaining number is 180,000. The moment Alexander knelt down in front of George, countless stars burst into the sky from the Book of Dawn, pushing aside the clouds and fog near them, allowing the sun to fall on Alexander. After the stars rotated in the air for a moment, they gathered into the shadows of angels. They embraced the prayers and blessings of the deceased in heaven, opened their hands, and sprinkled this power on Alexander. The light and shadow condensed on Alexander's back, forming 6 pairs of huge broken light wings. On the first pair of light wings, there was a holy seal called the God of War engraved on it, slowly glowing. At this moment, in George's eyes, Alexander had undergone earth-shaking changes, and the line of fonts that suddenly changed on his head also made George's eyes twitch subtly. All the power of 180,000 prayers was poured into Alexander's body. The muscles all over his body gradually swelled, contracted, and became stronger. The entire body became without a trace of fat, and was full of the beauty of strength. Even the skin seemed to be plated with gold by the sun, gradually turning into bronze. At this moment, Alexander felt that some of his strength, which had disappeared during his years of wandering and hunger relief, had awakened again. The surging power all over his body made him itchy all over. He looked up at George in confusion, and George waved his hand dully to indicate that he was done. So the bald man touched the back of his head, kicked away 2 big rocks that were in the way, and then reached out to touch the whole big rock at the bottom. That Goron-like power shakes the territory. Amid the shock, Aji's eyes widened, and he quickly turned over and landed next to George. The moment he jumped up, the gravel under his feet had been lifted into the air. In the dusty sky, small stones kept falling on Alexander, who was naked and standing in front of the pit with his arms akimbo, as if he was experiencing the baptism of a sandstorm. He stretched his muscles and felt much more comfortable all over. Turning around, he looked at a few dull teammates behind him, pointed to a hole in the big pit at his feet, and said, "Is it here?" Tanya changed her mind at this voice, and she suddenly turned back to look at George, her eyes extremely shocked. As if feeling this gaze, George straightened up his chest, his figure in the dust motionless. It's just that his face is a little pale. In George's eyes, The notes on Alexander kept emerging. Alexander, god of dawn and patron saint of sanctuaries. Body of victory LV1. The roar of the dawn war god will energize the will of all warriors. Free comrades from mental control. And restore 10% vitality within 10 seconds. Explanation. The body of the god of war cannot be enhanced by prayers. Every death that fails to defeat the god of war will make it stronger, adding an effect and improving all high effect abilities. Constitution? You cannot estimate the physical data of a person who is more than 5 times your own. Wisdom. The god of war does not need wisdom. He suddenly remembered what war song he knew and sang a few lines. But although he does not need to consume the sacred power. But you have to teach him hymns and let him practice them. Monologue. I can fight 10. Ogre. Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Rating, S+R. Seal of Dawn, God of War level. War God LV5. Passive. The body of the God of War ignores the physical difference between the enemy and ourselves. No matter who the opponent is, they have a chance to defeat the opponent. Effect, plus 25% physical damage when wrestling with an opponent, no matter how strong the opponent is. The winning rate of physical assessment is increased by 25%. Description of the Dawn God of War. This holy seal reaches level 5. Stimulating the body of the God of War. When this holy seal is blessed on the God of War, it has the highest priority when knocking down, falling, or knocking the target away. And once the physical assessment is won, the opponent will be completely relieved and 50% of the strength will be counterattacked. Mountain LV4. No matter how strong the force is, it is difficult to shake the body of the mountain. Effect, plus 20% physical damage reduction passive. When mountain is triggered, after receiving a heavy hit greater than or equal to your own strength. Lasting 8s. The mountain body will not be stiff physical. Poison, ice, dark, effects and cannot be knocked down, pushed away, or tripped. Invincible will LV4. When a warrior feels threatened, he will not feel fear, confusion or hesitation. Effect, plus 20% mental magic damage. Effect immunity passive. When this holy seal is activated, all mental control effects such as fear and charm will be ignored for 8 seconds. When a warrior faces the threat of death, the holy seal will automatically open and will not be defeated by death, duration 8s. The damage suffered will burst out at the last second. Giant LV4. Passive. The power of the giant's hands frightens the enemy, and the giant's legs ignore the rugged road. Effect, plus 40 strength. Minus 40% terrain effect. Dawn Charge LV4. Combat skill. When the Dawn Knight rushes towards the enemy, it is like dawn breaking through the long night. Effect. This combat skill will allow the Dawn Knight to know how to use the power of his whole body to turn it into physical agility. When charging, strength will provide an additional speed bonus. And when charging, the hit and impact effects are increased by 200%. Heavenly Arms LV3, plus 30% of all damage, and ignores enemy defense, SIXS, under the effect of Heavenly Arms. A full blow will consume this holy seal and cause 300% damage. Heavenly Guard LV3, immune to physical and spell damage, 6s. Justice LV4, plus 40% hitting and blocking strength when dealing with weak and innocent people. This seal will be invalid due to the hesitation in the heart of the Templar Knight. Holy Fire LV4, plus 40% basic damage, holy attribute. The holy fire has a purifying effect and can directly attack evil souls, ignoring defense. It can also be used to dispel curses and corruption on oneself. Dark Resistance LV4, plus 40 dark resistance. Toxin Resistance LV4, plus 40 poison resistance. His eyes lingered on Alexander's head several times. The words, God of War of the Dawn, made him come up with countless explanations. The reincarnated major shareholder, the Knight of the Dawn, who was given the power by the light of dawn to inherit the will of the God of War. The scenes when Alexander first appeared kept reappearing in his mind. The magic stick is somewhat unsure of his own capabilities, and he knows that he cannot reach this level with just a few holy seals. So I was already quite scared at this time. But others don't think so. Even the big fool was touching the back of his head at this time, laughing continuously. The boss made me become a tank. The boss is right. I am the hacking CO. Therefore, the operation I just performed was not to revive a certain major shareholder, but to confer godhood. What are gods? Aren't they the people who were worshipped by the people in ancient times? The power of 180,000 prayers and faith is enough to create a little god or something. Thinking of this, George's pale face gradually turned rosy. He coughed, gently patted Aji, who was holding the corner of his clothes next to him with tears in his eyes, and said, Behave well, and give your boss a leg if you have nothing to do. Yes, you will have a chance in the future. After he finished speaking, the corner of his eye drifted towards the pale-faced Tanya and the expressive Lorna, and sent his hint fiercely. Lorna rolled her eyes, looked at Alexander, and laughed heartily. That smile was like seeing someone very familiar. Indeed, they were extremely familiar with each other, because this was the comrade in her dream who had experienced countless life and death battles with her, and was the most reliable patron saint in their hearts. But Tanya felt dizzy because of George's confidence. She could feel the surging holy power in Alexander. If such power could be given to someone, then that person would be a god. What is a tank? What Tanya really wanted to ask was how this power was given. But as soon as the words came to her lips, she was forcibly changed by a sense of shame. George put his hands on his hips and looked up to the sky with a wild laugh. Strategic Defense Corps. Damn you. Alexander will free that little bitch for me in a minute. My 5-man team will not kill her until she is a mother-in-law. The basement under the big house is extremely wide, connecting the underground structures of the entire smelting area together. There are indeed many utensils inside, as Tanya said, and because the overall large stone structure above the basement was not completely damaged in the collapse, there were only some burn marks. It can be seen that Elizabeth's grandfather invested a lot of money in the underground of this town. The overall structure and decoration have a feeling beyond this era. I don't know if there was a bachelor from the Forbidden Sanctuary who helped with the design. Looking around, this empty underground space looks like an ancient ruins, covered with cobwebs and dust. Chapter 214, Nestbrain Spider. As they went deeper, everyone stepped over the gravel and opened up the area below. In this layer, they found many traces of explosions. The central area has been completely covered by rubble. There was originally a demon here. A small one. Tanya scratched her face, somewhat forgetting that word. Small demon hub, Lorna said. Yes, the small demonic hub. Rona's face turned red. It was very likely that the spiders entered here from the underground tunnel. The guards left behind could not resist and detonated the place at the last moment, causing the underground area to collapse and blockade. As for the area above, it doesn't look like an explosion. However, there was a giant in the northern mountains, and it was me who led the people to guide the Cyclops to the east, Tanya recalled. Speaking of this, she looked at George. She didn't know why he looked at her strangely, and his expression was very ugly. Keeping this in mind, George looked at the scattered utensils on the ground. It may be difficult to copy the blueprint for this kind of thing, but Anthony should have a way. Not staying here for too long. Everyone followed the direction of the sandbox in Lorna's hand and quickly found the tunnel. When the rubble was removed, they found that there were some cave-ins inside, and many large spiders were crushed to death inside. But as more and more gravel was removed, the inside gradually became spacious. The width of the entire tunnel is like the entrance of an underground garage, and the 4 walls are polished very neatly. Everyone crossed the last section of the gravel road, and in front of them was a spider web full of tunnels, like countless white curtains covering the tunnels in the distance. The weak sunlight shines on them at the lower end, as if they are already standing between the boundary between spiders and human living areas. If they take another step forward, they will reach another world. Aji touched the surrounding walls and felt a metallic texture. He couldn't help but look at Tanya with a hint of shock and confusion. Tanya said with a complex expression, "These are not the original traces of the tunnel. Its 4 walls were very rough before, and there were wooden bodies to support me. I have gone deep into the nest and have seen this kind of tunnel. They were invaded by spiders. Modified. I have been to the depths of the lair and have seen some kind of spider that can swallow or into its mouth and secrete this metal substance to strengthen some unstable caves. I have to admit that these monsters are more skilled than us humans, and smarter. Is this the case inside?" George said with some surprise. "Not entirely. Most of them are primitive. Spiders will only do this in areas that have no mining value. In other areas, after crystals are mined, the spiders will stop," Tanya said. "This place is relatively close to the center of the lair. If the town had not collapsed, the spiders would have transported the abandoned rocks and soil from here. However, after the collapse, this place was probably abandoned. Let's go!" After George's words fell, Aji's figure suddenly disappeared. Then the thick spider web in front of them seemed to have been blown by the breeze, and there was also a blue dot on the Book of Dawn that began to explore inward. After confirming that there were no enemies for some distance ahead, George raised his lord sword and split the thick spider web in front of him. The broken spider web opened a huge gap like a curtain. Everyone stretched out their hands and drilled through. When inside, The cobwebs on the road did not delay the journey much. After walking in this long tunnel for more than 10 minutes, the scene in front of me gradually changed. Just as Tanya said, those smooth walls gradually became rough, with some traces of mining on both sides. The ground was also covered with stone and soil, and the spider webs gradually became less and less. As it continued to go deeper, the four walls began to shine with blue-green dots of fluorescence, and the walls began to be replaced by messy ores and worthless crystals. George discovered here that there were many ores among the rocks and soil piled on the ground. These ores, which were extremely precious to various camps, were piled here like garbage by spiders, making the roads crowded. After crossing here, before a bend, George unfolded the Book of Dawn. I found that at the end of the curve was a mine hall. There were 6 large demon spiders inside, and the little spiders had countless red dots. It seems that it should be the egg chamber that Tanya guessed. Aji seemed to have wandered away in the hall, and several passages connected to the cave were also revealed on the Book of Dawn. At this time, he had stopped at the entrance of a cave, waiting for his teammates to come in, informing his companions about the situation in a low voice. They all turned the corner. Not long after, the hole completely blocked by spider webs appeared in front of them. The scene around here has changed drastically. There are exposed crystals everywhere at both ends of the tunnel. They are mainly white crystals and citrines, and there are also a small amount of precious green ghosts among them. Many shiny spider eggs were solidified on the 4 walls by the spider's mucus. With a constant jumping impulse, they emitted flashes of light. It looked really beautiful, as if they were embedded in the crystal of gems. The quality of these crystals is actually not particularly high, and can only be considered medium. However, according to the display on the dashboard in Rona's hand, the magic energy here is very high. It seems that the hatching of spider eggs requires such an environment, and the spiders specially dig out the ores and expose these crystals in order to take advantage of the energy emitted by these crystals. George took a quick look and found that some spider eggs had broken into pieces. The egg white and yolk have been sucked clean by unknown creatures. There was also a horse-sized spider corpse on the ground. It seemed that a dagger had penetrated the nerve center, and its chelicerae were still twitching slightly. "Magic potion!" Lorna whispered in George's ear, her eyes shining with excitement. George was stunned, not knowing what madness she was talking about, because the half-dead spider was obviously Aggie's doing. Without saying anything, he picked up the Book of Dawn and included it, consuming about 200 hopes. It seems that its status in the nest is extremely low. It is responsible for taking care of spider eggs, and has not yet reached the average suppression level of 300. Although this kind of injury made the demon spider unable to move. In fact, the damage to the body was very slight, and it did not affect the soul. After being included in the book, spending a few points of hope power can make it recover quickly. At this time, some voices came from the cave not far away. They sounded urgent and angry, and seemed to be some kind of language of the demon spider. George couldn't tell what those words were. He didn't know if they had been discovered or if the spiders were talking about something. He remained silent and gestured to the map in the book, intending to arrange everyone's responsible position to prevent the spider from escaping. But just after making the first gesture, Alexander seemed to understand something. In the Lord's confused eyes, he nodded and gave a thumbs up. Then, with a messy face, George rushed towards the cave entrance like a strong wind. With a pop, the huge figure had rushed across a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, knocking out the hole blocked by the cobwebs, and making the sound of tearing apart cloth. Tanya cursed in a low voice, not sure whether it was directed at George's random command or Alexander's recklessness. But her figure flashed a red light, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were only 4 spiders left in the cave. By the time George rushed into the hole with his hammer, the battle was over. The broken corpses of 2 spiders were stuck to the wall. Alexander was stepping on a living one, as if intending to tie it up with a belt. Of the other 3 spiders, one was already lying on the ground twitching, and the other had turned into a mummy. The ground was also covered with the shriveled corpses of little spiders. The last big spider still alive was running away towards another hole in the hall. But halfway there, a gray figure suddenly flashed behind it, and then the spider fell to the ground and twitched. With a crash, another pile of little spider corpses fell from the dome. Aji looked up and jumped up on the wall. 2 figures, one gray and one red, kept flying in the spider web above, and many spider corpses the size of plates and millstones kept falling down. The spider that was stepped on by Alexander had an ugly humanoid upper body. It spoke more fluent common language than the guard's commander, and seemed to be extremely intelligent. It kept pleading with Alexander. persuading him that if he tried to force himself again, he might not be able to survive. But the bald man didn't listen to a word he said. Not only did he act very roughly, but he also seemed to be worrying about the length of his belt. George made a perfectly coordinated gesture, trampled to death several little spiders that crawled over, angrily took out his Book of Dawn, tied it with shackles, and included it in the book. The cost of collecting this demon is around 600. In the naming of the Book of Dawn, it is called Brain Spider. The description shows that this type of spider has a higher status in the lair and is equivalent to the servant next to the lord, generally responsible for management in the lair. He is Siljek's steward, staff officer and herald. Its strength is smaller than that of other spiders, and it is mainly responsible for command and can control those full of demon spiders to work. And it also knows some spiritual and dark magic, and can directly control the prey when catching it. This humanoid demon spider is one of Siljek's many biological daughters, but it is not very successful. It is mainly responsible for the hatching of spider eggs. At this time, Lorna had just walked into the hall. There was a crystal ball in her hand, and there was a small octopus-like thing swimming back and forth in it. It seemed to be the magic potion, she said. After entering, she took out her wand and chanted a spell on the dome. And then the frost began to spread from the top down. In the frost, the pulsating spider eggs gradually froze, and no more little spiders crawled out. Boss, when I was walking around here just now, I didn't see many monsters. Aji jumped down and said with his hands free. Most of the spiders should have gathered around Jack. No one will pay attention to us 5 little shrimps for the time being. George flipped the book, looked at the panicked humanoid spider crawling around on the page, and chanted a prayer was said. Then the 2 demon spiders in the book were like lambs left to be slaughtered, under the suppression of the light of dawn. The depths of their souls were imprinted with several distinctive divine patterns and geometric figures representing the light of dawn. Graphics. What were they scolding just now? Tanya came to George's side without blinking, with a curious look on her face, but her hot face was pressed against her cold buttocks. George was busy deceiving the devil spider, and now there is no Sora ignored this woman, who was cold on the outside, but very fond of gossip in her heart. The magic potion ate the eggs, Lorna said, handing the small crystal ball in her arms to Tanya. They were scolding it just now. Having said this, Lorna raised her wand. During the spell, white gas continued to emerge from the dead large and small spiders in the hall, and flew into the black gems with shrill cries. After all the soul power was absorbed into the gem, several more spells appeared on it. Tanya looked at these spells and wondered what they were. She herself can congeal such spells out of her own blood, a form of energy storage that can be used to unleash magic. However, the newbie in front of me seems to need to use the medium to do this. Compared with these mantras, she was more curious about the crystal in her hand, because she had just seen the little thing swimming in it. I just saw this thing. It swished into the crystal, but after the crystal was smashed, there was nothing. How did you catch it? Lorna nodded, knowing there was another one here. At this time, she had taken out a small cage from her sleeves and looked at a pile of eggs not far away. Tanya followed Lorna's gaze and found that the pile of eggs was indeed a bit strange. She flew out the dagger in her hand with a swish, but although the dagger shattered a bunch of spider eggs, it didn't nail anything. This made her look at Lorna with some embarrassment. A burst of laughter suddenly appeared from Broken Egg's side, as if they were laughing at someone. The magic potion appeared on many crystals in several areas. It was as if all the crystals in the entire hall were actually connected together in a certain dimension, allowing it to swim around in the crystal in a way that ordinary people could not fathom. Lorna's eyes did not move, and she kept looking at the crystal behind the broken egg. Then she stretched out her hand, grabbed it from the air, and threw it towards the small cage. The laughter in the hall stopped suddenly, and a dumb-looking little octopus appeared in the cage. Before the naughty potion could react, he saw 2 pairs of big, flickering eyes coming closer to observe him. It let out a scream of terror and tried to escape, but could not escape from the small cage. When the crystal ball gets closer, it seems to have found a place to hide, but once it gets in, it can never come out. It's silly. Lorna returned the crystal ball to Tanya. Stack up the cages. Looking at the 2 little octopuses and the crystal ball in her hand, Tanya curiously took the small cage from Lorna's hand. After observing it for a while, she found that the cage was not a magical object, but a magic object with a certain function. Just an ordinary small grass cage woven with grass. She looked at Lorna, and a word flashed in her mind: black magic. Tanya is actually proficient in a kind of magic, blood magic, and this kind of magic is also a typical black magic. So she has some research on black magic. and compared to the scientist who stayed in the shelter all day long doing research. This blood descendant with which blood and well-read books in the manor library can be said to be a real dark wizard. But she had never seen such weird and crude black magic. She even suspected that the trick just now was Lorna's improvisation. No. Maybe the words magic and magic are not quite accurate. What she just saw was a kind of black magic. The two women were grabbing the magic potion here, while George on the other side had been communicating with the humanoid spider for a long time. It is very aware of current affairs, and knows that as long as the divine pattern moves slightly, it will be sealed in the book forever, and will never see the sky again. The oppressive force brought by the dawn light also made it feel a kind of trembling from the soul. It was like a tiny ant, looking up at the huge thing in the sky. The strong light made it impossible to see clearly, as if it was looking directly at the sun. Even Celiac was just a slightly larger ant in front of it. Antony created a hierarchy of powers for various demons. Corruption level. Monsters at this level include both living and undead. But there are also things between life and death, such as scavengers and blood giants. Monsters at this level are highly contagious. Profanity level. Most of the monsters seen at this level are undead with demonic attributes. Blasphemers and doers of suffering belong to this level. While they can infect corruption, they can also infect fatal curses, and can kill ordinary humans instantly. Human beings must have a darkness resistance of 15 or above in order not to be directly killed by the curse. And if the will is weak, or if the will collapses during the battle, the curse that has been transmitted to the body will burst out directly. Experiments have shown that when the darkness resistance reaches above 30, there is a high probability that one will be immune to such curses. Demon Seed. The strength of the Demon Seed is not much stronger than the profanity level, but the Demon Seed has a slight chance of becoming a demon. Crazy blood descendants like the Scarlet Huntress are typical demon species. They cannot be sealed in demonic form by the Book of Dawn. But after they become mad, they will become demons. Their strength may not increase, and there is currently no way to reverse this state. Red Devil. A demon who knows no magic, or only knows a small amount of magic and focuses on physical combat. The most powerful red demons are often physically far superior to the black demons. Their resilience is extremely strong, and their injuries can be recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, but not to the level of Wolverine. They are a kind of demon that can be killed by common weapons. Dark Demon. A high-level demon that is both physically and magically powerful. Their bodies are either resilient at or above the level of Wolverine, or certain attacks are ineffective against them. Among them, the spirit body, elements fire, shadow, blood, and demons that make up the body are immune to physics. Some weird black demons can only be killed in weird ways. Dark wizards and high priests can often master the trick of killing them. Certain special demons, usually flying ones, are immune to magic. The demon level can be refined into 4 levels of power: demon, demon leader, elite demon, great demon, and demon lord. Fallen angels, semi-god level creatures, corresponding to the strength of the chief archangel in heaven. Demon lord / monarch, level of the 7 gods. Currently known demon kings, Aloysius. Morpheus. Currently known chief archangel, Sordelea, Sariah. George, self-proclaimed. When fighting a powerful demon, there needs to be one person who can withstand the positive pressure. Otherwise the number of people will be overwhelming. A team of 5 people led by B+ heroes, 1 B+ and about 4 B heroes, or a group of 40 ordinary priests led by B+, will have a chance to defeat the demon boss, Jeffrey. Fighting. The battle to defeat the big demon must be led by at least an A+ hero. To defeat the demon lord, you need an S-class hero to lead the team. Chapter 215. The leading party. What the demon spider saw, George had seen before in the Book of Dawn, but in his eyes, there was no light or clouds blocking his vision. After throwing away those lights, the core geometric figure became as weak as a newborn baby. Its body is completely condensed by a large number of light points, and it looks like 2 nebulae. Most of the nebula is shrouded in fog, and the number of stars that can be seen is probably hundreds of thousands. The 120,000 stars in the center, and the more than 4,000 stars in the innermost layer give George a very familiar feeling. And at the very center are the lights and shadows of the 7 symbols, which gather the stars together like light, forming the entity of the light of dawn. A lot of starlight has been emitted from the nebula, condensed into 2 divine patterns and many chains, covering the bodies of the 2 demons. And their whole body is the few figures that seal the demons. It can be seen that if the demon is too powerful, the Book of Dawn may not be sealed. But George observed that the 2 demons were suppressing each other. This is the nature of demonic infighting. This kind of suppression makes the starlight emitted by the nebula not too strong, making them defenseless. Paradise Lost seems to adopt this principle. The moment this cunning demon was almost sealed again, he completely rebelled. He told everything honestly. Just as Tanya guessed, Siljak's body had indeed received some damage, so he had not left the center of the lair for some time. This kept the demon spiders quiet for a long time. And George also heard something very interesting during the period when Siljak was extremely weak. Several spider queens actually led some demon spiders to start a rebellion. But that weakness was a scene performed by Siljak. She was well prepared and easily eliminated the demons, who were born with rebellion in their heads. It seems that among the entire spider group, the only one that will never rebel is the guard demon spider. As for workers and soldiers, guys with simple brain structures, basically they are mothers if they have breasts. As expected, demons are a restless bunch. Afterwards, George learned more about the nest and the upcoming journey from the humanoid spider's mouth. Then stretched out his hand to scratch on the Book of Dawn. And then Adam and Eve in the distance of the map started to move. This was the original plan. Jack would know what to do when he saw Adam and Eve go to him. With this leading party, the complex nest became much simpler. This demon spider was not only familiar with the roads here, but also smartly led everyone to avoid several large troops rushing to the front cave. As they moved forward, everyone went deeper and deeper and farther. It seems that the nest built by the spider has already exceeded the original depth of the mine. Occasionally, I encountered sporadic magic spiders on the road, and they were all caught in the book by George. These spiders are very different from those encountered before. They are much larger in size. Some are soldier spiders, and some are worker spiders. The worker spiders looked somewhat similar to the one seen in the cemetery church. They stood over 3 meters tall and looked very ferocious. The thick forelimbs have a metallic texture and are very good at digging and carrying. The abdomen is also large. The spider webs pulled out can often pick up a large area or on the ground and load it up. Almost 4 times its own volume. But although they are extremely strong, they can use their forelimbs to drill or cut crystals. But the clumsy body is not very good at fighting and is not poisonous. The soldier spider is generally only about 2 meters in size, but its body structure is tighter and stronger. A bit like a wolf spider. But its abdomen is very small. Their fangs are very large and contain poison. And their sharp claws are like swords. Not only are they very agile, they also look like metal. The body of the soldier spider is very agile, and can easily kill 3 or 5 worker spiders. Although their strength is not comparable to that of worker spiders, they are enough to pierce the body of worker spiders with their chelicerae. On some of the demon spiders crushed by Alexander, Lorna found after inspection that the bodies of these demon spiders were rich in a variety of metal elements. But the proportions and structures of the metals contained in various spiders were different. According to the humanoid demon spider, the soldier spider can only be used for fighting, and 10 of them cannot be as good as one worker spider in terms of work. And there is a huge demand for ore. However, what they excrete, after being mixed with the secretions of worker spiders, is an excellent building material, and will be used to stabilize the nest. No matter how far those areas are about to collapse, they can be stabilized. The section of road that George and others first walked contains some of these materials. When applied as a layer, a metallic tunnel forms. On the way, George and others captured a brain spider. After questioning, they learned that most of the soldier spiders had gone to Jack's side. Many brain spiders and spider queens also led worker spiders there to prepare to build defenses. Judging from this situation, the pressure faced by Jack and others may be much greater. This made George and others speed up their pace. Since the brain spiders gradually joined in, there have been sporadic demon spiders on the road that are directly controlled by the mind of the brain spider. Occasionally, there are demon spiders that want to escape, and a black web condensed by dark elements will be released in the hands of the brain spider. Capture, then control. Even the soldier spiders seem to be completely restrained by these brain spiders, which made the journey much easier. However, according to Brain Spider, this kind of control is temporary. If you encounter some powerful brain spider or spider queen, the 2 parties will fall into a struggle for control, and it would be easy for Siljak to wrest control from them. This put an end to George's plan to capture only brain spiders. However, the demon spider that joined first made a suggestion. Master, in fact, what we are best at is brain eating and playing with puppets for those worker spiders. We actually only need to leave their LS behind. Not only will it be difficult for others to quickly seize control, but after taking away these puppets, these worker spiders lacking brains will also be unable to participate in the battle. But in our hands, We can let them destroy the buildings of the nest and eat the things you hate. Cobweb. This advice is simply vicious. The big devil smiled evilly and made a more vicious suggestion. If you bring hundreds of brain spiders or spider queens to Lord Siljack, she will also have a headache. This is not the first time that various brain spiders have made unsolicited suggestions. George found that the lower the status of the brain spider, the more active it was. The higher the status of the brain spider, the more ambitious it is. However, George was non-committal about their words. After all, bets on the wall have always been hedging their bets. But this suggestion about worker spiders can be adopted now. As they continued to go deeper, George and others intercepted several teams on the road. And the number of demon spiders behind them had reached hundreds, including 5 brain spiders, a dozen soldier spiders, and the rest were all brainless workers. Spider, the cave ahead is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more spider eggs. Some underground plants and ferns began to appear in the cave. The temperature in the air gradually became less cold, and there were fewer and fewer cobwebs. There are many fist-sized crystal insects flying around in the air. Some sporadic demon spiders, who stay here to feed the little spiders, are either weaving new webs or collecting these flying insects on the spider webs to feed the spider eggs. A little spider crawled out of it after seeing George and others walking in. They screamed in surprise. After easily disposing of these dozen demon spiders, there were more demon spiders in George's book. It can be seen from the situation here that the front line seems to have entered a state of anxiety, and many demon spiders have stopped their work and headed upward. Chapter 216 Fierce Battle in the Ecological Zone. A huge cave appeared in front of everyone. This cave extends in all directions, and there is a steaming underground waterfall on one wall. Warm water mixed with mist continuously rushes into the underground lake, making 1/3 of the area covered by hot springs. The minerals in the cave make this area seem to be shrouded in nebulae, with many types of crystal insects flying in groups. They flash with fluorescent colors of different colors, like countless floating colored crystals, wandering among the huge moss plants. A variety of dark ferns directly connect the dome and the ground dozens of meters high, hanging in the huge cave like vines or curtains. Fungi of all sizes, like trees and shrubs, cover every corner here. This is an underground world that humans have never seen before. Under the management of the demon spiders, a complete ecological chain has been formed. This is the ecological zone of the demon spiders, and everything in it is food for the demon spiders, who stand at the top of the food chain. Many kinds of dark herbs that Anthony mentioned grow here, but most of the plants here are not even in books. If Anthony sees this, he will go crazy. Whether it is a future potion garden or a cold winter refuge, it is very suitable. There are many demon spiders staying here, in addition to hundreds of workers and dozens of soldier spiders. There are also 7 or 8 guards. The carapace on their bodies is harder than that of soldier spiders. It looks like colored glass or a combination of yellow, white, blue or other 3-color crystals. The colors are colorful and messy, like an art painting. Same. But this eye-catching color looks very dangerous. Their bodies are much smaller than that of the guard commander, and the largest one is only 2 or 3 meters tall. After George's demon spider guide saw the guards in the distance, they stopped at the door and trembled, not wanting to go any further. The humanoid demon spider had told George before that, in the eyes of humans, there are no spiders among them. There is no difference. But in the eyes of the demon spiders, the patterns on their bodies are like human clothes. At a glance, they can tell each other's identity, status, and the area where these demon spiders should be active. However, this matter cannot be controlled by them. After a slight hesitation, they seemed to realize who was more terrifying. So they entered the cave again. After seeing them come in, the ordinary demon spiders did whatever they were supposed to do. But those guard spiders surrounded them with hostility. They spoke some demonic spider language and asked about the purpose of these demonic spiders. The warning and reprimand in their spoken words were very obvious. But the moment the guard demon spider approached the entrance of the cave, an armored giant suddenly rushed in from outside the door. In the blink of an eye, he knocked away a guard demon spider and plunged into the space between the guard demon spiders with a flying weapon. The square hammer also followed closely behind and hit a guard demon spider hard, causing it to roll several times. When he stopped, the demon spider armor on his head and chest had cracked a lot, and some liquid crystal blood continued to flow from his mouth. The war was about to break out, and all the spiders in the cave gathered around. The densely packed small spiders overwhelmed the ferns and fungi, sweeping over like a flood. At several cave entrances in the distance, demon spiders began to climb the large webs on the dome and join the battlefield. There are actually 7 or 8 guard demon spiders among them. The 2 spiders that had been knocked over by humans and hammers lay on the ground and struggled for a long time without getting up, while the others shook their heads and rushed towards the battlefield. But before he had gone very far, all the blood in his body was suddenly pulled out of his body. As his body quickly shriveled up, it fell to the ground halfway along with a large number of small spiders under his feet. The guard demon spider struggling on the ground was not dead, and stood up again after a moment, although the large, sunken scar on the chest looked very scary. It did not affect its complete vitality, but it soon met the fate of its companions. The 5 guard demon spiders were already fighting with Alexander. Their power was frightening, no less than that of the ogres. The armor on his body was comparable to fine gold. The magic halberd that could pierce through the soldier spiders was unable to pierce them. Instead, Alexander's strange power made cracked dents, with sparks flying everywhere. They will also spray a terrible venom from their mouths, which will burn a large area on the fungus bush. Once the worker spider is contaminated, it will immediately let out a shrill scream, and its legs will be scorched at a speed visible to the naked eye. Corroded into 2 pieces, the entire body was instantly frozen by the elemental power carried by the venom, and lightning burst out. It seems that depending on the colors of the guard spiders, their attacks and venom will add 3 types of elemental damage. The worker spider, whose chelicerae had been corroded off, struggled twice on the ground, then rolled up its belly and became motionless. But when the minions of the guard demon spiders hit Alexander's body, sparks kept flying. The terrible venom left a trace of corrosion when it first came into contact with the armor. But the moment the red sun holy fire was lit, the corrosive effect was actually purified and could no longer corrode the armor. After the venom penetrated into the armor, it didn't seem to have much effect. Instead, it made the soldier furious in pain, and his power far exceeds the combined power of these 5 spiders. The moment Alexander started to counterattack, he used an unstoppable force to knock down 5 guard spiders with his big shield and send them flying with his halberd. Then, they faced a group of spiders led by 7 other guard demon spiders. At this time, George also rushed out of the hole, took the square hammer that flew back, and jumped on one of his own soldier spiders, facing the demon spiders that crossed Alexandria. It was like a rock in the flood, blocking the incoming demon spiders. There is a holy fire in the midair beside him, with void inside, and in the center is the Book of Dawn that is constantly turning, and chains are constantly flying out. A guard demon spider that was shot away by Alexander was locked by a chain before it could recover. In the blink of an eye, the guard demon spider had been pulled into the void. It let out shrill screams of terror as it struggled continuously, trying to hook its forelimbs to the edge of the void. However, under that irresistible force, the body gradually changed from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions, and was drawn into the book. Frost also formed around the feet of the demon spider beside George. Those densely packed little spiders looked scary, but they often stuck to the cold ground before they reached George and the others, especially those little spiders that passed through the fungi. The moisture on their bodies turned them into ice sculptures. A slightly larger spider that looks like a plate or a millstone can wade through this frosty road. But while the blood curse is being recited, the blood on the body solidifies quickly. Often, before walking very far, the whole body will turn black and black, like a zombie, turning over halfway, on the outer layer of the battle circle and above the dome. Worker spiders were constantly throwing their webs over. However, most of them condensed into frost together with the water vapor here in midair and lost their activity. Most of them will be picked up by the worker spiders around George. These condensed spider webs have become very brittle and hard, and will break into pieces with a scratch of the spider's leg or a swing of the square hammer. Alexander, who was running rampant among the spiders in the distance, was the main target of the spider web, and the small spiders on the ground did not sweep towards him like a tide, like a swarm of terrifying army ants, but like a rampaging flame giant. He walked through roads burning with holy fires among the spiders, and the sky was filled with ashes wherever he passed. Chapter 217 The Dream Prophet and the Great Demon Trader. The spider web was not that afraid of fire, and was tougher than steel wire. But after falling on him, it could not hinder him in the slightest. He didn't even try to break free, and the cobwebs were broken by his collision and swing. Some spiders grabbed hold of the cobwebs under his feet and tried to drag him away. However, in the sudden burst of huge force, they were dragged along with their bodies for a long distance. Even above the dome, many demon spiders were also dragged down, which made the spider team even more chaotic. Because of the medicine on the armor, the spider webs could not stick to Alexander for long before they would break away during action. When the number of demon spiders dragging the webs together reached a certain level, the spider threads would be broken again. It's like they are dragging a big mountain. If anyone messes with him, he will angrily rush towards the spider swarm. Let them realize in despair that what they are doing is meaningless. Started to turn the target to the rear. The same goes for the demon spider above the dome. Moreover, there began to be soldier spiders hanging on the dome with their silk threads, falling down mysteriously. Several demon spiders around George were caught on top accidentally. But at this moment, a gray figure flashed past, and the several soldier spiders in midair were shot down. And Aji, who originally dealt with the worker spiders on the outer circle of the ground, also began to jump on the spider webs on the dome. The short blade in his hand drew long rays of light in the darkness. Although sometimes he could not kill the huge body of the demon spider with one blow, he would often lose his mobility after a few moves from the Templar assassin. After being spread out on the spider web, what awaits them is the burning of the sacred fire. The spider webs above the dome have not broken even after being frozen several times. Compared with the spider webs thrown by the demon spiders, the spider webs above are thicker and stronger. Frost can only cover a layer of their surfaces and cannot completely inactivate them. Even Alexander could only pull off the spider, but could not break the web connecting the spider's legs. Seeing such a scene, George was a little anxious. He threw the square hammer, but the spider web was very tough. After denting for a long distance, the square hammer stuck to it. Several demon spiders ran over quickly and entangled the square hammer. But the holy fire flashed in George's hand, and the square hammer returned to his hand. This attack failed, and further attacks were useless. But at this moment, the spell on the wand in Lorna's hand suddenly flickered a few times and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the cobwebs on the dome suddenly condensed with blue ice crystals, and spread over a large area in the blink of an eye. After many of the demon spiders hanging on it were contaminated with ice crystals, the blue withering actually spread to their legs. With a crashing sound, the spider web suddenly shattered like broken glass, and a large piece of the demon spider on it also fell down. Suddenly the pressure on the entire team was greatly reduced. At this time, the number of demon spiders had begun to decrease, and Alexander's rampage prevented the spider swarms from gathering together to take advantage of the encirclement. The 5 guard demon spiders led the soldier spiders to continuously squeeze the space where Alexander collided, trying to intercept him. But the effect was not great for a while. He wanted to change his target and attack George in the rear. But no matter who was leading the team of demon spiders, Alexander would rush towards him, even if the enemy is not knocked out of action. The Templar assassin hiding in the shadows will suddenly appear and deal a blow. At this time, Lorna, who was behind George, had already condensed a crystal like ice in her arms. The ice crystals kept flying out from it, even if the demon spider was shot, even if its whole body was not frozen. Within a few seconds, most of its body would be frozen. The body will also condense into ice sculptures, regardless of whether it is a guard spider or a soldier spider. Once it loses its pit ability, it will be entangled in zip chains and pulled into the Book of Dawn, turning into a spider pattern on the page. As long as the demon spider approaching the team is injured, it will bleed. After a few fights with the divine pattern demon spider, it will lie on the ground. Gradually, when all the little bosses were defeated, the battle finally turned into a melee. Hundreds of demon spiders were gradually eaten away. When the demon spiders discovered that 1/3 of their team was left, they actually began to flee. Most of these demon spiders were left halfway by the two-handed attack. In the panic, some demon spiders actually got into the wall or the ground directly. Looking at the battlefield that had ended, George opened the Book of Dawn and found that the number of magic spiders included had reached 67. The one that consumes the most power of hope is the guard demon spider, which actually only costs about 2,000. This made George slightly surprised. The strength of these guard demon spiders has reached the level of demons. The melee combat ability is only slightly lower than that of the Rose Knight. But the poison is very terrifying, and the defense is even more terrifying. But the power required to suppress them is 4 to 5 times lower than that of the Rose Knight. He then thought about it. Compared to the Rose Knight, the guard demon spider could not fly. Although its toxins were terrifying, it was not as capable of killing an army instantly as the Rose Knight's black fire and corruption. Moreover, there is no curse on him, and he does not understand black magic. In terms of evil level and the despair he brings to people, he is indeed far lower than the Rose Knight. Therefore, it is easier to suppress them with the light of dawn gathered by spiritual power. There were many demon spiders on the ground that were not completely dead. Many of them were left behind by Ajit, and some were hit by Alexander's shield or body. There are also some demon spiders that have turned into blue ice sculptures. Anthony told George about this matter that he engraved the blue wither on Lorna's wand, so that this magic can be used through the power of the soul. George, who knew nothing about magic, said that it really saved him a lot of money, so he didn't pay too much attention to the ice sculptures, but looked at the demon spiders that were not dead yet and sighed with regret. Looking at the more than 10,000 hope powers remaining in the book and the sanctuary, he finally closed the book and prepared to use these powers as weapons. The soul power of those dead spiders was absorbed into the wand by Lorna. I haven't had such a full meal in years. Tanya licked her lips. She looked at her clenched fists and felt that she was a little stronger. The blood of these demon spiders, especially those of the brain spiders and the guard demon spiders, is not only extremely nutritious, but also rich in magic power. Especially the latter. They are truly demonic. Her vampire slaves and hatched monsters are simply incomparable. The only drawback is that the blood is a bit too acidic. What are we going to do next? Tanya took out the sunscreen and asked Lorna. This guy would apply sunscreen whenever she had free time today, although she brought the bottle of Anthony's special potion and 3 talismans to hide the sun. It is always a good idea to have more protection. After all, the fire may be ignited in a while. Lorna looked at George, who was flipping through the Book of Dawn not far away. Instead of answering, she collected herbs on the ground. The shining grass that Anthony needs is in this cave. In addition, there are many precious herbs and magic potions. In order to prevent the battle with Celiac from failing, you should indeed collect some first. After seeing Lorna bending down, George also ordered the demon spiders to help her collect them. On the map, Jack and others had actually gone some distance deep in order to intercept the Templar Legion. The demon spiders' large forces had gathered there. But this army is not only well-equipped and brave, but also has blue decay in its hands. For a moment, the demon spiders were helpless. This situation was somewhat beyond George's expectations, and the fighting will of the Wolf Slayer Legion was comparable to that of the Necropolis. After the Battle of the Manor, each soldier gained great experience in the mission. Now there are many Dawn Knights as the mainstay, including Agron and other main forces. If loss is not considered, it is not a problem to penetrate into the center of the nest. But this is not the home ground of humans, and George hopes Jack won't be too reckless. It is enough to contain the main force. Otherwise, once it goes deep and falls into traps, it may be difficult to handle. And if we attack from the front, we won't be able to penetrate deep within a few days. After all, there are many underground areas in the lair that are very suitable for defense. If you are not careful, the situation will be unpredictable. Several guard demon spiders have been released by George, and they need to know more about the situation deep in the lair. According to them, this place is not far from the hall where Siljack sleeps, and there are many caves to get there. However, there are 3 demonic spider fortresses on the road, and you can only bypass 2 of them at most. Aji went to explore, and while waiting, Tanya chatted with Lorna again. She was extremely curious about the dreams that Lorna had had, and whether it was the difference between Siljack spider eggs and those of ordinary spider queens, or the magic that various spiders were good at. Everything Lorna mentioned was similar to that of Tanny. Ya said it was exactly the same as what she had seen. She even mentioned that Siljack was extremely afraid of Elizabeth, because the Blood Queen can make Siljack's blood boil or coagulate. The coagulated blood is extremely fatal to Siljack, who loves high temperatures, and the energy in the whole body will also be unable to be transferred due to the coagulation of the blood. Boiling blood will make her think confused and unable to concentrate to release magic. And I still want to lay eggs, Rona added. Tanya's face was extremely shocked. She knew that Siljack was afraid of and surrendered to the Blood Witch, but she had never heard of it. Lorna said, They fought. It was during the first blood moon. I know that, Tanya said. There were a dozen of us at the time. We came with the idea of negotiating at first, but after being respectfully welcomed in, that little bitch actually showed her shameless face, thinking he could keep us here. But that was when the master was at his strongest, and he could use his power without any scruples. But the battle was too short, and I didn't see anything. The master never mentioned this weakness to me later. She doesn't know either, Lorna said here, and suddenly fell silent. Indeed, only Siljack knew about this matter. And in that dream, she observed everything from Siljack's perspective, including the desires and evil thoughts in her heart at that time. They all seemed to be derived from themselves, making her feel extremely frightened every time she woke up. What frightened her even more was that she seemed to be the devil in all her dreams. Never experienced a dream as a warrior or hero. Tanya struggled for a long time, and Lorna stumbled and stammered. Finally, she became more and more nervous. And suddenly her heart lit up. And she made up nonsense stories. So Tanya excitedly forgot about the previous topic and shared the rumors she had heard in an exaggerated way. George, who had finished his work on the side, basically heard everything and lamented that he had not named Lorna the prophet in vain. And he naturally thought that these prophecies were all due to his name. And he also felt that all witches could predict things so clearly. However, there were still some inaccuracies. The little lunatic's random story made him feel that when Lorna's achievements were enough, she must let the light of dawn crown her with the exclusive title of Dream Prophet. It is said that you can understand the weaknesses of boss from their perspective. It's simply a complete collection of royal dungeon strategies. Thinking of this, George's eyes couldn't help but light up. Getting close to the two women, Rona studied the tactics to deal with Siljek based on the situation she currently knew. When Aji came back from exploring the first path, everything was almost settled. After listening to his report, George shook his head deeply and refused to let him go any further. From the Book of Dawn, he could see that a large number of guard demon spiders had gathered in several places that must be passed. Waiting for the enemy to fall into the trap, there was no way. A few demon spiders escaped during the battle. Therefore, the news of the enemy's penetration has been passed inside. Good news. These gathered demon spiders are already the last strength in the center of the nest. When Huai disappeared, there were 200 to 300 of these guard demon spiders. They were stationed in that complex terrain. Without igniting the fire of hope, it would be difficult to break through the last barrier. The situation deep in the lair was still much more complicated than expected, which made George frown deeply. Master, I have a way to reach the center safely. The brain spider that first took refuge in George suddenly said. Compared with other magic spiders, it was slightly familiar with George and was more daring to speak. Having said this, it stretched out its slender fingers and pointed at the dark area near the cave drawn on the map. The location is exactly where Siljek Hall is. The straight line distance is only a few hundred meters. Dig it out. We can get through the layer of spider eggs on the west wall of this cave to the seat of the main hall diagonally below. At this point, the brain spider looked at the corpses of the worker spiders on the ground that were not particularly seriously damaged. With such efficiency, you can bypass several barriers and get there easily in less than half an hour. George slowly raised his head and looked at the leader. That cold gaze made the demon spider's words stop abruptly, and he was so cold that he didn't know what he had said wrong. For such a simple thing, has the demon spider not considered how to defend itself? George said. After the master heard this, the demon spider breathed a sigh of relief. The defense system of the nest was established to resist human troops, not to resist the demon spider. At this moment, George looked at the big devil in front of him, and his expression became extremely exciting. After a moment of silence, George opened his mouth. Tell me, what is your name? Blackheart. The 6 brains on Alanalai Jones turned around for a moment and said this word that is easy for humans to remember. Chapter 218. Let me give you a small gift. 10 years is a very long time for some true masters of architecture. In the past 10 years, the industrious spiders, like ants, have built this place into a complex underground palace. And in the core of the central ore vein, it has been dug into a hollow. The shining crystals everywhere were covered with a special layer of mucus by the spiders, and after being combined with nutrient-rich special digestive products, an emerald-colored moss grew like crystal hair. There are a large number of small fungi and ferns growing on the moss, and many clean spider eggs are hidden in the vegetation. They are of different colors, just like pearls and crystals thrown into the grass. There will also be several colorful spider eggs in the center of each pile of spider eggs. These colorful spider eggs are surrounded by other spider eggs, like stars holding the moon. It looks like gems surrounded by pearls. The spiders are still digging deeper, digging out the crystals that have lost their energy and exposing new ones. Use the secreted acid to dissolve those ores. After swallowing and digesting these dissolved ores, the spiders use the secretions to create columns to support their caves. These pillars support the entire hall, and they are covered with moss. And many tall fungi and ferns are as tall as these Optimus Primes. And you can't tell who is who without looking carefully. These unknown vegetation grow extremely tall and lush here, and are definitely not capable of growing under natural conditions. And this catalysis comes from the crystals stimulated by the demon spider's moss. The magic emanating from the crystal makes the magic environment here extremely abundant, and it has been completely changed by the magnetic field here. Many special plants have even grown as a result. They are transparent in color and emit different colors depending on the power of the crystal they absorb. Many such vegetation are floating in the air like ribbons. They are energy substances that can only be eaten by the guard demon spiders, and the Spider Queen, evolved from the brain spider, who has the right to lay eggs. The dome is covered with a thick layer of spider webs. Several spider queens and their remaining spider servants are busy here, constantly stimulating the power in the crystals, so that the owner can sleep more comfortably. Those thick spider webs are difficult for any creature to pass through. But when these demon spiders pass through, a space will be opened like a curtain. The hot water vapor in the air fumigated on the spider web of the dome, and the condensed water droplets started to rain lightly as the demon spider moved. The water mist and light rain reflected a circular rainbow between the shining crystals, and under the center of the rainbow aperture was a lake of boiling hot springs. Most of the hot spring was covered by spider webs, which covered the lake like a thick carpet. A dozen special spider servants with particularly slender legs fiddled with these spider webs, and following the rhythm of their feet, the spider webs emitted a soft and beautiful melody, which was very beautiful. In the center of this spider carpet, there is a raised ball of spider silk. The bottom of the spider silk ball is as thick and soft as a bed, and the top of the empty thread is like a gauze curtain around the bed. These gauze curtains absorb the fluorescence emitted by the crystals, convert them into more solid energy, and conduct it into the body of Siljak, who sleeps in the center of the lair. Siljak's body is like a carved gem, slightly larger than the guard demon spider. Her abdomen is inlaid with emeralds, mixed with a small amount of colored crystals, and there are 7 large round emeralds on both sides and the top of her abdomen, which are fluorescent and light up and darken in accordance with the rhythm of her breathing. The chelicerae on her abdomen and back are mainly dark green with dark red tips. The demon horns on her head are intertwined together, like a crown that has not yet fully grown, and like the forehead of a demon spider, with 6 crimson protrusions on it, like the compound eyes of the demon spider. But if you don't look at the crown, her upper body is like the ketone body of a pure girl. Crystal-colored scales covered her graceful back. The closed eyes look like ordinary people, except that there are 2 red magic lines on the face, like blood and tears. These 2 dark red magic lines formed a sharp contrast with her pretty fair complexion. And if you look carefully, her face actually looked very childish. I couldn't imagine that the beauty of the actress would grow on such a terrible spider body, and I couldn't believe that this immature girl would be so fully developed, which made Tanya feel a little jealous. Siljak slept very soundly, as if the war raging outside had nothing to do with her. Indeed, it was too far away from here to be noisy in this quiet bedroom. So Siljak is like the lord of the lazy bed, turning a blind eye to the servants, who are gentle and clean the room. But according to the law of sleep, waking up naturally is often the most rare thing. At first, there was just a faint and sparse sound coming from the wall, causing the nearby demon spiders to panic. Then there was a vibrating sound on the wall, and even Siljak, who was sleeping soundly, frowned slightly. After a while, the voice quieted down. Siljak's brows relaxed, and a spider queen crawled there with a dozen worker spiders to check the situation. And when the spider queen was lying there, she actually saw a big bull's eye lying on the wall on the opposite side through the gap in the crystal. In the blink of an eye, before the spider queen could scream, a large part of the wall collapsed with a loud bang. The solid wall above and the broken crystals around it flew everywhere, and a heavy square hammer flew out from the giant's hand, beating the curious spider queen into pieces. The flying hammer burned with flames, drew a trajectory in the hall, and landed on the edge of Siljak's bed, denting a large piece of the spider web. When the flexible spider web bounced up, Hiljak's body also bounced up a few centimeters. "Who is it?" Siljak suddenly opened his eyes, revealing 3 pairs of pupils. However, the words she spoke sounded a little childish, which made her anger seem a little unfounded. However, when the demon spiders heard this voice, they all trembled. There was silence in the hall for a moment, and all eyes were looking towards the wall. I saw a priest pushing past the steel giant in front of him, standing on the wall and looking curiously at the hall, nodding in surprise, very similar to what the prophet said. The reflex arc of this uninvited guest was very long, and he scanned it once before looking at the angry eyes that came towards him. For a moment, he actually felt slightly dizzy from the surging mental power. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry to meet you in this way, but your subordinates are really not hospitable." With a slight apology on his face, George bowed slightly in a noble manner. "Actually, I'm just came to give you a gift." The number of demon spiders left behind is weak. Among them, there are only more than 20 guard demon spiders, most of which are spider servants, elite worker spiders, and special worker spiders. But it seemed that it was more than enough to deal with 5 humans. So they all gathered together without fear, and only took the queen's order to show off their skills. Siljak stood up slowly, with an innocent and confused look on his face. He even wiped his eyes obediently and said in a very childish voice, "But you broke someone's bedroom. They are here to cause trouble." "Master," said a spider queen standing next to Siljack. Her upper body was very similar to a human, but the words in her mouth were hoarse and unpleasant, like the sound of metal friction. Tanya, who was touching up her makeup, curled her lips fiercely when she heard Siljack's words. And George, who had never dealt with the scheming griller Siljack, was surprised for half a second after hearing this. "This thing in my hand must be able to compensate you. Is it your heart?" Siljack blinked her big eyes, which had completely different meanings from what George understood at this time. And she actually shook her head funny. Siljack's face suddenly turned ferocious. "But it's not up to you." At this point, she suddenly closed her hands, and the demon spiders rushed toward the cave entrance. George looked at the black cobwebs suddenly entangled under the 5 people's feet, and realized that this little bitch had arrived half a step earlier than him. He had never failed to show off, and the anger in his chest instantly surged. He pointed his hand at Siljack and shouted to Alexander, "Kill this little bitch for me." Then he was tied up like a rice dumpling amid Siljack's wild laughter. But then, with a deafening roar, the exploding sunlight suddenly swept across the entire hall. In the dazzling light, the demon spider, accustomed to dim light, almost went blind in the scream. The entangled black spider webs were instantly purified and disintegrated. In an instant, the giant had opened a path of flames in the chaotic spider swarm. When Siljack, who was covering her face and howling, opened her eyes, a halberd had already stabbed her in the head. Chapter 219 Marionette. In an instant, the hall was already like day. The light emitted by the Book of Dawn on George's way seemed to them to be extremely soft. The brightness made the transition between light and dark very smooth. After falling on the body, it seemed to add more energy to themselves. A layer of protective clothing. But the red sun shining on the demon spider was like burning fire. This sunlight seems to be able to penetrate everything, making them feel that the most fragile things in their bodies are exposed to the air. And in this burning, their bodies are gradually weakened, extremely weakened. As the sun burst out, more than 200 shadows suddenly flew out of the pages of the book and rushed towards several holes connected to the outside. At the same time, more than 200 mindless worker spiders swarmed towards the cave entrances. Unlike the demon spider in the hall, the brain spider with divine patterns on its body felt some pain in the sunlight, but it was not suppressed much. While controlling the puppet, he even reached out and devoured the brains of several spider queens that he had always had a grudge against. In the blink of an eye, the servants of heaven had entered those cave entrances, and the worker spiders were approaching. The spider queen and the guard demon spiders were the first to react and wanted to block this group of teams. But a dozen guard demon spiders with divine patterns on their bodies rushed towards them with 40 or 50 soldier spiders. Got them. These soldier spiders turned a blind eye to the guard demon spiders and started killing the spider servants who were thick and good at digging. And Aji and Tanya also started to attack those spider queens. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. During this period, chains flew out and pulled away the spider queens who were lying on the ground. The guard demon spider, which was originally stronger than the worker spider, agile and ferocious, was beaten to the point of being overwhelmed by 2 or 3 soldier spiders in the sunlight. And the armor that was originally as strong as gems began to become fragile. One of them was beaten with scars, and the divine pattern guard demon spider jumped up and could pierce their bodies. This kind of injury was not a serious problem for them before, but under the blood curse, they were bleeding profusely. The weakening of resistance increases the damage, and often the injured spider will turn into a mummy within a short time. The spider queen was even more weak. The soldier spiders could be controlled by a single thought, but now it was extremely difficult. The dark magic released in her hands could still make countless small spiders suddenly appear on the soldier spiders and devour them. But when the elusive Templar assassin was released, he was greatly weakened by the power of protection. When it fell on him, he was like a mud cow in the sea, and was overwhelmed by his darkness resistance of more than 100 plus resistance. Seal, complete resistance. Especially those larger spider queens are given special attention. The big spider queen, who stayed next to Siljack at the beginning, was also included in the Book of Hope by George. It is worth mentioning that the spider queen did not seem to be very powerful, and the 2 guard demon spiders almost killed her. But including her consumes 20,000 hope power. The demon spiders were named one by one. Amidst the dancing ice and snow in the hall, the bodies of the demon spiders continued to condense with frost. Many demon spiders were already completely frozen. On the other side, The battle between Alexander and Siljack has also entered a fever pitch. Alexander's initial attack that was sure to win was blocked by the 2 spider claws raised by Siljack. Among the 4 clusters of Mars, Hilyak's body was pushed back a certain distance by the elastic spider web. But then, her other 4 legs that had been hanging on the spider web suddenly exerted force. This elastic force actually kicked Alexander far away. I never thought that the power of this demon spider would be so terrifying. With the power of a Goron, Alexander was completely defeated in this wrestling. Tanya, who was looking at her from a distance, seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and shouted, "Don't fight with her on the spider web! Knock her over! She's soft underneath!" The witch in the distance also yelled. After George heard this, he glared hard at the 2 women who couldn't hold themselves back. Siljack, who was in the distance, glared at the 2 women with great hatred. He stretched out his hand to block their mouths with a magic spell, but was slapped by Alexander's shield. He had to concentrate on dealing with the difficult giant in front of him while cursing. She hated the giant and the 2 women equally in her heart, because after the first blow, Siljack found that she could no longer repel the steel giant that hit again, as if all the muscles in his body were being tightened. After a sudden impact, it will be as solid as a rock, and the ground will be like a mountain. Before the strength is exhausted, no matter how strong the force is, it will be difficult to knock him away. Following this momentum, Alexander began to rush towards Siljack with his shield, hoping to gradually knock her out of the spider carpet area. The extremely sticky cobweb carpet had little effect under Alexander's iron feet stained with chemicals, and his powerful feet moved very steadily and with very exquisite skills. Stepping on the soft and elastic spider web is like stepping on the spider web with 8 claws of a demon spider, and it will not hinder your movement. And when this big guy was fighting, he had a very dirty mouth. Whether he was beaten up and spit out a mouthful of blood, or he took advantage of him, he kept talking about little bitches, pinching you to death, grilling crabs, and other random words. Come on! That mocking tone made Siljack tremble with anger, and her head felt dizzy. The curse that had been chanting in my heart almost broke. Alexander actually always remembered what George told him before. But there was a huge gap between knowing how to do it, and how to do it, with Hilyak's 8 claws hooked in the cobweb. Not only was she extremely powerful, but he was also unable to knock her over at all. And it was even more difficult to knock her out of the thick cobweb blanket. After all his efforts, he only managed to knock her out of the bed. But the armor that was as solid as gems on Siljack's body became much more fragile in the sunlight. He was beaten with cracks all over his body by Alexander. Blood like liquid crystal dripped continuously, flowing like a river under Tanya's spell. However, Alexander's tiger's mouth also burst out, and a lot of blood came out. During Siljack's counterattack, the armor on his chest had dented a large piece, and a lot of blood had been spit out from his mouth. If things go on like this, he will inevitably fall first. Suddenly, Alexander struck with another sudden blow. He knew that he could not knock Siljack over on this spider web, but he firmly believed that with great force, miracles could happen. However, this time, Hilyak, who saw that this guy was a fool, was already prepared this was a flaw that she deliberately sold. Her forelimb suddenly flicked against the spider web, and Alexander was thrown into the air by the spider web. Seeing such a scene, Siljack laughed wildly, and the surrounding spider silk suddenly flew up and wrapped around Alexander's body. Immediately afterwards, amid Siljack's spell, the giant made several funny shapes like a puppet on strings, and rushed towards a divine pattern guard demon spider not far away. Under that powerful blow, the demon spider's legs were suddenly broken, and it was knocked into the air. Then the spider silk from the sky fell down like rain, instantly covering the entire hall. Chapter 220. Come here. These spider silks are not afraid of ice and fire at all. No matter the wind, snow, or holy fire, they have no effect on the magic spider silk. Once the divine pattern soldier spider accidentally touches the spider silk, it will be entangled. It will either be pulled into pieces or manipulated to attack teammates. Immediately afterwards, the tone of the spell in Siljack's mouth was suddenly repeated, and the will of the soldier spiders, who had not touched the spider's thread, began to waver. Even George and others felt dizzy, and their bodies began to become numb and stiff. As Siljack laughed wildly, the spider threads continued to wrap around, chasing the soldier spider, George and others, like countless twisting poisonous snakes. These spider silks seem to have been cast by Siljack with a terrible curse. If they get even a little bit of them, they will become weak and itchy all over. Once cut by the spider silk, it will crystallize from the wound under Siljack's gaze. It was unimaginable that Siljack's power and magic were so terrifying when she was weak and suppressed. After the magic spell she recited silently was cast. The situation was reversed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, many who failed to escape in time were entangled in cocoons like cocoons. In the entire hall, only the priest and wizard at the entrance of the cave were in slightly better condition, with the help of a dozen brain spiders. Those spider silks were constantly blocked by the black whip. But it seemed that there were more and more spider silks nearby. The demon spiders that had freed their hands also continued to rush towards the entrance of the cave. The mummies of small spiders and broken ice piled up on the ground. The entrance to the cave was supported by the priest wielding a hammer. And even Tanya had to occasionally stop chanting magic spells and wave a dagger. It seems that it won't be long before these three people can no longer hold on. After being controlled for a while, Alexander broke off the spider threads and moved his body to the corner of the wall. He didn't know what this idiot with a missing string in his head wanted to do. But Siljak, who had been paying attention to him, changed the spell in his mouth. And more spider threads surrounded Alexander from all directions. They condensed into many very thick white snakes halfway, like shadows. Then he chased after him, watching that reckless guy being hit by several huge strands of spider silk on the wall. He was eventually wrapped up like a cocoon, leaving only his head. Siljak laughed viciously, climbed on the spider silk in the hall with 8 claws, and walked towards him from midair. Hilak has a deep understanding of the power contained in this body. After planting the spider eggs, a child stronger than Silithus will be born. Ignorant and stupid fool! A big fool wrapped in a turtle sh. L. I have changed my mind. I want to keep you alive, and let you watch my child eat all your internal organs, and watch how it changes from your belly burst out. Siljak wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and quickly crawled through the air. She had never been bullied like this with pure physical strength. And at this moment, she felt extremely resentful in her heart. What made her most unbearable was that after fighting for a while, she suddenly discovered that this opponent had nothing but brute strength. He seems to be still a fool. This made her feel a great shame. And even now this guy has been entangled in this virtue, and has been cursed with so many curses. The words of weak curses are still ringing in the helmet. The spider web opened Alexander's cheek, revealing a foolish fool, who couldn't hide the cunning look on his face. That mocking expression seemed to say, "You are the big fool." Siljak, who had already crawled forward, suddenly felt alarm bells ringing in his heart. She suddenly turned around and crawled towards the spider carpet. But at this moment, the blood all over her body suddenly began to boil, and all the spider webs of those chasing it were stopped. In an instant, a gray figure that had not appeared for a while suddenly appeared above her like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he used the dawn blade burning with the holy fire to cut off several cobwebs she was climbing on. At the same time, the cobwebs around Alexander were suddenly dispersed by an invisible force. Alexander's whole body suddenly burst into red sun rage. The curse on his body was instantly burned away, and his strength was restored in an instant. Then 6 pairs of broken light wings suddenly opened from his back, and he rushed towards Siljak unstoppably. And all the spider threads blocking his charge were scattered aside under the protection of heaven. At this time, the spider web in Siljak's hand had just broken a few important threads, and was falling awkwardly from midair. Then he felt a huge force grabbing his hind legs. "Come here, you!" This time, Siljak's spider claws no longer had the thick spider blanket to hold onto. During her arrogant hug, she subconsciously grabbed the spider threads in midair around her. However, the Templar assassin could cut through the web faster than her hands could. In the blink of an eye, under the Goron-like power, the scenery in front of Siljak was reversed, and the rumbling wind sounded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, his vision went dark amidst the screams, and he hit the wall hard. The giant spread out his broken wings and jumped up. The halberd in his hand pierced Siljak's soft abdomen with heart-rending force, making it difficult for her to turn over. Immediately afterwards, he threw himself in front of Siljak's chest and abdomen, waving his iron fist and big shield. The huge demon spider and the steel giant kept fighting on the ground, and the Templar assassin kept jumping around the two, leaving horrific scars on Siljak's abdomen. Sometimes he appeared in front of Siljak, and the dagger in his hand stabbed her eyes, which created a great threat in her heart, causing her to be distracted. All her attention was focused on these two people. The few spells that can be used in boiling blood can no longer be recited. The magic spell in Tanya's mouth has been cast, causing the blood in Siljak's body to boil and surge, making her consciousness more and more confused. But her body went crazy, and she turned over and pressed Alexander underneath her, regardless of the sharp blade thrust by the Templar assassin. They fought wildly with the giant. At this time, the scattered snowflakes falling in the sky began to turn blue. The first ones to die were the demon spiders that were fighting with George. With the help of Blue Wither, he and the brain spiders quickly wiped out these demon spiders. Then he picked up the Book of Dawn, reached out, and grabbed it tightly. Then the souls of all the divine spiders in the hall were shattered, and only the trembling and confused Black Heart survived alone. All these soul powers were gathered into the one by Lorna. And then, an overwhelming blue blizzard blew up in the hall. George held the warhammer in his hand, jumped up, and spread out his wings of light. Just like a skier being chased by a blizzard, the warhammer swung with all its strength suddenly hit Siljak's abdomen and back, nailing the magic halberd nail to the ground like a nail. And at the same time it penetrated her entire abdomen. In Siljak's extreme pain, Tanya's face became ferocious. She grabbed the air with both hands, and the boiling blood all over Siljak's body, and part of her broken internal organs rushed out crazily. Come out. At the same time, the blue blizzard swept over the sky, and enveloped the demon in an instant. Chapter 221 Forbidden Academy. The demon spiders in the lair stopped everything in their hands, and rushed towards this place crazily after Siljak fought. However, the supports of the tunnels leading to the caves here have been shattered by the worker spiders, and the servants of heaven. Even the back way for George to come in was blocked by them in advance, and the excavated rocks and soil were thrown directly behind them. The guard demon spider that came at the beginning was not good at digging, and could only drill in slowly. But the speed of drilling was not as fast as the tunnel could be destroyed. By the time worker spiders came from behind, the tunnel had almost completely collapsed. Jack and the others behind them also chased after them, constantly preventing them from digging the cave. But as Siljak was injured more and more, the demon spiders in the entire lair became more and more crazy, desperately digging the hole. At this time, the demon spiders had already emerged from the collapsed hole one by one. In the violent surge in the blue ice and snow, the blue ice crystals spread on Hilyak's body from bottom to top, the most injured. In the process of spreading, the power on Hilyak's body was like black water that keeps melting and retreating those blue crystals. But after a while, she was completely weak and could no longer struggle. Not long after, most of her spider body condensed into a blue ice sculpture, which made her feel great fear. When George opened the book in front of her, Siljak felt a great attraction, and knew that it was a foregone conclusion that she would be sealed. She looked at Aji and Alexander, who were rushing towards the incoming spider swarm, with a look of ferocity and resentment on their faces. She laughed loudly, with a hoarse and crazy voice. I will fight to the death in the book and make your eyes tremble, watching everyone around you die tragically one by one, until you are the only one left. Several cave entrances suddenly collapsed, and a large number of spiders swarmed up. They ignored this side, and swarmed towards Lorna and others like a tide. Alexander held Lorna and Tanya in his arms and raised his shield, like a rock that was instantly submerged by the black flood. It was as if, as Siljak said, she only wanted to leave one person behind. At this time, Siljak suddenly felt that the suction force in the book stopped suddenly. A spider queen whose body was only a circle smaller than Siljak, and whose divine patterns had not yet been fully condensed, appeared in front of Siljak. In front of you. The released spider queen looked confused, and Siljak was also suddenly startled at this moment. I have a backup option. George put the Book of Dawn back in the air, looked at the two men and nodded and said, It seems we have the same idea. Both demon spiders understood what he meant. He only planned to keep one. At this time, the spider queen or spider phase, who was struggling in the book, looked at her queen Siljak. This glance could not express all the thoughts in the hearts of both parties at this moment, but the words of others made the devil's nature exposed. It seems that some people still want to live. The desire to live suddenly burst out in the hearts of the two people seeking death. Jealousy, desire, and anger ignited the desire to live. Siljak suddenly saw the Spider Queen reaching out her hand, and almost at the same time, the Spider Queen's Caliceri struck towards Siljak's body. The Caliceri are obviously longer than the arms. If it hits Siljak this time, her body will definitely be torn apart. Seemingly anticipating this outcome, Siljak screamed in despair, and her eyes slowly turned to George at this moment. At this moment, it was too late for her to say any more words, but the pleading and desire for life in her eyes poured out crazily. The Spider Queen suddenly disappeared from the ground, and the incoming demon spiders suddenly stopped. Alexander's exhausted body was exposed from the black flood. At this time, the Legion guards also appeared at the entrance of the cave. My king, I am willing to obey your orders. Siljak lowered her proud head, when Jack and others stood at the entrance of the cave and looked towards the entrance with eyes wide open. The countless demon spiders in the hall had already knelt down towards the center and humbly put their heads on the soil. But it is not their king who is heading towards them, but their king. The low water droplets on the dome suddenly turned into thin rain of light. And the red, white, and gray god-patterned cloaks of the soldiers rustled in the wind and rain. They looked at the person in the center of the hall, who was holding up the holy object to seal the demon. They all knelt on one knee, took off their helmets, and silently sang to him in their hearts. This scene has appeared in many mythological stories and history books that cannot be studied in ancient times. Today's scene will definitely add a strong touch to the myths and history books, and will still be sung thousands of years later. 60,000. This is the amount of hope it takes to regain Siljak. This number is more than 40,000 lower than the number shown when George first opened the book. This may have a lot to do with Siljak's surrender. After recapturing Siljak, George sat on a big mushroom and wrote in the Book of Dawn with a pen, while watching the spiders and knights under his feet getting busy. Blackheart and the Spider Queen named Agatha took Anthony's list and cooperated with Lorna to collect the magic potions and precious herbs. Anthony, sitting in the library of the shelter, kept communicating with George using a pen. Any notes and documents in the Sanctuary Library can be displayed on the Book of Dawn. Similarly, the Book of Dawn can also record the text on the document and send it back to the Sanctuary. During the summons, Anthony was very excited. What was here far exceeded his expectations. He said that there are many medicinal materials rich in magical power that can completely replace many rare medicinal materials that have become extinct. The issue of blood medicine that scholars are concerned about has been perfectly solved. And after these medicinal materials, which may not even have been seen by many scholars, are brought back to the shelter, they will surely be able to develop many excellent medicines for other uses in the subsequent experiments. Especially the kind of plants eaten by spider queens can greatly increase wisdom, according to the records of the Kingdom of Heaven. After taking it, many scholars will be able to have a glimpse of the magic in the Forbidden Book. Bring back several specimens of spider queens and brain spiders. George, I am very curious about the unique magic used by those spiders that Lorna described. If they are willing to open their mouths, let me compile a list of information about the spiders. Magic system. With the stimulation of these medicinal materials, maybe we can use this to cultivate a group of wizards, Anthony said in the message. And judging from the handwriting, he was very excited. I have always regretted not learning more practical things in the school city. Now with these magic spiders, and the small number of magic forbidden books in various libraries, I think that maybe we can build a forbidden academy in the sanctuary in the future. Magic is a forbidden art. The Forbidden Academy is a place where wizards can be trained, and the Forbidden Sanctuary is the highest level school city. After Anthony finished speaking, a paragraph of text suddenly appeared on the Book of Dawn. Advanced Hidden Building, Forbidden Academy. How can we fight against the apocalypse with big soldiers alone? You need an army of magic. Requirements, knowledge system existing. Source of magic energy existing. Forbidden Grand Master existing. Book collection, 39%. Forbidden Academy, necessary for cultivating wizards and researching magic technology. Continuously replenishing the knowledge system and types of magic energy sources will make the wizards in the academy more powerful. Current knowledge system, darkness, very happy face. Ice and fire D. Alchemy C+. Current source of magic energy, activation crystal production technology D. This is the most basic requirement. Magic bacteria cultivation method, very happy face. Potion? Forbidden Grand Maester, Anthony R. Your college has unlimited future potential. Book collection. The current collection is not enough, it can be collected continuously. And it lacks a lot of basic magic. Please be sure to pay attention to the book collection. It will not only affect the foundation of the wizard, but also the future of the wizard. Light of Dawn, according to you. Forbidden Academy is the real black technology in this world. The previous belief system of the 7 gods could not incorporate magic into it. But in the new century, you will have the opportunity to integrate all the forces in the world to fight against the Doomsday together. Tip. A city with merchants will allow Forbidden Academy to achieve great development. But to make it most effective, you need at least a city-state. The Book of Life and Death, the Demon Spider, and Blood Magic have made a great contribution to the Academy. The magic bacteria and activation crystals all come from the Demon Spider. Activating crystals is easier to produce. The basic materials are crystals and gems. The Demon Spider knows how to stimulate them to produce magic energy, which is the most basic requirement for the entire source of magic energy. Magic bacteria should be things floating in the sky. The cost of cultivation is high and there is a certain period. As for potions, it should depend on the materials. Judging from the magic bacteria and potions here, the things produced must be above B. George observed the description of the Forbidden Academy and found that knowledge system plus source of magic energy equals the rating potential that wizards can achieve. In other words, if the Magic Academy is built, then the wizards who come out of here will hone their skills. After a few rounds, there is a chance to reach B-rated hero combat effectiveness. This is simply another Cathedral of the Dawn. In more explanations, George discovered that the Forbidden Academy is actually not difficult to build, and it mainly lies in the collection of knowledge. Loot various libraries, collect documents, and even the knowledge contributed by intelligent creatures such as demon spiders can be compiled into a collection of books. When it comes to collecting books, Anthony will know what needs to be collected and where to collect it. The Magic Academy is not only related to the development of wizards, but also to the entire sanctuary. It is closely related to buildings such as the Magic Tower and the Potion Garden. With this Magic Academy as the basis, with the establishment of various magic buildings, more buildings will gradually be solved through the research of wizards. George was in a daze here, and Anthony's handwriting continued to come over. Of course, judging from the current magic academics on the mainland, it is still in a very ignorant state. Therefore, there are not many magic buildings that can be put into use, and currently they can only help shelters. There is still a long way to go to establish a basic magic system to reach the level of the Forbidden Sanctuary. But judging from the current intensity of the Black Tide, after our magic system is complete, within a few years after the Blood Moon, we can handle it enough. This magic system combined with the Night of Dawn, one demon and one weapon, may really be able to fight against the demon army. George nodded. One day in the future, if I can rob the school city that monopolizes all magic in the world, the sanctuary will become a real magic city. At this moment, in George's mind, he had a vague outline of the magnificent floating city under the sun. Chapter 222 The Unnamed God. After talking with Anthony, the two excited people put aside the matter and got down to business. Anthony compiled a list of mineral resources that the shelter urgently needed and said they could be shipped back first. Most of these things are in stock in the lair, and the remaining ones can be temporarily mined. After arranging the matter, George paid attention to Siljack in the book. Me? After hearing George's question, Siljack replied lazily. Of course I was summoned. Have you seen the altar in that small town? Legends about me have already spread all over the world. I am the god in their hearts. Listening to Siljack's boasting, George curled his lips. After including Siljack in the book, Dawn of Light found out all her background 11 years old, which was the age marked by Dawn as Siljack. Siljack probably also knew that she had become a naked body in George's eyes at this time. But lying is a habit of the devil. Just like bragging, it has nothing to do with loyalty. In other words, no matter how honest a devil is, he can't help but talk nonsense. Well, I am indeed only 11 years old. Seeing that George had not spoken, Siljack cleared her throat and tried her best to pretend to be mature. But what I said is true. Not I'm afraid you may underestimate me. There were many legends about me before I was born. Ahem. What I mean is that our race is very large, and every demon has its own inheritance. You can say that I am 11 years old. It's not wrong to say 11,000 years old. Ahem. So I don't mean to lie. At this point, she sucked her finger on the image of Siljack. Seemingly realizing that this move was inappropriate, she quickly put her hand down again, putting aside Siljack's useless nonsense. George gradually understood that she was indeed summoned, but it was just a small egg that was summoned at first. And it was not the townspeople who summoned her, but the devil. The mist cultists brought the egg to the valley and hatched it in this mining town. Specifically, incubated in the body of a certain resident. Since then, the blood-sucking insects that harassed the townsmen when the fog first came no longer dare to harass the town. This made the townspeople more and more convinced of the words of those believers. He also worshipped the spider god more and more. And Siljack has also become the patron saint in their hearts. But this god is an evil god, and she needs nutrients to grow. Therefore, the thousands of people in the entire town became the nourishment for her growth. When Siljack's larvae grew up, flesh and blood could no longer meet her energy needs. Now that she has become a spider body, the only energy she really needs to take in is magic energy. Or crystal. I am just a coolie who was blown up to be the queen. Aloysius coaxed many coolies like me to come here. They are responsible for the logistics of his army. Logically speaking, I am Elizabeth's subordinate, or in other words, she is the adjutant. She will stay here and wait for the blood moon to come. Then she will awaken. Siljack said happily. This was not the first time that George heard the name Aloysius. Jewing Frank also stole a treasure that belonged to him. According to Siljack, he is one of the 3 leaders of the demon army. But currently, Only he has descended into this world, or in other words, resides in someone's body. Most of what is happening in this world right now is his work. Why summon an egg? George asked. It is the suppression of the world's will. The bigger the body, referring to strength, the harder it is for people to cross the world barrier. Siljak continued. Every time the world collapses, there will be a sign in the outside world. The blood moon is an early sign of the collapse of the world. It can be seen that the knowledge possessed by this 11-year-old devil is extremely huge. In other words, high-level demons are born knowing many things. Eggs, magic weapons, and other items all appeared in this world when the first blood moon came. They are not as huge as living creatures. As long as there is a small crack in the world barrier, they can pass through. Aloysius was the first to come to this world, summoned by the ancient gods. The medium is the language of the ancient gods. The emergence of the language of the ancient gods is a mystery. It does not seem to appear suddenly in this world, but may have existed many years ago. From Hilyak's words, Dawnlight was also adding something, but it seemed that since Hilyak said it, he had to correct it. George slowly learned. The relationship between the ancient gods and demons is very special. It is okay to say that demons are slaves, minions, and worshippers of the ancient gods. But no matter what they are, the ancient gods never care. The demon was not summoned, but the demon smelled the scent of the ancient god and came by himself. In the eyes of the ancient gods, everything was too small. Neither humans nor demons can understand his thinking. But the arrogant demons don't think so. They believe that the ancient gods summoned themselves here to let the demons spread fear and destruction. When the world gradually turns into purgatory, the ancient gods will draw despair and awaken from it. And if the demon can be killed earlier, the smaller part of the ancient gods, awakening, will be. This is the only chance to fight him and escape the end. In fact, according to what Siljak said, the dreams of the ancient gods wandering here are enough to destroy this world. So, is the god of mist the old master of this world? Or an alien god? George asked, touching his chin. God of the mist? Let's put it this way. Siljak thought for a moment, and tried his best to give a vague definition with a description that George could understand. These unnamed gods have no will, and they never do things without purpose. Just like disasters and doomsdays that suddenly fall from the sky. The god of mist you mentioned is this kind of existence. He is despair. And despair exists in any world. So he can be the master of any old world. And he is too huge a little bit different. So to any world, he is also an alien god. Siljak added. The so-called awakening is actually not accurate. It should be said that what we did may have made him move in his dream, allowing the world to come into contact with his dream. So, the fall of the 7 gods was just because the 7 gods came into contact with his dream? Satisfaction of Dawnlight 1. My king, I'm afraid it's a little inaccurate to say this, Siljak said. It should be that the 7 gods dreamed of him unintentionally. George suddenly understood why Dawnlight never wanted to talk to him about the ancient gods. If you dream about it, you will die. What are the 7 to this god? I'm afraid they are no different from ants. What about humans? Facing such a level of existence is really disappointing. The only good thing is that he cannot be guessed. Nor can he guess anything. He is willful and random. And the end of the world is not his intention, but just unintentional. As for whether the world will be destroyed or survived in the end, he doesn't care. It all depends on how humans commit suicide. So I said that the demons are doing something very dangerous. Aloysius is simply digging his own grave, Siljak said angrily, completely forgetting that after he was summoned. How happy they are. They are arrogant and greedy and think they can have fun. But I am different from them. Master, I have long known that there is no future in following them. And I have long wanted to abandon the dark side and join the light. Thank you, Master. It was you who saved me from the kidnappers and gave me this opportunity. I will assist you wholeheartedly. Having said this, Hilyak's eyes started to move, and he began to think about how to obtain the greatest benefits as a prisoner. If this kid could stay here, it would be perfect. And when she thought of leaving that soft and comfortable big bed illuminated by strong magic energy, her whole body felt bad. Only a ghost would believe this devil's sweet words. It is obvious that this demon joined the Black Tide not just to help others, but for his own benefit. And in his greed and desire, he contributed to the Black Tide. After she discovered that Elizabeth was not doing business, she even set up a conspiracy to replace her. From this incident, we can see what her position is. And even though demons are just helpless people, no matter how great the benefits are, they can't compare to fate. But you have to be careful when wielding this double-edged sword. George knew what Siljack was thinking. So after he heard these words, not only did he not express satisfaction, but his eyes turned cold. He stretched out his hand to grab the book, and laughed amidst Hilyak's screams. Shiriak, if you think of me as Elizabeth, I'm afraid you're totally wrong. And I don't like to hear sweet words. In the future, if you want to live a good life, you must first understand one thing. I know. In the midst of the pain, a twisted joy appeared on Siljak's face. He danced with laughter and looked like a madman. First, always remember me. I am your slave. Don't expect a chance to turn over. Second, if I want to live a better life, I must try my best to please you. Regarding the item that Siljak added on his own initiative, George was slightly stunned, and the hand he was holding loosened slightly in surprise. He suddenly discovered that unlike those blood descendants, demons are people who understand the rules of the game very well. Ask for shelter. Please give birth to a child. After saying this, Siljak licked his tongue and patted his abdomen, which was gradually recovering. There are more and more soldiers under his command, and they are becoming more and more strange. It is becoming increasingly difficult to lead a team. Looking at the hob meat in the book, George looked messy. Suddenly he felt that he should learn more from someone about how to manage such subordinates. The devil knows the devil best, and Clobber should know it very well. Chapter 223 A Little Lost Paradise. When the demon spiders gradually transported the large amount of or out of the sinkhole, the servants of the kingdom of heaven had already collected materials in the forest and created a large number of vehicles suitable for the demon spiders to transport. A rough calculation shows that the total of all the materials taken away will reach more than 3,000 tons. Most of the materials will be mainly iron ore, which will be used by the spiders for the construction of large city walls. There are also more than 10 tons of crystal spider eggs. Not only are they rich in magic power, but the eggs, LS, are also rich in many precious minerals, from which fine gold can be better extracted. After refining, it can also be used as various crystal containers and as high-quality test tubes in the laboratory. In addition, there are 5 or 6 carts of activation crystals. They are excellent items whether they are used in alchemy or to catalyze the production of magic energy for use in the laboratory. It can be said that before the fog, this level of gadgets could only be used occasionally by bachelors, and only a very wealthy bachelor can do that. Unfortunately, the output of gems from the mine here is not large, and only more than 5,000 carats were collected before the Black Pearl mine was opened. The mine's weekly output of gems, apart from what the demon spider needed, only had a few dozen carats left. However, these 5,000 carats of gems are enough for the shelter to last for a long time. Leaving aside the equipment required, 3,000 carats of gems can be used as blue wither, according to the ratio of 1 to 3. These 10,000 bottles of potion sound scary. It will become a strategic material to resist the Kuroshio. There are a lot of medicinal materials, but Anthony doesn't recommend using them all. According to his list, the team will bring back 4,000 people's worth of mature medicinal materials this time according to him. It is just enough. I don't know what this pedant is planning to do with it. Not a single magic fungus was left, but 2 huge magic spider transport trucks were filled, weighing only 8 kilograms. But each potion only required a few grams, and even these few grams are worth hundreds of gold lions. It can be said that their price is second only to magic potions. Magic potions are more valuable than magic fungi, but because they are rare and difficult to catch, they'd basically rely on Morna and Siljak. So the quantity is much smaller. These potions were contained in Siljak's magic net, and there were 3 bags in total. Calculated, it can be used by more than 200 people. It can be used to refine potions that increase potential. This energy can also be stimulated by the spirit or absorbed by the body. It can also be used to refine weird, interesting and useful potions. When leaving, most of the spiders cannot be taken away. George did not dare to place these unsealed demons in the shelter, let alone let them work together with the laborers like the blood descendants. Of course, we can't just throw them here without the restraint of Siljak. They will all herd sheep. They will be sealed in this nest in another way. In George's conception, he will try his best to turn it into a small lost paradise that replenishes nutrients for the lost paradise, similar to a mouse habitat and a sanctuary. So after arranging everything, there were only more than 200 divine pattern spiders in the team. But there are 2 divine pattern spider queens and a dozen divine pattern brain spiders, and they control more than 500 worker spider puppets. The working efficiency of this kind of worker spider puppet is slightly lower, but the secretions and spider webs are not bad at all. It is enough to cooperate with 80,000 laborers, 300 ogres, and 200 servants of the kingdom of heaven to build a large city wall being built into an iron wall. The remaining demon spiders will be tied up in a chain by Agatha, and the other 5 divine pattern spider queens. All other spider queens and brain spiders have been killed. Of course, just like this chain is still a bit weak. Siljack also expressed great concern, but she was worried because George left Agatha here. When Agatha was excited, the same was true before leaving. The last words Agatha heard were that Siljack blew her ears off next to George. Those heart-wrenching words made Agatha extremely panicked. During these days, George's deliberate show of trust in Siljack also made the Spider Queen very worried that Siljack would really come back one day. Go to the mine to take charge of the overall situation. The divine patterns engraved in the Book of Dawn are like chains, binding the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen tied the Devil Spider like a chain. From now on, the number of demon spiders that escape from the mine to cause trouble will be reduced to a minimum. As long as mercenaries occasionally wander here, peace will basically be guaranteed here. When Siljack found out that it was a foregone conclusion that she would be taken away from her hometown, she was jealous. As George expected, she put forward some interesting suggestions to improve this little lost paradise. First of all, the divine pattern spider. After that, she was not allowed to have any more children. After that, she gave the growth cycle of the magic bacteria in the nest and the exact number of output. As long as they send people to collect them regularly, they will not be able to eat more of these necessities for the growth of the Spider Queen and the reproduction of high-level demon spider eggs. Finally, Siljack divided several areas on the map. That bitch wants to replace me. And the 5 Spider Queens also want to replace her. Everyone wants the dominance of this mine. And every Spider Queen is very interested in the core hall rich in magic energy. Thoughtful. Having said this, Siljack said no more. After thinking for a while, George ordered Agatha to be responsible for the core hall, and the other spiders to be responsible for the various areas on the edge. This decision made all the Spider Queens extremely dissatisfied with Agatha, and the jealousy in their hearts burned like fire. They had already secretly discussed the rotation and even planned to hide the magic bacteria. But now they were completely divided. None of these 6 monks could drink water. When the team set off, Siljack complained in the book. You should actually follow my advice and kill all the crystal spiders. You know, we won't have to leave for long before they have a chance to rebel. Crystal Spider is Siljack's name for the guard's demon spider, the leader of the guards. When the war started, he was swarmed by Agron and other ogres and red-robed knights, and was knocked to pieces. After that, Agron kept turning the demon spider's legs, using them as sticks. Sure enough, as Siljack said, when they approached the shelter, the guard spiders began to become independent. But it is somewhat different from what Siljack said. Most of them are controlled by the Spider Queen, judging from the number distributed. It seems that the Spider Queens have already reached some agreement. Another part of the guard demon spiders became wild, and would indeed cause trouble everywhere. But it was far less serious than what Siljack said. Although it does affect the output of the ore a little. George is happy to see these demons have something to worry about. Siljack, it seems that the development of things is somewhat unexpected. George specially displayed the map page opposite the page of the book where Siljack was, allowing her to watch it from beginning to end. Siljack, who had a resentful look on his face, was full of hatred. I know. These bitch masters. You always lack trust in me. If you are not afraid, after these Spider Queens gather the crystal spiders, another hope will grow. Ariak? Oh, it seems that you forgot to tell me something about those crystal spiders. Right? George smiled half-heartedly. Siljack does have a lot of thoughts, but unfortunately he is too young. At 11 years old, in this world of intrigue, talent alone is not enough. So she's like a child trying her best to deceive adults. George could see many things at a glance. When Siljack suggested killing all the guard demon spiders, George guessed that those crystal spiders had a special role for the Crystal Queen. As for what these crystal spiders were used for, he had a pretty good guess from his testing over the past few days. Siljack licked his fingers, his eyes filled with mist, and explained his forgetfulness. I think this must be because he didn't eat enough magic fungi. I'll give you 3 seconds to answer. Punish me, master. It takes 3 seconds, howling in pain. As for the specific functions of these demons, Siljack has given many answers, but I'm afraid none of them are true. The most reliable theory is that these crystal spiders specially made by Siljack have her power. After slowly absorbing it, the Spider Queen's body will slowly undergo qualitative changes or change genes, allowing the Spider Queen to continue to approach Siljack, thus truly seizing power. What she was most worried about was indeed this matter. She knew that even if George didn't understand what a demon was, He would never leave those guard demon spiders to her. Therefore, none of you want what I can't get. But she guessed wrong. George really knew something about demons. Regardless of the various information recorded in the Holy Scriptures and the archives of heaven, some of it can be understood from the mouths of some demons. Siljack didn't want to tell his master too much about himself. But that might not be the case with Siljack's former slave. Some big demons can not only draw power from their servants, but also store the pure power they possess at this level in some special attribute demons that are consistent with their own power attributes. And when these demons are cultivated to the extreme, they can become incarnations of demons. But to be able to reach this level is probably at the level of a demon king. George guessed that at Siljack's current level, the demon attribute was mainly used to strengthen herself or to help her eat, or use digestion to feed back pure power. As he thought about it more, he began to wonder if Siljack could use some ingenious method to store his power in the demon. And when these powers are accumulated to a certain level and extracted at once, the power may exceed the critical point of the seal and break free of the seal. So after Siljack mentioned killing the crystal spider, he was more thoughtful and asked Agatha. She learned from her that the number of crystal spiders is fixed. After reaching the current number, if they are to be produced again, they must be killed first. In other words, as long as these guard demon spiders are still alive, Siljack will no longer be able to create his own demons. So these guard demon spiders all return to the Spider Queen. For those Spider Queens who get the advantage, they will occupy a part of Siljack's power. And no matter how many guard demon spiders they have around them, they may never be able to turn over. George estimated that the force unit loss Paradise could suppress should be greater than hundreds of thousands of Hope Force from the nebula. And as long as the demon's single strength did not exceed this number, under the checks and balances of Siljack's type of discipline, no matter how many there are, it's useless. The power that can be hidden in demons is a certain proportion of their own power. If the Spider Queen wants to reach this number, the number of guard demon spiders in the entire nest may not be enough even if it is several times more. What's more, there is the suppression of Siljack above his head. So just paying attention to her is okay. However, starting from today, it is useless for Siljack to cry anymore. The moment she proposed to kill the guard demon spider, it was destined that there would not be more than 10 guard demon spiders around her. Chapter 224 Thornbird Troops. After 3 days at the castle, George made his way to the mouth of the valley. The fog is very thin today, and it seems that with the disappearance of the last source of disaster in the valley, there will be more and more good weather. Everyone accompanied him as he rode along the wooden track that was built to the end of the mist in the west. The laborers, horses and ogres on the road pushed and pulled huge rail cars filled with gravel and other materials. There were knights, nobles, and soldiers constantly shuttled through the hazy fog, lashing the whips on those who were lazy hiding in the fog. There are also shelter residents, who set up pots and tents to distribute food to workers on shifts and heal their injuries. After the Wolfslayer Legion returned, they underwent a defense change with the Black Lake Corps led by Martin. These guys were responsible for the defense here nearby. In fact, after the preliminary transportation and preparation work, most of the entire population in the valley has been concentrated here, and the remaining old people, young women, and the weak have been arranged in the rat territory. Therefore, the mission of the Wolfslayer Legion is only to occasionally send out a few small groups to patrol the northern area of the valley. The main force is still stationed in the shelter and takes turns to patrol outside the valley entrance. At noon, when the sun was high overhead, George stood in front of the valley mouth. The valley mouth, which is more than 700 meters wide, is in full view, and the city wall, which is more than 4 meters high, has been built for more than 50 meters. There are steep cliffs on both sides of the valley entrance. Countless workers have crowded the valley entrance. The 4-meter-high city wall is surrounded by construction equipment and piles of various materials. Leaving aside transportation and other preparations, it took a total of 2 weeks and a few days from the official start of construction to now. So this efficiency can be called terrifying. However, although Krobber integrated everyone, he made the best of everything. But it was now the end of May, and there were at most 5 more months of Blood Moon. Anthony calculated that there would be the first heavy snow in October. So time was very tight. According to Klopper's original idea, in 2 months' time, when the construction period entered a period of weakness, he would kill people. The blood sacrifice would stimulate the efficiency of the project. I heard that after George went to the lair, a large number of refugees came from the east. So Klopper felt that no matter how many people died, there would never be a shortage of people. But this batch of ogres and demon spiders made him breathe a huge sigh of relief. "Sir," Look! Krobber pointed to a cliff far in front of the city wall in the valley, where many demon spiders were climbing and building those cliffs to make them more steep. A large amount of stone and soil continued to fall from the cliff. Under the command of the Spider Queen, the demon spider and the workers transported the stone and soil in batches to the city wall. Previously, these materials could not be used as city walls, but now we can all use local materials, Krobber said. The suggestions put forward by the Spider Queen are very good. Those cliffs are not steep enough, and some monsters that are good at climbing can easily get over in the heavy fog. Now after taking a rest, add another layer spider web. This road was completely blocked. In addition, according to my previous inspection outside the valley, there are several areas where you can climb over the mountains. We plan to build some forts in several dangerous places in the future. Those places, they are all roads that must be passed. Easy to defend but difficult to attack. Referring to the defense pattern of the Demon Spider Fortress, you don't need a few teams of soldiers to garrison it. As long as you resist for a period of time, the skills of a large force will come. George nodded. If you don't take this road to attack the inside of the valley from outside, other roads will be extremely difficult to cross. Troops cannot concentrate when crossing mountains, let alone carry large equipment. And it is even more difficult for creatures with inflexible bodies to cross the steep mountains. As long as some guard towers are built in the future, they can be blocked. Judging from the terrain of the valley, after building bunkers in many locations, one man can block the barrier and no one can open it. After a few days of blocking, the support troops came over. Fighting against the Black Tide will be an extremely long process, and the demons will never take advantage of it. This road is difficult to walk, and if you cannot collect souls, you will have to divert your flow to the south. And if the Kuroshio can be contained here, and the southern troops harass and attack the rear of the Kuroshio, the devil will also have a huge headache. I'm afraid the best decision for the demons is to take down the easy-to-fight area in the south first, while collecting souls to increase your troops. You will also increase your depth. The Kuroshio's main attack direction is also in the south, where not only is the threat greater, but there is also more meat to eat. Therefore, as long as the shelter survives the most difficult period, Kuroshio will not have so much energy to focus on this nail house. However, sir, if the news that the devil said is true, I'm afraid the city wall alone is not enough. Krobber thought of what George said in the meeting that morning, and couldn't help but feel worried. When George came back 3 days ago, Krobber and others excitedly reported to him the situation of the war in the east. Judging from the reports of those refugees from the east, the situation is very optimistic. But George gave them a heads up. This group of guys became nervous again. He firmly declared defeat, and they were shown the terrifying power of little demon lords like Siljak. So if demons like Siljak are only responsible for logistics in the Black Tide, how long can those corrupt noble coalition forces support them? The construction of a city wall is never done overnight. Judging from the news brought back by the refugees, the first phase of the large city wall is enough to withstand the Black Tide for a period of time. At least, we don't have to worry about the huge tide of corpses, George said. Without the tide of corpses attacking our territory, the remaining elite demons have nothing to fear. Don't worry. Those stationed in this valley are the most powerful guarding force in the entire Northern Territory. George was extremely confident when he said these words, which made Krobber's somewhat bent waist gradually straighten up again. He looked at the Lord in front of him, and was infected by his confidence, and his heart was full of determination for the future. George was naturally extremely confident, because most of those words were made up by him according to Hilyak's information. The main force of the Kuroshio in the early stage was about as intense as the core area of the necropolis. It's just that the scale is terrifying. Siljak and others, who were hidden in the valley by the demons, were already the backbone of the early Black Tide. Fallen angels, like the great demon lord or Elizabeth, who have not yet awakened, need to wake up and emerge after the world collapses again after the blood moon. According to the devil's plan in the valley given by Siljak, there is actually plenty of time. As long as they can establish a firm foothold in the valley and cooperate with the main forces of the Holy See and other countries in the future, they may not be able to kill the Black Tide in advance. Of course, this idea may be too optimistic. After all, the source of many disasters may be hidden in the Holy See. So George had to pour cold water on them and make them energetic and nervous. The news brought back by the refugees is so optimistic, because the Holy See sent troops. Although only 1 Templar Knights joined the battle, the southern countries also sent a coalition force. The front line is currently enjoying successive victories, and the results achieved by the Holy See's core armed forces are also terrifying and astonishing. This Templar order comes from the street, Wilmix Cathedral, the closest church to the north. There were 300 Templars, 100 priests, and 3,000 church sergeants. Added together, it is the establishment of the entire Knights Templar. At that time, Biswi City was surrounded by the Black Tide, and the entire war zone was in haze. As the vanguard of the coalition forces, the Knights Templar guarding the flag arrived in advance and defeated the Black Waves offensive in one battle, resolving the crisis. Afterwards, when the coalition forces arrived, Humans actually started a counterattack. He was ready to regain his lost territory and attack the fallen royal capital. The great nobles have even begun to discuss the issue of profit distribution. And the Duke has begun to worry about the Western Territory instead of worrying about the kingdom of Rodunk being carved up. Regarding this matter, Siljek said it was extremely ridiculous. But she couldn't tell the reason. After all, she didn't know much about the situation in the East. And from what she saw, the strength of the Templar Knights was indeed terrifying. What if the bishops and knights of each diocese want to be led by Bishop Dawn? Before the blood moon comes, the Black Tide will be extinguished, and there will be no chance of development. But the key is that the Knights Templar in Sanctuary are more powerful than that. And the Aloysius mentioned by Siljek always reminded George of that priest. Shaking his head, George stopped thinking about this. Judging from the information brought back by the refugee flow, the foundation he has established in the valley is extremely rich. It's definitely not easy to remove the nail in my neck. Judging from the news coming from the front line, George can somewhat understand the current intensity of the Black Tide. I am afraid that the current large forces of demons are still mainly blasphemy level. Generally speaking, the current intensity of the Black Tide should be similar to that of the Necropolis. The main force is equivalent to the monster group in the core of the Necropolis plus low-level demon-level monsters, such as demon spiders. Backbone can't be too different from Rosencavalier. Many demons like Elizabeth and Siljek may still be lurking, and may not have joined the Dark Tide yet. The Noble Coalition forces are all private armies of various big nobles. And most of them are not much stronger than the private armies of the Valley Nobles. Probably similar to the army stationed in Windyong City. The Duke of Yongfeng City is the elite of the coalition of princes. And their combat effectiveness should not be much different from the Wolfslayer Legion when they first set foot in the Necropolis. Among them, the average combat power of the Duke's Iron Wall Knights should be around 50. This is an extremely terrifying strength, because the Wolfslayer Legion was wearing divine pattern armor and weapons at that time, while the Duke's army did not have divine patterns, but was better equipped. When the 500 Wolf Slayers were first formed, they almost collapsed at the core of the cemetery. When the coalition faced the main force composed of monsters of the same level as the Profane Knight and the Scarlet Huntress, you can imagine how difficult it was. The ability to support the arrival of the Knights Templar was entirely due to the defensive advantage and the command of the Duke to be able to persist such a ragtag group until now. Its commanding ability is terrifying. So what is the strength of the Knights of St. Wilmic's Cathedral? Based on the memory of George's predecessor, he has some understanding of this. The name of this knightly group sent to the front line is the Thorn Birds. The chief knight is the famous Earl of Thorns, Jagger, from the Kingdom of Elda. This lord is a truly powerful nobleman. We can also tell something about the relationship between the knights and the emblem of the Earl's family. It can be said that his status in Elda is no less than that of Duke Yongfeng. He is a figure who shakes the ground whenever he stamps his feet. It is said that the Earl of Thorns is an old friend of Archbishop Wickwhite, and he has contributed a lot to the alliance this time. The Knights of the Thorn Birds have a long history. Its initial establishment originated from the Battle of Thorns 3 centuries ago. At its peak, this army numbered more than 2,000 people, and its name was feared. It was one of the best among the 7 kingdoms. But having been passed down for a long time does not mean that the military spirit can be carried out forever. Although it has still shone brightly in subsequent history, it has gradually declined in the struggle for power. However, even so, among the various Templar Knights, the Thornbird strength is still at the middle level. And these more than 3,000 people can be regarded as the elite among the elite no matter where they are placed. Although those Thorn Sergeants are just ordinary soldiers, most of them are cavalry. Judging from the memory of George's predecessor, their combat effectiveness, when dismounted, should be around 30, which is equivalent to each noble knight. And many noble knights may not be able to achieve such combat power on horseback. How powerful are 3,000 outstanding noble knights combined? Under normal circumstances, noble knights are rarely singled out to form a unit to fight. Generally, one knight leads 50 to 75 retinues. Even if a cavalry unit is formed, the knight leads the retinues. In history, there was once a stubborn king who did this, led 900 noble knights to launch a charge against an army of 20,000 people. The result was that the army of 20,000 people was defeated in a single battle. Of course, The level of that army must not be very high. But this can also be seen from this. When knights form an army, it will have an impact on the entire battle situation. Therefore, it is indeed possible for more than 3,000 people to resolve the siege of Biswi city in one battle. And it will not be a problem for the main force of the Kuroshio. Coupled with the huge coalition forces, the Black Tide battle in the Northern Territory can indeed give the nobles an optimistic attitude. If George had not seen guys like Siljak who were still small lords among demons, he would probably have the same attitude as the Holy See and many big nobles in the south, thinking that the Black Tide can be annihilated in the north. Therefore, George believed that this victory was probably just the devils deliberately trying to lure the troops deeper into the country. But this is just a guess. Even Hilyak doesn't know how many forces like Hilyak and even Elizabeth are lurking in the Northern Territory. As for troops like the Thorn Birds, the Holy See still has 7 or 8. So no one can guess what the future development will be. But if the Duke's coalition forces are completely wiped out in the Northern Territory, the difficulty will undoubtedly increase a lot in the future. The shelter needs more people. We need to secure our footing in the Northern Territory, not wait for death here. George clenched his fists. Whether to fish for the Duke or stay here and continue to wait and see. This is a very difficult decision to make. The shelter now needs to develop in a low-key manner. If troops are to be dispatched, there will be great risks. This matter must be weighed. If you are not careful, what the shelter will face next will be H.L. difficulty. Judging from the current situation, compared to the coalition forces to the east, Sanctuary is not an elite force in terms of numbers. But it is an elite force. Even the team led by Martin is still in the upper middle of the noble army. After practicing, you will become the elite of the nobles. Taken together, the current strength of the shelter is no worse than that of the coalition forces. This foothold capital integrated in the valley is extremely rich. As long as it develops in a low-key manner, all the Black Tide will not come over. And it is very likely that less than half of it will come. Or even less. Because in the Devil's original plan, the valley was left alone. This has greatly disrupted their rhythm. There won't be many troops assigned temporarily. With a geographical advantage, it will not be difficult to get through. But about Elizabeth's death and Silyak's demise, did the demons really receive no news at all? There were mist cults in the valley, and although they were later wiped out by Vulp, the news of the Bloodborne's destruction must have spread. The demons should understand that there is a force in the valley, but it is not clear how strong this force is. If they feel that this force makes them unable to feel at ease, they might really concentrate on pulling out the nail first. Therefore, if the troops he brought out could fish out the Duke's collapsed strength, they could also show weakness to the devil. Let Kuroshio Absolute's remaining human power in the western region rest assured, and make the decision to move the main force south. Then not only will the Sanctuary be able to withstand the Black Tide after the Blood Moon, but the Southern Kingdom and the Holy See will truly become one. Really fight against this doomsday. Nowadays, the power of shelters cannot be underestimated. If the Holy See has 7 or 8 Thorn Bird troops, then there is also 1.5 Templar troops here. Judging from the combat effectiveness of the Wolfslayer Legion, the average combat effectiveness of the sergeants has reached 40+. The comprehensive combat effectiveness of the veterans, who can use the chant, must reach 50+. And the sergeants are all above 70+. The only flaw compared to the Thorn Bird is that the Wolfslayer sergeants are all heavy infantry, not cavalry. However, if we look at it comprehensively, the combat power of these two forces can be equal. As for the Thorn Bird Knight, the combat power rating should be around 100. And the Dawn Knight, White Robe, who has been improved by the potion, can reach this number. Among them, the Red Robe Knights are even more powerful than the Templar Knights. Each one of them is enough to serve as the Knight Commander of the Thorn Bird Knights. The battle in the lair has completely matured the Wolf Slaughter Legion, and they are completely capable of fighting against the monster group led by the Demon class. The other half of the Knights Templar is Martin's army. Currently they are still practicing, and have not changed their uniforms. The average combat strength of the 3,000 noble private soldiers is around 12, and it can reach 20+ after changing their equipment. However, the fighting will is still a bit weak. It is slightly stronger than Garvey's army at the beginning, and it will not be a problem to fight against groups of corrupted monsters. And it can withstand blasphemy. The troops led by the superiors fight, but the battle losses may be very high. If we encounter such an intense battle in the necropolis, without George and others leading the mini Dawn Knights, we will definitely be miserable. As for the 300 noble knights, their combat power was somewhat uneven. Among them, those with low ideological awareness and need to hone their fighting will have a combat power of about 20. My equipment is relatively good, and my martial arts skills are very good, around 30. In addition, There are a small number of noble knights with good equipment and ideological awareness. They have basically mastered some chants. After taking some allocated scavenger potions and blood giants, their combat effectiveness has reached about 50. It's time for this army to be drawn out for some practice. Even if it's just to gather the refugees outside the valley into shelters. It would be good. So it's just right for this half of the Templar arms to go out. And according to some information provided by Siljek, they should indeed go out before the blood moon comes. Originally, after Elizabeth and Siljek came out of the valley, their first mission was to go there. It was about the treasure hidden by the devil in the cold desert. Those strategic weapons must not be allowed to the devils. Chapter 225 Night Walk in the Camp. After inspecting the valley entrance that day, George and others spent the night at the command camp near the city wall. After dinner, George and Garvey took a walk in the camp. The entire camp stretches over a large area, and the command camp is surrounded by temporary barracks for workers. Campfires and bonfires even dispersed the evening mist. And there were still people working at the city wall in the distance. The big torches there illuminated the valley entrance clearly, and the hazy firelight in the fog could be seen from miles away. The command camp was very quiet, except for the sound of hurried footsteps. However, there was constant noise from the surrounding camps. Occasionally, there would be a burst of fighting and crying. I don't know which lazy people were causing trouble. But not long after, Black Lake soldiers went there. And after a while, the entire camp there became quiet. There has been a lot of pressure to maintain order recently. Mizhan and his garrison were completely stationed here a few days ago, Martin said, looking at the Black Lake soldiers holding torches and rushing through various camps. In order to maintain order here, and to allow the city wall to work hard day and night, the strings in the heads of these scum were tightened. However, this group of former aristocratic private soldiers is also very good at making the people live in peace. However, George could also see that these scum were becoming more and more ruthless, and they could only maintain discipline now entirely because of the pressure of the priests. After a while, it's time to take them through some training. George played with the ancient gold coins in his hand, turned to Gaster, Garvey in the rat territory, and said, "You said at dinner? How many refugees have come? More than 8,000 people have arrived in the past 2 weeks, and they have all been arranged in these camps." Gaster wiped the sweat on his head and said, he just saw a few people passing by and recognized his daughter at a glance. Angel actually put on a divine robe today. There are no clergy among the vampires now. If the Lord sees it, be sure not to create a trap. Beside Angel, there were several Black Lake sergeants, a plainly dressed female priest, and 2 guys with thick bodies and thick hair. Judging from the outfits of this group of people, I am afraid they are not going to hunt rats today. And Dan is not following either. Sure enough, they headed towards a camp where someone was making trouble. There seemed to be a lot of people watching over there. With the leader at his side, Gaster had to think back. He turned his head, looked at his lord, and continued to answer. The structure of these refugees is very complicated, and many of them come from further east. It is said that many residents of the royal capital are also wandering outside. We are currently sorting out the list of this batch of refugees. Some of the refugees should be residents of the royal capital. George nodded. Organizing the roster was not an easy task. The plague has made people panic. Now except for places like the valley where a large number of priests gather, no one dares to accept refugees at will. If they heard that someone came from the royal capital, they might just pull them out and throw them into the fire pit. As the war situation in the east develops, there should be more and more refugees. George sighed and looked at the finance minister. Viscount Color. How is our food situation now? Not counting the part of the grain stored in the rat territory. Johannes's granary currently has a total of 3.57 million bushels of grain, according to the previous grain consumption records of the residents of the Black Pearl Valley. Each person is 8 bushels per year. Put aside the deductions and deductions of some noble scum. The actual consumption of rat consumption per person should be about 4 to 5 bushels. That is, the annual consumption is about 500,000. Color flipped through the book he carried with him and said, Our population is now 136,000. John, the population of Ness, including sergeants, is 110,000. Since the project consumes a lot of manpower and horses are mostly concentrated here, the food consumption is also high. The food consumption of 150,000 bushels per month is the normal food consumption 3 times more. At present, there is still enough food, but it is definitely not possible if we can only get in and out. Color continued. Most of the land in Kyushu territory has been redeveloped this year. According to the advice of the Grand Master, Kyushu Territory used the greenhouse to sprout a batch of potatoes in March this year and planted them. They will be planted in 2 weeks. Harvest. Although due to the seed and wheat production plan, there are not many places for potato cultivation, and the yield per mu is expected to be low due to weather conditions. But with the addition of mushrooms, it is enough to be self-sufficient. After the land was civilized in April, the Shurak Territory began to plant wheat one after another, and various crops needed for farm animals. According to scholars' estimates, 200,000 bushels can be saved for human consumption in October this year. According to the Land of the Rat Territory, this number is very low. But this year, there are almost no cattle and horses to work in the Kyushu Territory, so the productivity is really not high. In addition, because there is more food this year, most of the things grown are mainly for livestock consumption, which makes this year's harvest only about 200,000. The valleys now need a large number of soldiers and horses, and farmers also need a large number of oxen and horses to plow their fields. Various types of livestock that produce meat and wool, such as sheep and chickens, also need major development. Otherwise, it would be unsustainable. Sir, the food supply can actually be slow now. I am worried about the winter clothing. This winter will be scary cold and longer. Most people have relied on linen to survive the winter. But linen alone is not enough. Anthony said we need cotton. But we have almost no seeds, and the climate is not suitable. Color looked worried, and the number of people put him under great pressure. Moreover, refugees from the east are still coming. Most of these people have nothing. They also need clothing, food, and even daily necessities. Is there any news about the caravan? George asked. Color shook his head and said, in previous years, those guys came in late autumn. I hope they can come earlier this year. I'll come early. George played with the ancient gold coins in his hand, nodded and said, don't forget to prepare some things in advance. You can arrange what should be exchanged. Gale had previously stated in his letter that he would come early, and even planned to get up after spring. I don't know why it's late, but no matter how late it is, it's only been these 2 months. Besides, the shelter has so many resources now, so even if that guy Gale dies, his boss will definitely send someone else here. So don't worry about the caravan. What George is having a headache now is the 3,000 new residents of the shelter and something Siljak mentioned to him. Some of the 3,000 new residents came from Golden Maimong Town, and some were captured by the Judgment Knights. In fact, most of them were residents near Golden Maimong Town. After the Black Pearl Manor became quiet, all the wolf descendants, they all gathered near the small town of Jinmaimang. So although because of the wolf demon incident, many people were poisoned and became werewolves, but in fact, there are still many werewolves who have been infected with the poison a long time ago. Most of them are hunters in remote areas. The new wolf descendants are basically all lower-class residents. After all, in Jinmaimang Town, the first people to respond to the call for work and need to line up to receive food are those from the slums. Because Jack and others went to the town of Jinmaimang to repair the situation, the priests cooperated with the scholars and purified a large number of residents of Wolfsbane. So the total number of wolf descendants is these 3,000. Now that the Judgment Knights have comprehensively sorted out the entire Gushi, there are no more werewolves. But occasionally, the Judgment Knights will take away some people from the workers. Those who have made trouble recently will also be pulled into the shelter for review according to Volpe. There is definitely something strange about being able to have such energy after a day's work. The wolf descendants are very peaceful now. After all, most of them are from the lower class. Before the full moon, they were all very obedient and honest people. These wolf descendants are all humanoid descendants of the Talian werewolves, and their bloodline can be said to have a long history. Although the wolf demon in the valley once became their master, he was not their ancestor. So those wolf descendants who became werewolves earlier are now completely liberated. However, these energetic and obedient guys are not suitable for any work now, and he often had conflicts with the blood descendants. It seems to be very lively over there. Let's go take a look. George pointed in a direction, which was exactly the direction Angel and his party were going. Chapter 226 Special Agent Team. It seems to be very lively over there. Let's go take a look. After saying this, he patted Gaster beside him. He was extremely conflicted in his heart, and at this moment, he just felt numb all over. It seemed that he had noticed the strange female priest and his gaze just now. The Lord knew about his daughter and must have guessed it by now. He couldn't help but look up at George, and found that his eyes were very kind when he stared at him, which meant comfort rather than playfulness. This made Gaster suddenly feel relaxed all over his body. There was even a feeling of being loved. Gaster has a delicate heart. At this moment, he already knows that in the Lord's heart, he is actually considered one of his own. He simply wanted to take a look. So he stopped worrying and didn't mention his daughter. Just like the Lord, turn a blind eye and stride forward beside him. Gaster, I want to hear your thoughts on the wolf descendants. Not far behind Angel and others, George and others slowly slowed down. Currently, all wolves, both male and female, are under militarized management, and Jack is training them in the school grounds. It's another kind of confinement, right? After thinking for a moment, Gaster said, these wolf descendants are different from blood descendants. They did not do many evil things before, and did not have so much hatred against humans. And because most wolf descendants used to be bitter, their minds are much simpler than those of blood descendants. When he is not in wolf form, he is an honest person who obeys the rules except for being a little grumpy. He is good in every aspect. George nodded, which was why he did not take extreme measures. And because there is already a precedent for the blood descendants, the residents have already had some psychological preparation for the new special residents. Therefore, it will not be difficult for Wolfborn to integrate into the sanctuary in the future. But Wolfsbane and Madness are a big problem. This makes it necessary to keep them under centralized supervision. Not only was he unable to participate in labor, but he also had to take herbs prepared by scholars every night to prevent lycanthropy. Gaster has been observing these wolf descendants for some time. As long as they don't change into wolves, they are actually honest farmers and hunters. The university scholar Aldous and the priests had done a lot of ideological work before. So the wolf descendants also believed that they were just poisoned by demons and were quietly waiting for treatment. The problem of the blood potion has now been overcome. Now scholars have concentrated their efforts on studying Wolfsbane, the previous research data of Black Pearl Manor, the research on werewolves, and the harvest of this lair allowed Anthony to finally refine a perfect medicine. In order to speed up the progress, many difficulties in this guy's growth were directly solved with high-energy magic potions. A small portion has now been distributed. According to George's words, it's not just more than 800 shares. If it's more, we can afford it. There are indeed more than 800 vampires, and the number is still increasing slowly. And as Tanya often walks around the territory, more and more vampires have taken the initiative to join the sanctuary. After saying this, everyone stopped under a big tree. The fog at night made the surroundings a little hazy, and the workers in the distance did not recognize them. Some people saw their equipment and thought they were knights. Angel and others had already swaggered into the vicinity of the onlookers. Several Black Lake soldiers looked at the idle onlookers, raised their eyebrows, and said sternly, "Are you all idle? If you don't sleep, you have to work for me." As soon as the words fell, all the people in the crowd ran away. The situation around the campfire is in full view. Martin looked over there and immediately went over with a nervous look on his face, but was stopped by George. At this time, Gaster's words also came to this point. But turning into a wolf does not require a full moon. Some people often can't control themselves and turn into wolves on an ordinary night. These guys go crazy and like the wind, as powerful as a tiger. A dozen Black Lake sergeants can't control them. The Templar Knights or the few Blood Knights sent by Anthony can easily take care of them. But it's a bit difficult to take care of them. People who are bitten and scratched will be infected with Wolfsbane. Judging from Anthony's research, the production of blood medicine has already begun. The previous harvest of eyes and nests has greatly improved the progress of Anthony's experiments. This guy is even prepared to solve many difficult problems directly with high magic drugs. According to George's words, we can afford it. And the potion to curb Wolfsbane is only a matter of time. The only thing that gives people some headaches is the problem of werewolves going crazy. Beside the bonfire not far away, there were more than a dozen Black Lake soldiers surrounding a huge beast more than 2 meters tall. The forks in their hands had been broken, and several residents in their hands were lying in a pool of blood. Angel, who walked into the crowd, looked so lively, but when the giant werewolf saw her and the plainly dressed girl beside her, he felt like he was facing a powerful enemy, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. Got up. This comes from the depths of the soul. The fear of the blood-born superior. The werewolf turned over and flicked his arm, and the weapons in the hands of several Black Lake soldiers broke, and they were knocked away with screams. The wound just left on its body had recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then it turned into an afterimage. The strong wind blew towards the 2 angel girls. The 2 muscular men beside them suddenly raised their bodies by half and stretched out their hands to guide the huge figure in the air. However, before they had time to take action, Angel suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed it from the air. Immediately afterwards, blood surged from the werewolf in midair. and all the wounds that were about to heal all over his body collapsed. Amid the screams, he was weakly killed by two. The strong men pushed him to the ground. Dog soldiers, Martin called out in a low voice. It seemed that he knew more about this matter than Gaster. Weak, it stretched out its claws crazily and kept digging at the two strong men who were pressing it down. However, in the midst of this struggle, its head was slowly moved to this side by a large invisible hand in Teresa's low whisper, and its body was uncontrollably looking into her eyes. After a while, the werewolf calmed down and slowly sat there with dull eyes, letting two strong men tie it up. Angel took out a tube of potion from his arms, opened the werewolf's mouth with a look of disgust and poured it into it. Then its body slowly shrank and turned into a naked woman. Several Black Lake soldiers covered her body with cloaks and asked other soldiers to take her to the shelter. Afterwards, Angel and the two called over the injured soldiers and residents. White light flashed in their hands, and the wounded soldiers' injuries gradually healed. Then he took out some ground herbs and applied them on them. Follow the soldiers to the shelter. Lord Anthony will give you further treatment. Don't be afraid. You will not be infected. It will be the same as being bitten by a zombie. After being appeased, the Black Lake soldiers who were originally here got busy. Angel and his group chatted beside the campfire. After receiving the money from several Black Lake soldiers, they went around the camp smelling with their hands behind their backs. Patrolled, the Black Lake soldiers followed them like followers, a charming smile on his face. George's brows twitched when he saw it. These old soldiers are simply a bunch of losers. This little thing depends on these two girls. When I first brought Martin and the others up, the fighting level of the bandits was similar to that of these veteran soldiers. But when they saw a werewolf, they dared to fight. It's time for me to pay attention to these veteran soldiers. But those two girls were indeed very special. George also remembered Teresa's name. Tanya had mentioned this girl to him many times, thinking that she was one of the most promising among the third-generation blood descendants. It seems that not only does she have extremely huge spiritual power, but she also mastered the Song of Love. Chapter 227 Black Pearls Wine. Blood descendants with such huge mental power are rare. Normal vampires can at best confuse humans. Even with the Song of the God of Love, they can instantly mentally control a werewolf. This level of mental power is terrifying. Currently, there are only 5 in the entire shelter record: Tanya, Lorna, and the 3 priest ants. Tanya relies on the talent of the blood descendants, and Lorna must have some magic to rely on the 3 priests, and ants. The God of Love masters mind control. George has not studied this kind of chance in depth, but the 3 priests and ants, but there is nothing he doesn't understand, especially the soothing and healing hymns, many of which have reached the 4th level. In addition, Gaster's youngest daughter seems to be extremely talented in magic. Judging from the information George knows, no one calls her blood magic. Has Anne Hathaway assigned any special tasks recently? George asked Martin. When Martin called dog soldiers just now, he heard it. From the behavior of Angel and others, George could tell that they should have received permission from someone, probably Mother Hathaway. Maybe this matter was planned by Martin and Hathaway. Boss, you have seen that the order problem in the camp cannot be solved by ordinary soldiers alone. So I applied to her for a group of priests. Martin spread his hands and said helplessly, but there are not enough priests. Later, she made a suggestion to me. These newcomers are really good at dealing with werewolves. Don't worry, boss. Each team is followed by Black Lake soldiers and monks. This team doesn't know what's going on. There are no monks. Follow. Logically speaking, Boy Dana belongs to this group. George nodded. Sure enough, judging from the behavior of the blood descendants, who were the first to enter the shelter, they have gradually regarded this place as their home. Unknowingly, the old leaders have done a lot. Everything the old leaders had done had always made him feel very gratified. For many things, he often only needs to make a good start, and after leaving the next thing to them, he can always surprise himself. These ants just loved to visit each other at first, but this love gradually reached its extreme and produced a qualitative change. Especially the nuns who have no children, such as Staya and Avril, also treat all the people in the territory as their own children under the belief of the God of Love. Sincerity can sometimes be rewarded. In comparison with the Judgment Knights, the old citizens have become patron saints in the eyes of the blood descendants, especially Anne Hathaway and others. The blood descendants have a very special feeling for them. Presumably those werewolves should be able to truly integrate in the future. However, he left this beginning to Jack. Wolves have always been synonymous with loyalty and bravery. What they lack is correct guidance. And Jack is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. He has an extremely strong sense of justice, and has 8 virtues and 7 beliefs. He is the Grand Knight Commander of the Dawn in George's heart. And from the dispute between him and Volpe in the Black Pearl Manor, it was also proved that this true knight could guide them on the right path. And he was once a hunter who was forced to go to Lianshan. Ha ha ha. This is almost the same as these wolf descendants, who were once low-class residents and hunters, can be their leader. Judging from the origin structure of the wolf descendants, they can be like those farmers and mining slaves. Through continuous ideological education and will training, they can become brave, fearless, enthusiastic and generous, loyal and righteous legionnaires. The tempering of will, the guidance of three views, and the firmness of faith will all be conducive to maintaining sanity in wolf form. In many cases, many primitive wolf descendants not only have ways to maintain sanity in wolf form, and he can change his form between wolf and human. It's just because of the corruption of demons that it's difficult for them to stay rational. But the medicine and the tempering of will can solve this problem. And after that, facing these black wolf troops, it will be the demons who are afraid. Sanctuary's current core structure is a bit too simple, all heavy infantry. In some battles and missions, some shortcomings have been revealed. It's time to add some special units. So it's not just wolfborn, bloodborne and ogres, wizards, priests and cutthroats should all be in the army. As the future core continues to expand, the number of these 4,000 special residents is not very large. And it seems that some of these people can also become wizards, priests and throat cutters. Just like the old people of Sanctuary, they are the foundation for the birth of priests. And these 4,000 special residents will also become the foundation of special professions. At this time, several soldiers from the Judgment Corps suddenly shouted and chased a thin boy, running over from the fog in the distance. The boy was panicked, and his agile figure didn't look human. He actually managed to escape several times when surrounded by soldiers. I don't know how long he ran away, but he seemed to be running in this direction intentionally. After seeing Teresa and Angel again, his whole body was exhausted, and he fell to the ground crying, saving their legs, and shouted loudly, prayed. This seems to be a vampire. Under Teresa's comfort, he gradually calmed down, but the adjudicator soldiers, who came not far away, made him tremble all over again. Even the legs of the two girls were shaking slightly, but they put on an extremely tough stance. From their dispute, George heard that Angel and others seemed to have permission from Mother Hathaway to cooperate with the garrison in performing tasks in the camp. But the judges felt that their control was too lenient. Interestingly, those Black Lake soldiers actually stood firmly on the side of Angel and others, very protective of these two girls. Although it can be seen that the Black Lake soldiers are also extremely afraid of the Judgment Group. They have a feeling of, if anyone touches our people today, I will fight them to the death. They look like a bunch of loyal gangsters and gangsters. Seeing this, George waved his hand. After seeing a red-robed knight walking by, he left with Martin and others. These veteran soldiers of yours are quite brave. George glanced sideways at Martin, and he didn't know whether the words in his mouth were scolding or praising the bandit leader. Boss! Martin caught up and said with a smile on his face. It's still a shortcoming in practical combat. Don't take Jack with you next time you go out. Take me with you. It depends on the situation. George, who had already made his decision, said, and Martin followed behind. Boss, if you plan to leave the valley, you really have to take us with you, Martin said. You have to know that when the refugees and corpses poured in last time, Volp and Nizhan were scared out of their wits. So Jack's troops have to stay here to garrison. Don't underestimate my old soldiers. They still need to practice. But they are all monkeys. If you plan to go to the south to contact the nobles, it's just right. They can dress up as your private soldiers. They inquire for information and spread rumors. But they are all top-notch masters. George's eyes lit up at Martin's words, and he found that it was indeed what he said. But he planned to go to the east, not the south. I'm afraid after knowing his decision, I don't know what Martin, a guy who plans to have fun in the prosperous world outside, will feel. At this time, everyone had reached the west side of the camp, where the thin night fog dispersed, and the lights of Dawn Castle in the distance shone. Speaking of which, including these special residents, the number of residents in the shelter has reached 10,000 now. Together with the two corps, the number has exceeded 16,000. The current base of the Power of Hope has not changed much. With the continuous understanding of the 7 beliefs, the beliefs in the hearts of the new people will become stronger. The power of hope it can provide will also increase. George estimated that by the time he left, the remaining 13,000 people in the shelter would be able to provide nearly 40,000 people with hope. There are about 90,000 laborers, including refugees, on the city wall. Neither the current project nor their thoughts can allow them to settle down in the shelter. In the future, due to the need to open up wasteland, it will also be arranged in the west like the Shurit territory. Although in this case, these 120,000 territorial citizens, including the Rat territory and wandering mercenaries, cannot settle in the sanctuary. They can charge the Book of Dawn after the branches of the Dawn Cathedral in the south and west are established. In the future, these territorial residents, who do not live in Johannes, can actually provide hope for stability. But the need is for city-states. At that time, the entire valley will become a sanctuary, and Johannes will be the super city in the center of this city-state. George looked up at the starry sky above the shelter. Tomorrow, it will definitely be a good weather. Liming Town is bustling with people. Even though most of the residents of the sanctuary have been living in the camp at Taniguchi all day long, there are still a lot of outsiders here. Tanya feels this deeply. No matter whether you come to the pub for a drink in the morning, noon, evening or midnight, there are always a lot of people here. Occasionally, there are those brave guys who come to pick up a conversation. Tanya still likes this thing because it proves her charm. Thinking of this, Tanya's beautiful big eyes glanced at the tavern. The nobles all pretended not to see it, and quickly pretended to be talking about something, avoiding the glances, and praying that she would be there today. Don't drink too much tonight. Strike up a conversation. This is Tanya's opinion. In fact, those people came here biting the bullet. In the entire valley, there is no noble with any status who does not know this aunt. Even if I have never met her, I have heard her name mentioned by others. The Scarlet Enchantress and the Little Earl were all names given to her by the nobles. In the eyes of the valley nobles, Elizabeth is the Earl within the manor, and Tanya is Elizabeth's spokesperson outside the manor. As for Gaster, he was just running errands for Elizabeth. He was the horse boy who was often taken by Tanya. The nobles of the valley have always been extremely afraid of this woman. She captured most of the blood descendants in the Black Pearl Manor. Most of the dead demons and blood nobles who committed crimes were killed by her. So everyone has always loved and feared her. There was a moment of panic among the nobles when someone claimed to have seen Tanya during the Festival of Lights. Gaster, sweating profusely, went to find George, but in vain. This made this matter always regarded as a rumor, and the nobles gradually patted their chests and breathed a sigh of relief. Until a few days ago, when George and others came back, everyone saw the woman next to George at the meeting. Their eyes dropped, wondering if they were dreaming. Many people couldn't understand why this woman, who was supposed to go to heaven with Elizabeth, suddenly appeared next to George. And in the hearts of the valley nobles, the leader of the Blood Knight is the most terrifying, at the top of the list, especially in the hearts of those who have done something guilty or have seen her masterpieces. The second is George. Compared to being terrible, everyone actually feels awe and admiration for him. Wallop, the vicious dog with a chain around his neck, ranked third. The feeling he brought to people was not that of terror, but a fear that was deeper than terror. But everyone knows that as long as he pleases his master, he will be fine. But Tanya was different. In the eyes of many nobles, she is Elizabeth with a different face, wondering if she was here to settle a score. After the bard sang the new story about Elizabeth, this feeling became extremely special again. Therefore, whenever an unlucky guy is targeted by this aunt, he can only hold his own money bag and walk over bravely. Everyone knows that she is extremely vain and extremely conceited, so they will try their best to create a romantic encounter, pretending to be a long-lost suitor, and expected to leave tonight. Of course, there are still bold guys who really come to strike up a conversation. Part of it is longing for her first embrace, or even the beauty of a kiss. But it is a pity that most of today's rich and handsome people have become rich and handsome people. Of the three most important points, the most important one is missing. Therefore, those who can be attracted by Tanya are those strange and interesting foreign brothers. What was that guy's name last time? It happened to be the days when George went to the Great Wall. The man had many runes tattooed on his face and body, and he was dressed like a swordsman. But I can talk to myself very well. It's a pity that although he is handsome, his face always reminds people of that annoying guy George when he smiles. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The guy finally told himself that he was a monk in a forbidden sanctuary. I'm here to find donations, fulfill my ideals, and establish a forbidden academy. Bah! Poor guy. Get out! The guy didn't leave after being scolded. He stayed in the tavern all day, as if waiting for someone. But in the end, it seemed that he didn't wait, and left with a lonely look on his face. There are too many people of all kinds, and it's no wonder that this is the case. Who makes Dawn Tavern and Bienha Tavern the only two taverns still open in the valley? Especially the tavern in the shelter. The wine is the best. The girl is also the most beautiful. In recent days, there have been many strange and beautiful girls, and they all look elegant, as if they come from a wealthy family. In the past, these girls were only seen occasionally during night vision. Mysterious. I don't know if he is the heir of those noble families. This made the Dawn Tavern increasingly full. In order to accommodate these warriors who have returned from completing their missions, the tavern has been expanded and expanded. Now it is a 3-storied building connected into one. Not only on the other side of the bar, but also a small listing area tasks. Transactions has been set up. A corridor has also been created at the back of this area leading to the backyard guest house. There is never a shortage of wine and meat here. The 3 large fire pits in the center are always barbecued. And there are always bagpipes and fiddles echoing in the tavern. The mercenaries who come and go here are never short of money. And they are never short of stories. This makes the Orioles and Bards' pockets fuller, and their skins more moisturized. Their laughter and singing naturally lingered in the tavern. Some knights and legionnaires who take a rare vacation will also come here to have a drink and have a toothpaste. But the most people living here are the nobles. Many nobles who were unwilling to work under Krabber had gone through some channels, and did not join the overseers, who often died because of the hard work. Instead, they set up mercenary teams one after another, or simply relied on their knowledge. Not many mercenaries were literate and could count, to join large mercenary groups such as Bianha and Chioshu to carry out tasks in the form of missions, to repay obligatory contributions and reaccumulate their wealth. It's all my fault, Gaster, Volpe, and Martin, that I have so much trouble finding a rich man. Seeing the bill book that the tavern owner was flipping in front of her eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, Tanya rubbed her hungover forehead and pretended not to see it. There are too many XXs on my name. But who made the red wine and brandy of Rose Manor taste so delicious? Or blame Anthony again. The medicine he gave to the blood descendants allowed their stomachs to digest food and taste long-lost delicacies. It also allows me to come to the pub during the day without having to worry about sunscreen. In this way, the amount of alcohol consumed has doubled. Well, now you don't have to worry about accidentally poisoning the pretty guys. So in such a lively nightclub with so many cute guys, how could there not be a nightclub queen like yourself? What did Lorna call this? Queen of Disco? I don't know where I heard the word from, but it seems to describe girls who are good at dancing. Tanya sounds and feels very appropriate. But the consumption at Dawn Tavern is really too high. Remember what the last unlucky guy who came to chat with me said? In the greedy extortion of those guys. In order to survive, for the sake of title and land, most of the family's wealth was donated to the big city wall at the entrance of the valley. It is said that some people even lost their land deeds. It's really difficult to find a man who can support yourself. Thinking of this, Tanya took a sip of the golden wine in the glass, and her face became more charming. Chapter 228 Damn Big Liar. In fact, not all nobles are so miserable. Those who are the first to respond to the call are very lucky. It can be protected by the Earl and several viscounts, including those assigned to the Rat territory. Many have become vassals of the Bianha Lord. But our own people have to donate even more. There are many resources needed to build the city wall, so there is no need to worry about the land. And you can stay in the Rat territory or shelter and do nothing. But looking at the cold eyes of the mayor or the Dawn Knights of the shelter all day long is obviously not as interesting and exciting as the adventurous life. Also more free. Gushi is now a desert without human habitation. After the migration of humans, it has become a paradise for animals again. There are also many creatures in the valley and mountains. Whether you capture horses, bison, valley goats, or hunt wild animals such as wolves, deer, bears, wild boars, and even lynxes, you will get good rewards. Occasionally, the mercenaries would encounter some monsters wandering in the valley. This situation can be said to be bad luck, or it can be said to be the arrival of good luck. When encountering monsters such as zombies, there may not be much oil or water, but there is no danger either. But if you encounter monsters such as scavengers and blood giants, although it is dangerous, you can make a fortune. And if you can capture scavengers and blood giants alive, or bring back fresh corpses, the reward you can exchange for them is enough to exchange for a bottle of precious potion. The Black Lake Swamp has now become the hottest place. There are many herbs and monsters there. And there are rumors that there are demon spiders wandering around. Although only those elite mercenary teams dare to go. As long as they come back alive, they will make a lot of money. If you can kill a demon spider and bring it back, you can exchange it for a bottle of 8-arm power or Snowfrost power. And the legendary crystal power has become the yearning of all mercenaries. Even though I didn't encounter the rare magic spider, I didn't collect any herbs. As long as you bring the talisman and wander around the swamp for a few days to find those ghosts, and even the special nameless ones. The collected death purification and screaming crystals will also be of very high value. In addition, there is a place to try their luck in the valley, which also allows the mercenaries to release their enthusiasm. I don't know which fisherman first reported it. Although no one has ever seen the goblins, scholars are very interested in the flora and fauna released there. Someone brought back a special oak branch and a few mana floats before. Anthony directly asked for a set of Black Lake armor with divine patterns from the logistics department with a stroke of his pen. The armor that has not yet been installed by the Black Lake Corps is an improved design of the storm armor. Those used as mercenary rewards will have a very different appearance to distinguish sergeants from mercenaries. It is rumored that the Black Lake armor is made from the craftsmanship of the Kingdom of Heaven, and coupled with the divine patterns that can only be engraved in the Great Hall, it is enough for the nobles to collect it and treat it as a rare treasure. In the eyes of the mercenaries, it is worth more than the power of snow and frost. That lucky lone traveler literally won the lottery. So after that, the mercenaries seemed to be in high spirits. Many people went to the location of the legendary Holy Oak, but so far no one has gained anything. After their blood cooled down, many people returned to the swamp and accumulated their wealth crazily. The nobles' desire for wealth is even more true. But compared to the mercenaries, who also have muscles in their heads, they have greater ideals. Some people want to build their own mercenary group, and some want to build large ships to travel south for trade. There are also people who want to restore the glory of their ancestors after the fog. Many nobles died, and the territory became a wasteland. Elizabeth's subsequent policies allowed 1/3 of the population and nobility to be retained. Those who had colluded with the devil were eliminated by the Judgment Knights. Today, the number of nobles in the valley is reduced to 2/10. A large amount of blank land will inevitably be opened up after the city wall is built. There are even rumors that the great Earl Gast is planning to issue a pioneer agreement in the future. In this agreement, the land developed may not be hereditary, but may only last for 50 to 70 years, and taxes must be paid. But this is enough to make people jealous. Whether it is hiring labor to open up wasteland or recovering the lost land inherited from the family, they have become the life goals of the nobles, who are still alive. As dawn approaches, the crowds in the tavern change one after another. The noisy dance began, and the minstrels sang new songs. In this song, Tanya's eyes were covered with mist and gradually became hazy. I don't know since when. The tavern has been crowded with many girls. After seeing them, the Wolf Slayer soldiers and Bienham mercenaries on vacation took the initiative to give up their seats, but were reservedly refused. They stood quietly everywhere, in the aisles, corridors, and even outside the windows. They neither drank nor laughed, and were out of tune with the atmosphere of the tavern. It seemed that they came here just to listen to stories. That's the story about Elizabeth. In the poet's song, he thanks her for protecting the valley. All the people of the valley are her children in her eyes. It is rumored that she was originally an angel who descended to earth, but was cursed by the devil. So she used her own blood as power to transform many people who were also cursed into blood elves to fight against the evil curse. However, the angel's blood is limited. So some of the cursed people were unable to be protected by her, and turned into vampires, who choose and devour others. And this angel was finally controlled by the devil, and transformed into a fallen angel because he drained the last drop of sacred blood. In order to free those suffering people from the control of the devil, she faced the priest's sword, used the power of her soul to release the sunshine that purified the entire valley, and gave her the blessing of her 2 children. One child was named Blood Elf, and the other was named Black Pearl Man. Therefore, humans and blood elves have the same roots and origins. At the last moment of Elizabeth's life, she entrusted her last wishes to the priest. The priest swore that he would inherit her instructions and lead her children towards the light. Now that the curse has been removed by the great wizard Anthony, a gimmick created by George to please the audience, the demons and vampires have been basically eliminated. So the blood elves in the sanctuary are all good, and many of them are people close to Elizabeth. They have all made great contributions to protecting the entire valley. It is precisely because of these angels that everyone can live to this day and have so much food to eat. That damn liar fooled everyone. The mellow and rich brandy entered her mouth, and Tanya felt dizzy. That hateful guy put all the sins he had done on the devil and wiped himself clean. But in fact, he is the devil who captured the manor. However, this demon completely shattered the mountain of rumors that once weighed on Elizabeth. He also gave Elizabeth a clean slate and a blood descendant, an identity to start her life over again. This is the ideal that the master wants to achieve in the valley throughout his life, a republic between blood descendants and humans. But the more he did, the more he went wrong, and suffered much criticism. For this person, I don't know whether to be grateful or resentful. He was Elizabeth's swordsman. He took over Elizabeth's last wish, did what Elizabeth couldn't do, and gave the vampire another way. A way to the light. If it were said that before, I only focused on the overall situation, and knew that I could not kill this human lord. But now I don't want to do anything to him from the bottom of my heart, because that is indeed a path to the light. The blood poison of the blood descendants has been cured, and the cured have become real blood elves. Blood elves can bathe in the sun, although they can easily get sunburned if exposed for too long. Even now, the blood elves' need for blood is no longer that great. Their bodies can already absorb part of their energy from food. Although blood is still a necessity, they are no longer so eager for blood. The blood moon will be as shackles for the bloodborne, but not for the blood elves, because of those magic potions and the light of dawn. No matter what state they are in, whether they are mad or not, they will always maintain their sanity and true intentions. Tanya, 120 gold lions. Did I set the price of the tavern too high? Or are you so good at drinking that you are not afraid of being picked up? I don't know when. A mouth filled with a stingy guy has been secretly summoned from the castle by the nobles. Odd word again. Tanya didn't even look up. She couldn't tell who was who. He stretched out his big hand and closed the account book. The payer lifted up his cloak and took out his money bag. Keep it so that you can settle the account. Otherwise, Miss Dana, the leader of Luing, will complain to me again. A smell that seemed to have been touched by the sun spread from the cloak to Tanya's nose, contaminating the wine glass under her nose. The man pressed down the wine glass rudely, looked at Tanya with extremely complex eyes, and said sadly, I can sell 8 pieces of silver fox in the tavern for this glass of yours. Tanya raised her hazy, sleepy eyes, looked at this stingy bastard, wrinkled her nose, and drank the brandy in one gulp. Afterwards, she couldn't remember what happened next. At the moment when he held her on his shoulders, George heard the woman drunkenly say to the bartender, Don't forget to store the barrel of gold wine I stole. If I don't come to see you next time, I'll kill you, little pretty boy. Tanya, how can you pretend to be the new leader of the valley in front of those noble coalition forces with your virtue? George also held the barrel of golden wine that Tanya mentioned in his arms. He left here with the attention of all the men in the tavern, in the hearts of the nobles. The only person in the whole valley who can deal with this ant is probably this grandpa. Chapter 229 Western Territory. The wind howled, and the black pearl flags and cloaks in the hands of the sergeants rustled in the wind. George looked north, and could vaguely see the outline of a huge city in the fog, which happened to pass Yunfeng City. So the wasteland north of Yunfeng City is the location you mentioned? After saying this, George set his sights on the Book of Dawn again. The map brought back from Winsong City clearly mapped the entire Western Territory. According to the route, we will stay overnight in a large manor east of Yunfeng City, and head north tomorrow morning to reach the icy desert that Siljek mentioned. A beautiful two-dimensional drawing of a little spider was lying in the icy wasteland on the map. After hearing George's words, she raised her head and said in a childish voice, Yes, master. In the original plan, after Elizabeth and I led the army to surround Sanfeng City, the next task was to go there to summon the Desert Kingdom and awaken those weapons. They are very good at capturing cities, and they are very good at capturing Sanfeng City, the city's main weapon. Desert Kingdom? After hearing this, George drew a circle around the little spider with his finger. I remember that there is a grassland north of Winsong City. The grassland north of Yunfeng City is actually just a small piece of grassland. However, the ancient nomads here once destroyed the previous kingdom. It was not until the establishment of Winsong City and the rise of the Rodent Kingdom that the war in the north ceased. The branch of nomadic people here has also gradually withered. But strictly speaking, the bloodline of the nobles of the Rodent Kingdom is somewhat modeled. Its rise is closely related to the grassland. Counting the chaotic history, it is no longer clear where the bloodline of the Rodent nobles comes from. There are still some tribes in the northern grassland, which can be regarded as allies of Duke Yunfeng, domesticate livestock together, and live a friendly life. During the last trip to Yunfeng City, there was no news about these nomads. But what Siljek said next made George understand the reason for this. I'm afraid that's the past. The moment the altar of Anubis was excavated by the nomads, it was decided what the grassland would eventually become. Siljek said, Unlike us, Anubis loves the icy desert. George nodded, a cloud of gloom rising in his eyes. The grasslands in the north may no longer exist. As for those nomadic tribes, I am afraid they have also become the nutrients needed for the growth of these war weapons. After learning that these war puppets were buried in the icy desert, George made a special trip to the spider nest, and included dozens of worker spiders in the book. In addition, he added dozens of spider puppets to the Dawn Cathedral. Blackheart is leading them, cooperating with the 3,000 werewolves and several servants of the Kingdom of Heaven to dig under the Hall of Heroes. When he returns, Paradise Lost will be established. The team structure this time is somewhat special. In addition to the 3,000 old soldiers, there are also hundreds of wolf-slaying soldiers, dozens of sanctuary monks, hundreds of blood descendants and dog soldiers. In addition, Volp also brought 100 judgment knights. Joined here. The number of the entire team has reached 4,000. The team was a bit mixed. The wolf-slaying soldiers, monks, blood descendants and dog soldiers were all decorated in the same black robes and armor as the judgment knights. It was difficult to tell who was who except for one's own people. When walking in the team, they are also clearly differentiated. No one wants to be with the judgment knight. George could see that it was difficult for the bloodborne dog soldiers and judgment knights to fight together. But that doesn't matter, because these special groups will have other tasks. The itinerary was already clear, which was to go all the way east, pass through various territories where refugees might gather, and then go to Biswi City. It's just that in the middle, George will go to the icy desert alone. It's considered a treasure hunt. With the power of the magic spider's feet, he and his troops will meet up in a small town before Biswi City. This treasure hunt does not require a fierce battle, because those war weapons are very special. Anubis was once a powerful demon lord, but extremely stupid. It dared to challenge the authority of Aloysius, and eventually ended up with its souls burned to death. But burning their souls did not satisfy Aloysius. Just like hanging these people on the city wall, Aloysius kept their corpses and made an army of puppets at the level of a great demon lord. Because these puppets have no souls, but their bodies can recover after being damaged. And because they have no self-will, these dead objects are often ignored by the will of the world. Like Siljax eggs, they can be brought to this world first. When Anubis was released into this world, its body was weakened to the extreme like a meteor passing through the atmosphere. But they can be like seeds, absorbing the vitality of the earth and restoring themselves. These weapons are very terrifying. According to Siljax's description, they are like siege tanks. They can push down any solid fortress. Siege tanks versus medieval cold weapons. Its strategic significance is self-evident. An army of demon spiders that are good at infrastructure construction and manipulation of puppets. An army of puppets that are good at attacking cities. And an army of vampires and werewolves that are good at killing. The rulers of these three armies are fallen angels, coupled with the hundreds of thousands of corruption level and blasphemy level monsters. This is the power hidden by the demons in Shibian. Even if all the current power of Sanctuary is added together, it is probably enough to fight against a Black Tide at the level of a Demon Lord, facing the fallen angel level Black Tide power in the Blood Moon. Even the entire Sanctuary and the entire Western Territory would probably collapse in an instant like a small earthen wall in the flood. The Black Tide that destroyed the capital was formed much earlier than the Black Tide in the Western region. And what was about to come was the second Blood Moon in this world. Therefore, the real terrifying extent of the Black Tide that the Duke and the others are facing now is very likely to be such a flood. Facing the Devil's conspiracy, George felt a deep powerlessness. All he can do is hurry up and let more refugees survive. The ultimate goal is to fish out as many people and materials as possible from Biswi City, and find a way to introduce the Black Tide to the south, so that the forces that can truly fight them can fight against them. Undoubtedly, this will be a more difficult game and a more difficult challenge than facing the Seven Lords and facing Elizabeth. If the Kuroshio is really what I think, after infiltrating the coalition forces this time, then what I have to do is probably to destroy it. George's eyes gradually showed a hint of helplessness. Only the plans of the coalition forces and the Kuroshio were disrupted. Only in this dead end can there be a chance. Maybe I will have to commit rape again. Of course, there is still too little information on the east side and everything is not clear yet. So we have to go there and take a look. As the journey progressed, the wind became less strong, the fog became thicker, and the sky gradually became darker. A large manor castle surrounded by earth walls appeared in front of us, and there were many farmlands near the manor. Chapter 230 Moofling Manor. These farmlands are dominated by wheat, with many beans grown in the distance. It seems that the situation is just as the refugees who fled to the shelter said. There are many people living here. I didn't expect that the fields here have been cultivated. It seems that the disaster here is much less severe than in the valley. Looking at those fields, George couldn't help but sigh. The situation here is indeed better than that in Gushi. The tide of corpses only started to become more frequent after the fall of the royal capital. Previously, the main problems faced by most areas were famine and plague. But the areas closer to Winsong City were all parishes of the cathedral. So many plagues were also contained. Therefore, in fact, in the entire Rodent Kingdom, the valley suffered one of the most serious disasters. Among them, the most abundant food-producing area is the rat territory. There was a whisper in his ears. If the rat territory is allowed to produce a large amount of food, wouldn't all our arrangements in the valley for so many years be in vain? Tanya didn't hear Siljak's words. She thought George was talking to her. My great attendant. Look at how much the fields have reduced their production. The lady and I have been here before. It's called Moving Manor, is the land of Baron Sandy. Speaking of this, Tanya fell into memories. I remember that at that time, the fields here were connected to the Wind City, and the pastures to the north were filled with herds of cattle and horses. With the current situation, I don't know how many people can be fed. George nodded. The valley has always been famous for its abundant food and fertile water and soil. When people are unable to eat, the first place they can think of is probably the peaceful valley, which is guarded by Yongfeng City. In the eyes of the demons, it would be better if everyone ran to the valley. They will all become nutrients for the blood descendants in the Blood Moon and the foundation of the corrupt army. When the team approached, Aji returned to the team, lay down in George's ear and said one sentence. A bunch of scum. After Tanya in front heard this, she turned back and glared at these two guys. Baron Sandy is Miss Elizabeth's distant nephew. Let's be more polite in a moment. After Baron Sandy sees me, he will definitely entertain us. George, we have already negotiated. As I said, otherwise, are you going to fight all the way through? George scratched his head and said, then let's get the letter. If that guy can be obedient, we won't have to send anyone out when they go to the shelter. Not long after, the manor seemed to hear footsteps resounding through the wilderness in the mist, and the alarm bell sounded. And when the team walked near the city wall from the fog, and the guards on the sentry tower saw clearly that the team was human and not a wave of corpses, not only did they not relax, but they became even more nervous. Although the overall equipment of these Black Lake soldiers is not up to storm level, only the Sergeant Major is equipped with Black Lake armor. Most of them wear half-length Black Lake armor in mail, using the equipment in Elizabeth's hands. Therefore, this kind of armed force can be regarded as the elite of the great nobles, only slightly worse than the best troops in the Duke's hands. There were more than 3,000 people, which was the population of the entire manor, which gave all the manor guards a feeling of a large army pressing down on the situation. A Black Lake knight in the team came to the gate and explained his purpose of coming in a clever way, and reported Elizabeth's name. Their uniforms and flags were completely similar to those of the Black Pearl troops. The old soldiers were all vassals of Elizabeth, and their words were well-founded, and no one could be suspicious. So after hearing that this team was called by the Duke to escort grain and grass to Biswi City, the guards became less vigilant. Not long after, several guys dressed as knights climbed onto the city wall. He looked at the Black Pearl flags in the team and looked slightly hesitant. After some exchanges with the Black Lake Knight, the identity of this team was increasingly confirmed. But the meaning behind the words was a polite refusal. The team is allowed to camp outside the manor, and the manor will provide some supplies. The implication is that the door will not open. After Tanya, who was not far away, heard this, she rode forward and called out the name of the knight above, who had been silent. He turned out to be the Baron Sandy here, and it is also a branch of the Black Pearl family. Strictly speaking, they are all a family. Baron Sandy did not expect that Miss Tanya would lead the team, and the two actually exchanged pleasantries. There was a hint of sadness in the words. And what surprised George was that in the eyes of this nobleman, Elizabeth's confidant was not as simple as a knight. It seems that, as Tanya said, she can indeed represent Elizabeth with full authority. The genealogy among the nobles has always been very confusing. Although the two Georges have experienced life and death battles, and in the battle in the lair and in their subsequent interactions, they have understood each other's innermost thoughts. But the time they had known each other was still short. So George would not know that deeply about Tanya's family background, and she didn't want to talk more. It was only when she was drunk several times that she learned that her father had some connections with Elizabeth. They were family friends, and he was also a great nobleman. It is common for some noble family friends to leave their children to their allies for training. The higher the status of a noble, the more different the status of the knights around him will be. The personal King's Guard knight beside the king or prince may be the son of a certain duke. And this relationship established since childhood will also make the relationship between nobles stronger. The personal Grand Knight is not the Black Pearl Knight Commander, but he has a higher and more special status than the Knight Commander. How could a knight who wandered into Black Pearl Manor rise to the top and become the most important person around Elizabeth? She is the king of the valley. George recalled this explanation. And Elizabeth's confidence and trust in Tanya should not be unfounded. He has been misled by the master that Tanya calls Elizabeth. This is the name that all blood descendants call the queen. However, the moment they become blood descendants, they have a king who respects them incomparably. But this does not mean that everything they threw away has nothing to do with them anymore. George listened and thought beside Tanya. Tanya's face gradually darkened. She didn't expect that this guy actually declined in the end, without giving herself any face. This really surprised her. She couldn't help but said to the attendant beside her, "George, I'm talking nonsense. I'm afraid no one will entertain us today. No, my lord knight. I bet he will prepare a more sumptuous dinner later." At this point, the attendant waved his finger. Then he rode his horse and walked towards the door with Alexander. One of the two people is riding a horse and the other is standing. They seem to be taller on one side. "Your Excellency, please leave as soon as possible. A plague is spreading in our manor, which makes it inconvenient for your army to be stationed. Please wait for me to apologize to Sir Tanya." A knight next to the Baron said this, and the Baron's face was very unhappy. "I'm patient." The crossbows and bows in the hands of the guards around him have also been slowly raised. "You country folk, please listen to me." The young attendant looked at the people above him with an extremely arrogant expression on his face. "My master wants to sleep on a feather bed tonight." As soon as the words fell, the tall knight raised his big feet, and then the door suddenly shattered with a loud noise. The echo of the explosion brought a deathly silence, and a few bows and arrows were sparsely shot into the soil, but it looked like they were shot accidentally. In this moment of dead silence, the attendant followed the knight and swaggered open the broken door and walked into the manor. The broken door fell to the ground with a creak, throwing out a cloud of dust. The Baron came back to his senses at this voice, jumped up and cursed with a livid face. "Who asked you to shoot arrows? Why don't you go down quickly to welcome Miss Tanya?" Not long after, Tanya, Baron Sandy and other big shots had already begun to greet each other. And George, the attendant, acted as the hostess's assistant and made arrangements for the entire team. Under his command, Sergeant Black Lake took over the place violently, and Black Pearl flags were gradually erected on the city walls, gates, towers, and even the entire castle, looking at the Black Lake soldiers who had replaced the original guard positions of the manor, as well as those of his own people who had been beaten with bruises and bruises. Baron Sandy smiled very reluctantly at Tanya. The comparison of strength is too forced. Not to mention the cold and silent male and female knights wearing black shirts and armors. Their appearance makes people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Those guys called the Knights of the Black Lake even wore better armor than me. As for the dozen or so knights of his own, several of them even wore mail armor. Indeed, although many of the Knights of the Black Lake were not equipped with dawn armor. Before leaving, the shelter had modified the heirlooms of all the nobles in the entire valley. Therefore, their equipment is better than the thin-skinned fearless armor of the first generation of white knights. The equipment of the soldiers on both sides is also very different. The guards' attire wasn't even formalized. Most of them looked worse than the soldiers Garvey once held. They were just militia-level junk with some iron pieces sewn on their leather. To be honest, when they took control, the guards looked at the aggressive bandits and showed no resistance at all. However, the tempers of the old soldiers were not very good. Those who moved slowly or complained were all beaten. By this time Baron Sandy already knew that they had all become prisoners. He never expected that this would be the result. This group of people simply has no aristocratic demeanor. But it's strange that this is Miss Elizabeth's private soldier, who is used to being arrogant and domineering. Besides, Miss Tanya is still leading the team today. This eldest lady's temper is even more difficult to offend than Lady Elizabeth. Baron Sandy felt a headache when she thought of her father. "I've had some bad luck today." The nobleman still maintained his proper demeanor and turned a blind eye to the groups of Black Lake soldiers. He very gentlemanly ordered the servants to prepare the dinner, and like a real master, let the disarmed knights with the guards. A barracks for the guests was arranged. While giving instructions, he invited Tanya and her knights to visit his manor, and as he saw the quality of the Black Lake soldiers compared with his own, his attitude became more enthusiastic, completely opposite to the beginning. It can be seen that many houses in the entire manor are temporary structures. and many are even simple shacks, similar to the slums in Bienha. The population, including guards and servants, totaled 2 to 3,000, and young and strong men accounted for the vast majority, with almost no old people seen. In this manner, there are all handicraft workshops, mills, bakeries, blacksmith shops, and a chapel. It is a typical castle manor layout. If the residence houses are not so simple and lack of streets, it can already be called a town. In fact, most estates don't have this many farmhouses, because a standard barony usually has tens of thousands of acres of fields, actually only a dozen square kilometers. The population is scattered across various farms, and only the main buildings are built on the core estate, which facilitates the collection of mill tax, toast tax and other miscellaneous fees subjects have to pay to borrow mills, etc., even for baking bread. As Tanya said, the field here used to be bordering the farm fields to which Yongfeng City belonged, because it is located in a plain area. Although the fields are not as fertile as the valleys, there are a lot of arable fields. Before the fog, there were herds of cattle and horses here, and the cultivated fields that took turns to be used as pastures. There is even a dedicated horse farm in the north. Therefore, the population is very scattered, and there are few densely populated towns in the entire Western Territory. This manor has such a large population now entirely because the population of the surrounding farms has gathered here. This made it impossible to cultivate distant fields, and people did not dare to go far in the fog. There are not many fields left to cultivate. In addition, the land near the manor has not been rested because it has been in use. The weather has also become increasingly severe, making the overall output far from what it once was. It can only be said that Kankan is enough to support the people in the manor. However, vassals performed military service and provided taxes for the lord. Now it's war again. In order to complete the task, not only a large amount of food must be provided, but also the cattle that produce leather, the sheep that produce wool, and even the military horses must be maintained well. The living conditions of the manor residents are naturally self-evident. Those animals eat better than people, and there is a foul smell between the simple shacks and farmhouses. People often starve to death, and in order to keep the population young and strong, refugees are often accepted here. But entering this shelter is just to survive and live for 2 more years. Among the dying people, what the Black Lake soldiers saw were pairs of desperate eyes. Indeed, the calamity to be endured in the valley was worse, if not much more serious. But people in the valley live better than outside, because the valley has never experienced real famine. Black tide? You mean those zombies? Right, Baron Sandy said. There will be occasionally, but they won't be around here for too long. George, who was listening on the sidelines, nodded. The monsters they encountered on the road were indeed very scattered. There are indeed very few monsters near this manor. It seems that the guards here often bring people to deal with them. It seems that the governance of various territories in the Western Territory is similar to that of the former Rat Territory. And because there are no blasphemers and no serious corruption and pollution, there is also more land for cultivation. However, because of the need to domesticate livestock, animals were more important than people, and the lords had not realized that there were fewer and fewer people due to the addition of refugees. This made the ratio of food and livestock increasingly imbalanced, and famine was spreading. Gradually, an endless cycle formed. The Duke still had a high degree of control over the entire Western Territory, and the lords did not dare to slaughter cattle and horses at will. This allowed the Duke's armed forces to be maintained and could be drawn out to fight at any time. In addition, because the Western Territory has always focused on animal husbandry, although the residents eat less and less, they do not lack winter clothes. However, the zombies have been sieging the city more recently than in previous years. Whenever the zombie tide comes, they cannot go out to work for a long time. Many livestock have starved to death. Baron Sandy sighed. He is full of despair about the autumn harvest. This year's livestock task is okay, but the food task may not be completed. The interior of the manor is not big, and after walking around for a while, it was already completely dark. At this time, the work of the Black Lake soldiers was almost finished, and temporary tents were set up. Large torches were lit all around, illuminating the entire manor. The guards had already acted as laborers together with the servants and serfs, carrying out firewood and other materials and lighting large bonfires. George also saw someone slaughtering cattle and sheep on the way. Apparently Baron Sandy had made arrangements for it. It seems that not only them, but also the Black Lake soldiers can eat meat today. It's no wonder that the Baron is unwilling to entertain his own family. If the army is stationed here for a day, it will cause harm to the manor. This year's situation is already bad, and we really can't entertain many guests. But it was useless to keep the cattle and sheep. All the old cattle and sheep were killed were sick. When the Judgment Night leads the migration of the refugees here tomorrow, he won't be able to take them all with him. Of course, Baron Sandy still doesn't know what George and others have in mind, having already calculated the sunk costs. The smile reappeared on his face while reminiscing with Tanya. Not long after, Tanya and some knights had entered the castle under the hospitality of Baron Sandy. George and other attendants stayed behind under Tanya's instruction, and made one last inspection. When passing by a farmhouse, George stood at the window and looked in, and saw 3 or 4 sheep and 7 or 8 chickens inside. A long head stretched out, opening its mouth as if to eat George's hair. But before it could reach it, it was slapped by a hand, and then fell silent under the touch of that hand. Only then did George realize that Aji had appeared next to him. Maybe this bodyguard had always been there, but he didn't notice it. He looked at the horse head in Aji's arms, and his eyes couldn't help but become weird. Chapter 231 Double-Edged Sword. This horse is a little different from the tall horses that are common among nobles. It is not too big and looks about the same as little William, who has just turned 2 years old. The height at the shoulder is only about 1.4 to 1.5 meters, and it looks a bit ruined. Not handsome at all. On the contrary, it looks a bit ugly. However, their body shape is somewhat special. They have large heads, short necks, strong bodies, broad chests, long manes, and thick skin and thick fur. It is a specialty near Yongfeng City. Aji had seen these horses when he was walking here before. At this time, he leaned into George's ear and said, "Master, although the quality of these horses is not as good as those collected by Black Pearl Manor, they are serious. King Feng Madat, what does green wind horse mean?" George asked with his eyes widened. "The Chief Foam horse has mainly green hair and can run thousands of miles as fast as the wind. Hence its name." Aji patted the horse's head and said. Hearing this, George opened his mouth. Generally speaking, a horse carrying a person for thousands of miles would be exhausted long ago. Even if you take a backup horse and change horses on the road, the backup horse will still run behind you. If you can run 1,000 miles continuously, it is 500 kilometers. This is definitely not the case. An ordinary horse can do this, but it is not an exaggeration to say it is a 1,000-mile horse. Of course, there is some bragging in Aji's words. Although in history there are indeed teams that rushed overnight and then won the battle. But that's the nomadic cavalry. And it's 500 miles a night, not 500 kilometers a day. In more cases, the army usually attacks for many days in a row to reach this number. But this is also extremely scary. A horse that can meet this requirement is definitely an excellent military horse. Seeing Agi's enthusiasm, George listened and was curious about what this kind of horse was like. They are actually the descendants of grassland horses. The nomadic people once ruled the north with grassland horses, and the nobles were frightened by the news. But the green wind horses are even better. The military horses used by the Iron Wall Knights are the best among the green wind horses. Those are the excellent ones, Aji said with bright eyes. Despite their ordinary appearance, they are well-trained Chief Foam horses that are neither frightened nor deceived on the battlefield, and are very brave. They can be said to be silent warriors, and they are strong and durable. Damn! They are not afraid of heat or cold. They can run after eating some grass. They can be fed roughly. And not only do they produce a lot of milk, they don't like to get sick. They have the strongest endurance and adaptability. They can walk in harsh environments for days, don't eat anything. Hearing this, George couldn't help but widen his eyes. These qualities are enough to compare with those mutated horses in Black Pearl Manor. As for the Black Pearl horse, although it is also durable, its appetite is terrifying. Those beans alone were enough to give him a headache. Aji continued. The endurance of the Chief Foam horse is a little weaker than that of the grassland horse, but its endurance and adaptability are not bad. It is also faster, and after intensive training, it has become even better. These can the war horses that carry the knights of the Iron Masked Knights can definitely carry the heavy armored fearless knights. Having said this, Aji looked at George. Boss, among the top 10 famous horses, Chief Foam horse ranks 8th. However, this is ranked by the nobles based on their rarity, beauty, and elegant dressage, based on comprehensive rankings based on factors such as pedigree, and short, medium, and long distance results in the race. Chief Foam horses account for almost no one. Did I hear you right, Aji? A world-famous horse who doesn't take advantage of you but still slaps his ass. George couldn't help but be surprised. Boss, You heard it right, in the competition field. Even if it is a long distance. How far is it? So in fact, Qingfeng Horse has never entered the famous horse competition. Qingfeng Horse relies on the achievements of the Dukes of Yongfeng. His reputation is such that he can become one of the world's famous horses. What they are good at is ultra-long distance raids under difficult and harsh conditions. During military raids, it is common for more than 10 days in a row. Those delicate and famous horses have long since died of illness and exhaustion under such circumstances. But Qingfeng Horse can not only carry it, but can also fight at any time. For various nobles to recognize Qingfeng Horse so much, it can be seen that these horses of Duke Yongfeng have left a deep impression on the southern countries. Aji's eyes were blazing. They are the uncrowned kings. They are world-famous horses that have never been judged in the arena. George nodded, knowing the value of these horses. His eyes became hot again. According to the literature of Yongfeng City, there are hundreds of thousands of horses domesticated throughout the Western Territory. Although all the good horses were taken away by the Duke, these horses can be continued to be cultivated in the sanctuary. And there must be many good horses in various manners. You know, according to regulations, every farmhouse must keep at least one horse for the Lord. As for other livestock, although due to environmental conditions, the livestock in the West are far from what they once were. The number of livestock all the way east is still very large. This will greatly supplement the demand for shelters. There are thousands of sheep in Mufeng Manor alone, more than the number of people, and there are hundreds of cattle. Seeing the big from the small, go east. There are countless livestock. Of course, this estimate may be somewhat inaccurate, because this manor is relatively close to Yongfeng City. It is managed fairly well. The further east you go, the fewer the numbers become. But if you include those manors with large pastures, the number is indeed huge. The food needs of sergeants, Wolfborn, and Bloodborne will no longer be a problem. Future knights don't have to worry about their mounts. When Anthony and others are free and establish the Forbidden Academy, livestock breeding will also be put on the agenda. An evolution like the mutant horse can definitely be copied. A black-robed female priest who led several dog soldiers passed by, and there were many wolves beside her. After meeting George's eyes, she avoided his gaze in panic, and continued to wander among the crowd with the dog soldiers and wolves. Not long after, several tied-up residents were brought over by Dan and others. Sir, the lovely ladies feel that there is no blood flowing on their bodies. And Sergeant Black Wolf also feels that the smell on their bodies is a bit weird. Dan said here, looking in a direction in the distance, where several judgment knights and monks, they were surrounded by several men and women and were asking, how many others are there? George followed his gaze and found that the expressions of the men and women were too indifferent. Just like a dying person. Dan said, the priests felt something special about the emotions in their hearts. Volp thought they might be mist cultists. I did see despair and hatred in their hearts. But I understand this feeling. Not for those people. The worship and fanaticism of the unnamed god. Just completely disillusioned with this world. George nodded. In the sanctuary, the priests and knights taught by him are all good at fighting. The priests trained by Mother Hathaway and others are even better at spiritual power. Especially the Hongxia priests, who are completely devoted to the light of dawn. The eyes of these blood descendants can see directly into people's hearts. Dan, you are a priest. You must have confidence in your own judgment. Let's take care of it first. What are Volpe and Martin busy with? When Dan heard about George's decision, he was happy at first. But after hearing Volp's name, he said with some hesitation, they are wandering around our camp. You told Volp that there was a special mission for him. So the Judgment Knights did not take action today. George nodded, knowing that Dan had lied to him. Obviously, Volp was very unhappy with the vampires handling what they should do, as evidenced by the Judgment Knights. But this guy Martin caught him. After reading the Book of Dawn, George confirmed the locations of Volp and the two and headed towards the camp. It's very lively here. The veteran soldiers had already become involved with the local guards and kept boasting about the goodness of the valley. In some camps where barbecues were held first, veteran soldiers actually shared food with guards, knights, and residents. However, these guards were of low quality and did not take any notice of this group of uninvited guests. Some of them even played happily with the old soldiers for money. Black Lake soldiers are all paid, and the rewards in many missions are also very generous. However, throughout the Western Territory, currency has stopped circulating, and gold and silver have gathered in the hands of nobles. The guards and residents hadn't seen the silver fox for many years, and at most they only had a little bit of money. Starving? We have so much food that we can't even eat it all. looking at the gold and silver, looking at the equipment on their bodies, and listening to the veteran soldiers bragging about the night markets, taverns, and black pearl wine. The appearance of the valley has gradually been sketched out in the minds of local residents. A paradise. It must be a paradise in this apocalyptic world. No, the Doomsday may not have visited the valley at all, which is why it is so beautiful there. A glimmer of hope gradually rose in the eyes of the numb residents, who regretted not fleeing to the valley earlier. Haven't you heard that because of the constant influx of refugees, the nobles have begun to build a city wall at the entrance of the valley? Refugees who have fled from now on will not be allowed to enter at will. Martin should reassure me. Looking at Martin not far away, George sighed deeply. His eyes fell on Volpe's back, and he began to think deeply. After seeing the Lord coming, the two people came over directly. Martin said with a smile, "Everything has been arranged. The boss just said that the land will be divided. Is that true?" George nodded and said, "Let's wait for Gaster's pioneer plan." Martin nodded after hearing this. This matter has actually been rumored for some time. However, he didn't quite understand things like land lease terms, collective ownership, and redistribution upon expiration. But I heard that the future serfs and new people will also have land to cultivate as the land is rotated. Therefore, it is not only the first pioneers who benefit. They are actually the trees planted by their predecessors. If everyone can have enough food and clothing in the future, then the blood and sacrifice of the Knights of the Dawn will not be in vain. Martin is not very clear about the specific things. The veterans who were injured and were placed as town mayors and civil servants because they could no longer participate in the war seem to have some understanding. I heard that they all participated in some training, but they were all tight-lipped, and they were hesitant about themselves. The old commander. But today is the first time I have received confirmation from the Lord. I believe that when I go back, the plan will be almost ready, and it will probably be made public. But, boss, is it okay to leave this matter to the old nobleman Gaster? Volpe couldn't help but ask. Can he really take care of the interests of the common people? His little daughter, even a blood descendant. Before George could speak, Martin gave Volpe a blow and said, "Idiot! That old guy is just a scapegoat, pretending on the surface. This old guy knows that if the things the master tells him are not handled well." My head just fell to the ground. That's not entirely true. Martin, we are crossing the river by feeling the stones now. George opened his mouth. If things go wrong, there will always be a chance to start over. But the asylum is not suitable for the role of tearing up the agreement. It must be always fair and supported by the people. Of course, if in the end it is not because of Gast, but because of our wrong policies, I will have other arrangements for him, and there will be other people sitting on his position, as a nobleman, to guide change in a more striving direction. Are you still a noble? There was a look of disappointment in Volpe's eyes. I did it deliberately to let the old nobles handle this matter. Volpe, I know what is right, but we can't take too big a step. George said, in the collapse of the old world, it is easier for these old forces to mobilize the people, and the policies promulgated are more likely to be in line with the times. I mean, it is easier to overdo it, and easier for people to respond. Volpe, no matter what kind of person, is useful, including nobles. In this doomsday, we have to unite all the forces that can be united, and whether it is people or animals, the shelter is always open. What we need is hope, not spreading fear and despair. After saying these words, George patted Volpe on the shoulder and brought him over specially this time because he wanted to chat with him more on the way. You have done a good job these days, but you have also suffered a lot. Too much criticism and pressure. Anne Hathaway told me that you often kneel in front of the dawn light in the middle of the night to pray. If the pressure is too great and you feel too tired, tell me. There is always a better place in my heart for you. It's alive. Hearing that the Lord had been caring about him, Volpe couldn't help but feel a little wet in his eyes. He has done so much for the shelter, but there are so few people who understand him. He originally thought that even the Lord felt that he was wrong, but now it seems that he truly understands him. Sir, I am the black sword in your hand, and I will always be as sharp as ever. Pressure and hard work will only sharpen it further. I will not let me be dull. I have indeed thought about my own replacement, but in the entire asylum, I am afraid that no one is more determined and more suitable than me. There can be no hesitation or pity in this position. We have passed the lessons learned cannot happen again. George looked at Volpe and nodded deeply. Giving him a firm look showed his trust, but in his heart, he sighed deeply. He was persuading Volpe, and Volpe was persuading him there should be no mercy or hesitation, and he could not repeat the same mistakes. regarding the matter of sending Garvey to the town of Golden Maimon to handle matters. Volpe has always had a problem with himself as the decision-maker. As for what he was praying for in front of the dawn light, George had guessed before that it was probably not repentance. It's about telling yourself that you were right. In fact, he had already expected what Volpe would say now. George knew this result from the fact that the Judgment Knights, who were punished by Mother Hathaway for labor, returned to their positions within a few months and received greater promotions. On the road to the light, everyone in the team will have different experiences and see things. He knew that he could not make everyone in the team walk on the path he had drawn from beginning to end. But now Volpe also had a responsibility that he could not shirk. It is really difficult for a person to kill with mercy. All he can do is to get people who find it difficult to feel compassion to do these things. As a result, it will naturally make it more difficult for them to turn back. Nowadays, the Judgment Knights beside Volpe are all people who have gone through many rounds of competitions and cannot change their views on foreign races. On this dark road, everything they experienced and the ugliness they saw made it difficult for them to see the bright side in the hearts of the bad guys. Now the valley has gradually become peaceful. The blood descendants have Hathaway and other aunts and Tanya as their destination. The wolf descendants have Jack as their guide. The ogres have the shelter cook. And the demon spiders have Paradise Lost. Indeed, Sanctuary also needs black swords and a group of decisive dark enforcers. But this group of people must absolutely implement their will and be completely obedient. But the Judgment Knights led by Volpe are no longer suitable for the current situation. Volpe concluded that the skeleton of the Judgment Knight had been built. George did not dismantle the skeleton, but only pulled out the extreme people. The 100 or so Judgment Knights he selected into the team have begun to spread their ideas of hatred in the sanctuary. There are more and more people following the crowd. This sign can't happen again. He needs to change his black gloves. Crobber is an obedient, vicious dog that hits wherever he points. Not only does he understand his own thoughts very thoroughly, but he also knows what all is. Even if you don't have a deep understanding of the Dawn faith, it doesn't matter. Black Gloves may not necessarily be a team of Judgment Knights. As for the future Judgment Knight, George is still thinking about it. He does not intend to let the future Judgment Knights act as Black Gloves. Crobber can do all these dirty things, such as subjugation, torture, and frame up. The future Judgment Knight should have sunshine in his heart. Recognizing evil does not necessarily require severe torture. As for Volpe, and the 100 or so extremes he helped select for himself, they have established their own complete logic of hatred. The more they impose guidance on them, the more they want to prove that they are right. They have become more and more assertive. If these wolf cubs are raised again, they will bite their owners. I'm afraid that one day in the future, they will even find a way to guide the direction of the shelter on their behalf. So, he already has a new arrangement for them. The Kuroshio needed someone to guide it south when the Noble Coalition forces are escaping. They also need the will of a shelter to help them form a rope. This trip has a narrow escape, and those who can complete the mission must be a group of extremely determined, decisive, and unscrupulous people. Must have the talents of both Jack and Martin. This is the destination of these dark heroes. As for the current journey of gathering refugees, the Judgment Knights must continue to use their light and heat. Volpe, you will always be the black sword in my hand. I will not let you rust, let alone collect you. The firmness and trust in George's eyes made Volpe stand up again. He looked firmly at his lord. His eyes filled with tears. Dinner should be served inside. Let's go and see how our Miss Tanya is talking with Mr. Sandy. Chapter 232. You have to leave tomorrow morning. When George and others came in, the knights had already begun to take their seats. Basically, they were the Knights of the Black Lake, the Judgment Knights, and the veteran soldiers sent by Martin, all patrolling the corridors, kitchens, storage rooms, and other places like guards. When it comes to things like visiting manor castles, the Judgment Knights are too experienced. There will always be those stupid people who add ingredients to the meals. Although Baron Sandy may not dare to poison, the Judgment Knights have always maliciously speculated on people's hearts. The veteran soldiers are also experienced veterans, who are well versed in accidents. So be very cautious in this kind of thing. Although only some of the knights were seated, the number of outsiders was still quite large. The original attendants of the castle were no longer eligible to take their seats. They acted as servants and shuttled back and forth in the castle. When they passed by the old soldiers, their faces were full of flattering smiles. After seeing the men in black armor, they were all trembling with fear. Not long after, Tanya, Baron Sandy, and others had already walked over from the corridor and sat down at the main seat. Judging from the smiles on their faces, the visit to the castle must have been very enjoyable. Baron, Miss Tanya. How is your father? Tanya, I haven't been back for a while. Baron sighed, it should be good to be with my aunt. I didn't expect last time once we say goodbye. It will be 10 years. When George saw them passing by him, he followed Tanya directly. After the mistress took her seat, he stood behind her and started to serve her respectfully. He poked Tanya in the waist, and the woman turned around and glared at him fiercely. From this look, George knew that this guy hadn't talked about the real topic with Sandy just now, and he couldn't help feeling speechless. The banquet started soon. Although there was not as much food here as in the valley, it was much better than the original Bienna, especially those meat dishes, including George, who hasn't eaten mutton for a long time. Those rough game meats can't be compared with mutton. Even venison will not taste as good if you eat too much. He was so anxious when he saw Tanya only drinking wine and not eating food. He pushed her, indicating that the attendant should be seated quickly. However, there was no response. This narrow-minded woman. Finally, after finishing the appetizer, the main course began. George could finally sit down and eat meat. And the topic between Tanya and the Baron finally reached a critical point. Miss Tanya, I believe that the situation in the valley must be as you said. But my ancestors have been running this land for centuries, and it is everything to me. If I leave, I don't know if I will have the chance to come back. That's it. After saying this, Baron Sandy sighed. His face looked very troubled. It is not that no lords in the western region have migrated, but after leaving, he completely became a gangster. Yofeng City directly announced that they were dead and arranged for their successors to inherit their titles and lands. After the implementation of this policy, many nobles have been firmly stationed in the mainland. Even those who couldn't stay would go to the Duke and arrange another place for them. You must know that there are many livestock, goods, and people in each territory. Migration is not a simple matter. If the Lord can take the lead, it will save a lot of things. This kept Tanya persuading the Baron. Just as George talked with Tanya on the way, he also wanted to write. After all, only Sergeant Wolf and Dan and others in the team were preparing for the escort. There were only 1,000 people in total. For this reason, he also made up some rhetoric regarding the policy of the western region. The nobles who fled had said it, so he and Tanya both knew each other. He kicked Tanya's leg, but was kicked back bitterly. The sound of the iron boots colliding with the leg armor made the Baron slightly stunned and turned his head. Tanya's blushing face was a little embarrassed, and she cursed George as a fraudster in her heart. Those words were a complete fraud. So at first, Tanya was unwilling to tell Elizabeth's name. She felt that with the current situation, as long as the Lord showed their righteousness, the Lords would go directly. What is the land in the western region left for? Keep the bones for burial? But she is still a little too naive. I didn't expect the Baron to be so stubborn and take chances. Therefore, in order to survive more people, she finally had to bring out the Miss Elizabeth in her heart and insulted her reputation. But George has a good saying. If Miss Elizabeth were alive, she would definitely help me make up these excuses. You don't need to come. She will definitely come with me. Thinking of this, Tanya sat up straight, and her whole temperament suddenly changed. In her words, there was already a sense that she could make the decision. We have already mentioned this in a letter to Duke Adeline. The environment in the valley is far better than outside the valley, and there is no need to worry about the tide of corpses. The nobles are operating here, so it is better to move them all. She did not mention it, Elizabeth's name, but Baron Sandy already knew what she meant. At this point, she also took out a letter, on which the Duke's handwriting penetrated the paper. Anthony imitated the handwriting of the general to a vivid degree. For the nobles who have temporarily settled in the valley, their land and titles will be retained, and the valley will also give you a piece of land for you to operate. With the guarantee of the Earl, you can rest assured, and the valley will also make contributions on your behalf in the future. Go out to Yofeng City. When the black tide ends, you can choose to stay in the valley or outside the valley. You have to know the value of the land in the valley. How can it be compared with the western wasteland? The land north of the Black Pearl Valley, the ranch has never had a lord. And you are obviously the right candidate. But there are not many opportunities. Baron Sandy, you must think carefully. Speaking of this, Tanya stopped talking. Baron Sandy was tempted. He picked up the handkerchief and wiped the grease stains from his hands, picked up the letter, leaned against the candlelight, and read it from cover to cover. Everything is flawless and can withstand scrutiny. After a moment, he put down the letter. He said, "Thank you, Lord Duke, and Lord Black Pearl, for your understanding and generosity. But, Miss Tanya, good news has been coming from the front line frequently. Migration is not a trivial matter. I have to be well prepared. During the conversation, the Baron also understood the true meaning of this group of people coming here. So he, who was originally a little scared, was like grabbing someone else's sore leg, and he had nothing to fear. The meaning of asking for more benefits in these words is extremely obvious. Thousands of people, and cattle, and sheep are not a small number. It's no wonder that even during war, if a noble is captured, the enemy will not kill him casually. What's more, this group of people want something. If you die, you still have to migrate. As for who the person in front of me is, I'm afraid it's not something to consider now. Even if the king is here, how can he retreat like this when it concerns his own interests? So not only did he wait and see, he also took advantage of it. After hearing this, Tanya's face darkened. She didn't expect that the first territory she visited would be so troublesome. Besides, this Baron has a connection with the valley. You have to leave tomorrow morning. George had already eaten and drank enough. He wiped his hands on his cloak, raised his head, looked at the Baron and said, Sandy, Tanya has given you enough face today. If you don't have a smile, you will forget who you are. Sandy turned his head, and his cold gaze sent chills all over his body. But then I felt humiliated, not knowing whether it was because of fear or anger. He looked at Tanya tremblingly and said, Miss Tanya, your attendant is so rude. I will report everything that happened today to the Duchess. Reported truthfully. Tanya, did you hear that? He still wants to make a report. You can't blame me for this. When George said this, Volpe had already walked from the corridor to the main seat. Without saying a word, he pulled out the dagger, grabbed the Baron's hair, and cut his throat. The Baron was like a chicken, covering his sizzling throat with disbelief on his face. Spread it out on the table. Blood spread all over the table and splattered on Tanya's face. She looked at Volpe coldly. No, he did it on purpose. The noble knights who were drinking with the Black Lake Knights stared at this with their eyes wide open. Then they were pinned down on the table one by the disobedient Black Lake Knights. Volpe, I leave this to you. George wiped his hands, stood up, and pulled Tanya and Lorna away. When they walked to the corridor, Tanya turned around and heard Volpe pronounce, Okay, on these noble knights, I have conclusive evidence that these devil worshippers are preparing for a terrible war. The massacre and blood sacrifice. Chapter 233. Come on. Come on. Burning pillars were erected in the manor square. Private soldiers and residents, led by several noble knights, continued to throw stones at the executioners. The judgment knights were reciting the conspiracy and crimes of these devil cultists. And around them, there were many evidences collected from the castle. George on the balcony of the castle withdrew his gaze and said, Once the opponents are dead, migration has become a foregone conclusion. It doesn't matter if there is no lord to lead. Under the panic and inducement, the noble knights, private soldiers and residents will be more active than anyone else. Tanya, please forgive me. It was my order to Volpe. After Baron Sandy died, his loyalists could not live here. They had seen too many things. Private soldiers and residents needed a reasonable reason to move. Having said this, he looked at Tanya. I know Sandy wants to ask for more benefits, but the attitude he showed makes me unable to fully trust him. And I don't have so much time to play with him. Migration. The team must also be very determined. If he regrets halfway, when the black tide comes over, these residents will all become part of the black tide. Looking at the crazy commotion below, Tanya closed her eyes with a pale face and nodded. She couldn't agree with everything George did, and even felt a kind of fear. I hope what you did is right, George. George nodded and didn't say much. He knew very well what Tanya was thinking now, because from Tanya's position and perspective, she is willing to give more trust to a nobleman, whether it is her being the person closest to Elizabeth or her background as a nobleman. I have never had any conflicts of interest with these lords before. Even the faces I have seen before are all flattering. So it is inevitable to think too well of these people. So he knew it was useless no matter how much he said now. However, there is no rush in this matter. He has seen too much of the cunning and greed of these nobles. And in the next journey, as Tanya stands in her own position and takes the lead in dealing with these things, she will gradually understand. The pressure of time will make her make the most correct decision. Even if there are some mistakes, it doesn't matter. On the contrary, it might be better this teammate should be trained and trained. No one can shake this team in the next step. With Martin here, everything can be done with confidence. What's more, Tanya used to be a big devil, and she was not a vegetarian herself. If those nobles really dare to fall out at the dinner table, I'm afraid it won't be Volpe that they fear. There was a knock on the door, and Aji, who was leaning next to the door, opened it. Martin, Volpe, Dan and Ian walked in. Dan and Ian have seen a lot about the behavior of the Judgment Knights. But there are not many nobles in Gushi who are clean, and most of those killed by Volpe and others deserve to die. But Baron Sandy's death was somewhat unjust. At best, he is a lord who doesn't treat people as human beings. He lets people starve to death and keep livestock alive. He also has his reasons forced by the pressure of Yongfeng City. So his face looked a little unsightly. They all felt that maybe Tanya was right. Compared to them, Alexander, Aji and Lorna behaved very calmly. Alexander has a thick head, and in his mind, the boss must do the right thing. Aggie admired George immensely, and Lorna never questioned George, except when he made up stories. These people were originally in the house, and Martin and others came here to report the matter. To sum up, everything is going smoothly, and the old soldiers have begun to enter the castle to move and organize items, in order to make it easier to carry. Ian selected a small number of things needed by the shelter, as well as antiques and other valuables, and distributed the rest to the residents. In fact, these things only need to be taken back to the shelter, and it doesn't matter whose hands they are in. Anyway, they will circulate. As for the troops that will lead the residents to the shelter next, Ian has already made an agreement with Dan. One of them manages the Wolf Slayer Sergeant, and the other manages the monks and blood descendants. After listening, George held a small meeting. The next work was arranged tomorrow morning. He would set off with Lorna and Aji. No matter how many refugees this team can collect in the future, he must go on this trip north. The matter of Anubis cannot be delayed for any time. No matter how far Tanya and others can go, he must delegate authority. So since Tanya and the others think they can do a good job, let them do it. And some things should be left to subordinates to do in practice. He can't do everything by himself. So here, he announced something. Before we reunite, you must obey Tanya in everything. Miss Tanya has the sole discretion to decide how to handle migration and the recruitment of refugees. After saying this, he glanced at Martin. Martin nodded understandingly. When everyone saw it, his nod was recognition of Miss Tanya. But Martin knew that the Lord meant that he wanted to be used as an excuse. And he also has to play the role of George to coordinate the work of Tanya, Volpe and others. After hearing George's decision, except for Martin who felt a heavy pressure, Dan and others seemed to be relieved. Volpe, on the other hand, lowered his head slightly. His eyes slightly cold, he found it difficult to accept that a vampire would lead the team. Tanya didn't notice his gaze, because George's words made her stunned. She looked at George in surprise, her eyes extremely complicated. She didn't expect that George would have such great trust in her. She originally thought that he would leave the next thing to Martin. After all, he is a vampire, and the two people had some different opinions before. George shook his head, and Tanya understood something from his eyes. I believe you will do better than Elizabeth and I. So all the previous differences vanished into nothingness at this moment. This trust made Tanya clench her fists tightly and was beyond words. However, in fact, what George said in his eyes was, come on. Come on. If Tanya could really get all these bad things done, he would really not be happy. After the small meeting, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Not long after, the door started knocking again. Aggie, who was making George's bed, heard it and opened the door. And Volpe came in. George had expected his visit. Even if he hadn't come, he would have asked Aggie to call for him. However, the meaning of taking the initiative and calling Aji is somewhat different. The fact that he came proved that although he still had doubts in his heart, he still had full trust in the Lord. He believed that he would hear a reasonable argument from the Lord. George gave these words. Volpe, you are the one who takes care of my blood slaves for me. But on the way to collect the refugees, we have to adopt another more efficient way of handling them. These miserable refugees cannot withstand any fright. And in many territories, those refugees who have been coaxed by the Lords trust the Lords more than they trust outsiders like us. In fact, you should feel it. It is very hasty to handle these trial matters in one day. This forces us to assign some wolf-slaying sergeants and priests to follow the migration team. But how many of us are there in total? These refugees have to be dragged into the shelter even if they are tricked and kidnapped. Volpe, you should be able to understand the role of those lords when the people from the west of the valley moved eastward. You should have a deep understanding of it. Volpe does have a deep understanding of this matter. If a lord can act as an obedient dog, he will often leave them alive and settle the account somewhere else. Compared to leading the team one by one, the efficiency is much higher. In the entire valley, there are only 2 people who can play the role of a puppet like Gaster and have enough appeal in the western region: Elizabeth or her close retainers. In order to make this puppet work well, I spent a lot of money. Thoughts. Try not to conflict with her. If you encounter something you don't know how to deal with, talk to Martin to discuss it. That guy has many evil thoughts. Volp originally thought that the Lord was temporarily deceived and wanted to remind him. But after the conversation, he found that the Lord had more to think about. He nodded, already understanding the matter. Indeed, as the Lord said, make the best use of everything. Dealing with things by myself is still a bit tactless. Boss, don't worry. I will remain silent until Martin comes forward. After hearing this, George nodded, somewhat relieved. Boss, there is one more thing. How do you plan to deal with blood descendants like Tanya in the future? Even with Anthony's potion, we should have a more appropriate restraint on them. Who knows if they are in the same group with the devil? What? Placing them all under the Cathedral of the Dawn is not a long-term solution. And Sister Hathaway and others trust them too much. George was stunned for a moment, looked at Volpe deeply, and finally said what he wanted to hear. The Light of Dawn is building a lost paradise for the sanctuary. Volpe, don't worry. These slaves of mine will have a suitable home. I will not let hidden danger stay in the sanctuary. Volpe suddenly realized. He bowed and exited the room. Looking at the closed door, George sighed slightly. If they always have such doubts in their hearts as to whether they are on the same side as the devils, I'm afraid that's what the devils want to see. And if we can't unite all the forces that can be united, how can we fight against the doomsday? He is willing to give those who have been shrouded in darkness a chance to bathe in the sunshine again. And he also believes that in the face of that hope, no one will choose to spare. The essence of shelter is despair and resistance. Every person in this world is shrouded in darkness and falls into desperate madness. Their strength will be reduced. Vice versa is also true. But not everyone on the team wants to think so. This team, on the road to gathering refugees, can still come together because they have the same goal. But in the end, they had to part ways. A whisper passed through my heart. Actually, for those nobles you said you were worried about, as long as you plant a spider egg, they will be able to lead the refugees to migrate obediently. How about you help me plant spider eggs on all the blood descendants, wolf descendants, and all the nobles in the valley? George said. This is indeed a good idea. Master Siljak, I already have enough headaches. Don't cause any more trouble for me. Chapter 234. Sleeping in the Wasteland. Castle of Death. In the longing for the valley, everyone is extremely enthusiastic. At noon the next day, a refugee team led by more than 100 wolf-slaying sergeants, monks, blood descendants, and dog soldiers drove the herds of cattle and sheep to the west. Things that were inconvenient to take away were discarded, and the refugees themselves did not have many things. It could be said that they traveled lightly, or escaped from the famine after all. The most important things were people and livestock. Although there is no lord, the sergeants will firmly lead this group of troops, and the priests will also stabilize the minds of the refugees. Bloodborne, in cooperation with the dog soldiers, can summon the wolves encountered on the road into the team and let them be driven. The wolves under their control can manage the livestock better than humans. A group of people were missing from the team, and they continued to move eastward. Halfway through, George also separated from Tanya and others. Before leaving, George left a team of magic spiders with the team and gave his little mare Little William to Tanya. He touched Little William's mane and patted Tanya's horse's neck. Tanya's war horse is Elizabeth's maroon on Dina's war horse. After the Battle of the Manor, the horse disappeared. Later, George and others returned from the spider's lair, and Tanya wandered around in Johanna's territory. The day before departure, Tanya was in an irritable mood and said she wanted to go out for a walk. When she came back at night, she brought back the horse. It was covered in mud and had many scars and psoriasis. Tanya said that when she met it, it was being chased by a group of corpses. The two of them were amazed at this matter. From Tanya's mouth, George knew its name. Night. It's a stallion. It may take 10 days. Tanya, it happens to be the last stop before Blue Water City. The rest of the journey will be hard on you, so you don't need to pay attention to Volpe. I talked to him last night, and he won't do it again. I've offended you. If you have anything unhappy, go to Martin. This guy has many evil ideas. At this point, he looked at Alexander. Before I go, please help me take care of this lady. I have you too. Now, I can rest assured if I encounter any difficult monsters. In fact, Alexander's authority in the hearts of many knights is greater than that of Martin. After all, he single-handedly brought out all the backbone of the Dawn Knights. That's why he is the number 2 leader in the hearts of all knights. It's just that his head is missing a string. So this morning he also told Alexander that he should ask Martin if anything happened. Martin plus Alexander can completely replace himself. This team is no different from his own. So he can rest assured. Don't worry, George, Tanya said with great confidence. And at the same time, she solemnly gave George a promise to live up to his trust in her. I will help you receive all the refugees in the western region. Sheltered. George nodded. And Tanya and others had to pass through 7 or 8 manors next. He believed that there was definitely more than one guy like Baron Sandy. So it must be interesting. Take a beating from society. Little lady, when you understand the complexity of this society, you will return to my arms obediently and listen to your old father's words. Watching the troops in the distance gradually enter the fog while singing songs of hope in unison. The 3 George mounted the soldier spiders and began to head north. After they passed through farmland and crossed a small river, the trees began to become sparse, and the vegetation gradually became sparse. This land was originally fertile pasture, but because it was close to the manor, there was no grazing here. Therefore, the land has gradually begun to become desertified, and there are still many migratory locusts. But after passing several deserted ghost villages, George looked at the hazy land under the sunset and began to believe what Siljek said. Wherever you look, withered grass and trees are sparsely scattered on the ground. Locusts are flying around in the fog, and they will hit your face from time to time. Late at night, they came to a castle. There was deathly silence all around, and there were some scattered zombies in the foggy town surrounding the castle. There is a blue ghost fire that occasionally flashes away. Judging from the size of this town, it seems to be quite large. In fact, this is the case. This territory located on the border of Yongfeng City is a Viscounty territory. Although it is remote, it is one of the larger territories in the north. And because of frequent trade with the northern nomadic tribes, the place was still very wealthy before the disaster struck. So the trade value is very high. However, judging from the information Collar obtained from Wind Wing City more than half a year ago, this territory has lost contact with Wind Wing City for many years, because few monsters came from the north of Winsong City, and the land in the north was severely desertified. Trade channels were completely blocked after the fog fell. This makes the land in the north completely worthless. Therefore, various lords, including the Duke, treated the north as a wasteland. It is said that the Duke had sent people to patrol the north several times before, but did not find anything unusual. But among the refugees who fled from the western border, there have been many strange stories circulating in this town. So George was a little curious about this. And because it went well, he took a slight detour and passed here. Boss, we made a special detour here. Do we plan to rest here tonight? Aji, who was lying on the soldier spider, raised his head and looked at George, who was flipping the book. His eyes were bright and he said, I feel like it seems like I can smell gold coins. The journey was so hurried that we passed many manor houses without entering. It made Aji feel very itchy. This can be regarded as a nice castle. There are only a few castles in the north, so of course we have to rest here, George said, flipping through the Book of Dawn. But, boss, I feel that the dark atmosphere here is a bit too strong. Do you want me to go take a look? Aji said excitedly, wiping his palms. No, we have to work tomorrow, and the workers have to eat. George looked at the ghost town in the mist in front of him and released all the spiders in the book. Dozens of demon spiders scattered around the town and disappeared into the mist after a while. There was a collapse sound all around, as if a giant object had entered the room. There was an enchanting echo in the darkness, as if coming from all directions. Even the air in this world is sweet. Siljek has been imprisoned for several months. Bored, George looked at the map and calculated, and found that the 3 of them had walked nearly 300 kilometers today. Today, Tanya and others traveled all night, covering more than 60 kilometers. The speed of more than 60 kilometers is actually very fast. And this is because we rested overnight in the manor yesterday. And the terrain in the west is plain and easy to walk. In normal times, the team would cover this distance in 1 day. But even if we travel 60 kilometers a day, the speed is very scary. Many don't even reach half that number. Even among the regular army of the kingdom, it is still very fast. The march of a large force is very different from the march of a small group. There are more than 3,000 people armed with heavy loads, and they have to haul baggage. The team stretched for 1 kilometer during the march, in this heavy fog. If there were no wolf descendants and blood descendants to guide them, they would be left behind, and the team would get lost accidentally. If you lose someone, you can't get him back. Taking a break, cooking over campfires, patrolling security, and repairing vehicles will take a lot of time. And when stationed in the wild, if there were no wolves to patrol and spiders to weave webs, the defense work outside the camp would be very complicated. Sleeping in the wilderness at night, listening to the ghosts in the mist, looking at the monster that will come out of the fog and enter the camp at any time. It can be said that human nature is full of panic. But in the Black Lake core, at night, the sacred power of the priests gathered together, and then lit the torches of hope, and the magic net around the camp. It was like a small shelter. The night watch team is also very reliable. 2 brain spiders bring together a dozen soldier spiders and a dozen worker spiders. In this western realm, they can already be said to be the big boss. Therefore, the Black Sea Corps can achieve this marching speed, partly because of the structure of the Corps, and partly because of the extremely high morale driven by the chaotic singing of more than a dozen songs of hope. Although the old soldiers are a bit messy, they still have a solid foundation as former aristocratic private armies. During the training in Gushi, marching in the fog became familiar. Compared with the speed of the Black Lake Corps, the speed of his own group is extremely fast. The messenger with several horses may not be able to match this speed. According to the distance, we will almost be able to reach our destination tomorrow night. In fact, although the soldier spider can sprint faster than the cheetah at 100 meters, when running long distances, its speed is actually only 40 kilometers per hour, and its endurance is slightly lower, with a daily range of about 200 miles. So the few soldier spiders under the 3-person seat are already the 3rd batch of soldier spiders rotated out of the book. Although the soldier spiders can be rotated, and these octopus monsters are very stable while walking. They can even sleep while walking. But the soldier spider needs to eat. It can sleep if it is kept in a book. The worker spiders have to work tomorrow, so they can't sleep in the book. They have to eat in advance. While thinking, the demon spiders had already eaten almost everything nearby and went deep into the town. The screams of demon spiders eating in the mist covered the shrill ghost howls at night. Many blue-green ghosts appeared in the sky, running around in panic. But there seemed to be an invisible whirlpool in the mist. When the terrifying demon raised its head and breathed in, the ghost spun and fell down, disappearing into the darkness. Waves of demonic moans echoed from all directions. "What a great place!" Gurgling. "Siljak, there seems to be a living person in the castle," George said suddenly. He touched his nose and looked at the book in front of him with some uncertainty. His hand scratched on the Book of Dawn, and the demon spider stopped wandering around the town and began to crawl towards the castle. An innocent and childish face suddenly appeared on George's shoulder. After smiling mischievously, he looked at the castle not far away and started laughing weirdly. In that dead castle, something terrible seemed to be disturbed. Then the rotten inner wall door suddenly shattered, and many things with weird limbs crawled out from inside, like a weird evil spirit crawling out of H.L. Siljak's face suddenly became ferocious, and he stretched out his hand to grab it. Everything in front of him was as withered as rotten wood. Not one is left. Apparently the scariest demon around here is the one here. Immediately afterwards, Hilyak recited a spell silently, and countless black things flew from the bones everywhere, condensing into small black spiders the size of rice grains. They flew into Hilyak like a swarm in the wind. In Jock's mouth, feeling the dark power he had absorbed, Siljak licked his tongue without wanting to finish it. Looking at the bits and pieces of soul power emerging from the corpse, he stretched out his hand in joy. A whirlwind suddenly blew up among the bones everywhere, and the broken soul power flew toward her under the guidance of Siljak. However, midway, with a wave of a big hand, these souls all flew into the sky midway. George closed the Book of Dawn and concluded his prayer of salvation, ignoring Hilyak's resentful gaze. When Siljak was slaughtering these monsters, everything changed so quickly that it seemed like it was over as soon as she stretched out her hand. But Lorna saw it very clearly. It was a very terrifying black magic that became extremely sophisticated under the control of this master. The moment this magic was released, the surrounding fog instantly became sticky. Countless powders were formed. The powder instantly passed through the corpses like black mist. Then the corpses withered instantly. There is still a lot of black mucus left in the corpses on the ground. This mucus corroded the corpses of the monsters, drained them of all the dark power, and gave birth to those little black spiders. She closed her eyes and saw the next few paragraphs of this black magic. Siljak just said that what was released was only the first paragraph of this black magic. When those little spiders reach a large scale, they will turn into a black locust plague that fills the sky. swallowing up more enemies. If there is not enough resistance to darkness, no matter how many enemies there are, they will only become nutrients for this black magic. And as long as the magic power is enough, this magic will become stronger and stronger as nutrients are absorbed. Lorna's eyes slowly opened, and some viscous black liquid condensed in her sleeves. The black liquid was kneaded by her like mud, and gradually turned into a ball of cobwebs in the air. She crushed it into powder, and fell to the ground. George had already walked among the corpses at this time. He kicked the weird-shaped corpses, and found that the mucus on their corpses had condensed into cobwebs. After Siljack was included in the Book of Dawn, she was like a naked body, and all the information was recorded in the book. This magic is called Dark Spider Swarm. The monsters under Rose Knight have no resistance to this magic, so he was more interested in these corpses than this magic. What are these? George looked at the twisted corpses on the ground and found that many corpses seemed to have been stitched together, and some corpses seemed to have many deformed limbs on their backs and waists. I know. Siljack shook his finger, thought for a moment and said, Maybe it's one of my admirers, who wants to make these people look like demon spiders. Necromancer, Lorna defended seriously. I know. Creatures like dark wizards are all my admirers. Siljack put his head next to Lorna, looked at her little face and said, You admire me too, right, my little imitator? Lorna hid her face like a caught thief. Siljack. George was slowly walking towards the castle and said, Keep him alive. I just need a doll. Siljack licked her lips, and then her body slowly retreated into the darkness, and gradually disappeared in the mist. Chapter 235 The Master Who Walks the World. When George and others entered the castle, the soldier spiders were greedily eating something, making a crunching sound. There are still many wriggling cocoons on the roof of the shed, which seem to be things originally lying on the roof of the shed. It is being sucked greedily by the worker spiders climbing on the dome and walls, in front of the demon spiders. This battle was completely regarded as a hunt. Looking at the things being eaten by the demon spiders, George recognized these monsters that had not rushed out scavengers. But these scavengers were much larger than those he had seen before, with strong bodies, sharp claws, and some magic spells on their bodies. They seem to have been deliberately cultivated. And here, they have plenty of food. However, in front of the demon spider, they are like grasshoppers being preyed upon by a wolf spider, with no power to resist. Those sharp claws only left a few white marks on the adamantine-like armor of the soldier spiders. Some of the worker spiders seemed to have some green blood left on their bodies, but their carapace was not completely ripped out. George went through a spiritual transformation in the castle, and the screaming and struggling scavengers gradually became quiet. Dozens of scavengers each offered around 50 prayers, including the little monsters on the outside. A total of more than 6,000 prayers were collected. After transcending this place, he walked towards the study room upstairs. As he was going upstairs, a huge spider suddenly hung down from the center of the staircase. George saw that it was Siljack, and there was half a person hanging on one of her red chelicerae. Say H, low to my master. Siljack hooked the surrounding stairs, turned around, and waved the upper body of the person in his hand in front of George's eyes, as if to show off his new doll. The dark wizard waved his hand stiffly and said H, low, looking like a funny puppet with spider silk on his hands, with a very stiff smile on his face. Sir, I don't know what to call you, but would you like this beautiful young lady to put me down first? Lorna nodded to George. She couldn't feel any magic in this man, and it seemed that it had been drained away. To sum up, this beautiful lady has read my memory, Risgard said while sitting in his seat. At George's signal, Siljack let go of the spider silk on this guy and slowly climbed up the wall. She said with a strange smile, Master, although this wizard is pitifully weak, he is very good at playing with souls. He has made his memory very confusing, and even has more than a dozen names. In order to save his life, I did not go into it. Read his soul. However, what is certain is that he did serve as an acolyte as he said. The status of the acolytes is much higher than that of the mist cultists. Those saints in Jinmemang town are not yet qualified to be called acolytes. The priest is. And being able to be said to be very good by Siljack made her feel a little tricky when searching for memories. This wizard can be said to be a real soul master. Well, George, who was standing in front of the desk and flipping through notes, slowly raised his head. He looked at the wizard in front of him with a half-smile and said, Rosgard, so according to what you said, you are given a special mission to prepare a terrible plague here? And prepare to destroy the entire Winsong City? Risgard smiled very reluctantly and did not answer. He scratched his itchy waist, where the muscles and bones were growing continuously. George has not yet revealed his identity, And the Demon Lord calls him master, which makes the wizard associate it. George put down the notes in his hand and looked around. The original public library of the castle has been connected by several floors. Centered here, most of the space in the entire castle has been integrated into a huge and strange laboratory. This architectural pattern was unrecognizable to George. But if Anthony were here, he would definitely say, "Add a magic hub, and this magic tower can rotate." Lorna was flipping through the bookcases. Most of those books seem to be about biological variation, biological variability. Nobles don't have these things. Even in Yongfeng City, there are only a few forbidden books that have something slightly related to this. But here, it seems that there are many books dedicated to writing this kind of knowledge. I don't know how this guy was brought here alone. With this doubt, his eyes continued to wander. It landed on the huge experimental table in the center of the hall. It was filled with various instruments, test tubes, and various crystal jars containing specimens. These instruments are very complete. And some of them are even some kind of creatures. Obviously, these instruments should come from the devil. Although George didn't know much about these magic items, they seemed to be taller than those in the shelter. The complete laboratory in the necropolis seemed a bit crude compared to this place. There are also many specimens. They are all displayed in large crystal jars installed on the wall. In addition to various monsters, there were even a few things that Rusgard destroyed in his haste. However, due to time constraints, there are still some residues left in those specimens. Judging from the huge horn that Aji plays with in his hand, its bloodline is definitely more precious than that of the blood demon, Viscount Geoffrey/Rose Knight. This specimen is definitely an upper-middle level demon. Or even a great demon. An acolyte who studies demons? George's expression became even weirder. There's a lot of stuff, but it's surprisingly neat. It seems like the ghosts in the castle are cleaning the house from time to time. The books placed in the bookcases are well organized. However, the basements below this laboratory are a bit chaotic. "Sir, I accidentally picked up the remains of this black flame demon. In order to show respect to the owners, he enshrined it." George did not speak. But after Aji heard this, he looked at Rusgard with a smile on his face. And his cold gaze made him shiver all over. This guy, dressed as a cutthroat, looks unattractive. Just like an ordinary mercenary. But I don't know why. Every time I see his eyes, Rusgard always thinks of a nightmare in his heart, the Dark Wizard's nightmare. That's right. He is definitely not an ordinary human being. The specimen that he specially kept contains great blasphemous power. And he also put a layer of curse on it. However, when he was playing with it in his hands, it seemed like he was just playing with an ordinary collection. This person's resistance to dark forces is terrifying. And he just stood lazily in front of him. But his spirit could hardly perceive him. This means that most magic will not work on him. But the one who put the greatest pressure on him in the whole room was the one the Demon Lord called the Master. Whenever his eyes looked at himself, Rusgard always felt that he saw his own soul. Black Death Rusgard. Under pressure, this cunning dark wizard finally revealed his earliest name. Maybe you can ask Anthony about many of this guy's stories. And if he is willing to tell you about his other name, you will find that this person is actually very different from what you imagined. He is too numerous to describe. But he has also saved hundreds of thousands of people. But this guy is a bit schizophrenic. And sometimes he can't tell who he is. So I don't know if you can ask him. In fact, Dawnlight does not like this arrogant wizard. But if you can promise to Dawnlight that you won't let him study things randomly in the future, Dawnlight will give him a share of sunshine. George withdrew his gaze and tapped his fingers on the table. Rusgard may indeed be somewhat different from what he said. But to say there is such a huge contrast, I don't know if that's a bit much. George couldn't help but think of such a passage in his notes. They will die sooner or later if they come here. I just let them make a small contribution to my great experiment in their last life. I think one day I cannot fulfill the last wish of Rathbone. Solve the mystery of the plague. And atone for it. Of course, it is inevitable to sacrifice some volunteers for this purpose. These failed products can't be wasted like this. Sorry, Rathbone. I just can't help but use them to make something more interesting. The handwriting is very graceful, and looks like an ancient Gothic script. If the words are true to the person who wrote them must be a knowledgeable and elegant person. But the experiments recorded in this notebook are horrifying. The things in the basement are also breathtaking. Obviously, the experiments conducted by Rusgard were not just to solve the mystery of this terrible plague, or in other words, he was just doing in-depth research, and did not think about saving the world. It is even possible that the reason for solving the mystery of this plague is just for my own mutation research, in order to study something more interesting. But between the lines of the note, he seems to have been using this hypocritical reason to persuade himself It can be seen that his conscience as a human being has not been completely wiped out. This is completely different from those crazy misbelievers. And something in the notes also proves this in Rusgard's view. The so-called god of mist is just a more advanced creature. What I want to do most is to have the opportunity to dissect a god of mist one day. Any god will do. He is not picky. Just have one. But this guy, from the very beginning, tried his best to show that he was on the devil's side. And what he did was an order given to the great demon lord Garrixt. And he kept pouring dirty water on himself, blaming himself for almost all the bad things in the entire western region, but in fact, judging from those experiment logs, this guy had no time to go out and cause trouble. George looked at the guy in front of him and Siljek crawling around on the dome. And his eyes gradually became weird. Clearly, this guy seems to have done something wrong. So, Rusgard, I don't want to hear any more lies today. Rusgard trembled all over. He looked at the person in front of him as if he had seen H.L. He knew that any lie would probably have no meaning to a demon of this level. As a result, his words were somewhat broken. From the conversation, George had learned that the guy in front of him, who looked 30 or 40 years old, was actually 203 years old. He was born into a noble family in the south, and was the eldest son of a viscount. However, he seemed not to be interested in inheriting the family business, and embarked on the path of studying at a young age. After many twists and turns, he finally came to the forbidden sanctuary that he dreamed of. But unlike Anthony, this talented scholar was not recognized by the bachelors. He could only act as a handyman or the lowest apprentice. Those arrogant bachelors look down on us immigrants at all. No matter how hard we try, it's meaningless. In fact, compared to Rusgard, Anthony's status can be said to be very noble. His ancestors have been famous bachelors and important counselors in the city for several generations. He has been able to go in and out of various libraries since he was a child. And chores such as posting books have nothing to do with him. People like Rusgard basically serve these upper-class scholars. Therefore, if we say that Anthony is a golden man that grew up in a greenhouse, was carefully cared for, and was cultivated since childhood, then Rusgard is probably a wild weed. It doesn't matter if there is no teacher to teach alone. We can learn secretly. Don't be afraid even if the High Library doesn't allow you to enter. There are always clever ways to sneak in. In order to answer his confusion, Rusgard even stole other people's books. Later, with his own efforts, he was recognized by the city and became a true forbidden bachelor. But there are too many people who have ill intentions towards this foreign-born bachelor, and his thirst for knowledge made him more and more incompatible with the conservative wizards of the sanctuary. What he did became increasingly dangerous in the eyes of the bachelors. Finally, among the crowds, some people were ready to take action against this scum in their eyes. Rusgard's response was straightforward. Exiled? No, I didn't give them a chance to judge me. I killed those who wanted to frame me. I left the sanctuary in a big way, ha 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 ha. Interestingly, no one found out what he actually did, so those slanders are just false accusations. After coming out, he traveled in the mainland for a long time. But his thirst for knowledge and his own interests, this makes it impossible for him to appear as a bright person, and it is difficult for him to stay in one place for too long. Later, he was wanted by the Holy See. To this day, the wanted order has never been taken down. Rusgard was the first true forbidden wizard that George had ever seen. Compared with him, Anthony is a dabbler in magic. The one in the cemetery is just a crappy wild path. But the forbidden scholars are right. This person is destined to enter that dark road. And he eventually became what the forbidden scholar said. A scum among the forbidden wizards. A true dark wizard. And his understanding of himself is also very profound. Since everyone thinks I am a scum, why should I live so tiredly? From then on, I no longer care about other people's opinions. And I no longer follow any forbidden rules. Nothing can restrain me anymore. Hum. Hum hum. Indeed, from the perspective of the old world, this dark wizard was full of misdeeds. Countless wizards and witches died at his hands. And those people have become his research materials. Not only that, he even stole the holy body from the Vatican Hall of Valor. But after the fog, this guy has done quite a few big things. And in vivo experiments are relatively nothing. This daring guy actually sneaked into the hinterland of the Black Tide and studied the demons as an acolyte under the eyes of the demons. How can those acolytes who were selected because of their faith and fanaticism compare with this dark wizard with a professional background? His understanding of magic is not much worse than that of the demon masters in the eyes of the acolytes. So he quickly got what he wanted and came into contact with what he wanted to come into contact with. But the time of comfort was always too short. Before long, this outstanding high-level acolyte was assigned a fatal mission by the demons. Rusgard accomplished that task brilliantly. It also received the attention of the demons. But this guy obviously doesn't care about that. To be honest, I was also very surprised, because I was already very careful, but I was still noticed by the Lord. Obviously, I couldn't stay there any longer from then on, sir. Please forgive my small thoughts. But it is too difficult to work under the Lord. I really can't suppress my curiosity about the devil. If he knows one day, I have been secretly studying him, and there are too many things I want to do. I am too busy shooting experimental subjects. With the acolyte sitting in this position, the final solution is either to be transformed into a demon, or to sacrifice oneself. Rusgard's mouth clicked stiffly, and he wanted to say something. She said, "The demon's management system for the acolytes has too many shortcomings, and I can't reach a consensus with my colleagues on many points. You know, those acolytes are a bunch of crazy people. I didn't mean to offend." Aji, who had been listening with folded hands, nodded in agreement, thinking of those saints and the priest who cut his own throat. Those believers are all lunatics. "You are really amazing, Rusgard." Looking at the wizard in front of him, George couldn't help but nodded deeply. "I don't know whether this tone of admiration is a joke or whether it comes from the heart," he asked again. "Do you know who I am?" Rusgard looked at George's attendant costume, and then at the magic power surging around him. He stood behind George like a maid, looking curiously at his saint, as well as the chandeliers on the ceiling. A scary demon that makes a face to itself from time to time. "I can't guess, and I don't dare to guess your name, sir, but I think your identity must be extremely noble." At this point, Rusgard's eyes were filled with fear. There was a feeling of despair. "But no matter what, I feel very honored that you came in person. What are you going to do with me?" Having said this, Rusgard couldn't help but look up at the demon. She seemed to be starting to weave a web. She seemed to be weaving a cage. And from the demon's kind eyes, Rusgard guessed that it must have been specially prepared for herself. He couldn't help but shiver all over. The devil's aura made him extremely frightened, and he would not admit it wrong. That strange spider must be in existence of the level of Garoxter. A demon lord, who has never been revealed to the world, actually follows the human before him around. Rusgard's eyes withdrew from Siljak and fell on the person she called her master. He really couldn't understand why a little wizard like him would meet a master walking in the world. "Mr. Rusgard, I'm still a little hesitant about what to do with you." George touched his chin and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why don't you make a decision for me? Do you think I should take you to the east or return to the Holy Court? Better?" Rusgard was suddenly startled after hearing this, and his expression suddenly became weird. "Sir, you are really joking." A pure holy fire suddenly burned from George's hand. "Otherwise, guess my name." With a hula, Rusgard suddenly fell from the chair to the ground. Looking at the person in front of him, he felt dizzy. The words in his mouth were trembling and confused. "How are you? It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible for Aloysius to suddenly appear here." Chapter 236 Great Friendship. George extinguished the sacred fire in his hand, closed his eyes, and leaned on the seat, feeling a deep powerlessness. It seemed that what he had guessed was correct. Aloysius was the priest. At the beginning of the mist, this demon was already the extremely noble great priest. So where does he occupy now? Is the Holy See today falling apart? After a long time, he opened his eyes. "Rusgard, it seems that you have hidden a lot of things from me. Tell me, Rathbone, tell me what you have done. Tell me, these years what Aloysius did." Rusgard closed his eyes, a look of despair on his face. After calming down the fear in his heart, he dejectedly told everything he knew. "Your noble lord, I am indeed just a little acolyte, but I do know some things. Starting from my former identity, I stayed in the south as a Grand Maester for a long time. I admit that I have been conducting my experiments in secret, but like many dark wizards, my identity has never been exposed. After I refused the Holy See's recruitment, a friend of mine told me that I was wanted by the Holy See. It is normal for a bachelor to reject the Holy See's recruitment, so I never doubted that it was because of this, and offended the Holy Court. It's very interesting to say. I once thought that my stealing of the holy body was exposed, but later I found out that was not the case. They put all those ridiculous things on me. But what I really did, it's a big thing. But no one knows about it yet. Why am I wanted? This has puzzled me for a long time. Until I came to the north. I squeezed the souls of those acolytes and stole their secrets. I hid in the north under their identities, and even pretended to be a palace bachelor of the royal capital of Rodunk, and buried a seed in the royal capital of Rodunk. As my identity and status rose, I came into contact with those demons as I wished, and I had the opportunity to start my new research. And I gradually learned more things. The demons have been looking for a person named Zebulon Rathbone, and this order was issued by the Master of Garaxt. Garaxter said that the Maester had gained the attention of Vic White, and suspected that the medicine to curb the plague came from Rathbone. So he must die. I'm very afraid of this, because that's one of my previous names, and it's a very low-key and clean identity. During a plague, out of curiosity and interest, I participated in an academic symposium held by the Holy Court under this name, and published some theories about the Black Tide and plague that were contrary to the mainstream view. This theory, it didn't attract anyone's attention, except for one cardinal who talked to me after that. His name is Vic White. He occupies a high position and is the leader of the Reformists. He is one of the most powerful and status people in the Holy Court. To be honest, I am a little surprised to receive his praise and attention. After all, I'm just a mean, dirty thief. Indeed, no one has ever given me such praise and attention. Influenced by Rathbone's identity and my curiosity about him, I made contact with him. I was surprised to find that his views were very similar to mine. However, my research has a lot of it is supported by data and experimental results and is logical. But his previous views were groundless and more like a statement he heard from others. But it's true. He believed that everything that happened in the world was controlled by an invisible hand. He said that the man was called Aloysius the Cunning One. After that, we had more and more private communications. It's funny to say that I, who have never used any means and regarded interests as everything, I was actually persuaded by Vic White. I took the risk to join his team. This was an opportunity for me to truly cleanse myself of power, status, glory, and wealth. In the past, these things had nothing to do with me. I was a rat in the sewer. But now I have an opportunity to enjoy it all openly. Perhaps one day in the future, when Vic White becomes the Pope, I can let the idiots in the Forbidden Sanctuary take a good look at who Riscard is. But gradually, these ideas changed. I wonder if that guy Vic White has brainwashed me. Or maybe I'm too involved in the drama. He made me think that I was the great scholar Rathbone, who had lofty ideals in his heart, and was willing to do anything to save the victims and fight against Aloysius. At this point, Riscard's eyes shone. We gradually became friends, and I vowed to solve the mystery of the plague for him. I used this sentence to convince myself. This subject is indeed very interesting. No! And who wouldn't want to do that, Rathbone? After a while, my first batch of works were successful. Although they did not really cure those strange diseases, they curbed the spread of the plague to a certain extent. We saved hundreds of thousands of people. The Holy Court was shocked. Vic White celebrated with me and expressed that he would publish some of my academic opinions and hoped that I could help him persuade the cardinals and wake up those bishops. In this regard, I am very willing. After all, I have always wanted to visit the Hall of Valor. However, one day, Vic White visited me late at night and told me bad news. I was wanted by the Holy Court. At that time, I was trembling with fear. I thought that all the good things I had done in the past had been exposed. Even stealing the saint, if anyone knows about this matter. These things will definitely disappoint the only friend who has given me trust and respect. For such a dirty dark wizard, I might be crazy to think about reforming. There is nothing more ridiculous in this world than this. Maybe I am destined not to live in the sun. Just like those wizards in the sanctuary said, I am just a despicable book thief. However, to my surprise, that was not the case. The Holy Court did not discover what I had done. It was all because of those doctrines. The Holy Court did believe my theory, but it believed that I must be colluding with the devil. And those who master these things should not be alive in the world the medicine can live or die. Of course, this is just a rhetoric. I know that Vic White's political game failed, and I became a victim of politics. I was wanted with a very bright identity. Vic White helped me leave the South, and all the glitz and glamour in the South became a memory of my past. Although I left some regrets, my life was enough. It's wonderful. I'm a free man again. I'm Riscard again. I can do whatever I want. Only a few people in the Holy Court know who developed those corruption vaccines. My research and Zebulon Rathbone have always been a top secret. But the demons are very aware of it. And those speculations are very exactly like Vic White's political enemy. Garaxter was ordered by its master to search for Rathbone. His identity is self-evident. I understand everything in the Holy Court. There is a Lord walking in the world. It must have occupied the body of a big shot in the Holy Court. I don't know how many people he has controlled in that Holy Court, and how many people's minds have been corrupted. But as the world collapses, their bodies will slowly be taken over by the demons in their hearts, and they will dominate the real power. It will also spread to the world. I only know one person who can be called a master by the devil. He can also use the holy fire. So when I saw the holy fire burning in your hand, I mistakenly thought that you were Aloysius. But now it seems that there is more than one master who has come to the holy court. Looking at George in front of him, Risgard pursed his lips. 2 masters have come to this world, and they are so urgent. In this period, then he appeared in the human world. I never thought that the world had collapsed to this point. It seems that all the inferences I have made are fallacies. Are the 7 gods blind? Are all his angels dead? Or are they really like the rumors of the Mist cult, that the 7 gods who protect this world have fallen from the earth? I don't know whether I should mention that the world feels hopeless or I should feel honored. Chapter 237, of course. Come and get him. The holy court has been eroded by darkness, which is what George has always suspected. Now it is confirmed. However, from what Risgard said, George could understand that things seemed to be better than he thought. There were still some people in the holy court fighting against the forces hidden in the darkness. He is like Risgard's vaccine, delaying the decay of the holy court. Vic White. What a great name I have admired for a long time. There can be such a person in the holy court. It's really a blessing. I don't know if there will be a chance to get to know each other in the future. To be honest, George is both familiar and unfamiliar with this name. Familiarity is that this name is already familiar. The strange thing is that in his memory, there is no such person in the Holy See. Big Cardinal. This is a real big shot that even Sister Mary must look up to. However, I have never heard his name. However, my memory gap must be at least 10 years old. Therefore, Vic White cannot be said to be a rising star in the Holy Court, and the disaster has been spreading for more than 10 years. At this critical moment, there should be many people like him who have emerged. After all, the Holy Court is still very positive in this era, and is not completely decayed. From Risgard's words, George could see that although the Holy Court has a lot of internal conflicts, it is currently dominated by positive figures like Vic White, who are trying to contain the outbreak of the plague, eliminate the Mist cultists, etc. Work is to constantly destroy the devil's plots. Healing dark patriarchs like Aloysius, who have disguised themselves as still in the dark because their power has not yet awakened, or the time has not yet matured. Thanks to the efforts of Vic White and others, many people in the Holy Court are gradually waking up. And with the efforts of the demons, many people are constantly being induced to make wrong decisions, or have fallen into the trap of evil. In the dark, the 2 sides have been constantly wrestling with each other, which caused the fall of the royal capital of Rodunk. And the Holy Court has no time to visit the north. Many people may even think that it is due to the plague. Now the 2nd blood moon is coming this year, and even the bachelors in the Forbidden Sanctuary do not believe Anthony's prophecy. The plague that came with the fog was contained by Vic White, Rathbone and others many years ago. Everything seems peaceful in the world, but the north has become the hardest hit area by the plague. Only a small number of people in Vic White regard the Kuroshio as a major problem. He wants to turn the entire western territory east of Bisui City into a city wall that the Kuroshio cannot penetrate. Then he integrated the power of the Holy Court and other countries to slowly eat up the black tide that destroyed the capital of Rodunk. But I'm afraid he couldn't have imagined that the demons had already planted bombs in the valley. And maybe even he couldn't imagine how terrifying the black tide would be when the 2nd blood moon comes. Of course, in this political game, even if he anticipated the scale of the black tide, he might not be able to completely control the situation. After all, those nobles are still scheming for their own interests. The devils have prepared too many things. If the source of disaster in the valley is not eliminated, and there are no sober people like Vic White in the south to disrupt the devil's conspiracy, I am afraid that the world is already sleeping and eaten. Only the bones remain. Demons at the level of fallen angels will gradually awaken or descend after the 2nd blood moon. And I don't know how many people in the south know about these things I learned from the demons. But no matter what, knowing that there were people doing the same job as himself in the Holy Court made George feel a lot less stressed. As for what the situation in the south would be like after the blood moon, and whether the black tide could be resisted by the south, he couldn't guess. Anyway, Bisui City definitely can't stop it. The only thing he can do now is to find a way to prevent the Kuroshio from going south through the valley. As for the east of Bisui City, he should go south as soon as possible. Since Vic White persuaded the Duke to set up defenses in Blue Water City, he must have made some preparations. The main force of the Kuroshio faced the main force of the south. And this stick was just right. George's fingers kept tapping on the desk, clarifying the current situation. His divergent gaze gradually condensed back and fell on Risgard. The wizard looked at the master who suddenly appeared in the Western Territory. And in his heart, he had already drawn the symbol of the end of this world. George said nothing. Just looked him up and down. Under this great pressure, Rusgard finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Honorable Lord, you asked me before if I wanted to go back to the East or to the Holy Court. Before today, Rathbone was still looking forward to being taken back to the Holy Court by Wick White. And Rusgard was because of what I did. I have no face to see my old friends. I just want to stay here. But now, I am just a little acolyte. I am afraid I have no right to choose where you want to take me. Even HL. That should probably be my destination. Rusgard. George gradually opened his mouth. The relationship between me and Aloysius, the moth on the rotting corpse of the 7 gods, may be somewhat different from what you imagine. So I won't take you with me. If you go to the East, I won't take you to the Holy Court. As for Helyak, take your claws away. I haven't even mentioned hanging him on the chandelier and roasting him to death. George retracted his vicious gaze and fell on Rusgard again. I will give you a laboratory with your level. You can be the chief bachelor in any place. But here, you can only succumb to the chief bachelor's assistant, which will be your future identity. I think your boss will arrange many more interesting topics for you. Not only are they much more interesting than the experiments you are doing now, but they are also no more mental burden. As for my identity, if you plan to follow me in the future, don't call me master anymore. I'm just an ordinary human being. A priest who doesn't have a good deal with Aloysius. He said here. George took the note handed over by Lorna, and after looking at it, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He waved his hand to Rusgard and said, You go down first, and then come and talk to me when you figure out what to do next. Rusgard straightened up from his seat with a confused look on his face, and his body gradually floated into the air. But a Calicere suddenly and unceremoniously hooked him directly. In his pain, he tried to take him away from the door on the floor above. Come here, my toy. My master is going to shave, and until here you have to play with me. In midair, Rusgard suddenly understood what George said. He suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. Future experiments will be more interesting, and there will be no psychological burden. Coming to the priest, he had a lot of trouble with Aloysius. He couldn't help but ask out loud in excitement. Then what on earth do you want to do when you come to this world? Nonsense, Siljak said viciously. Of course, I came here specifically to mess with him. When George read the small note that Lorna handed him, his expression became extremely strange. He told Aji to hand over the mysterious small box he carried with him to Siljak. This will be your lunch box from now on. Siljak. After reading it, she was shocked. What is this? It's rich in magic power. It seems to work. Aji. Bloom. Bah. George. This is called a magic hot strip. Anthony said that the magic bacteria are all gone. This is not bad, it will just help you grow. But there aren't many at all. Siljak cried loudly and couldn't help but start rolling on the ground. I want magic bacteria. Yes. Just get lost. George. Come on. I'll teach you how to shout. Please recommend and vote. Please come back and subscribe. Chapter 238 World Treasures. Before dawn, there was a clanging sound in the laboratory. Lorna stood aside, staring blankly at the things flying into her pockets. She couldn't imagine that magic could be used like this. When Rusgard stood excitedly waving his wand and chanting the song-like spell, the objects folded themselves one by one under the performer's waving, and walked into Lorna's house. Originally this pocket belonged to Rusgard. Unlike Anthony, although Rusgard is not very good at alchemy, he has many alchemical artifacts in his hands. Although the experiences of these two people leaving the sanctuary were not pleasant, they were very different. One is to be deprived of all property and power and expelled. One of them had a big deal before leaving. On the devil's side, Rusgard also took away a lot of good stuff, including many secretly collected specimens and instruments, none of which were left behind by him. So not only did Rusgard always have his own things on him, but he also had everything belonging to others. In fact, according to what he said, if the energy of the folding bag was not enough, and he could not use it by himself, his stronghold would never be the size of a small laboratory. George was awakened by these sounds when he opened the door to the bedroom and looked down at the hanging spider webs under his feet. What he saw was such a scene. He looked at Siljak, who was curled up in the spider web and looking down with a sad expression, and knew that what he said to Rusgard last night had worked. Fanatical acolyte / arrogant scholar, Rosgard Rathbone. Illustrate. The headache that has plagued Rusgard for many years has disappeared. Because what you told Riscard allowed him to see the hope of this world. The chief angel under the 7 gods carries vague hints of paradise, lost, and holy relics. Can indeed make Riscard let go of his fear of Aloysius and throw himself into your arms. But his understanding may be somewhat different from what you want to express. In any case, Riscard has sworn to serve you. But he secretly changed his last name. Riscard's suspicion of you may not be lifted for a while. After all, if a master walking in the world is not fully awakened, everything he displays will often be completely consistent with the person he occupies. Even before the host's will is annihilated, the parasite will not be able to tell the difference. Who am I? Conspiracies, sweet words, confusing right and wrong, and stirring up trouble have always been what demons are good at. Of course, as long as it deals with Aloysius. No matter who he is loyal to. Great Scholar Rathbone is willing. You learned more about dominance and occupation. But because of your missing memory, you also started to wonder. Don't doubt it. You are George. The light of dawn can prove it. Light of dawn. You don't need to take off your pants and fart. I don't need your proof. It doesn't matter who I am because I know what I want to do. George looked past some useless notes and reached the bottom. Great Scholar, Riscard Rathbone. Comprehensive combat power, are the power used by wizards is wisdom. When their knowledge reaches a certain level, the role they play in battle is often more difficult to evaluate than that of heroes. Taking Riscard's previous record as a reference, in some cases, his rating can reach S level, leading a group of men to easily defeat the Black Balrog entrenched somewhere. Seeing this, George understood something. The Blood Demon is a variant of the Black Balrog. It has stronger recovery ability, but its physical strength and magical power are quite different. Therefore, the Black Flame Demon is considered to be the top elite of the demon class. And some more powerful Black Flame Demons also act as devil leaders among demons. When I and my team killed the Blood Demon, we were a team of 40 people led by B+. In the light of dawn, in the battle to eliminate the Black Balrog and Riscard, the demon faced a team led by an S-class hero, Crush. George couldn't help but think of the wizard from the cemetery. The Bone Demon he created was even more powerful than the 6-winged demon Spider. And the team he leads is also very terrifying, compared to the original Black Flame Demon. Facing the numerous mutated scavengers, and the Black Wizard who knew the devil very well, I am afraid he was very desperate. Fortunately, most wizards, especially those interested in demons and darkness, are staunch atheists. Perhaps many people will collude with demons for profit, but they are also very interested in studying demons. And every time such a wizard is eliminated, the shelter will have many more collections. The addition of Riscard can help us understand the devil better. Thinking of this, George looked at Siljack, who had a resentful look on his face. There was a reason for Siljack's sorrow. Not only did she lose a toy, but Riscard even quietly raised his curiosity about her. Although George refused on the spot and reprimanded her with, "Okay." But the moment he heard those words, he looked at himself with burning eyes. Apparently, the master is interested in studying this demon. After that, this guy secretly went to talk to Riscard. She threatened the wizard and tortured him. He then hinted that his relationship with his master was unusual. This behavior is just like that of a child. And this guy probably still doesn't know that all the messages and even every action of the sealed demon will be recorded in a book like the Light of Dawn's notes to him. Like a diary. Can you still see it if you turn back a few pages now? Master, I'm monitoring him. Looking at George jumping onto the spider web, Siljack said very seriously, I heard him say in his heart that he is very curious about the master. George was slightly stunned. He looked at Riscard, who was as fanatical as an acolyte below, and turned his gaze to the devil's eyes. This guy is really smart and understands people's hearts. She is hinting to me that one day, the wizard can study a demon lord or even a fallen angel. What about the master? With a slight movement in his heart, George knew exactly what this devil was doing. Siljack, if you want to stop wizards from being curious about you, there is no point in imposing fear because what fear brings is stronger curiosity. George looked at she deeply. Ariak's eyes said, the only thing that can change your destiny is to please your master with all your heart. Hiljack understands. Hiljack knows who his master is. Hiljack sucked her fingers, her innocent and wanton face full of hints. And she said pitifully, Hiljack has been trying his best to please his master. And he has also been caring about his master. However, Siljack's master has no master to please. Is this an honest conspiracy? Looking at this demon that bewitched him, he knew why Tanya called this demon a little bitch. It's so cheap. In the light of dawn, the sealed demon can do nothing. But there was nothing that Hiljack could do about these tricks he usually used. Hiljack, I'm starting to think about the project Riscard mentioned. At this point, George fiercely took Hiljek back from the book. Wizards are curious by nature, and they can study anything, regardless of who you are. George would not be disturbed by the devil's lies, but he would inevitably feel some discomfort in his heart. When everything was sorted, George left the castle directly. When passing by the cemetery in this territory, he opened the Book of Dawn to save the souls who could not rest in peace in the cemetery, facing the miracle that fell from the sky. Aji's face once again showed unparalleled admiration. The same is true for Riscard next to him. But this admiration makes George look really weird. After dawn, everyone left this place. I ate breakfast in a hurry on the way. On the way, George and the four of them sat on a crystal spider, looking at the list compiled by Riscard. George couldn't help but nod his head. He gave it to Lorna and asked her to copy it to Anthony. Anthony, Mr. Riscard has an extremely bad reputation in the sanctuary, but it is undeniable that he is a true master of mutology. I have read his works. I have always regretted not bringing these books to George. I couldn't be more excited. Can you let him go back to the shelter first? I have so many questions that I just can't help but discuss them with him. Regarding the name Riscard, Anthony could only think of those things in the Forbidden Sanctuary. After leaving, Riscard used other names when he did bad things. Therefore, Anthony's understanding of Riscard is far less clear than George's. In his opinion, it is nothing for a great scholar to steal some books for academic purposes. He even expressed the corrupt system of the sanctuary. From his words, George could also guess that the incident of Riscard's massacre in the sanctuary was also regarded by the wizards as a humiliation and hidden in history. George, impossible. Just pray in the laboratory for our eastward journey to go smoothly. People like this need to be kept by their side for a period of time and trained before they can be placed in a shelter. Otherwise, no one can suppress them. It seems that in my future Forbidden Academy, what I am most good at will be the dark system. Indeed, in this period, we should study more darkness to know how to deal with them. But it seems that to establish a dawn society in the college, a priest must guide their thoughts. It's good that you don't believe in God. It's hard for the ancient gods to induce you. But we must be like the old leaders and have the 7 dawn thoughts, and hope firmly in our hearts. After these ideas were confirmed, the fog in front of George's eyes suddenly formed lines of notes. Prelude to Dawn, Dawn Singer. Looking for more interpretations of darkness, the Dawn Singer is at the end of darkness and the beginning of light, and should be the brightest person who understands darkness best. Explanation. When the Forbidden Academy and the Forbidden Dawn Society are established, Dawn priests and Shadow Forbidden Wizards will learn from each other, thus creating a group of special people. The light in their hearts is endless, and they are at the end of darkness. But when they open their chests, they can pierce that darkness. The Dawn Singer is an identity, an understanding of darkness and light. It will complete what has been learned about Dawn Priest/Knight/Assassin, allowing Sanctuary to officially have Dawn Priest/Knight/Assassin. It will also fill the void in the hearts of those shadow wizards who are in the dark. Keep them in the dark without losing their way. And maybe this is the arbiter you are really looking for. With reference to a description in your mind, maybe you can understand their positioning direction more clearly. My left hand is light, and my right hand is darkness. My left hand is justice. My right hand is faith. When the group passed through the locusts in the sky and entered the Gobi, they finally encountered the first sandstorm. In this June, the wind in the desert is freezing and biting, and the sky is full of wild sand, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night in this heavy fog. Everyone had to stop midway and spent the night in the hole dug by the demon spider. And when they got out, their location had turned into a hill. Standing high up, George looked around. Wherever he could see, the Gobi Desert was covered with a layer of yellow sand. Huge and weird stones were exposed on the yellow sand, as if they had been here for thousands of years. There is no trace of grassland left. It would be difficult for horses to travel on such a road. But the demon spider's huge body is very good at crossing this kind of road. Everyone continued to move forward, and as they went deeper and deeper, all the withered yellow vegetation had disappeared, and the stones were gradually replaced by fine sand. The biting cold wind is like a knife, constantly changing the landscape here. The magic desert. The magic power and life here have gradually dried up, Riscard said. What I can see seems to be flowing into the distance. There seems to be something there that is gradually absorbing the life of the earth. Along the way, George and Riscard chatted a lot, and with the continuous exchanges, George gradually understood the importance and praise that Vic White had given him. This man is not only as knowledgeable as Anthony, But his rich life experience also makes him more profound and introverted. If Anthony is an unsophisticated technology geek, then Rusgard is a real old wizard. Many of the words he spoke actually sometimes made me realize something. And in the heart of this notorious dark wizard, it seems that he has always retained a trace of humanity, or a bottom line of arrogance. Just like Vic White. In constant contact with Rusgard, George slowly paid more and more attention to him. But what a person is like still needs the test of time. Now he still can't completely trust this newcomer. George didn't want this person to side with the asylum wholeheartedly in the future just because of a misunderstanding of him. But as a human being, shoulder a burden that should be shouldered. Just like what he did with Vic White. The road was getting harder and harder to walk. Even with the strength of the demon spider's feet and Siljak's pointing, it was inevitable that he would be delayed for some time in this cold desert without any reference. They were originally expected to arrive in the afternoon of the second day after leaving Mufang Manor. But it was only on the evening of the second day that they began to go deep into the desert. The small colorful spider figure represented by Siljak has been pointing to the location. But it is difficult for her to identify the specific direction in this desert with no landmarks. It can only be discerned by feeling the magic. But they go deeper and deeper. The figure represented by the dawn light appeared on the map, accurately pointing to the road ahead. You discovered a treasure buried by demons here, and dug them out. This area will have a chance to be restored after thousands of years. Have I entered the copy? Looking at the lines of notes displayed on the Book of Dawn, George's eyes became extremely strange. Chapter 239, Takana's Magic Hourglass. It seems to indicate that they are about to enter the dungeon. And the leader has also changed from Siljak to the Light of Dawn. George flipped through the Book of Dawn, and nodded, as he looked at the 10,000 powers of hope on the shelter. Adding in the Book of Dawn, it was less than 20,000. In fact, because in the Nest battle, the power of hope in the shelter was not consumed much. And after staying in the shelter for such a long time, and in addition many new people were added to the shelter stored the power of hope has long been filled. However, he created 2 flames of hope and added many demon spiders one after another. So the power of hope in the shelter only had 10,000 left. At this time, Hilyak's picture suddenly lit up, and a small spindle-like pattern appeared in the center of her body. It seems to be specially marked by the Light of Dawn. You don't need to remind me. The Light of Dawn. I knew there would be something special about her. As for my little drudge, it makes no difference whether it is hidden from me or not. In fact, this thing George is real. He had seen it before in the page belonging to Siljak in the Book of Dawn. It was something like a strange object in her body. In addition, her horns are shown in the book as the crown of the nest. Her eyes are the gaze of the spider daughter. And the crimson-colored calicary she often uses is the Siljak sickle. There is also a thorn of pain in the abdomen. According to George's words, it is the equipment that grows on the body. Demons can easily use these things themselves. But if they are used by others or taken alive, the process is often extremely cruel. These special items are different from ordinary limbs, and taking them out is equivalent to amputation. There are even some things that must be killed to take them out. And because there are some differences in the use of magic power between humans and demons, these things need to be alchemically processed or transformed to achieve perfect effects. Many alchemical wonders may directly use the complete body parts of certain creatures. Some parts of the body of a few spider queens will also become special with abundant magic power. Agatha also has this kind of thing, which is her ovaries. There is also a black heart. It is its heart. But compared with the things on Siljak that can be transformed into square hammer, crown, sickle, and other things, it is obviously a level lower. If some of the things on Siljak's body can be used by taking them out, the things on these guys must be processed before they can be used. It stands to reason that there would be other demon spiders. But George didn't include many advanced demon spiders in the book, so he didn't know. However, the bodies are in the laboratory of the shelter, and Anthony will process these materials when he has free time. However, Siljak's little spindle was specially lit up by the halo of dawn at this moment, which seemed to mean that it was closely related to this copy. Is this a world treasure? According to what Dawn said after the sanctuary was upgraded to a town, I am investing money outside the valley. When everyone arrived in that area, it was already the evening of the 4th day, far beyond the planned time. The cold wind seemed to stand still here, replaced by an icy dead silence. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Like winter, the breath I exhale is white. After climbing over a sand dune, the scenery in front of us suddenly changed. The surrounding fog suddenly disappeared. Under the sand dunes, there are many huge whirlpools formed by quicksand in the distant desert. They are constantly changing their positions in the sea of sand. It is not clear which one is which. Just like a violent sea, they noticed that in the centers of those whirlpools, fine sand was constantly steaming upwards. They gathered together in the sky, forming huge flying ribbons that continued to fall downwards. In the moonlight, it is like a yellow aurora connecting heaven and earth. The starlight in the sky is guided by this yellow aurora and continues to flow into the desert. Lorna's eyes widened and she rubbed it for a long time before she was sure that the constantly flowing tide in front of her was made of sand. And she was also sure that what was floating in the sky was not the aurora, but sand and dust. She was attracted by the unique magic here, and couldn't help but reach out and touch the sand silk in midair. The fine sand with a little starlight passed through her fingertips, making her feel the magic contained in it. She had a feeling that the magic power in the sand silk did not come from the sea of sand, but from the sky. At this moment, the fine sand was like a dry sponge coming into contact with water, constantly draining the magic power from her body. She wanted to break away, but her whole body kept working. In her panic, the magic power in her body kept pouring out and was absorbed into the sea of sand. Swirl! She saw the huge scarabs sleeping in the whirlpool. The bodies of these demons vibrated at an extremely high frequency, turning this desert into a flowing sea, constantly drawing magic from it. And he was the fish that accidentally broke in, and was about to be helplessly sucked into their mouths along the whirlpool. The old hand suddenly pulled her out of this terrifying scene. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Lorna was already sweating profusely. And in this short moment, 1/5 of the magic power in his body was lost. Be careful. You don't know how to control your magic power yet. Rusgard waved his hand to the shawling wrapped around Lorna, pulling her back to the dune. Rusgard looked at the sea of sand in front of him. The area in front of you is called Takeda's Magic Hourglass. It is a magical cycle structure between the endless sea and the broken dream. It is the most terrifying a kind of natural barrier. Stepping into it is like stepping into another world. Of course, this is just a prototype. But what kind of shocking power can separate this area from this world? I'm afraid it's only the first time. It's a blood moon. Looking at George, sir, this land is slowly dying. And over the long years, a space-time gap may slowly appear here. Like a fragment. From this world, peel it out completely. Mortals probably shouldn't step into this place. The environment here can no longer be described as dangerous. This is a broken rift in the world. With our strength, once we fall into it, even if we add up our strength, there's no way to get out of it. What do you know? Poor low-dimensional creatures. Stop using your crappy knowledge to show off your self-righteousness here. One of Siljak's Caliceri crawled out of the void, revealing his body. Then, she glanced at Rusgard with hostility and said, I have already told the master everything about this place. Don't even think about provoking any words. Siljak's sudden warning made Rusgard look confused. What did I provoke? To the wizard, these words were simply incomprehensible. He looked at Siljak, and in her eyes full of hatred and jealousy, he suddenly understood the key and the true relationship between her and her master. He suddenly looked at George and said, Sir, it is very wise for you to capture these spiders here. Legend has it that the 7-colored spiders are the guardians of the river Styx. But they guarded themselves and secretly weaved a thread on the river Styx, lay a huge net, and steal those undead souls into H.L. After finishing speaking, Rusgard took a deep look at Siljak. He felt that it was time to teach this young devil a lesson. Miss Siljak, did Aloysius leave you a key? The ancient gold coin that George was playing with was slightly paused. Did you guess that I captured Siljak? But why do I feel that this guy is still trying to get into trouble? Couldn't I, as an archangel, control this demon? But thinking about it, if he has always mistakenly thought that I was the master, then we can judge from his subsequent performance whether he is trustworthy in the future if he jumps to the human side while he is the master. This guy is an absolutely good guy. Key! Siljak was stunned for a moment, and then his whole body started to tremble uncharacteristically. He looked at George in panic, and said stumblingly, What is the master of the key? He is estrangement. It doesn't matter if I try to scare the snake away or make her think that I will never step into the sea of sand. The corners of George's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Rusgard, as if he suddenly remembered something, and asked, You mean, this key? If someone can control this entire sea of sand, then as long as she wants, everyone who sets foot here will be buried here. Rusgard looked at the sea of quicksand in the distance and said, This sea of sand, I'm afraid it doesn't just exist to bury treasures. You really underestimate the scheming of this little bitch. Siljak. Rusgard. You also underestimate the courage of this little brat. George did not speak. However, after seeing the actual situation here today, he also thought of a problem. This sand sea may not be that simple. Beyond that treasure, There may be something hidden that is unknown to others. Don't listen to this old man's nonsense! Siljack yelled hysterically, her young throat breaking with anger and fear. Master! Siljack didn't lie to you. I do have a way to control this place. The Sand Sea. But it's definitely not what the old man said. Aloysius didn't leave anything to me. Because he doesn't trust anyone. As for what other mysteries there are in this Sand Sea, I only know this place. The space environment is extremely special. Suitable for burying Anubis. George knew that what Siljack said was probably true. Why did this 11-year-old kid let Aloysius reveal all his plans? Telling her the method and helping Elizabeth take out the treasure is the greatest trust that can be given. And her panic was also true. Anubis was the only chance she had to break the seal. If she fell into this unreasonable matter, she would be really unjust. That wizard is so smart! We must guard against him. Siljack trembled all over and looked at Riscard with gritted teeth. Master! He is driving a wedge between us. He sees that I am your most loyal slave. Now! He wants to take these treasures for himself. You're really going to pour your own dirty water on others. To be honest, no matter what the situation is, taking out the small spindle from Siljack's body now is probably the safest way. But if this is the case, I'm afraid Siljack will lose her skin even if she doesn't die. Moreover, it was different from my plan. Only when you have motivation can you work hard. Siljack has never been so positive. George described her as smelly, lazy and gluttonous. To do some work, you must have some benefits. The work of exploring the world's treasures is very tiring, and may even be life-threatening. If we don't cooperate as much as possible, and even play some tricks, I'm afraid things won't be settled tonight. And the preparations they made may only have this one chance. As for Siljack's little thoughts, he didn't take them seriously at all, not to mention that he had a good hand now. Even if he had a bad hand, she couldn't make a difference in front of him. In fact, when Siljack mentioned this location, he had already considered many things over and over. As for something on Siljack, George also felt that this was not the case if that little spindle was really so crucial. With Siljack's nature, he would definitely get some vaccinations in advance and find a way to compile one. A complete set of lies. He will definitely give some very defensible reasons, rather than using Aloysius as an example in a hurry. As for Riscard, his reminder was indeed correct, but his words were very heart-wrenching. Obviously, the wizard was a little dissatisfied with the demon that had been targeting him, so he may not have selfish motives in it. As for stealing treasures, unless Riscard and Siljack sing a double act together, there is only a small chance. If the wizard is really stupid because he is greedy for something he can't get at all, and is used by the devil, then don't blame me. From now on, you can use your wisdom in the jar on Anthony's experimental table. However, Riscard has all kinds of thoughts derived from misunderstandings at this time. If he wants to do something, it is definitely not just to swallow the treasure. Why do I feel that he will have the intention to eliminate harm for the people? Well, but with the cautious nature of this wizard, even if this idea comes up, it will be suppressed. This guy cherishes his life very much. Unless it is the general trend. No matter how the humanity in his heart breaks out, he will not suddenly jump into camp. Moreover, Siljack would never cooperate with him. He had previously let her out for a night, and given her a chance to get in touch with Riscard to see what this guy would say. Such as telling her master's true identity, to get Riscard to cooperate. But this guy didn't dare to take any chances. After all, they had just met at that time. Judging from the wizard's previous behavior, he skipped the camp in the Holy Court, but did not jump on the devil's side. So after he suddenly discovered that the Archangel under the 7 gods was very likely to be true, there was a certain probability that he would not want the treasure and jump to George's side firmly. And she also had to leave a way out for herself if she didn't succeed this time. She would have gone too far. But it's really over. I think too much. This matter is not that complicated. The two people are slandering each other here. And the result is that the leader is dissatisfied with both people. George looked at Siljack coldly, and passed a thought in his heart. Sure, Jack. If a wizard can monopolize these treasures, then what's the point of Aloysius asking you? Or do you think I am a garbage collector? After saying this, Siljack felt a thump in her heart. She had said too much. After telling Siljack to shut up, George looked at Riscard. He wanted to see what the wizard was thinking. Siljack didn't know what George was thinking. When he saw George looking at Riscard, he felt as if he had been sentenced to death. Her face was pale, and she looked at Riscard with an extremely resentful look. The hatred and murderous intention in her heart could no longer be restrained. But the totem of the dawn light in her body fixed her body in its original position. On the ground, the whole body became stiff. Riscard reached out and touched the sand silk in front of him. The fine sand passed through his fingertips. However, the magic power in his body was not sucked out instantly like Lorna. Instead, it was sucked out in a unique cyclical way. After going out, most of it flowed back into his body. Sir, the wizards believe that the endless return and the broken dream are connected to another world. So this can't help but make me guess. And if the guess is true, this place is also there must be a special key. This sand sea is by no means just a treasure trove. The person holding this key must be the leader of the Kuroshio, or someone whom Aloysius trusts greatly. Speaking of this, Rusgard looked at Siljak. In her extremely frightened eyes, she slowly shook her head, looked at George and said, Originally, I thought Miss Siljak might have there as such a key, because after all, the seven-colored demon spider is the most suitable person to control this place. But sir, she is too young, ignorant, timid, and cowardly to be entrusted with important tasks. So I think Aloysius would probably not entrust his trust to such a child. And the possibility that the key is in his own hands should be greater. The disdain in Rusgard's eyes was simply a huge insult to a high-ranking demon. However, when Siljak heard it, it felt like the sound of nature in her heart. George closed his eyes and nodded. From the wizard's pertinent words, he understood his current thoughts and stayed to save his life. What is the purpose of eliminating harm for the people? What is not surrendering to the master? What is the treasure but not the treasure? It's all false. He only wants to capture the immediate benefits now that he can realize his scientific research ideals by this person's side. He should focus on this. When you are in your position, you will seek your job. Rosgard, you are a smarter person than Siljak. George suddenly looked at Rusgard deeply, and the meaning in his words was intriguing. After saying these words, the jealousy on Siljak's face could no longer be concealed. But Rusgard felt a slight shiver in his heart. But I prefer using people to using the demons around me. Do you know why? He bowed, lowered his head and said, Sir, because human beings are easily satisfied. You have already given me what I expect. If you don't give me anything else, I won't ask for it. He continued, In the future, when I work around you, I will adhere to one principle: seek truth from facts. George nodded. From the exchanges over the past few days, George gradually discovered that this person was very proud in his heart. Judging from what happened today, compared to Siljak, this guy can save himself a lot of effort. Of course, if you want him to really do things for you like Anthony, this guy who is used to being wild needs some training. The best way to truly control such people is to give them an ideal, just like Vic White did. Because this kind of people will only continue to be fanatical for their own ideals. Let's get started. Siljak, if you are more efficient, you can still make it in time for tonight's supper. At this point, George looked at the extremely sad eyes of the demon spider pedigree Miss Siljak and took some money from his pocket. He took out a piece of magic mushroom cake and handed it to Lorna. Thank you for your hard work. Lorna, Siljak alone can't do it here. Lorna nodded, took out a parchment with a magic circle drawn on it from her arms, and handed it to Rusgard. Help me draw a picture. Rusgard took it and took a look and found that the magic circle was used to gather magic power. The painter seemed to be very rigorous, and the exquisite structure made him nod secretly. These two places can actually be slightly changed. But let's forget it. Then he turned his head to look at Lorna, and saw that she took out a wand with a black gem from her sleeve. The spells on it were already densely packed. Chapter 240 Silver Treasure. As Siljak sang, many huge runic rocks rose up from the dunes surrounding the sand sea. The demon spiders, who had been waiting in the dunes for a long time, seized the opportunity and climbed on these rune stones as soon as possible, and then floated in midair with them. After the rune stone floated in midair, it slowly began to rotate around the sea of sand. When their movement trajectories gradually stabilized under Siljak's spell, the demon spiders stretched out their huge abdomens in the air and shot out spider silk. After those spider silks shot into the barrier, they began to float chaotically. Seeing that the spider threads were about to scatter to other places, Hilyak suddenly stretched out a hand, and the spider threads were pulled up by an invisible big hand, and landed accurately on the opposite end, following the trajectory of her fingers. The demon spiders kept spraying spider silk, regardless of the direction of the shot. But the huge spider web was gradually woven. This scene reminded George of the spider silk suddenly falling from the sky in the nest. But as the magic power passed, the spider silk gradually became fragile. It couldn't stand the heavy body of the demon spider at all. At this time, Siljak suddenly looked at George quietly, and found that he was flipping through the Book of Dawn. Then he looked at Lorna, licked his tongue and laughed silently. At this time, the two wizards had finished drawing the magic circle, and were standing aside to watch curiously. After seeing Siljack looking over, Lorna heard what she said in her heart and turned pale with fear. He quickly handed her the magic mushroom cake in his hand. After eating the magic mushroom cake with satisfaction, Siljack licked his tongue, suddenly looked at Risgard, and said arrogantly, "Ignorant wizard! If you insist that I have the key, then this is it!" Then she stretched out her hand and grasped a piece of spider silk. Immediately afterwards, the color of the spider silk was gradually covered with a layer of crystal-like color. At this time in the Book of Dawn, the little spindle in Siljack's body, it actually started to rotate continuously. Not long after, a somewhat sparse-looking crystal spider web appeared in midair in the sand sea. The sand silk in midair gradually covered the spider silk with a layer of fine yellow sand. It looked like the spider web was connected with the yellow aurora in the sky. The crystal spider silk looks very hard, but it seems a little too brittle. With the passage of magic power, cracks have appeared in some places. At this time, Siljack's body felt very tired and had almost reached its limit. However, at this moment, there was a sudden flash on the magic circle under her feet, and all the magic power in the Black Pearl Heart was pulled out by her greed. This huge soul power filled her body in an instant, and even overflowed a lot. Siljack did not waste the extra food, and secretly swallowed it into her body. She breathed out a beautiful breath, and then the magic power she transmitted from the spider web began to increase continuously. Gradually, a strange reaction appeared on the sand sea. The starlight that slid down Xiaoling in midair gradually fell into the spider silk. This power was absorbed by the crystal spider threads, gradually filling them up. Slowly, the crystal spider web began to become hazy, looking like a nebula between the sky and the sea of sand. The magic environment of the entire area has also undergone great changes. Looking at the changes in front of him, Risgard's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, seeming to be lost in thought in his eyes. The sand and fog covered by the maze in front of him was gradually being lifted by Siljack. A mysterious corner. The sand and dust were still rising upwards, but the whirlpool-like quicksand in the sand sea gradually stopped moving. Finally, the entire sand sea became peaceful. But not long after, a huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the sand sea, with 21 small whirlpools surrounding it. They no longer moved as tracklessly as before, but began to rotate continuously in place. As they rotated, these whirlpools gradually sank to the sandy bottom, leaving a deep pool with no bottom in sight. The quicksand around the deep pool continues downward like a waterfall, and the flying sand rises into the sky like mist. The sand mist condensed into huge sand ribbons, spinning continuously in the air, like tornadoes on the sea level, sucking out the seawater. The crystal spider web swayed crazily in the storm, and the tornadoes seemed to be trying to tear them apart. But the spider webs remained strong under the infusion of star power. Gradually, the fine sand rising into the sky stopped, and the whirlpool in the deep pool no longer sank to the bottom of the sand. This line of notes suddenly appeared in front of George's eyes. With Siljack's efforts, a gap has opened in the treasure door. Although her power was not enough to completely open the door, with Anthony's design and the help of Lorna, she was still able to do it reluctantly. Let's get started. Thieves, hurry. You may only have one night. The strength of several of us is not enough? Wizard, you need to learn more knowledge. Siljack raised her tired face and said full of mockery. He tried his best to fight back against the previous insults from the wizard, but obviously this little bitch is only half-assed. Without the help of Blood Moon and Elizabeth, reaching the current level is her limit. If she couldn't do it tonight, she might have to rest for more than 10 days before she could continue. And the soul power in the Black Pearl Heart may be difficult to collect in a short period of time. Regarding Siljack's reluctance, Risgard felt like a mirror, but it still amazed him that the demon could do this. His frown gradually relaxed. He nodded and said, I understand. The world where Takina's magic hourglass becomes the element of Sodosk's magic face is really wonderful. And then even though there are strong barriers, there are always some special kinds of bugs that can get through Confucius. After saying this, he looked at Siljack, his eyes full of fire. The 7-color magic spider is really very rare. Shut up! You damn bastard! Siljack viciously tore open a magic fungus in his mouth. George took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. So time is still very tight. Under the command of Siljack, more than 70 magic spiders have climbed onto the web and started the real work. Originally, this area would continuously drain life and magic power. But now the strange power seems to have stopped. And those starlights were constantly injected into the demon spiders on the spider web, leaving little bits of blue fluorescence. These demon spiders were divided into 5 groups. Each brain spider led a group to the top of the small deep pools. From a distance, the deep pools looked like small whirlpools. But now when comparing the body shapes of the demon spiders, you will find that each whirlpool deep pool is dozens of meters wide. The brain spider made some calculations on the spider web, assigned the positions of the surrounding worker spiders and soldier spiders, and made the spider web in this area even tighter. The whole process is as rigorous as a certain project. The spider silk that the soldier spiders can spit out is not much, but it is enough. And the spider silk pulled out by these demon spiders is as transparent as crystal, with stars dotted on it. It seems to have become part of the crystal spider web. Not long after, the brain spider seemed to think it was okay, and ordered a few worker spiders to stay, while the rest of the worker spiders and soldier spiders were suspended on the crystal spider web. The bodies of these demon spiders that were falling slowly were very huge. However, in front of the deep pool, they were like little spiders falling into the washing machine and quickly disappeared. George gave Siljack a look, and she reluctantly activated her magic power, stretched out her finger, and drew a circle in front of George. Then the air in the small circle began to ripple, like a magic mirror, showing the view of the magic spiders in front of everyone's eyes. The situation in the deep pool is very complicated and full of violent sand and dust. After going down several hundred meters, there was a huge whirlpool of sand. The spiders did not hesitate and fell into the whirlpool like little spiders falling into a washing machine, under the twisting of the violent force. The demon spiders that penetrated deep into the sandy bottom flew to unknown places. But as the vortex continued to rotate, the spider silk on their abdomens quickly twisted together in the rotation, forming a tougher and thicker spider silk. This spider silk rotated in the vortex for a while, and then quickly tightened, under the interaction force with the hanging point of the spider web above. It just stayed in the center of the vortex. The scene reflected by the magic mirror is what the brain spiders see. When switching to the view of the magic spiders, all they can see is darkness. 10 minutes later, the continuously twisting spider thread was tightening and had rotated countless times, and the spider web connecting it was twisted into a weird shape. Soon, a small area of the spider web was about to break. Several worker spiders hurriedly crawled over and repaired it. But as time went on, the situation became worse and worse. More than an hour later, the display in the Book of Dawn showed that 5 or 6 demon spiders were dead. I'm afraid the pressure of the sand flow below will get bigger and bigger. The body of the worker spider is not as strong as the soldier spider, and more people may be squeezed to death, Risgard said with some worry. And he looked at Siljack. Have you filed a record? Wizard, the further you go down, the less the pressure will be, Siljack said very confidently. There will be an area below where the yellow sand rises. Once you get there, no more demon spiders will be crushed to death. Indeed, the wizard said. But with that terrible vibration, even rocks will be shattered instantly. But judging from the body structure of the demon spiders, they also rely on the vibration of their muscles to dig and burrow into the ground. So the situation it should be much better. After hearing these words, Siljack breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing George frowning slightly and constantly flipping through the Book of Dawn, Siljack looked at his master very calmly and said, Don't worry, Master. There will definitely be no problem in killing a few demon spiders. It doesn't matter. Siljack, these damn wine bags and rice bags. You can't really let that guy say it accurately. Will it work? Looking at this line in the book, George's brows twitched fiercely. He looked at Siljack, who had an extremely indifferent expression, and said, The project has just started, and problems have already occurred. If it can't be solved today, you, as a project manager, will stop working in the future. Regarding this matter, Siljack expressed great confidence. Master, I can feel that those demon spiders have dug very deep into the sand pool. Originally, it was very easy to dig down in the sand flow. Even at the beginning of the journey, they can go deep without any effort. But the further down, the sand flow becomes more turbulent and the situation becomes more chaotic. In order to prevent the spider silk from breaking and to prevent itself from spinning too fast, the spiders have a very difficult job. But it doesn't matter. They can definitely handle it. Well, some spiders have already caught those things. Siljack, where did you dig it? A worker spider accidentally broke one of the spider threads connecting the bottom. This scene caused a chain reaction, and one piece was broken off after another. Leaving only half of it, there were only 7 or 8 demon spiders that went down. Don't worry. Don't worry, Master. Siljack covered her mouth, waved her hands, and said with a smile, but her face was pale, As long as there is a spider thread connected to their nerves, it will be fine. Really? Siljack, aw! At this moment, a little starlight flickered around George. He turned his eyes away and found Lorna watching on a small sand table in her hand. The complex geometric figures on it are constantly changing, and magic words and numbers are constantly jumping around. George came forward and watched for a while, only to feel dizzy. He knew that the sand table made by Anthony had been improved many times after the necropolis. As more and more materials became available, there is a huge difference at this time. But because he was not used to watching it, he kept it in Lorna's hands, and he always watched the Book of Dawn. After seeing George's gaze, Lorna was stunned and said, "Indeed, it's almost there." Then she grabbed a handful of yellow transition crystal dust from her sleeve and sprinkled it on the sand table amidst the sound of the spell. After the magic dust fell into the sand table, little ripples appeared on the sand table. Then a huge image was extended. The situation in the 5 deep pools was clearly revealed to everyone. These 5 deep pools are like 5 test tube bottles. The sand in the bottles is constantly rotating, but the sand on the 4 walls has become extremely smooth and solid under the polishing of the quicksand. The bottom is the bottom of the deep pool, and there is a silver mantra symbol in the center, which seems to be specially marked by Rona. She clicked her fingers around the symbol a few times, and several small black tadpole-like spells appeared. The location of the demon spider. Risgard, who had been watching from the sidelines, had a strange expression at this time. No matter how powerful this strange object is, it is impossible to locate the location of those things in this area. Even the demon lord couldn't tell clearly. What's more, those golden symbols unless she can penetrate deep into their dreams. Only by going deep into the minds of those things and the spiders can we determine their location so clearly. He looked at the saint next to the Lord, and everything seemed to fall into place. At this time, several tadpoles had already overlapped with the silver spell. Not long after, Siljack suddenly shouted, "Success!" After the words fell to the ground, the brain spider leaned down, holding the spider silk under his feet in his hand, and transmitted its spiritual power down. After a while, the vortex slowly stopped and stopped spinning, and in the scene shown on the sand table, the silver symbol is holding a few black tadpoles rising rapidly. The demon spiders had previously relied on quicksand, and it still took them nearly half an hour to go deep. However, within a few minutes, that thing rose to the top. What's interesting, however, is that it doesn't seem like the spider threads are pulling the thing up, but that the thing is moving on its own. Soon, a silver object wrapped with many crystal spider silks crawled out of the deep pit in the distance. Seen from a distance, this thing's body is not very huge, just twice the size of a worker spider, and those demon spiders are crawling on both sides of its body. But this size is about the size of a bedroom. Lying there, it looks like a small dome house. After seeing it reach the edge of the sand pit, the brain spider on it hurriedly dropped from the spider web, climbed up to it. The brain spider raised his hand and stroked its round head. After a while, a spiritual connection was established between them, and at this time, the sand sea demon was truly awakened. At the command of the brain spider, the worker spiders ate the spider silk on its body, and at the command of the brain spider, it opened its wings and spun around in circles. Brain spider inspected it carefully, seeming to observe whether there was any damage. Then during the spell, the puppet shrank in size, and was finally caught in the palm of the brain spider's hand and brought to the spider web. It seems that these things have been completely refined by the devil into strange objects. Space folding is possible. In the magic mirror, George finally used the brain spider's compound eyes to see clearly the face of this thing. That turned out to be a very beautiful silver scarab. There are many exquisite lines on the smooth body, and it looks like a silver craft with steel lines. But Siljack said that this is the top predator in HL. In their eyes, those blood demons are just things that can be eaten raw in the diet. Looking at this thing, the forbidden wizard suddenly remembered an ancient record in the sanctuary, and shouted loudly, "Jerry Jones!" Chapter 241-0241 Supernova. After having this scarab, the next work became much easier. It cooperates with the demon spiders, and can easily pull the spider silk into the bottom of the sand pit, making the whole process extremely efficient. Soon more and more treasures were taken out, and as the whirlpools stopped one by one, the huge whirlpool in the center became smaller and smaller. Until the end, Siljack led all the magic spiders and mini Jerry Jones to the top of the large whirlpool, and had already begun preparations. That thing is too big, and the brain spiders may not be able to handle it together. They will need the help of the Silver Scarab. And Siljack will also need to control it personally. Master, don't worry. Regarding Siljack's chest-beating confidence, George rubbed his brow and waved his hand. After asking this guy to stay away from his sight, George opened the pocket watch that Anthony customized for him and looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the morning. There's enough time. Even if you come 2 or 3 times. That's enough. After hearing his words, everyone who stayed behind breathed a sigh of relief. And the fatigue caused by the intense rush these days has begun to show. George yawned and observed a Jerry Jones beside him. Rusgard was surrounding it in admiration. This was the one George kept specially. In fact, digging Anubis does not require the help of all Jerry Jones. A few silver scarabs are enough. But after seeing the sentence in the book, don't lose it on the sandy bottom. After that, he decided to let this guy take all 20 silver scarabs. After all, Anubis is the most important thing. And as long as it can be pulled out, even if the small one is thrown at the bottom of the sand, it can be dug out again. As for whether Siljack has any thoughts, George yawned and looked into the distance. From Siljack's trembling figure with excitement, he could see that the current progress should be very smooth. Come on, my little coolie. He picked up a pen and wrote a line on the Book of Dawn. Jack, who had been waiting in the library all night, gave the reply. Everything is ready. Nodding, George rubbed his eyes, found a topic to chat with Rusgard, and forcibly cheered up. Rusgard, why do you call these servants of Anubis Jerry Jones? George stroked the smooth head of the silver scarab. The exquisite patterns on it always reminded him of the steel pattern of Uvados. This is the name given to this ancient creature by an ancient scholar who studied dragon genetics in the sanctuary. Scholars believe that the earliest predecessor of Jerry Jones was the beloved object of the sun god. Later, in an ancient event, during the war between gods, they were enslaved by an ancient dark god and given the blessing of darkness, or in other words, they cultivated the real Gryjones. However, in the end the ancestors of Gryjones destroyed the god who created them. Killed, and the ancestor of this creature finally fell into H.L. in the name of killing gods and betraying Jerry Jones means the killer blessed by darkness and the one with the power of the dragon insects. Rusgard said in amazement. I once read something about Jerry Jones in some difficult and obscure spell books. There are indeed records of these creatures in the sanctuary. But as for their earliest appearance, it is no longer possible to trace which world they belong to. And in different worlds, their names may be different. After all, in the legend, they have the terrifying ability to read minds. And all those who focus on their eyes will be there. In fear, the magic power in the body was burned out. Rusgard's chat box was opened. Although they are in this state at this time, it may be difficult to release those terrible magics. But the power of the body is so powerful that it is difficult to understand. Those whirlpools are probably in the it's formed from the vibration of their muscles. No, Rusgard, it's not all muscle power. George looked at the notes on the scarab and corrected. There is also part of the reason. It is the magic magnetic field they release. And although they cannot release all the magic, but under the stimulation of magic, it is still possible to release mana to burn. After hearing these words, Rusgard nodded. He believed that the person in front of him should know far more about demons than he did. It just depends on whether you are willing to say it or not. And whenever he saw his eyes that penetrated people's hearts, he always felt that those eyes could penetrate the fog and darkness and see things that others could not see. After Siljack left, he had consumed 3,000 hope power for this Jerry Jones and quietly included it in the Book of Dawn, so he could read everything about it. Even this empty SH. L now is recognized by Dawn of Light as having the strength of a demon-level elite. And something special is that it was not suppressed, but was regarded as a special item and was collected by the light of dawn. And the power of hope that was consumed was not used to suppress the will of this thing. Instead, it broke a lock originally hidden on this thing, or rather, the back door left by the maker. What's even more interesting is that after Jerry Jones was included in the book, this originally dead thing actually became alive, crawling around under the control of the Dawnlight. According to the tips given to them by Dawnlight, after the establishment of Lost Paradise, they will be able to become the guards of Lost Paradise and be used as tools for Dawnlight to suppress demons. It seems that the 7 gods are probably more powerful than Aloysius. The dawning light of new life is not empty of him. In his eyes, the truly terrifying thing is the ancient god. Dawnlight did not use the light in its body to suppress Jerry Jones, but Nebula was still connected to it. According to Dawnlight's words, this company does, Dawnlight adds a lock to you. According to George, this is buying insurance if someone snatches it away. he can always put it back in the book. In addition, it can also prevent robbery, theft, and house thieves. Withdrawing his gaze, George carefully observed Jerry Jones' information. Siege tank, excavator, crane, bulldozer. This is George's new note for it. The power of this thing is terrifying, because it is a war puppet. Dawn of Light did not give it a physical description, but after sending part of the test data to Anthony, who stayed up late and worked overtime, this guy gave Jerry Jones a data based on the puppet in the sanctuary, kinetic energy, 400. Anthony's description of kinetic energy is very clear. This data means that Jerry Jones can lift 30 tons of weight if it is used to pull a car. I am afraid it is not its own pulling force that limits them. It's the vehicle's carrying capacity. Of course, the real function of this thing is not to lift or bulldoze Earth. They have a perverted version of resistance to various types of magic. They have reached plus 120 total resistance. And when fully armed, Alexander's darkness resistance and poison resistance are only 121. This means that they can be in the magic released by the Black Balrog, and they can travel across it. You can even watch it slowly eat it while burning itself with magic. As for demons like the Crystal Spider, who are good at physicality but weak in intelligence, they can also fight 1 against 5. And in Siljak's description, they can digest anything. Hell is always rampant and a real predator, and anyone who sees it must take a detour. However, under the control of demon spiders, the coordination ability cannot reach the level of combat, and the brain spider's understanding of hand-to-hand combat skills is far from the level of the crystal spiders. So it may be far from reaching this level in real combat. But these strategic weapons were not put into this world for physical combat. Once their powerful bodies vibrate at a high frequency, it will feel like they are swimming wherever they go. Any city wall in front of them is just a pile of sand and will fall down if pushed. Only metal walls can control footsteps. The spider uses acid. The other method is a magic barrier. Obviously, once the demons have these things, they can push them all the way before breaking into the Forbidden Sanctuary. And if we study this kind of monster in depth, Dawnlight believes that in the future Forbidden Academy, those Dawn Wizards will be able to learn the Forbidden Silence, Magic Backlash, and those Dawn Priests, who are deeply trained, will be able to learn how to burn enemies of mana, as well as obscure spiritual magic such as Spiritual Vortex, Fear, Mind Reading, Mind Whipping, and so on. A vibration in the distance brought George back to his thoughts. He flipped through the book and found that Siljak was extremely upset. It seemed that the work just now failed, and he also lost a few Jerry Jones. However, this guy did not find any reason to slack off in his work, but continued to work hard. Come on, my little spider. George withdrew his gaze, looked at the Book of Dawn, and looked through Siljak's heartfelt thoughts of laughing and crying at times, and found that Tanya and her party seemed to be much delayed than planned. On the road a few days ago, this group of people walked very fast, and it seemed that every territory was going extremely smoothly. However, this time, they seemed to have encountered a difficult problem. Their group had already stayed in this Viscount territory for 2 years. Oh my god! This matter has long been expected by George. In fact, the further east, the more complicated the situation becomes, except for some territories on the edge of Winson City that mainly provide resources. Most of the lords in the Western Territory and their troops. In fact, Xanadu was mostly taken to the battlefield by the Duke. Those left behind are their heirs or brothers. In fact, there were not many lords who stayed on the land like Sandy. Therefore, in George's expectation, Tanya and others could only negotiate the initial part of the road to allow those people to migrate. If the father did not return from the battlefield, how could the son move his people to the valley? So Tanya thought that she could use persuasion to achieve her goal, which was extremely naive. George laughed to himself. The trust he gave Tanya before saying goodbye was actually a great pressure and burden for her. I believe a decision will be made soon. And the team of spider demons he left for this girl was just to make it easier for her. The brain spider could also summon the undead. Presumably, when Tanya has a headache, she will definitely think of how to use these bosses. It just depends on whether she wants to do it or not. After looking at Siljak again, it seemed that things were going smoothly this time. George took out his pocket watch, looked at it, and continued to study Jerry Jones. In the description, controlling them requires great spiritual power, spirit and will. And the spirit determines the degree of control, and the will determines whether the controller's head will explode. After discovering that a brain spider could control several, George asked Ruskard to try it. The wizard's wisdom was as abnormal as that of the brain spider with a deformed body, reaching a terrifying 20 points. 1 point of wisdom is a unit based on the mental power of an ordinary healthy adult. 0.2 wisdom does not represent the brain capacity, but how much it is stimulated. 20 o'clock means that the brains of those 20 or so people can be pulled out together in the tug of war. But when Rusgard controlled Jerry Jones, he was far inferior to the demon spider. In fact, he could only control one without too much effort, and it can't last long. This seems to indicate that the brain structure of demon spiders is special. They have many brains, and in many things, it is much easier than humans or wizards. After seeing Rusgard's performance, George also established a spiritual connection with this Jerry Jones. My 16 points of wisdom are actually very high, 1 point of wisdom for 1,000 people. So controlling it shouldn't be a problem. But the result was somewhat different from what he had expected. He found that not only could he control this thing perfectly, but there seemed to be no time limit for controlling it. Sir, this is a manifestation of willpower. Rusgard's expression was very calm. It seemed that he had already expected it. By your ahem. I mean, you are an angel. Since this body can carry part of your will, then it will not be a problem for you to control it with this body. Chief Archangel? After contact, he has learned that the person in front of him is a staunch non-believer, or in other words, he believes in faith, not gods. This is very similar to those of the reformers. There is no way an angel could descend on such a person. The same is true for demons. Generally speaking, this kind of priest is not only difficult to find a breakthrough in thought, but also has extremely strong willpower, which is almost impossible to be occupied. The devil calls it a smelly, hard stone, an egg that flies cannot bite. Even the body chosen by Aloysius was a man with problems with his faith and cracks in his mind. Of course, there is another situation. That is, the person has always been awake and his mind has been completely replaced by the possessor. Angels absolutely believe in God, because that is their master. However, people like Aloysius have no masters. But there is one thing that Rusgard has never figured out: how he uses the sacred objects of the 7 gods while being awake. George didn't know that the wizard's horns were getting deeper and deeper. He already knew something from the divine patterns hidden in the silver beetle's body. He could control them with the help of the light of dawn. Indeed, I am the CEO. How can I not use this company's bus? Thinking of this, George understood. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time on it. The morning star of this world is already looming, and I'm afraid it will dawn in a while. A rumble of ground shaking interrupted George's thoughts. The whirlpool in the distance was like a volcano erupting, spraying a large amount of wild sand into the sky. Seeing such a scene, even if George didn't look at Lorna Sandbox, he wouldn't look at the sentence in the Book of Dawn. Ha ha ha. Beautiful girl transformation. Also knew that Anubis was coming out soon. He wrote a paragraph in the book. And a moment later, in the valley, Dawn came to the world early. He waved his hand and pocketed the 170,000 pieces of hope power. Each resident of the shelter provided 3 copies of psychic power, and the other 120,000 people each received 1 copy. Then, he looked at the soldier spider sitting under his seat, and then at Jerry Jones next to him, jumping onto the new mount in one step. In the open wings of Jerry Jones, from the sand dunes to the sky in the distance has turned white, and the golden scarabs are shining like hills in the dawn. The demon spider girl standing on its back tried her best to hide the ecstasy on her face, and her body gradually merged into Anubis's body. At the same time, her physical strength also increased rapidly. George watched as the body of the little spider in the world in the book kept getting bigger, and the starlight falling from the nebula kept focusing on her. Seeing that the number of stars was almost not enough, a hand secretly grabbed a part of the power of hope and sprinkled it on the sky. Then part of the originally hazy stars emitted a strong light, like a supernova that suddenly exploded. Looking at the little spider trying his best to break free, George laughed evilly and grabbed some of the power of hope. These supernovae will erupt for a day, but let alone 1 day. 1 minute is enough. Siljak's vision is different from his. In her eyes, she can't see the shackles on her body, nor can she see the nebula. I can only vaguely feel that above the clouds there is a guard watching me. Her body expanded rapidly in this world, and she knew that as long as she could break through the sky, she could leave here. But every time I am about to touch the top of the sky rises a little higher. She was like a horse running towards the mountains, seemingly unable to reach the end. Siljak's silver teeth were crushed into pieces. During the fierce struggle, her body had reached its limit. This unbearable force also caused blood to flow from her mouth. But the sky seems to have no end at all. Finally, she could no longer hold on. A pair of big hands suddenly parted the clouds. Above the sky, the light of dawn exudes dazzling brilliance. Looking at the rising sun, this incomparable thing feels the trembling from the depths of the soul. She saw it. She saw it. I saw those eyes in the sky. Those eyes looked so familiar to her. In that extreme fear, the golden beetle fell back to the real world. Trembling, she looked up at the sky and saw her nightmare. Oh, it turns out to be Alform the head dot. The brilliance of dawn was already falling from the end of the sand sea. Siljack looked at the man sitting on Jerry Jones above the sky. Under the huge shadow cast by him, he saw the chariot, the sun god above. In his smiling eyes, she suddenly understood this sentence: "You are just a bug." The sunlight suddenly condensed into countless chains, like a big hand of the sun god grabbing the golden beetle. Under the cold gaze of her master, Siljack gave up all resistance. Together with the EVA on her body, she was pulled into the book. Chapter 242, Biswi City State. Standing in the corridor of the city gate, George held the wood on the horse and looked at the team that kept going in and out of the city with a strange look on his face, wondering whether he was in the wrong place. Is this really the front station of Biswi City? The fallen Leaf City used to defend the Biswi Fortress? Logically speaking, it is normal to strictly prohibit entry and exit. Right? To be honest, because this place is connected to the Senas River, the exchange of supplies is very normal. But with the gates coming and going, it is impossible to tell that they are so lax because of wartime needs. Aren't you afraid that monsters will suddenly rush into the city gate from the fog? This made George full of questions about the battle situation on the front line. In any case, Tanya and others are arriving soon. Since I arrived here in advance, I will inquire about the news. In fact, the few of them had no intention of walking through the city gate. This high city wall was useless in this team of wizards and assassins. But after seeing the situation at the city gate, he changed his mind. I wonder if the documents compiled by Anthony can allow the Legion to sail into the city gate smoothly. Seeing the army coming, these guards shouldn't be like this anymore. George looked at the guys hanging around with Aji, as well as a few passers-by who were stopped from the crowd and sent here to be questioned. I felt like I had eaten fly excrement. My group was stopped because I looked rich. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at his coat that was stained with wind, sand and muddy water. Then he turned back and looked at Lorna's little black face and messy hair. She looked like a little boy. There is the sloppy old tramp Rusgard. It feels like this group of people is more like refugees than rich people. I don't know how the guard smelled the gold coins on his body. In the mist in the distance, a group of people came over with a convoy, as if they were leaving the city. After seeing it, the city gate guards immediately surrounded him. The knight at the head of that team was arrogant, but the guards did not dare to offend too much. After he showed the document in his hand with the seal of Lord of Earl Leiden, the guards quickly drove away the crowd crowded in the corridor, pushed away the horses, and released the team. Okay. No questions were asked about the carriages covered by oilcloths. George heard the guard captain address the leading knight as if he was the son of a certain marquis. The noble southern accent and the flags carried by the team were definitely not from the kingdom of Rodent. After watching these people leave, Aji also came back. George noticed that this guy's money bag was full, and the little guy with a smile on his face also had a wine bag in his hand. At the guy's command, several guards picked out George and others and put them into the city. Looking at the bustling crowd on the street, he couldn't believe that he had actually slipped in like this. Boss, I just had a chat with those guys. I heard that there are a lot of people coming to support. It seems that not only the western region, but also many lords from the south have brought people over. So Loya City is now overcrowded. Aji said, the front line, it seems that the situation is very good, and these guys want to come over and get a piece of the pie. It is said that the noble coalition has marched eastward to Chishan. But the Duke is still in Biswi City. His main force is also there. He continued, but what is a little strange is that Earl Leiden is not from our kingdom of Rodunk. What's Earl Leiden's last name? George said after thinking for a moment. I didn't pay attention to ask. Aji shrugged and said, Boss, you have to know that surnames are very strange to me. So if you didn't remind me, I almost forgot that nobles have surnames. Aji is considered to be from the lowest level of the poor. As an orphan, he started stealing things to make a living at the age of 7 or 8. Like him, many veterans in the shelter do not have last names. Aggie, don't be discouraged. George patted Aggie on the head and said, think of it better. Aggie, at least you don't have a father who will beat you up after drinking. Well, strictly speaking, Aji is not a name either. Boss, you are so considerate. Aji rolled his eyelids and looked at his stingy boss, who had been subjected to domestic violence since he was a child. What's the use of asking his last name? Do you want to cast a spell on Morna? Do you want me? Go back and ask? If you know the surname, you can understand the person's identity, relatives, family background, and even family history. But there is no need to go further. You know, I am only half experienced in the knowledge that nobles should have. He was sent to the Holy Court at a very young age. George scratched his chin and said, Rusgard doesn't study history, and Anthony probably doesn't have time to help me look it up. If we meet any nobleman later, let Rusgard go. Just ask and you'll know everything, he continued. But I think this guy may have been recommended by the nobles. The location of Loya City is a bit special, and it is the first place where resources from the south come. So this outsider guarding here must be up to something. It seems that the situation has changed a lot in these days. Otherwise, the Duke would not let outsiders manage the logistics of Loya City. However, although there are so many people here, can these noble coalition forces do it? Looking at some noble private soldiers passing by, Aji curled his lips and said, They are simply militia. All the noble soldiers are better than him. Don't look down on our 2nd Regiment. There were so many waves of refugees and corpses attacking the big city wall. But Martin and Valp led the old soldiers to defend them. George said, Indeed. Although the Black Lake old soldiers were established late, and their personalities seemed to be very bastards, they have experienced many tests of blood and fire. In the 2 months before leaving the valley, the scavenger and blood giant potions were filled up. Some higher quality Black Lake Knights also took the power of snow and the power of 8 arms. As for the equipment, it is also at the level of the Black Pearl troops. In the hands of the great nobles, they are absolutely elite. And what the sergeants majors wear are all heirlooms of noble knights, which are better than the equipment worn by most noble knights. Although the divine runes are not printed on the outside, the barrier is engraved on the inside of the armor, although the set of divine runes has no special effects. It cannot be seen, but the power of protection provided is real. With this kind of strength, they can easily sweep the periphery of the necropolis like the original Wolf Slayer Legion, and even penetrate deep into the necropolis. In contrast, it is just that the old soldiers have not experienced such a strong war test, and have not given birth to military souls. Therefore, new recruits are just the shelter's name for veteran soldiers. And how can the sanctuary army born in the H.L. level difficulty valley compare with the noble army in the greenhouse outside? What's more, every member of the Corps died many times in the school grounds. The scenes he has seen are no less than those brave generals who have been fighting all year round. Even if you don't look at the equipment, just in terms of ideological awareness and fighting will, they are not on the same level even for the veteran soldiers. The blasphemer is just a walking gold coin in their eyes, including these 100 senior judgment knights. It is no exaggeration to say that it is half a temple. And this is also the strength that George wants to show in the valley. Using blood descendants to rebel and uniting with the priests of Winsong City is exactly the same. And with this opportunity, he also wanted to explore the bottom of this dark tide and train these new recruits. As he talked with Aji, the 3 of them had entered Central Street. There are many vehicles on the road, loaded with supplies, but they seem to be transported from Biswi City, not to Biswi City. It seems that as the front continues to advance eastward, supplies are beginning to move eastward. There are also a lot of pedestrians on the road. Monks can be seen everywhere. Wandering warblers, traders, and thieves are everywhere, which means that there indeed seem to be many noble troops stationed in, and many of them should be from the Southern Army. Otherwise, given the situation in the West, these wandering warblers and traders who like to follow the army should not come. Looking at this, maybe the garrison gathered here will go eastward in the near future. I don't know if it was the Duke or the leader of the noble coalition who gave the order. Judging from the number and enthusiasm of the Southern lords, it seems that the latter is more likely. With a grunt, George heard his stomach growl. Boss, let's eat first. I'll ask for directions, Aji said, grabbing a child from behind and taking the money bag he wanted to hide. A few big men in the crowd looked over here with unkind expressions. Aji stretched out a palm, broke it with his fingers, and made a strange gesture to them. The guys were stunned for a moment after reading it, and then they seemed to recognize something, and actually got into the crowd with a look of horror on their faces. Patting the child on the head, Aji took out a bronze eagle from his purse and said, Know the rules, little boy. We are not raw goods. Grandpa. It's Grandpa. The child seemed to know Aji's slang very well. After seeing his gesture, I knew that he was the most untouchable person. After communicating, he led the way. The best tavern? I know. It's right over the blacksmith area. Come with me. It's foggy again today. It's easy to get lost. It had rained last night, and there was a foul smell mixed with the mud on the ground. There were people doing whatever in the corner, but no one could see anyone dying of hunger. This is very surprising. It seems that the situation of this city is even better than that of the wealthy areas of Yongfeng City, if you don't look at the bad roads, compared with those who can have enough to eat but not in the words of a decent lower man. Indeed, from the children's words, George and the others learned that those who could not survive had left long ago, becoming the group of refugees traveling south or west. Those who stay here are those who have a way to make a living or want to make a fortune. The arrival of the nobles made the entire city wealthy, and Luoya City's previous status was extremely special. Luoya City, in fact, is the name of the western region. In the prosperous world to the east, people like to call it Luoya Town. But looking at the bustling streets filled with people and horses, George felt that calling this place a city would be more appropriate. But maybe this is just because he is a bumpkin from the west. Indeed, a western bumpkin. Some noble ladies in the east even believe that those living in the west were nomads. If the western region is a wasteland, then Bishui City is one of the most prosperous cities in the entire Rodunk Kingdom. It is also a major fortress in the middle of the kingdom. To the north is the Dragon's Back Mountains, and to the north is the Polar Wasteland. To the southeast is the Big Strait of Blue Waves. The city is built on the long Senas River that crosses the Dragon's Back Mountains and enters the sea. After crossing the Long River and then crossing the Violet Plain, there is Lan, which is known as the Horseman on the Sea, Delhi Kingdom. Therefore, Bishui City is not only an important road between the east and west of the Rodunk Kingdom, but also a major pass between the Southern Kingdom and the royal capital. Its status is self-evident. In peacetime, because of its unique location and convenient waterways, it was the largest trading place in the Kingdom of Rodunk. During the war, if the Southern Kingdom did not want to touch the troublesome Grand Duke Yongfeng, they would march here. The ruler here is also very special. At first, he was an earl, who was related to Grand Duke Yongfeng, but also had a close relationship with the royal family. Later, one of his descendants became the husband of the contemporary queen, and after that, the queen's second son, Duke Violet, naturally inherited the title of earl here in this land. After that, under the auspices of various generations of Violet dukes, the center of Violet gradually began to tilt towards the better located Bishui City, and gradually became a famous trade center and fortress. And if you look at the map carefully, you will find that the layout of the Acropolis near Bishui Fortress serves as a copper wall between the east and the west. Luoya City is such an acropolis, because the largest docks occupy more than half of them. There is a lot of inventory here. After the disaster, the currency here has not been cut off from the south, which makes the situation here always good. Although the fall of the royal capital once shrouded the area with fear, the work of Vic White and others kept Bishui City and nearby cities safe. After that, the Duke and the Prince's coalition forces rushed here in batches. At that time, the entire city was strictly controlled by the Duke, and because it was taken care of by the reformist monks, so it's very clean here. When the Duke went to Blue Water City, it was still strictly controlled, until the coalition of nobles came here and fought a great victory. Later, in the dirty business of politics, the city lord of Luoya City was changed, and with the successive victories on the front line, Luoya City's main job is no longer to serve as a retreat, but to support the frontline materials. This makes the place come and go, and the management seems to be very chaotic. It doesn't look like a fortress at all. However, in the eyes of the nobles, the area around Bishui City is indeed not a front line. As the coalition forces advance eastward, it has been relegated to the second line. In the eyes of many people, this material gathering place is also filled with gold. The sound of knocking in the surrounding shacks brought George back to his thoughts. The place was filled with heat and mist. Many wandering knights and mercenaries were bargaining with the blacksmiths, which was very lively. Lorna was chatting with Aggie and seemed very curious about the gesture he made when scaring away the gangsters. During the holidays, Frank and I joined the Night Dyer Brotherhood, which is a well-known organization of cutthroats. That gesture is the symbol of the Brotherhood, Aggie said. In front of the pub, the kid wanted to ask for a drink, but Aji grabbed his ears and drove him away. There are actually many taverns in Luoya City, but the one in the blacksmith workshop area is indeed the largest because it is close to the water. Although the tavern in the shelter has become very large due to the concentration of population in the entire valley, but compared with a bottle of Senas, there is still some gap in scale. Pod has three meanings. One refers to fine wine. One refers to the ability to accommodate the flow of customers. and the other is related to prostitutes. In fact, it is an annex to the largest brothel in the city. After George walked in, he saw a passage on the side of the spacious hall. This passage was looking into a certain area of the brothel next door. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. But in fact the Orioles have just woken up. He couldn't help but look over there. And the scene there suddenly gave him a strange feeling. The decoration over there is much more luxurious than here. And it looks like the living room in a manor house. The sofas come in various shapes. And there are many oil paintings hanging on the walls, as well as some interesting antiques. It doesn't look like a place to receive guests, but rather like a salon for nobles to rest and chat. Or a noble club. The Orioles, who had just gotten up and washed themselves up, were lazily doing whatever they wanted. There were a few nobles who got up early, and their chest buttons were not fastened, and they were leaning on the sofa and teasing the girls. George blinked and suddenly understood what that strange feeling was, being home. I used to study abroad, so I wouldn't have lived in a place like this most of the time. Right? Indeed. He is still very familiar with this kind of place. He knows that there is no live broadcast on this floor. And the really interesting place is upstairs. Boss! Boss! Aji shouted awkwardly. George turned around and saw Lorna and others already sitting in their seats, looking at him with a strange expression. He coughed awkwardly, sat down and said, "Don't you think this architectural layout is very advanced?" Aji and Lorna rolled their eyes fiercely. This tavern is very spacious and divided into several areas. There is even a passage leading to the brothel next door. George sat on his seat, looked over there, and saw the colorful crowd over there. Many nobles came here to spend the night. If these wealthy men did not spend the night at the place arranged by Earl Leiden, they would stay in the brothel. In addition, many blacksmiths are also frequent visitors to the brothel and this tavern, and they are also the most popular people besides the nobles. After all, the blacksmith's status is not only extremely high, but he is also very rich. He is a truly upper-class person. What remains is a kind of people whose pockets are sometimes rich and sometimes clean. Most of them are wandering knights and mercenaries. Most of them live in taverns and occasionally spend money in brothels. There are usually a lot of people in these two places. But now, maybe because of the price, the rich go to brothels, and the poor don't want to live in pubs. Find somewhere to stay for the night. So the pub was a little deserted at noon. After rejecting a few wandering warblers, George and others had their first hot meal here. Chapter 243 Four-Winged Dome Eagle. To be honest, I have been running around for days and days, and the road is tiring and painful. If they can have a mouthful of hot food, they will accept the price no matter how high it is, even if the bartender says it costs 8 silver foxes. But when the cod, cheese, beef, sausages, etc. were served one by one, the four people couldn't help but slowly widen their eyes. It's all fresh, not bacon, and there are pepper and other spices. Aji looked at the 2 roasted chickens and a small barrel of ale that came last, tore open a piece of roasted chicken leg, came to George's side and said, "Boss, we didn't deliver so many things last time when we delivered food." "Right. Everyone knows what happened to Biswi City in the past. How many people died for that little food. But now it has only been a few months. And even private taverns have so much food. You know, in many places in the western region, people are still eating people." "It's been a long time, Aggie." George looked at the peppercorns in the sweet soup in front of him, knowing that these things must have been shipped from the south. The nobles from the south are gathering here like flies. Wherever the nobles go, the merchants and materials from the south will also go. The direction of the nobles' winds also represents the direction of the political winds. The valley far to the west received the news 2 months ago about the Battle of Thorn Birds. But in fact this battle was fought in winter. Later, as the war situation gradually stabilized and there were more and more resources near Biswi City, there were very few refugees escaping from Biswi City. So for more than half a year, the latest news the valley has received is that the Templar Knights defeated the Black Tide and lifted the siege of Biswi City. He said, "In such a long time, a lot of things will happen. So it's probably not surprising that the supplies here are complete. But even though I say that, the appearance of this horse cheese is similar to the military rations made for Yilfeng City in Mufeng Manor." Aji looked strange, looking at the people at several tables not far away with envy on their faces. "Is it possible that these sergeants are treated so well? The designated place for meals is a tavern? And if you win a battle, you can have sex for free?" George ignored the crazy hint from his subordinate, and followed Aji's gaze with a very strange look on his face. Looking at several seats not far away, there was a group of new guests at that table, and their standards were like that of a patrol. There were also many sergeants at the bar. hugging a few strays who had just come out and laughing. If this was a normal break, coming to the pub for a drink would be nothing. But this was wartime. He did not stay in the military camp, but came here to drink. It was a complete lack of military discipline. What's even more outrageous is that the patrol team even came here to have a drink at noon. Boss, should our salary be increased? The price of wine here is so high. Why do people come here every day? Aji has already begun to make it clear. It's not like they use salary. George took a sip of ale and sighed inwardly. Seeing this, he basically understood in his heart. And extra money? Boss, you're not encouraging me to change jobs, are you? George gave him a hard blow. At this time, another man who looked like a noble knight walked into the tavern with a few soldiers. Judging from the enthusiastic appearance of the Orioles, they seemed to be regular customers. George and others could tell that this knight seemed to be the Earl of Leyden. Retainers. Sir, look, the messenger is here. Rusgard, who had been eating silently, suddenly said, as if there were eyes behind his back. He reached out and pulled the sleeve of the knight passing by. Seeing the old tramp suddenly grabbing hold of him, the flesh on the guy's face immediately stood up. Rusgard suddenly nodded and said with a smile, Don't you remember me, old friend? It's really not easy to meet me here. The knight obviously didn't recognize this old guy, but when he saw his eyes, he suddenly froze. He patted his head and suddenly smiled at Rusgard with a sudden look on his face, as if he saw an acquaintance. He dismissed the wandering warbler and entourage around him, sat over directly, and chatted cordially with Rusgard. But if you pay attention to his eyes, you will find that his gaze is very dull, as if he has lost his soul. As George suspected, the quartermaster had been reselling supplies. The soldiers followed suit and secretly sold them in exchange for wine. What's even more outrageous is that not all the supplies shipped out of the city are going to the front line. Many things were transported to other territories. By the Boers, the lords in the west found ways to dump food into their territories, and the lords in the south found ways to transport the Roda property looted from the eastern front back to their territories. Everyone gets what they need, and it seems that some kind of unspoken rule has been reached. After hearing this, Aji's eyes widened. Isn't the city lord who is guarding here the biggest borer? After the knight heard the word city lord, he was in awe. Although Earl Leyden is from Elda, he has always been famous for his fairness, so he has never been partial in distributing benefits. Rusgard suddenly nodded and said, It seems that the people above are not just turning a blind eye, but closing one eye. With a snap, the cup in Aji's hand was broken into pieces. He said angrily, Are those aristocratic leaders filled with shit? This battle has not even ended yet, and they started doing this. Boss, I really understand why you are so negative about the war situation in the East. If these losers are asked to resist the Black Tide, we will really die without knowing how. By the way, who is Earl Leyden? George suddenly asked. He is the second son of Grand Duke Eagle Campbell. The eldest son is Jagger Campbell. He has inherited the Grand Duke's title of Earl of Thorns, and will definitely inherit the title of Grand Duke in the future. The second son is Leighton Campbell. He inherited the Grand Duke's title of Earl of Tulip. The third daughter should have also had the title of Viscount. But when she was a minor, she went to her cousin's house in anger because of the in-laws. She has been missing for many years now. However, if she comes back, she must be the one who married the prince was planning to marry the prince who lost his wife. Lorna suddenly said, Ah, and covered her mouth. After seeing George's strange look on his face, he lowered his head and continued eating. Leyden turns out to be the younger brother of Earl of Thorns. No wonder he was asked to guard Fallen Leaf City. The ancient gold coins flipped between George's fingers, and he suddenly nodded. Then it seems that the Grand Duke Yongfeng and the Grand Duke Xiangyang are in Vic White. Wearing them together, they should have formed an alliance. Although I had spent some time in St. Wilmic's Cathedral before, as a young trainee priest, I really didn't know much about the Kingdom of Elda where the church was located, and many years of memory had been lost. Previously, he only vaguely remembered that when he was in the temple, he heard that the big boss who led the Thornbird's troops was the Earl of Thorns, and his name was Jagger or something. As for other things about this big star, he didn't know much about it. Generally speaking, only the nobles of Elda know something about this family's messy family history. But as for the name Campbell, George was very familiar with it. Elizabeth's mother's surname was Campbell. After all, Elizabeth was his dream girl when he was a child. So even though he had been gone since he was a child, and had eaten many of the things that a vassal should have memorized, he still had some impressions of these things. Grand Duke Eagle, to put it bluntly, is the uncle of Elizabeth and Duchess Yongfeng. This duke was known as the Grand Duke of Skyhawk, but his opponents preferred to call him the Duke of Skyrath. And if you open your tattered robe and reveal the armor on your chest, you can see the family emblem of the Duke of Wrath, a four-winged eagle minus 2 wings, abstracted and made of rose vines. Look! The old Black Pearl Earl made this magical change. On the one hand, not to violate taboos, and on the other hand, to commemorate his wife. The relationship between the two families has always been long-standing. Marriage is not just once or twice. Therefore, the value of Black Pearl can be regarded as having a very deep background. And it is also very ambitious. The valley is located between the two Grand Dukes, which also allows the Black Pearl family to sit firmly here. To put it bluntly, Grand Duke Yongfeng and Grand Duke Xiongning still have a blood relationship. The royal families and nobles of various kingdoms have some blood relationships. But these two may be a bit special, coupled with the fact that lips are cold and teeth are dead. If Wei Quite comes through, the Kingdom of Elda is indeed the southern country that is most likely to raise troops to help. From the mouth of this noble knight, I learned that another country raising troops to help was the Kingdom of Landry. However, not many troops were sent. Most of them were ships and resources. Therefore, the distribution of interests involved is very complicated. No wonder Grand Duke Adeline turned a blind eye to the dirty transactions among the nobles. The Western Territory is indeed very short of food. It is very worthwhile to exchange the wealth of the fallen land for part of the food and part of the troops. It is also a compromise of interests. So, Grand Duke Eagle is also Elizabeth's biological uncle. Leiden and Jagger are Elizabeth's cousins. It's easy for Tanya and the others to come in. The relationship between these two families is not ordinary. Often visit each other. Maybe Leighton and Jagger even lived in Elizabeth's house when they were children. Leighton will definitely welcome her with a flag. George scratched his head. He didn't expect that Jagger, the big star he once admired so much in the church, would actually have such a close relationship with Goody. After thinking of Elizabeth, he also looked sad. Eat. Eat. Looking at Lorna, who had been absent-minded, George waved his hand and asked everyone to continue eating. To be honest, he was also a little absent-minded. If the three countries gather the strength of the whole country, the Holy See will send a few more Knights Templar. There is really a chance to extinguish this black tide before the blood moon. Let's not consider whether it will resurgence or not. But it is indeed very possible. But now with this attitude, not to mention the useless old soldiers who are looking for fun, and not to mention the lords who are looting everywhere in the east, they are very scattered. Even the main supplies are being transported out of Loya City. The peasant uprisings are probably more disciplined than this. Moreover, as soon as the battle was halfway through, many people began to celebrate the victory in advance. On the other hand, those demons may have been preparing and planning for this battle for countless years. This is a hairline. So after the noble knight left, George couldn't eat anything even when the guy paid the bill for him. He just laughed a few times when he thought about the 8 pieces of silver fox he had saved. After finishing the meal, George wiped his mouth clean. He originally planned to go to the next door of the tavern to investigate, but finally led a few people out of the tavern and went to the street to get some fresh air. The lively atmosphere on the street made him feel much more comfortable. After estimating the time, Tanya and others were almost there, so a few people simply started shopping. Next to it is the bustling blacksmith workshop, and he has always been curious about the blacksmith craftsmanship here. After all, the shelter has a lot to make up for, and if they can make a lot of money in Loya City in the future, these things will all have the surname Austin. There are indeed many blacksmiths here, and there are many masters with extraordinary skills. Therefore, everyone from nobles to wandering knights and mercenaries are willing to put on a good armor here. During the visit, George discovered that most of the weapons here were black iron, what Old Duke calls Bailey steel. This shows that the refining technology here is very advanced. The key is that there is no alchemical furnace used here. Most of them are done by traditional methods. And there are those who know how to forge Uvato's steel. This made him very passionate. If we can move into a shelter, it will really save costs. In addition, George also found several fine gold weapons from the most famous blacksmith, and the craftsmanship used to create them was extremely advanced. It's even better than the fine gold weapons made by Anthony using alchemy technology. But this thing is the treasure of the store. The boss hangs it here just to show off his skills, and not to sell it. The old man Rusgard looked at those weapons and sighed. It is possible to reach such a level without relying on magic power and alchemy technology. The wisdom of folk craftsmen is really amazing. Since it is not convenient to display the Book of Dawn here, the drawings of these weapons can only be unfortunately missed for the time being. Steal it for me at night! Before leaving the blacksmith shop, George looked back at the stubborn boss and said angrily to Aggie. After coming up with this idea, several people went to the jewelry store to visit. This big house is very luxurious. From a distance, it looks like a small castle manor built in the city. The items sold inside are not only jewelry, but also a variety of handicrafts and luxury accessories. In fact, this is also a club where nobles often gather. It is the property of a certain great noble. So at the door, the guards looked at the four people at the bottom of the steps: the swarthy boy, the thief with sly eyebrows, the old tramp, and the slovenly knight squire, the good-tongued general. They declined. To be honest, George and others were full of wind and sand during this journey. The clothes were already in tatters. Even the naughty armor underneath his clothes, because a layer of leather has been added to the surface, does not look very good after the leather fuzzes. Memorizing this place, George and others went to the tailor's shop. The boss here obviously doesn't judge books by their appearance. He looked at the few pieces of silver fox thrown out by George with a smile on his face. Not only did he give them a few sets of clothes that he had planned to give to others, but he also lent them a room in the backyard to give them a good wash. When they came out, everyone finally felt neat and tidy, and felt comfortable all over. When I walked out of the tailor's shop, the patrolling cavalry was driving away the crowd on the street, seemingly clearing the way for those behind. That nervous look, as if some big shot had arrived. It seemed that this was not the first time this happened in Loya City. People stood on both sides of the street with interest and watched the excitement. It turns out that the Earl of Leiden left the city at noon to greet him. Who is coming this time? There are not many people who can make Earl of Leiden leave the city in person. George and Aji looked at each other, with strange looks in their eyes. Chapter 244 Star Team. At this time, a group of knights who cleared the way, riding tall horses, slowly emerged from the mist in the distance. Their armor was shining, like heroes returning in triumph. The leader of the knights was a young, muscular man, who looked to be in his 20s, and should be about the same age as Tanya. He has a square face. His blonde hair is very conspicuous, and his smile is bright and sunny, which is very eye-catching. Especially his armor. It didn't look much worse than the Qingying Rose dragon skin armor of George Mighty. Anthony told George that it was dragon skin. Obviously this identity is anything but ordinary. Everyone seemed to know him, seeing him waving to the crowds on both sides of the horse. Many girls screamed crazily, but this guy looked slightly drunk. And Aji, who had sharp eyes, even saw him secretly belching wine. Robert! It's Sir Robert! Oh my God! Broken voice, it's the Griffin Knight. Didn't they head to the battlefield ahead? Didn't you hear? Sir Robert won a battle. These days should be I'm back for supplies. I heard that I'm chasing the scary group of scavengers that wandered over. The name for scavengers here, it turns out that I'm back to wipe out the remnants around Biswi City. Now the surrounding area will definitely be able to completely clean. George nodded, knowing that this should be the star team in the coalition of nobles. And it sounded like their reputation was not much worse than that of the Thorn Birds. It seems that the elite troops in this coalition are still a bit weak. A bit too much? A passerby turned around and almost screamed. He looked up and down at the guy behind him, and the disdain in his eyes almost overflowed. But in the end, after seeing his thick arms hugging his chest and his pair of iron gloves, he wisely closed his mouth, looking at the short Aji. You countrymen from the west, Akset, really don't know what's going on here in Biswi City. Wait until you see how these griffins kill the carrion-eating demons when the time comes. I'm afraid I won't say that anymore. Aji curled his lips and ignored him, and returned his gaze to the group of naughty knights with disapproval in his eyes. There should be more than this number of griffin knights, but there are only dozens of them in the team. Behind them, there were some noble knights and a few phalanx infantry, but the quality of these people was a bit average. Except for the noble knights, who had full-body armor. The soldiers' attire was a bit confusing. Mostly leather armor. Mostly male. Completely rely on the jersey to make the team look neat. George noticed that the steps of these people were a little frivolous. Especially the officers who were drunk and didn't know what they were doing in the morning. In fact, they were celebrating Robert and others in the castle at noon. Leiden heard the arrival of the city gate guard. After reporting the matter, they all were pulled out. What's even more interesting is that these teams obviously come from different lords. But they are all mixed together. The flags they held were in a mess. And the jerseys they wore were colorful. The leaders didn't pay attention and just gathered together to talk nonsense. George looked at this group of troops and shook his head slightly indeed. This is the quality of the aristocratic army in this era. And how can the armies of the princes and the south compare with the armies of Grand Duke Yongfeng? The northern kingdom is a place where nomadic people protect victory or defeat. and its military literacy is extremely high. If you look at the phalanx trained by Lord Bianha at that time, you will know something about it. This kind of military training is still used today. So even the mercenaries, who have participated in the training, know what the rules and prohibitions are. Getting whipped is a trivial matter. Every time Martin and others accept the team, they will kill the chickens and scare the monkeys, and punish those who are disobedient. Those who use the training to pull out and chop off their heads, no matter whose family you are, or the illegitimate son of which noble. But the people seem to know every flag, and they praise the knight's achievements and strength, and each unit had a resounding nickname. Amidst the discussions and enthusiastic shouts among the crowd, many knights and sergeants actually walked out of the team, banged their shields and swords, and shouted and sang loudly, make the surrounding atmosphere unprecedentedly warm. Lorna's eyes widened with interest, and she couldn't help but want to clap along. But Audrey's whole face was twisted. Isn't it just to clear out some surrounding farms? Is it necessary to make it like a circus? Audrey felt as if he had eaten a piece of fly shit, thinking of the days when the rat territory was wiped out. He could no longer keep his mouth shut. In our home, even the mercenaries were not willing to do such chores. It took a few scavengers to do it. Is there oil and water? Just brag. Which territory are you from? After hearing this, several people around him couldn't bear it anymore. Before Audrey could open his mouth, George took over the words. Yongfeng City. We are the subjects of Grand Duke Adeline. After hearing the name of Grand Duke Yongfeng, these people suddenly stood in awe. And after complimenting Grand Duke Yongfeng with a few respectful words, they stopped talking. Indeed, compared with these later noble coalition forces, in that black tide, the Grand Duke Yongfeng who stepped forward was the savior in everyone's hearts. At this time, the noisy crowd suddenly became smaller. There were about 100 black-armored knights on the street, walking slowly in silence. When the cold eyes swept over them inadvertently, the voices of the people they swept across stopped abruptly. Behind them are 6 phalanxes. The team is neat, and the black armor on their bodies looks better than that of many noble knights. As they walked along this road, they walked neatly and silently. The flags in their hands are fluttering in the wind, and they all have one symbol, the black rose. As if infected by this silence, the crowd gradually became quiet. In this silent team, a strange feeling arose in their hearts. The same was true for George and others. He looked at Tanya, who was riding alongside Earl Layton in the center of the team, and felt that Earl Layton seemed to be too attentive. Layton, listen to what you say. These lords are indeed very powerful. After listening to Layton's explanation, Tanya said this, but the tone in her mouth sounded like sarcasm. After a pause, she said, Are you really planning to march towards the capital of Rodunk? Of course. It would be better to end it as soon as possible. To be honest, Duke Adeline was a little too cautious. His Majesty Phillips finally followed his advice, and is now setting up defenses in Qishan. Otherwise, the lords would have already surrounded the royal capital. Your Majesty Phillips? Tanya was stunned for a moment, and then she seemed to think of something, and a sudden realization appeared on her face. Your Majesty Phillips is the Grand Duke of Violet, and now he has succeeded to the throne. She suddenly said unceremoniously, With all due respect, Layton, if you and Jagger really think that you can take these idiots and trash to take back the capital, then you two must have shit in your heads. Oh my dear little sister, you are really rude to your 2 old brothers. Chapter 245 Arrogance and Admiration. Layton covered his head and said, You underestimate these guys a little too much. Although these lords of Loya City were all latecomers, they also participated in the subsequent encirclement and suppression battles. If you could have seen their bravery at that time, I'm sure I wouldn't say that. After saying this, he looked at Volp not far away and the silent black-armored knight beside him, with an extremely complicated expression in his eyes. Those knights were extremely arrogant. So arrogant that it was unreasonable. Even the Griffin Knights seemed like they were just chickens and dogs in their eyes. As for those lords, in the eyes of these knights, they didn't even bother to show their disdain. As for what is noble or not, they are just like watching a bunch of bullshit performing in front of their eyes. I am afraid that only the Black Pearl Knights around Elizabeth would despise other nobles so much in the eyes of the real Black Pearl nobles. Other nobles are all countrymen. Looking down on each other is a common problem. But the Black Pearl Knights do have such arrogant capital. Of course, it is indeed incomparable to the Knights of Black Pearl. But how many people in the world can guard the mines like my cousin? Be vassals and be brave and good at fighting? Count Black Pearl's army is comparable to the royal corps in every standard. Earl Layton's tone was slightly sour, remembering that when his uncle was here, the knights and vassals under the Earl had indeed left a deep impression on his mother-in-law's family, the nobles of the Kingdom of Elda. The valley borders Elda, and there is often some friction at the edges. The Lord of Bienhead decades ago was very famous. Looking at the equipment equipped by these 3,000 people, there was a hint of envy in his eyes compared to these soldiers. The colorful noble private soldiers walking in front were indeed like a group of country bumpkins. He said, I know that compared with the real elite troops, these lords' armies are still far behind. However, Robert was turned over by me. After his Griffin Knights arrived, the other elite troops of the kingdom also came quickly. Taornia. That's quite a coincidence. At this point, what Leighton wanted to say was already beyond his words. He looked at his sister with a smile. You two have grown up. I remember when we were children. You two followed me and Jagger all day long. Later. What else did Robert say at that time? Don't mention this to me. Tanya's face darkened. Her eyes filled with extreme disgust. Indeed, childhood is the most beautiful memory. It would have been true if the Duke had not asked her to marry Robert's father. So no matter what happened in the past, Tanya was extremely disgusted and repelled by having to marry her father first, and then her son, even though Robert, her childhood playmate, was a person who was hard to dislike. After hearing Tanya's words, light inside, the three brothers and sisters had felt more awe than warmth from their father since childhood. Duke Eagle has always hoped that his son would become a great knight, and his daughter would become the perfect queen. But these arranged paths are indeed very unfair to some children. It's a pity that among these many children, he is the most rebellious. Tanya's wish since she was a child was to become the great knight. Not a political bargain. Tanya, we didn't feel at ease until Grand Duke Yofeng mentioned to us that you were at my cousin's house. At this point, Leighton suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly asked with something strange in his eyes. Is cousin Tanya there? Did you mention adoptive inheritance? Elizabeth Burton is 5 or 6 years older than Leighton, and more than 10 years older than Tanya. When they were children, they often went to this cousin's house to play, and the newlywed couple almost regarded them as sons and daughters. After Elizabeth was widowed, Tanya even lived there for a few years to ease her sorrow. He didn't return home until he was about to reach adulthood. She regards this little sister as her daughter in her heart. In this fog, people would get sick at any time, and many nobles died suddenly. Many people have made funeral arrangements. This eldest cousin may not have thought of this. And if the valley has the firm support of the two dukes, it will definitely become the strongest area of the rodent kingdom in this disaster. It is quite normal for nobles to have fiefdoms abroad. So this is very possible. Maybe my cousin has arranged an in-law marriage for Tanya with the Bolton family. As for the credit for regaining the royal capital, Elizabeth did not come in person, but asked Tanya to receive the credit on her behalf. Is she really planning to pass the inheritance rights on to her favorite little sister? After hearing the words from Leighton's mouth, Tanya slowly closed her eyes and remembered Elizabeth's last wish that she had heard before when her blood was burning. She had a sad look on her face and didn't speak for a long time. Leighton didn't know that Elizabeth was actually dead, let alone the complicated things between blood descendants. Seeing my sister's face, I thought she was disappointed about the inheritance. The expression on his face became a little complicated. He didn't know whether to feel sorry or to be grateful, which one was better. The king of the Vale country or Queen Elda? Emotionally, he hoped that Tanya could have a future of her own. But Robert himself was not at fault. And in his opinion, they should be a couple. It was only because of the sudden accident that my father made that decision. And if both her cousin and her father wanted to arrange a marriage for her, then among the 7 countries, which young man could be younger and more promising than Robert? From this black tide battle, everything has been proven. Among all the candidates for the throne, Robert stood out. Duke Yofeng, His Majesty Phillips and King Landry, after seeing this young man, have already begun to consider the suggestion made by the old King Elda. This is extremely detrimental to the Campbell family. My dear sister, wait for this dark tide to pass and come home with us. You can become a great knight with your cousin. My cousin may even grant you a title. But what about the future? My dear Campbell, is it possible? Do you want to be another Bolton's retainer? And you can't live alone like her. Father already knows that he is wrong. Indeed, the sickly child did not die, but survived the serious illness and became a powerful Griffin Knight. Instead, his father was bedridden and dying. As for King Elda, who should have died 10 years ago, a small accident occurred with the appearance of the heavy fog, and he is still alive today. This caused all political trends to change. But what hasn't changed is the interests of the Campbell family. Tanya, this is the best era. The era when our generation rises. When Jagger and Robert return in triumph, we will return to Elda together. Go home. No. Leiden. Tanya suddenly opened her eyes and said, "The mistress, Mrs. Elizabeth, has given everything to me. How can I leave the valley?" Leighton's eyes suddenly widened. He wanted to inquire in depth about his in-laws. It was very likely that he had a descendant of the Bolton family, because it's about the last name. According to the law here, a wife can take her husband's surname or not. But for the nobles here, they are actually more concerned about the inheritance of blood than their surname. Some people may start a new era for a family and directly change the surname, and this surname may be due to territory or other meanings. The question flashed in Leighton's mind, and he held it back. This matter cannot be rushed. No matter what, Tanya, as long as you can have a happy and beautiful future, no matter what your final choice is, my brother will sincerely bless you. Leighton's words were sincere. After all, this was what he had seen since childhood. My older sister. If possible, he would like to see his sister have a real future of her own. Of course, if things can have the best of both worlds, it will be beautiful. And he also believes that love can change everything. He changed the topic and began to greet Tanya with concern. Tanya coped with it, but her mind was already far away. She is no longer the Tanya Campbell she used to be. The moment her mother gave her new life, she said goodbye to everything she had ever been. Now, the new leader leading the Blood Elves also has a new life and a new mission. What does it matter if you are an earl or not? A king or a queen? Or a queen? As the old world collapses and a new century begins, it's ridiculous that all of this is like a passing cloud. So their concerns are not the same at all. Triumph. This sounds so harsh. Under the crazy enthusiasm of the nobles, the so-called counterattack has become a foregone conclusion. These people, as well as her two brothers, may die in this war. Regarding this matter, Tanya felt the deep powerlessness in her heart. I am afraid that even Grand Duke Yongfeng feels powerless against the nobles' rash advance. The only thing he can do now is to lead part of the main force to defend Biswi City under the pressure of several majesties, and follow his plan with Vic White. Reinforce here. The future seems to have become a foregone conclusion. But she believes there is one person who can change everything. Thinking of that figure, Tanya became determined again. His eyes began to search aimlessly on both sides of the street. In the end, I ended up being a human trafficking bandit, and even let that bastard Martin wipe my ass. That bad guy George must have expected it. Otherwise that guy with a black heart wouldn't have come from the wasteland to come into my house in the middle of the night. Come and pay attention to me. He must be waiting to see my joke. After the banquet held by Earl Leighton to welcome Robert was hastily suspended at noon, the evening continued again. But the protagonist has changed. After all, even Robert claimed that this ball should be held for this young lady. Although the protagonist and the arrogant knights did not arrive at the end, everyone was welcome to drink. Tanya actually felt the same about wine. But when she thought about the faces of the nobles, who were immersed in joy and even celebrating their victory in advance, she lost interest. So after some perfunctory talk, I went back to the room and planned to drink alone. But the empty silver flagon was off-putting. After walking around, Tanya came to the semi-study. This study, which is open to the public. In fact, in addition to handling official business, receiving guests and leisure, is also used for collection and display. So there will always be good wine carefully collected by the owner. Seeing that the person guarding the door was the Black Lake Knight instead of the Judgment Knight, he guessed that Martin had arrived first. After seeing Tanya approaching, the two Black Sea Knights bowed and opened the door. Unlike the sergeants of other regiments, most of the people in the Black Lake Corps came from noble families. During her many years in the valley, Tanya led the Black Pearl Knights to resist the monsters from the north so many times, killed so many blood nobles, and even blood demons who harmed one side, and later led the army to fight against the ogres. So in their hearts, this lady's status is very high. In addition, George later rectified Elizabeth's name, which made many Gushi people respect Tanya very much. Therefore, the respect for her from the old soldiers and the old knights comes from the bottom of their hearts. As Tanya expected, Martin was sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace drinking. But today the person he was holding in his arms was not someone else's daughter, but that old boy Aji. Not only Aji, but Lorna was also there. Next to her, there was a strange old man who was telling her something. Alexander and Dan are setting up soldiers outside. Volpe is also here, and many Judgment Knights and Black Lake Knights are even in the room. They seem to be leisurely playing with books or antiques, doing one thing or another casually. But they were all centered on the person opposite Martin's sofa, casting his adoring gaze over him from time to time. Chapter 246 Black Pearl Noble. So that's what it's like. As soon as Martin finished speaking, after seeing Tanya standing in front of the door, he looked at the person on the sofa opposite and secretly gave Tanya a wink. Her face paled slightly. She knew who was coming without Martin's wink, but how did this guy get in? It's not the Knights of the Black Lake who are guarding the outside of the castle. Tanya has never been a hypocritical person. After seeing such a scene, she just paused for a moment, then walked to the table generously, looked at the bottle of good wine, and poured herself a glass. Come! When she turned back and looked at the person on the sofa, she couldn't help but be slightly startled. Who is this? Although George's face looked very annoying, she admitted that that guy was a bit prettier than the person in the seat. She suddenly remembered Agilai. That boy was very good at disguise. She had even seen that boy change his skeleton in front of her eyes and dress up as a beautiful woman. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt enlightened. George always claimed that he came from the St. Wilmix Cathedral, and with the noble status of this young archbishop, he might be in trouble with his brother and many of the great nobles of Elda. No. So for some reason, he might be afraid of meeting someone he knows here. But Tanya was wrong. That wasn't what George was worried about. Recognizing him with his identity as a chanter boy was ridiculous. The reason why I disguise myself is just to make my subordinates think so. Moreover, it was not Aji who changed his appearance, but Aji and Rusgard, who helped him do it together. Although Aji repeatedly assured that his skills were extremely superb, he was not transformed like Rusgard. His identity has been tested by the Great Cardinal and the Great Demons. So not only George, but Rusgard also changed his appearance, although he had never used his current face when using the identity of Rathbone and those acolytes. But if you meet the Grand Bachelor of the Forbidden Sanctuary, you will probably recognize his face. The moving photo is still hanging in a certain corridor together with his famous sayings. And his name is not Rusgard now, but Raphael, a wizard he killed more than 10 years ago. When she saw George's eyes sweeping over, Tanya's heart trembled unconsciously. From those eyes, she recognized this person. It was definitely him. She sipped the wine in her glass, feeling a little nervous, but she said calmly, "Is everything going well?" "Not bad." George nodded slightly, and after a pause, he said, "Thank you for your hard work. Tanya, how does it feel to be a bandit?" "Hey, don't glare at me. Be happy, and you will get used to it in the future. I know what you want to hear." "George, you win." Tanya sighed, and at this moment, her whole body suddenly felt relaxed. After chatting, George learned that Ian had gone back with the Wolf Slayer soldiers and most of the Blood Descendants. And from the list Tanya gave him, he also learned what the harvest of these territories was. How huge it is. Especially a certain great barony with a population of 30,000. Therefore, the migration of many territories was divided into several teams. Tanya and others traveled more than 800 kilometers and passed through 7 or 8 inhabited territories. But there were 7 or 8 large lords and about 20 small lords and vassals. About 30 teams were divided. However, if there are fewer people in a team, it will actually be more conducive to migration in this heavy fog where it is extremely easy to fall behind and get lost. If they could lose less things on the road, all the livestock and resources that the valley lacked could be made up for. Therefore, although to a certain extent, Tanya did an excellent job, 80% of the nobles went to the valley sincerely under her persuasion. Although the remaining 20% of people have also left the territory. The situation is a bit complicated. In fact, the strategy adopted by Tanya later was good. And it was not as extreme as Valp's using monsters to attack the city to intimidate. After seeing the Kuroshio coming so close, everyone sincerely did not want to stay here anymore. It's just that she wasn't ruthless enough. George wasn't wrong when he said she looked like Elizabeth. It seems that the problem was solved without bloodshed due to this threat. But not all the nobles went to the valley. The forest is big. And there are always some people with weird brain circuits. There are always some people who don't believe in other people's words, but rather believe in their own prepared retreat. Moreover, along the way, the nobles could see too many free territories. The castle is ready-made, and no one has even harvested the wheat yet. Let's take a rest. Right. After taking a rest, take another short rest, and then you can harvest the wheat. Anyway, I have Elizabeth's agreement in hand, so there is no rush. As for the rhetoric made up by those people, some people don't even believe the agreement. It was completely forced by the monster siege. A few days ago, George had already seen several groups of wolf-slaying sergeants and blood descendants separated from the migrating group on the road. And it seemed like a few people were dead. After the nobles changed their minds, the first thing they did was to eliminate the monitors from their ranks, the private soldiers and knights, and even the incited fools. responded directly to their lords 1 to 100. George could imagine the dangers suffered by the sergeants and the blood descendants when he closed his eyes. In the end, the sergeants did not raise their butcher's knives against the bewitched refugees. After leaving the team, they returned to the shelter dejectedly. Some very clever sergeants, after discovering the signs, killed the Lord and his loyal servants. But without the judgment and brainwashing of the Judgment Night, they directly became the villains in the hearts of the refugees. The end result is pretty much the same as those guys. For these lords, who had their own ideas and refused to listen to Tanya's kind words, but had to run into his arms, George arranged an interesting event for them. Waiting for them would be the demon spider led by Tide of Corpses. After leaving the Sand Sea, George arranged a new task for Siljek, judging from her execution. This guy faithfully implemented his ideas, and was also careful not to let others too many deaths. After Shahai, she was finally at peace. At least for a long time. After Tanya came out of the last Viscount territory, George contacted the Blackheart, who was following Tanya's team. The next stop was Fallen Leaf City. Blackheart found an excuse and stopped following the team. The first thing Hilyak and these demon spiders did was to burn the empty territories and crops they saw on the road to ashes. Then batches of dead people were pulled out from those cemeteries. Some demons also encountered some groups of corpses on the road. And these groups of corpses also joined the team that was enslaved and driven by the brain spiders. These demon spiders, along with thousands of undead souls, were already chasing those people crazily. They will drive away sheep, leaving those with only one way to go. When passing through the territories on the south side of the western border that George and others have not passed through, they will also pick some small territories to drive the sheep. The corpses were running around all night, several times faster than the people carrying things. It doesn't take long to catch up with a lot of people. And this snowball has already begun to roll towards the shelter. And those who did not believe in evil finally saw the black tide. George knew that Hilyak and the demon spiders might not be able to completely control this group of corpses, so some deaths might be inevitable. In addition to those who were separated, some people may not reach the shelter in the end. There are more than 60,000 people. 1/10 is 6,000. But this is better than the real black tide driving them away. At that time, those who could run to the shelter, or who could eventually survive, probably only 1/10 of them were extravagant hopes. Regarding this matter, George did not tell others after all. This method was too dark, and many people might not be able to accept it. So he just told everyone what the nobles did on the road. And in the story, the teams led by the nobles with ideas also successfully settled down in certain places, or rested halfway. George, I'm sorry. Tanya finally said this with her lips pursed. Now, she finally found out that this guy didn't deliberately ignore certain pots. She also understood that George didn't mention this matter to her because he wanted to prove that he was right. Indeed, she is too soft-hearted. For those who don't shed tears without seeing the coffin, just threatening them with monsters is simply not enough. She should pick a few people to scare the monkeys. Then follow George's example and pick out a few people like Gaster. These people who were singled out originally had low-ranking titles, and they yearned for everything the valley could give them. Must be a strong supporter of migration. The migration will then be much smoother. Boss, thanks to Tanya all the way. There wouldn't be someone who would open the door with a smile and entertain us every day you see. I have gained weight. Martin pinched his belly and said, causing a burst of laughter. The atmosphere changed immediately. George knew that he was trying to excuse Tanya. Indeed, these flaws were nothing compared to her merits. In fact, many things happened along the way. Just the act of knocking on the door can be regarded as the first achievement. In fact, everyone saw many things later. It's simply not possible to go through this recklessly. The situation in many large territories is completely different from that in Sandy. Once a conflict occurs, it cannot be said that it can be won within a few days. At that time, those refugees looked at this group of outsiders who suddenly came in, and they no longer believed any of their lies. In terms of ability, just leading these 3,000 people to march in a heavy fog with no direction. The leader of the Black Pearl Knights, who has led Gushi's military for 10 years, has shown the kind of military skill with ease. Quality has won the respect of many people. In more than 10 days, I visited 7 or 8 territories, traveling across the Western Territory in heavy fog and waves of corpses. Not a single person was lost. After that, in various territories, in dealings with the nobles, and in many complex and unexpected events, the decisions made by this leader were also extremely decisive, including later. He decisively slapped himself in the face. Then, he took the black-hearted advice without hesitation. although she did not have the evil intention to use this accident to get rid of all the nobles. But this also illustrates the soft humanity in this blood descendant's heart. So along the way, Tanya proved herself in the hearts of everyone and gained recognition, including some of the Judgment Knights. This time was a little different from before, putting aside hatred and prejudice. This blood descendant was indeed devoting all his efforts to saving the refugees. On this point, their positions are consistent. "You have done a great job, Tanya." George patted her shoulder and said, "In fact, for me, many things are extremely difficult to choose. Putting such a heavy burden on one person, it's inevitable that things will go wrong. You shared a lot of the pressure for me. That's why I can go back and forth to the northern desert smoothly, okay? My knight, my servant will pour you a glass of wine to calm down your worries." Having said this, George handed Tanya a glass of wine, and then picked up a glass himself. At this moment, I saw George's diligent look and his sincere eyes. Tanya suddenly felt that this guy was not so annoying. "Cheers to our bandit leader for successfully abducting people." The scum headed by George gathered around Tanya, who looked extremely ugly, and raised their wine glasses together in the cheers. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside the door. "Wow, is this place occupied? Hey, don't push me. I know you Rodunk people have some opinions on the Eldar people, but your leader seems to be my sister." After hearing the voices of these two people, Tanya's expression changed slightly. "Let those two guys in." When Tanya heard these two voices, she knew who they were. Sure enough, after the door was pushed open, Robert and Leighton both walked in. These two people obviously did not expect that there would be so many people in the room, and most of them did not take off their armor. It's as if they are ready to fight anytime and anywhere. They don't think the armor is too heavy. Looking at the pair of hardened eyes. At this moment, Leighton looked at the group of people behind his little sister, and suddenly had a feeling she was no longer the person that his father could manipulate at will. She was no longer the sister that she and Jagger needed to worry about and protect. She is someone who can be on an equal footing with herself and Jagger, and is even someone she wants to win over. "Tanya! You actually drank." Robert suddenly pointed at the wine glass in Tanya's hand, and said with disbelief on his face, "I want to tell Jagger." "Shut your mouth, Robert." Tanya drank all the wine in the glass, exhaled a hearty breath, and said slowly, "You come to me. What do you want?" The two people were slightly startled when they heard the tone of voice that sounded like a hostess. But what are they here for? Robert just came here to join in the fun. As for Leighton, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His sister was indeed a bit worrying about politics in the entire Western Territory. Besides Grand Duke Yongfeng, who else has the appeal of Count Black Pearl when she brings Elizabeth's will and joins the noble coalition with these 3,000 elites? The lords of the Western region will definitely support her greatly, and the other princes of Rodunk will definitely change. If she can make great achievements in one fell swoop from now on, the effect can be imagined. This evening's banquet was intended to allow the younger sister to communicate with various lords. But the younger sister seemed to have little interest in political matters. So after seeing his sister's delay in coming, the worried brother immediately looked for her. But how can such a thing be said directly? After Robert heard Tanya yelling at him, he laughed out loud, as if he had just been joking with her. "Of course I'm looking for you to come to the banquet. I thought you were here drinking alone. We are going to set off in a few days, and everyone is gathered here. Leighton feels that I have to introduce you to some new friends." Having said this, Robert looked at the people behind Tanya with great interest, especially when he glanced at Volpe. He couldn't help but look at him a few more times. "Oh, by the way, I heard Tanya say before that this is the retainer of Earl Black Pearl." A baron. The knight is taciturn, but hard to ignore. That Baron Martin was the opposite of his character, but also unforgettable. But in this room, there are indeed too many people with that unique temperament. Hopefully it won't be a huge disappointment. Obviously, although Robert said that he wanted to introduce some friends to Tanya. In fact, he was more interested in Tanya's friends, or these Black Pearl nobles and knights. In the impression of the nobles, no matter how the army is integrated, it is led by the head of the family, retainers, and vassals. However, George did not think about correcting this matter, and even arranged the identities of each person. When he came out of the valley originally, he hangs on the title. He plans to build momentum for the several leading barons in the noble coalition. Chapter 247. Are you worthy? Leighton couldn't help but nodded secretly after listening to Robert's words. This was what he wanted to express. "Indeed. Tanya, you haven't eaten yet, right?" Hearing these words, Tanya felt warm in her heart. But when she thought about what those idiots were celebrating, she really wasn't interested. As for those circus wastes, I am afraid they will only hinder their ability to fight in the future. So she does not want to spend energy on them at all. Thank you for your concern. But I am too tired from the long journey and want to go early. Rest. The meaning of seeing off guests in these words made Leighton's face look ugly. Robert, on the other hand, looked regretful. Miss Tanya, you have indeed not eaten yet, George suddenly said respectfully, giving pertinent advice like an assistant. And if we are absent tonight, it may leave everyone with the impression that the people in the valley are very arrogant. Influence. What Earl Leighton was thinking about. George had thought of everything at this moment. And he also thought of more things he needed to lift Tanya. Only in this way can things be done better. Not only that, he was also extremely interested in the wealth brought by various nobles, as well as the background of the entire Luaya city. Hearing these words, Leighton couldn't help but look at this young man. He seemed to have never seen this person in the team before, either deep in the team or later on. I don't know what his identity is, but he dared to make suggestions after Tanya made her statement. In Robert's eyes, the man standing behind Tanya, dressed as an attendant, looked a little ugly compared to those people. But when he spoke, the eyes of everyone in the room were all focused on him. I am indeed a little hungry. What surprised the two of them was that after hearing this, Tanya nodded after a slight hesitation. After a pause, she seemed to suddenly think of something. A sly look suddenly flashed in her eyes, and she said, "By the way, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Earl Leighton Campbell, my brother." After saying this, the two people's expressions became extremely strange. The valley nobles standing here had all met Earl Leighton at noon, so naturally they should all know Earl Leighton's identity and name. But at this time, it seemed as if they were specially introduced to this person. George's expression at this moment was even more wonderful. "Sister, I am your attendant, even if it is a master-disciple relationship. Others need to take care of one's juniors. But this is not the situation where this should be done." As for the word, brother, George, who was delayed in hearing news, was a word with a lot of information. George was not like Lorna, who talked to Tanya about everything. He is the person who knows Tanya best. So after the noble knight said, Campbell, he had guessed everything. And this information gap had not yet been synchronized just now after he came over. He was anxious to learn about their trip experience from Martin. Then Tanya came. There are so many things that happened today, so they haven't had time to communicate in detail yet. But it didn't matter. The moment he heard Tanya say brother, his mind ran around quickly, and he suddenly understood everything and thought of more things. Isn't Tanya Elizabeth's cousin? No wonder they are so trusted and entrusted with important tasks. Wouldn't it be possible to use it severely to fuel the whole plan? Blooming on the bar. I'm done with this. George only thought for a moment when he saw that the introduced Earl of Leighton had put his left hand on his chest and paid a slight greeting. Then Earl Leighton looked at him and Tanya with a smile on his face. He said, "This one, regardless of whether they are friends or foes. Nobles must greet each other when they meet." He obviously regards his great attendant as a noble. Seeing this scene, George's mind that had been spinning suddenly made a sharp turn, and he hurriedly prepared to open his mouth to save the situation. But he suddenly heard such a sentence and couldn't help but froze in place. "This is Baron George Bolton," Tanya said to the two of them very solemnly. "Brother, Baron George is a descendant and vassal retainer whom Lady Elizabeth has high hopes for. Along the way, he is a vassal for me. It takes a lot of pressure off." George, who didn't know what Leighton and Tanya had said before, gave Tanya a thumbs up in his heart. At this moment, a senior assistant or staff member. This status is more suitable than an attendant. After that, with the non-embarrassing identity of Baron George Bolton, he was able to do things better. "You are exaggerating, Miss Tanya. Your Majesty the Earl ordered me to protect you, and as a knight of you and Lady Elizabeth, this should be my duty." Your knight with Lady Elizabeth. These ambiguous words have two meanings: a compliment to this lady, or the heir to whom the master of the house entrusted the knights to protect him. Obviously he wants to make a big fuss about the cousins Tanya and Elizabeth, and even if it is exposed, these vague words can be interpreted casually. But what surprised George was that the two people who should have attracted great attention by these intentional or unintentional words now focused their gazes deeply on him. "What are you doing? It's like I stole your woman." Tanya looked at Robert and introduced. "This is His Highness Robert Ryan Edmead, because he is the grandson of His Majesty the current King of Elda." Robert didn't say anything, but George had no one to pay attention to it. George's mind flickered, and he suddenly remembered something. The griffin is the emblem of the royal family of the Kingdom of Elda. The Griffin Knights are the royal knights of the royal family. Then the leader of the Griffin Knights should be a member of the royal family, and the one who holds this great killing weapon should be an important member of the royal family. In this era, it is completely different from the world he once lived in. Even if it's a small battle, the king will personally lead the team. What's more, such a great achievement as annihilating the Kuroshio? It is a Chinese concept that it is taboo for the imperial chariot to conduct military expeditions in person. It may be funny to say that in the feudal system here, if the king does not come forward, his vassals, not even the so-called commander-in-chief, can call them. He has led many wars by a group of lords gathering together, leading the militiamen, and fighting each other behind the boss's ass. But this idea only flashed in his mind for a moment before he threw it away. The noble knight seemed to have mentioned this royal grandson. He looked at the little brother in front of him, who he had just carefully trained Tanya. In her meaningful gaze, I understood what she wanted to express. This was the person. Then, he looked deeply at the Griffin Knight, and said in his heart, "Are you worthy of snatching away my little brother?" Of course, these eyes have different interpretations in the eyes of others. Chapter 248 The Powerful Man. Seeing the many elegant ladies and ladies downstairs, shuttling around the powerful dignitaries like courtesans, George was slightly surprised to find that this banquet was different from the rough and crazy style common in the north. The lord's party was different, but closer to the banquet at Black Pearl Manor, luxurious and highly social. He looked down, and not long after, he saw Tanya, who was like a star holding the moon. Earls, marquises and even dukes, as well as powerful dignitaries from the east and even the south, were all surrounding her. They were all obviously interested in her. He was full of enthusiasm for this powerful and upstart man from the valley. Of course, His Royal Highness little Prince Robert is also like her knight, inseparable from her side. It's really coming together. After so many years, the kingdom of Rodenk has shown such a grand scene in this apocalyptic world. It was like the center of the world. A very strange feeling arose in George's heart. The knights who had changed into their finery walked out from behind George, and walked into the crowd with gentlemanly smiles. The Black Lake Knights, along with the Judgment Knights, quickly integrated into this grand banquet. The Knights of the Black Lake, who come from aristocratic families, are well versed in dealing with this kind of scene. "Come here, George. Let me introduce you to some friends." Earl Lyden in the crowd walked over at some point, as if he had been staring at the door. "I'm a little late. Sorry." George took the wine glass from Leighton and nodded slightly. "Not too late. Not too late. This dress really matches you very well." After being slightly polite, Earl Lyden quickly started chatting with George. After Leighton and others left, George, Tanya and others discussed in the semi-study. Tanya and other people who were not wearing armor arrived first, mainly with George's sister, Rona Bolton, as well as Lorna's teacher and Tanya's magical advisor, Grand Maester Raphael. On the one hand, this will give her more topics to talk about, and the two magic consultants Lorna Bolton and Raphael will not only raise her status to a higher level, but Lorna will also be able to identify the special people among the nobles, and Risgard might recognize some of the people. George and others came after taking off their armor. In this kind of banquet, it is extremely impolite to wear a full set of armor, and is a blatant offense to other people's reputation. No one will talk to you, and it may even cause great dissatisfaction to the host because it shows that he was guarding against assassinations around him. But because of the martial ethos, weapons can be carried. Long swords, rapiers, stabbing swords and other items can also be regarded as a kind of decoration in themselves. Slowly, George learned that most of the dignitaries who had fled from the eastern part of the Rodunk Kingdom had gone to Luoya City at first. They were in Bisui City. But after what they experienced in Bisui City, after the terrible period of the Kuroshio siege, the nobles began to love this seemingly safer rear area. Most of those who can escape from the Black Tide are those who can receive the news first. Therefore, there are mostly big nobles in the upper class. They have private properties in all major cities. So they have properties, estates, manors, etc. in Luoya City, which is no exception. This is one of the reasons why those noble ladies and young heirs of nobles also appear here. How can such a social occasion, such a celebration banquet, not be a social butterfly? What's more, after the Griffin Knight and others returned to Luoya City for supplies, the little Prince of Elda was like honey, attracting all the nobles to the banquet. Although the great nobles of Rodunk lost a lot of territory in the east, they still have a large amount of private property and even fiefdoms in other areas and even abroad. And when they fled, the wealth they brought with them was still extremely considerable. This makes them extremely popular, rather than those rejected by the southern lords. No one dares to regard these people as lost dogs who have fled. No big lord dared to look down on them, because they have huge connections. Although a lot was lost, even the earliest fiefdom of the ancestors. But for the truly great nobles, this is not a total loss. It can even be said that even if the entire Rodunk kingdom is destroyed, the dynasty will become replaced. Many aristocratic families will still be the powerful ones. And as long as order remains, the status of the great nobles will still be important. This is not only because a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, but also because they still have a very high status in the hearts of the people and small nobles. It was through their joint recommendation that His Majesty Philips ascended the throne successfully. The people who can appear here today are all special. They are a big part of the reason why so many southern lords are here, and among the people who are qualified to come in today. If you pick one at random, you may be a blood relative of a big noble in a country in the south, and because of their status, even if there is only one brother left, as long as they are famous, for political reasons, there will be the great nobles in the south to support them, because this is also related to own interests. Just like when one of Elizabeth's cousins in the Kingdom of Elda was bullied in the Kingdom of Elda, the old Earl actually took people to ask for justice. Are you able to bully the blood relatives of the Black Pearl family? The same goes for other nobles. This makes dynasties change frequently. But the family will last for thousands of years. Of course, there are also interests involved. This requires identity. The great nobles of the Rodunk Kingdom, who are gathered here, often want to get back what once belonged to them. When faced with the demands made by other nobles, they are willing to nod with determination. Or you may be the leader relying on your own name or connections. At this time, the great nobles in the south will be able to obtain their own interests in the Rodunk Kingdom. Or it could legitimately achieve certain political goals. It could also be that the Rodunk Kingdom and the Southern Kingdom each get what they need. Just like the current distribution of materials. Many people have turned to Grand Duke Yongfeng, hoping to help me regain my lost land and property. But they were rejected. After introducing several earls, Earl Leiden said to George. So I said, Earl Black Pearl's army coming here is of great significance. George nodded secretly. The few nobles just now were indeed very eager, as if they saw new hope in their hearts. Earl Black Pearl not only has great strength, it also has great appeal. And this entire rear area of the Western Territory can even affect Grand Duke Yongfeng's decision. After seeing Tanya Campbell, the upstart who represents Elizabeth, the weight of the Black Pearl flag has increased a bit. It can not only affect the Grand Duke Winsong, but also the Kingdom of Elda. Compared with the greedy southern princes, these Rodunk people are more willing to trust their own people. And in the entire kingdom, there are few families whose reputation is more reliable than the Earl of Black Pearl. Go and do your work, Lord Leighton. Staying with me all the time is really annoying you. George looked at Tanya, not far away, and said politely to Earl Leighton. As he said that, he wanted to go over. No, no, no. Come on. Let me introduce you. The man over there is the Marquis of Degushin from Landry. Come with me. Earl Leiden enthusiastically hugged George's back. Walked over there. George's forehead twitched slightly. And he had no choice but to move behind Earl of Leighton. The title of Duke might be for a royal family with only a small fiefdom. But people like the Marquis, Count Fong, and Great Baron are all powerful. Either a prince holding a heavy army, or a general, baron, under a certain big boss. He simply couldn't refuse. The Marquis of Degushin was obviously a hot spot at the banquet. The noble women surrounding him immediately took the initiative to say hello when they saw Leiden coming with a young man. Chapter 249 The Real Character. While chatting, George's eyes did not stop at the crowd around him. And he found that the leaders of Black Pearl were busy with their own affairs. And they have become one of the many hot spots based on the level they are in contact with. Martin and Volpe, the two big barons in people's eyes, were as well taken care of as he was. Martin seems to have just come off the dance floor with the Countess. After this old man has been training with Gaster for a while, there is no need to say much about his methods, especially when facing women. The charm exuded by this mustache is simply more alluring than Jack, who has a righteous appearance. Volpe seems to be talking to a Marquis of Blue Bay, whose status in the Kingdom of Rodunk is very high and can be regarded as a prince. But due to the disaster of the Black Tide, a lot of troops were lost. But he is still one of the big figures in the second echelon below Duke Yongfeng in the hearts of the nobles. So it is one of the hot spots of this banquet. The heat increased a bit more. The two of them were surrounded by many people, most of whom were the affected nobles in the Kingdom of Rodunk. But the closer you are, the more powerful the lord is. The Marquis of Blue Bay seemed to have just chatted with Tanya, but he didn't seem to get the answer he wanted. This makes the eyes slightly dull. However, after catching another Black Pearl leader, His eyes gradually glowed with light during the conversation, and the lords with troops in their hands gradually moved towards that side. Everyone has seen the strength of the Black Pearl elite today, and it is said that these few 3,000 people are just the vanguard. The Marquis of Blue Bay was very talkative, and Volp occasionally nodded lightly, and said a few words. But the key point is always mentioned. It actually made the Marquis a little unsure about the Great Baron the Judgment Knights. Especially Volp were indeed very aura when facing the nobles, which made the nobles once think that he was one of the real leaders here. And this is something that George has communicated with Tanya, and others. He wants Tanya and Volpe to play the leading roles. He wants to build momentum for these two, even asking Tanya to cooperate with Volp. So far, the coordination is perfect, which is why Volp gives people the feeling that he is competing against Tanya. If Tanya is positioned as Elizabeth's heir, then Volp is the leader of the vassals, just like the status of Lord Overland River in the Rat territory. This positioning is extremely appropriate. The leader of the Judgment Knights is not dishonest no matter what status he faces when facing nobles. Even Robert regards him as one of the two people who deserve the most attention in the entire Black Pearl team. This guy is extremely good at dealing with nobles. He can sing both black and white, and after his experience in the valley, he is very familiar with being a gentleman and playing tricks with the nobles. And because he has penetrated deeply into the Cathedral of Dawn, the leader of the Judgment Knights has become increasingly capable of fooling. If Martin is a genius who grew up under George's intensive training, then Volp is rooted in the mud and wild. His talents have become more and more refined through constant ups and downs and experiences. And George's evaluation of him is a gray seed that can take root outside. Someone who could spread the will of the sanctuary outside. Regarding his plan, George has already communicated part of it with Volp. Wolp, I need a black sharp blade to show his edge in the southern country. You have a lot to do. For the only person he admired in his heart. For the big brother who had led him all the way. Volp was willing to listen to anything George said except for his position on the monster. And George believes that as long as he is not in the shelter, this black sharp blade can show its edge at will. And it doesn't matter what monster he has an opinion on. This means that the adjudicator already has his own way of communicating with nobles. Often just a few words can lead the topic to a certain direction and get him to spit out what he wants to explore, which is very powerful. Even because of the things he usually does to the nobles. His understanding of the nobles, and his familiarity with those shady activities. He can be regarded as an extremely senior noble, and there is almost no need to pretend to be the arrogant temperament that comes naturally when facing big shots. People inside know the reason for this, but in the eyes of outsiders, this is the unique style of everyone. He and Martin seem to have accomplished a lot. As for the Knights of the Black Lake, just as Martin said at the beginning, they are extremely suitable for a prosperous place. The people they came into contact with were all the vassals and retainers of the big nobles, small barons, viscounts, and even small earls. Moreover, most of them were subordinates of the lords of the Western Territory and the princes of Rodunk. They really have too many topics to talk about, starting with getting close to relatives. And the people in the army are naturally very chatty. Most of the Knights of the Black Lake are from noble families, and they are all very smart. They don't need to be taught what is the key point to be revealed and what cannot be said. But the home court was still Tanya, and the inseparable His Highness Robert beside her. Just after a Chinese song, the two of them walked off the stage and were surrounded by nobles again. Of these two people, one is an extremely powerful new visitor, and the other is a noble and triumphant hero with great momentum. When we walk together, it's hard not to be the center. This guy is really tireless in trying to pry corners. Okay, Brat. Thank you for building momentum for us. The corners of George's mouth curved slightly. Under the leadership of Earl Leiden, he had already traveled back and forth among various hot spots. It seems that he no longer needs company. But the Earl seems to be very attentive. For George, this guy is indeed an extremely important figure. Damn it. How come it's the other way around? I wasn't originally socializing with those nobles, but she was getting benefits from her brother? But being accompanied by Robert can increase the momentum of the Black Pearl nobles. You can play the role behind the scenes. George Bolton is your spokesperson, and it is appropriate to stand in front of the curtain. Why are these two guys always looking at me? Raising his glass, George gestured slightly to the two people not far away, and withdrew his gaze. Now that the work has changed, Tanya, you should stay with that pretty boy honestly. These two have been childhood sweethearts since childhood, Earl Leiden said suddenly. He looked at George with amusement in his eyes, as if waiting for his next words. George was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, if this guy really gets married to Robert, it will be a great thing for the valley. Unfortunately, Tanya will never leave the blood descendants. and she seemed reluctant. Fate is so interesting. Lord Leighton. George took a sip of the wine in his glass, and remembered what Tanya told him about his father's marriage. He couldn't help but smile meaningfully. He said to Earl Leighton, I sincerely hope that the friendship between Black Pearl and Elda will last forever. I will visit your country with Tanya, if I have the opportunity in the future. George's words came from the sincerity. But Earl Leighton's mouth was blank for a while. This little baron is indeed something special. Earl Leighton cared so much for this little baron for a certain purpose. According to his words, he wanted this little baron to see how big the world is. At first, he just planned to take this little baron to meet a few big shots. Then he left himself there. But after he left, he came back again because he found that wherever he went, the center of the hot spot would shift to him. Gradually, Earl Leighton saw more and more people and began to observe them intentionally. Slowly, he discovered that no matter who he met or how big the world was, he could always use his unique perspective to make others have to put him on the same footing as himself to talk about things. And no matter who it is, he will never deny it. As long as he thinks about it, he can take the initiative. Let him show his status. Let him hide his face and go away. In the end, those people were all asking for help from him. Take the initiative to offer his position to the top. Even a few real big shots. A few great priests who could despise any noble had a happy chat with him in the end. In fact, the Black Pearl family are indeed loyal believers of the seven gods. And the Austin vassal under the family has even been a big figure in the temple. Therefore, Earl Leighton was not surprised that they could chat for a few words. But this little baron seems to have extremely rich knowledge of theology, and has unique insights. And when after the socializing with the priests, the adults offered to visit in private, Earl Leighton couldn't help but feel slightly dizzy. This man is definitely not some little baron. Even if he comes from a humble background, he is definitely not a creature in the pool. Earl Leighton suddenly felt that it was reasonable for his sister to be settled by this man. And there must be a reason why Elizabeth chose the little-known Little Bolton. George's last words made Earl Leighton look deeply at this person. He suddenly realized one thing. Even if this freeloader had married Tanya, he would have the right to speak in the valley. I'm afraid I have to hear it from this man. This world is so interesting. Sometimes what a person does may not have anything to do with his origin, but rather his platform. And Elizabeth, Tanya, and themselves gave this person such a platform. He suddenly felt that at a time when the world was undergoing unprecedented changes, if this man was given a chance, perhaps the achievements he could make would not be inferior to Robert. No. He knows Robert too well. He is indeed one of the most outstanding new generations in the 7 countries. But the light in this man will definitely be more dazzling than him. Compared with his sister, who has a head full of muscles. And even compared with the so-called powerful people in this entire hall. This soft rice person is the real person. Sometimes it's like this. No matter how much a person hides, the brilliance emanating from him is hard to ignore. Leighton slowly stopped and decided to talk about truly meaningful things with the future Earl of Black Pearl. And the moment, he smiled and mentioned going upstairs to chat. George also smiled slightly. Since you came to the door on your own initiative, don't blame me for being too fast with the knife. Your Excellency, George. You should have seen these nobles. Earl Leighton stopped and held onto the handrail on the second floor. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the bustling nobles below. Wealth and resources followed the fleeing Rodunk nobles here, as did the guards and knights in their hands. This adds up to will be a force that cannot be ignored as long as there are these knights and wealth. The army can be raised again at any time. Earl Leighton looked at George. But the key lies in which side they stand. You should have seen that the warring faction and the defensive faction have been wrestling with each other. And a complex political game is also going on. I need the help of the Black Pearl nobles. The two had already talked about some things on the road. Earl Leighton's side is a staunch war party including His Majesty Phillips, who is eager for revenge. And the entire kingdom of Elda are on this side. On the other hand, Grand Duke Yonfeng, Landry Kingdom, and Vic White were the staunch defenders. The two sides were constantly at odds. And at first, it was Grand Duke Yonfeng who had the upper hand. Needless to say, his thoughts with Vic White were not optimistic about this Black Tide battle. Moreover, there is already pollution in the eastern part of the Rodent Kingdom. After the Kuroshio is destroyed, it will take many years to clean up the pollution. This made many Rodunk nobles unwilling to cut off more of their interests in exchange for the recovery of the eastern part of the Rodunk Kingdom. To put it bluntly, the eastern land has become the cost of silence in everyone's eyes. The Landry Kingdom does not want to see the Rodunk Kingdom stand up again as long as it defends Biswi City. It will choke the Black Tide's westward and southward movement. And in Rodunk's current state, he can continue to reap benefits. Therefore, Landry was passive in preparing for the war, constantly transporting goods by ship, and helping to reinforce Biswi City. But as the Elda Kingdom sends out all its troops, the situation has begun to tilt towards the main battle. This is related to the political agreement reached by His Majesty Philips and the Elda Kingdom. With the fall of the royal capital, only His Majesty Philips and his sister were left in the entire royal family, including His Majesty's family. All of them were drowned by the black tide along with the king, in order to regain the royal capital and revive the Rodunk Kingdom. But also for revenge. His Majesty is willing to pass the throne to his sister after the Kuroshio is wiped out. She will be the future queen of the Rodunk Kingdom, and her husband is the future Prince Rodunk and the Grand Duke of Longji Mountain. The significance is self-evident. At first, His Majesty promised to marry the princess to the Earl of Thorns Jagger, with the entire Campbell family completely pulled into his chariot. The new king, through Jagger's connections, influenced the Holy See and even Vic White. The consecutive great victories themselves had changed the direction of the Holy See, and Vic White had been painstakingly persuading the Holy See to send troops to Blue Water City to complete his Iron Wall strategy. His Majesty Philips followed the trend and came with a strong push to make the reformists' work go too far. Many high priests and bishops believe that the black tide and this major hidden danger should be eliminated as soon as possible, and that clinging to Biswi City was raising a tiger's risk. On the side of the reformists, they also discovered something under His Majesty's persuasion. If they were to be wiped out under the leadership of Vic White's forces, he will definitely be the next pope. Chapter 250. What a big tone! The political quality of Grand Duke Violet, or the current His Majesty Philips, is extraordinary. That's not all that's being played. The tide in the Holy See has changed, but not enough. The Elda royal family has also been secretly wrestling with the Campbell family through part of the royal family's power in the St. Wilmix Cathedral to influence the Holy See. At this time, the Campbell family was completely tied to the chariot and could no longer get off. Because if you chant at this time, not only will all the previous work be in vain, but the reformists, conservatives, and the nobles of the Holy See will also be completely offended by them. And in a flash of his hands, His Majesty Philips reached a new agreement with the Kingdom of Elda Prince Robert's uncle. This move almost hit the Campbell family's Achilles heel. It also completely changed the direction of the entire Elda royal family and St. Wilmix Cathedral. The Campbells had to stand firmly on the side of Prince Robert. And the next best thing was to hope that this prince, who favored the Campbell family, would win the throne, not his hateful uncle. Now, even Vic White has wavered, causing the coalition forces to move eastward. Duke Yongfeng defends Biswi City on the grounds of leaving a way out. The Kingdom of Landry is still supporting the Grand Duke Yongfeng. With the battle ahead, the Rodunk nobles, who have been singing defeat before, have also begun to commotion. As long as someone takes the lead, this second army of nobles will go to the front line. But Grand Duke Yongfeng has been suppressing them. He planned to pull these troops into Biswi City to carry out his Iron Wall strategy. George! The main battle has become a foregone conclusion. At this time when the world is changing, it is the opportunity to make contributions. There is no point in winning over the nobles to side with Grand Duke Yongfeng. I have talked with Tanya, and I hope she can help us and lead the nobles to its strength to the front line. But Tanya seems to be firmly on the side of Grand Duke Winsong. And I can't watch Tanya go on this wrong path, George. I want to hear your opinion. The ancient gold coins in George's hand turned over. With the current situation, I'm afraid that Count Black Pearl can affect more than just the nobles of the western region. Black Pearl itself is a prince in the kingdom. And now, it is the entire Rodunk Kingdom whose strength is best preserved. The significance of its wind direction to the entire Rodunk nobility is self-evident. And this rear area of the Western Territory will even affect Duke Yongfeng. George looked at Tanya downstairs. After the two looked at each other, he understood what this guy was thinking. My brother's side is left to you. The attitude that Tanya showed towards Leiden before was completely due to the strategy she had formulated before. In addition, this girl probably thinks the same way in her heart. Most of the knights and guards around those nobles are frightened cowards. And the militias and mercenaries, who were hired with money, are useless. Even cannon fodder looks down upon them. That is to say, idiots like the Noble Alliance, who have never seen the power of demons, think they can fight with the help of militia if it is only the zombie tide. It is indeed possible. Miss, you still haven't grasped the essence of banditry. This is a great opportunity to spend other people's money to help yourself with human trafficking. Is there anything more beautiful than this in the world? The physical fitness of these people who were selected with money is very good. And the guards and knights are even more meat in their mouths. How can they not cheat them? As for the promises made by those nobles, they are all farts. Only an honest girl like Tanya would have such a psychological burden. It doesn't matter. I will help you put down this psychological burden. George chuckled secretly. Build up your reputation. The more you refuse, the more they will think your credibility is reliable, these nobles. We are determined. After thinking about it, George looked at Earl Layton, who had been staring at him, smiled slightly, and said meaningfully, My Lord Earl Layton, my opinion is not important. What is important is your opinion. Hey, Layton said with a headache. My sister is very stubborn, as you know, and I think Earl Black Pearl may not understand the situation here. George interrupted him directly. My lord, don't you think that if Earl Jagger marries Her Royal Highness the Princess, the nobles of Black Pearl shouldn't get something they deserve? Or do you think that you can give away nothing? Earl Layton's eyes narrowed slightly. The ones who decide who the princess will marry are not His Majesty Philips and Grand Duke Yongfeng. They are the leaders of this battle. George quietly raised his butcher knife. He picked up Earl Layton's hand and placed the ancient gold coin in his hand. This chip can tilt the balance in Jagger's hand. He took the gold coin back and looked at the priests below. Of course, it can also be in the hands of His Majesty Philips. Do you think the ages of His Royal Highness Robert and His Highness the Princess are really suitable? Can the current main battle situation really stop the car? Earl Layton felt a slight dizziness in his head. Indeed, just like the Domley dominoes. As long as the Black Pearl pulls up many nobles, it is enough to tip the entire balance. And the last weight represented by the Black Pearl also represents the direction in which the balance is tilted. And once the kingdom of Rodent stands behind Robert's uncle, his uncle, whose inheritance rights will take precedence over the little prince, may really become the next king. And if the weight in the hands of Your Majesty Philips is enough, then whether to marry the princess or not, or even when to pass on the throne, is not something the elder royal family can decide. Earl Layton couldn't help but take a deep look at this person again. He suddenly realized that the person in front of him was probably not as simple as an important guest, but a wolf that broke into this grand banquet. Your Excellency, George, your mouth is too wide. Be careful not to swallow anything. Earl Layton looked at George and said, This political game is probably much more complicated than you think. The sharing of benefits is always fair, and politics also require compromise. In fact, in order to allow the Templar Knights of Thorn Birds to continue to support the Kingdom of Rodunk, Grand Duke Winsong and His Majesty Philips made a compromise and considered persuading Elizabeth and Jagger, the pair of representatives. Marriage of brother and sister. It is a tradition to marry two families. And Elizabeth, as the Earl of Black Pearl, is extremely rational. The significance of the Kingdom of Elda to the Black Pearl Valley is self-evident. If Tanya had been a man, the two would have been married long ago. Birth. George, I am willing to be honest with you. Earl Layton tried to regain control. You should understand what this matter means to you and Tanya. But if you can help Jagger marry the princess, then everything will be over. Solution: follow Grand Duke Yongfeng and His Majesty Philips, and you will not get anything real. But I can make a promise to you on behalf of the Campbell family. As long as you follow the Thorn Bird, the prince will give the position of the Black Pearl Grand Duke who regains the royal capital, and give a part of Elda's fiefdom on the edge of the valley, and give it to Black Pearl. Looking at the ambitious Campbell, it was not difficult for George to think of what this princely position meant to the entire Campbell family, Elda's true royal power. By now, he understood. Originally, the Campbell family no longer had extravagant hopes for all this. I just settled for the next best thing, hoping that after Robert married Her Majesty the Queen, the Campbell family could gain a foothold in the super dynasty that would be established after the merger of Elda and Rodunk in the future. But now, a bigger gift has been placed in front of them. At this most important time, it was not Elizabeth who led the Black Pearl troops, but Tanya. This is a great opportunity for Layton and the others. You should know that this promise is far more frank than that Her Majesty Philips, who broke his promise. Tanya Campbell will be the seal of this agreement. And the future prince will also. We need the support of Grand Duke Black Pearl, the future queen and prince of Rodunk. And we also need someone who can stand in the same position as Grand Duke Yongfeng. I believe what you said. George looked at Earl Layton and said meaningfully, even if His Majesty's compromise with the Campbell family has not been reached yet, it is still late. Earl Layton nodded and looked at the dance floor below, where the banquet was about to end. You are a smart man. I hope you can understand that breaking up will not do any good for us. And Campbell as the firstcomers, the family can still take the lead in many things. You should know that this is related to your future and interests. Lord Layton, there is one thing I hope you can understand. George said, no matter whose decision it is, it will not affect the future of the Black Pearl Valley. The inheritance rights have been determined. Elizabeth will not marry anyone, And the Earl of Black Pearl, the marriage contract cannot be arranged by any Grand Duke or His Majesty. Earl Layton's body swayed slightly. He looked at this man and said, "Your Excellency George Bolton, is your tone a bit too loud? I'm afraid I have to disappoint you." "My Earl of Layton," George said slowly, "not only do I have a big mouth, I also have a big appetite." Earl Layton's eyes turned slightly red. He didn't want to argue with this person anymore. He asked directly, "What do you want? We can help you raise the army of nobles. Or we can stand on your side after all. Tanya is your sister. But there are some things you must be satisfied with." George stretched out a finger. "Luoya City, we also want to take a sip of this cup." Hearing this, Earl Layton couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This request sounded a bit funny. His mouth was so wide open. But he only asked for this little. This person was indeed interesting enough. It seems that this is the last bit of extra that this person wants. After all, no one knows the last thing. It's also appropriate to ask for a deposit first. The Earl nodded and said, "Luoya City itself is to support the entire battlefield. When Rodunk's coalition troops go to fight on the front line, there is no reason to provide their own supplies. Of course, the situation of the various lords' fiefdoms in the western region is indeed the same. It requires a lot of things. We will do our best to lean towards Black Pearl on this matter. So please rest assured. I think you misunderstood." "Sir." George looked at Martin below and said to Layton, "What do you think of Baron Martin being your deputy?" Earl Layton's eyes widened. He opened his mouth and asked for half of Luoya City. "Earl Layton, I brought the first batch of food and grass from the front line. Now, it's time to get it back with profit." When George entered Winsong City, no one knew his last name, and the Duke only knew that there was a knight named George who might be the real leader. Therefore, his words did not affect his current identity. Layton's eyes narrowed slightly. Waiting for his next words, Earl Layton felt that the guy in front of him was about to swallow half of the Senas River as soon as he took a breath. "And now I am afraid that no matter what he is saying, he will know more surprises." George said, "You must give this power, because it is not only related to the entire battle ahead, but also related to the future and interests of your entire family. Your Excellency, these words are a bit serious." Earl Layton narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's not serious at all, my lord." George smiled, waved to Earl Layton, and walked into a study room. "The establishment of a noble army requires someone from Black Pearl to help you build it. And what is really happening here is the resources needed, and our support are needed. This will be a real win-win deal for the future." After hearing this, Earl Layton suddenly thought of something in his mind and followed George. When the door closed, he saw that George had spread the map in the study on the table. He pointed to the long river in the south of the valley and said, "You should be familiar with the area where this long river flows. Many locations are the fiefdoms of the Campbell family, and its final destination is the valley of Biswi City. I think you should know something about the food and or in exchange. You send the supplies into the valley, and we will provide you with important supplies. Which of these things will be used on the front line, and which will be used on the Campbell family's army? It's up to you to decide." If only there was time, George said to himself. George retracted his hand and said, "Miss Tanya can still take charge of this small matter. The ore and grain in this valley have been accumulated for 10 years. Since then, the military resources have also been endless. The two of us a family that can achieve stable trade, not the Eldar royal family." Earl Layton's heart beat suddenly. Is there any more urgent resource than this deal now? The ore resources in the valley are both abundant and good, and they have supported the armies of Duke Yongfeng for generations. The southern countries all know how powerful the military equipment of Grand Duke Yongfeng is. The equipment used by the entire Iron Wall Knights is even mixed with fine gold. Moreover, during this foggy period, farming has consumed everyone's energy. This valley is probably the only area where ore can be mined intact. If this deal can continue, its significance to the Campbell family is naturally self-evident. This is an offer he can't refuse. George reminded him, "There are so many people in Fallen Leaf City just waiting to die. Don't you think they are too idle? Although most of the ships now are provided by Landry. It doesn't matter. We can travel in parallel by water. The entire route has been cleared by the Black Pearl troops. So just send someone to transport it." He looked at Earl Layton, who was thinking about it, and said, "Martin will help you handle this matter. When he is finished, he will lead the noble army to the front line." Layton looked at George with a complicated expression. It seemed that this half of Luoya City had to be given to him. George smiled, sat on the chair, turned over the ancient gold coin in his hand, and placed his legs on the map. He looked meaningfully at the count in front of him. This pair of suddenly focused eyes was so familiar to Earl Layton. He looked at the brother-in-law in front of him and thought carefully about what this guy had grabbed hold of. But what this man said was always so surprising. And it also made his scalp explode. Leiden, you brought Robert here. But you ended up with a big tail. Now you want Tanya to wipe your butt? And then help her brother marry the princess. Uh-huh. At this point, you have really inherited your father's excellent skills. Jean. Those eyes suddenly became extremely cold, causing Earl Leiden in front of him to feel chills running down his spine and sweating on his head. The sharpness shown by this person, as well as the chips and gift thrown out, made him worry about gains and losses. At this moment, he was like a salesperson who was about to negotiate an agreement with the most important customer. When the customer suddenly turned his back, he was completely panicked. In this silent gaze, Earl Leiden finally couldn't bear the silence anymore, and opened his dry lips, and his voice was trembling. George, you have to believe me. This promise of mine will never be broken. It won't change. I don't mean to play with you either. Playing? Ha. Leiden, George nodded and said slowly. I just want to tell you it's completely unnecessary. As I said before, who the princess marries is not Grand Duke Yonfeng or that Phillips. Your Majesty has the final say. He is the leader of this war. I will let you see why we, the Black Pearl nobles, are said to be inlaid with precious stones and steel.